Chapter 1. Transcending to become Vegeta. Year 737 of the Age of the Universe. Seventh Universe. Planet Vegeta. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Vegeta gazed up at the drifting clouds on the horizon, a slight smile gracing his lips. At merely 5 years of age, the brilliance sparkling in his eyes seemed incongruous with his youth. Just yesterday, die-hard Dragon Ball fan Yi Chun had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, finding himself in the body of the 5-year-old Saiyan Prince Vegeta. This left Yi Chun in a state of bewilderment. I have become Vegeta, the perennial second place in the Dragon Ball universe? However, shortly thereafter, a wave of exhilaration, excitement, and anticipation surged within him, an amalgam of complex emotions flooding his mind. Overall, Yi Chun found himself quite fond of the character of Vegeta. Unlike the comical Goku, Vegeta possessed a distinct personality that resonated more closely with Yi Chun's own character. Thus, from this day forth, I shall assume the mantle of Vegeta and become the most formidable Saiyan this world has ever known. I am Vegeta. Kakarot, from this moment onward, you shall take a back seat. Vegeta instinctively kept his hands in his pockets, continuing to gaze at the clouds above. It won't be long. Frieza will soon obliterate planet Vegeta. Having recently crossed over, Vegeta had already adapted physically. For a planet on the brink of destruction, Vegeta felt little attachment and harbored no thoughts of rescue. Primarily, the time allotted to Vegeta was far too short. What means do I possess to intervene? Moreover, the true mastermind behind the annihilation of planet Vegeta is Beerus. Shall I confront Beerus Hedon? Best to leave this planet for now. Whoosh! Vegeta soared into the air, ascending skyward. He traced an arc through the sky, swiftly heading towards the spaceship launch base. Spaceship launch base. At this moment, several young Saiyans had gathered here. Among them were the young versions of Nappa and Raditz. In addition to Nappa and Raditz, there were 3 other Saiyan youths of similar age. These 3 Saiyan names are of little consequence. The 5 boys were deliberating on embarking on a battle expedition. Saiyans are a warrior race at this age. Those possessing a certain level of combat power typically venture forth from their home planet to engage in combat. Only through such endeavors can they continuously enhance their abilities. Saiyans also augment their combat prowess through the experiences gained in battles. Nappa, didn't you say you would invite Prince Vegeta to join us? Raditz inquired. TSK, who knows? I sought an audience with the prince, but he seemed rather off, Nappa replied, shaking his head. Off? What do you mean? Raditz asked, taken aback. How should I put it? It feels as if he has suddenly become a different person. Nappa scratched his bald head. Ha ha ha. Nappa, you're quite amusing. How could that possibly be? You must be joking, Raditz laughed heartily. Perhaps the prince looks down upon playing with us, remarked another Saiyan youth. After all, his combat power has already exceeded 10,000. It seems a bit perilous for us to visit that planet. Raditz mused, resting his chin on his hand, resembling a little adult, his long hair nearly touching the ground. If it comes to that, let's choose another planet if Prince Vegeta declines to join us. Whoosh! Just then, Vegeta descended from the sky with his hands still in his pockets. Prince Vegeta. The children present collectively bowed in respect to Vegeta. Vegeta ignored them, striding directly towards a spaceship. This was the launch base for spaceships, where various models of spaceships were available. Vegeta surveyed the array of spaceships before finally stopping at a medium-sized spacecraft. This vessel could accommodate approximately 20 individuals and resembled a scaled-down version of Frieza's large spaceship. The spaceship also contained a mini spherical spacecraft. The entrance to the spaceship was located above the center, requiring one to fly up to enter. Vegeta ascended into the air. Prince Vegeta. Raditz hurriedly approached from a distance. Is there something you need? Vegeta asked. Where are you planning to go, Prince Vegeta? Are you going out to battle? Raditz mustered the courage to ask. Of course, Vegeta replied. May we accompany you? Raditz inquired again. Suit yourselves, Vegeta said, his expression unchanging. Understood. Then we shall accompany you, Your Highness. Raditz exclaimed excitedly, waving to Nappa and the others below. Nappa and the others immediately took to the sky, appearing beside Vegeta, Vegeta regarded them with little interest, proceeding directly into the spaceship. Nappa, Raditz, and the others followed suit. 10 seconds later, whoosh, a medium-sized spaceship broke through the planet's atmosphere, instantly appearing in the starry expanse, leaving a streak of light in the inky cosmos. Vegeta stood by the window, gazing out at the vastness of space, his emotions a blend of nostalgia and complexity. Look, there's a large spaceship over there. Whose spaceship could that be? Raditz exclaimed from another window, pointing at a distant light, unable to contain his curiosity. It seems to be Frieza's spaceship. Nappa replied, how strange. Why would Frieza's spaceship be near our planet? Is he planning to cause trouble on planet Vegeta again, like 5 years ago? What happened 5 years ago? Raditz asked, puzzled. You're still young. It's not surprising you don't know. Nappa explained Frieza's army was originally known as the Cold Army. 5 years ago, King Cold passed the throne to Frieza, and since that day, it has been renamed the Frieza Force. That guy Frieza is an even more ruthless leader than his father. Is that so? Raditz scratched his head and then turned to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, when will your father pass the throne to you? I have no interest in the Saiyan throne, Vegeta stated calmly, pulling off the scouter from his eyes and speaking nonchalantly. Oh, Raditz was taken aback. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta exclaimed with a gentle smile, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward. Frieza's spaceship. Frieza sat in his craft, grinning broadly. Beside Frieza stood a female alien with blue skin and pink hair, known as Beerus, who served as Frieza's personal caretaker, responsible for his daily needs. Lord Frieza, more and more Saiyans are returning to planet Vegeta, Beerus reported respectfully. Frieza nodded with a smile, moving to the spaceship's window to gaze at the distant planet Vegeta. This presents an excellent opportunity to annihilate the Saiyans in one fell swoop, Beerus remarked with a smile. Frieza let out a series of sinister laughs, his tail twitching in delight. Chapter 2. First, make a wish on Earth. In no more than 4 months, nearly all Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta, Beerus continued, though her expression turned slightly troubled. However, Lord Frieza, the Saiyans are a warrior race. If we eliminate them all, won't the combat strength of our army be significantly affected? Undoubtedly, the Saiyans are a warrior race, but these wild monkeys will never be satisfied serving under me. They will betray me one day. Frieza huffed. Furthermore, concerning the legends of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods, although they are merely a clicked hero's tale, I cannot afford to harbor even a sliver of doubt. Beerus nodded gently. In any case, in 4 months, the Saiyans will meet their doom, and this planet will be reduced to cosmic dust. Frieza cackled. I, Frieza, eagerly await that day. Lord Frieza, a medium-sized spaceship has just departed from planet Vegeta, reported his subordinate, Dodoria. Who is it? Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression darkening. Didn't I instruct that all Saiyans must not leave their planet without permission? According to our investigation, Lord Frieza, it is a group of Saiyan children led by Vegeta. They seem to be heading to the planet Kodarasoya for combat training, Dodoria replied. Oh, Vegeta? Frieza pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Lord Frieza, shall we intercept them? Dodoria inquired. Let us not rouse the serpent in the grass. They are but children, Frieza said with a sly smile, narrowing his triangular eyes. Should we eliminate them here, it would only draw the attention of more Saiyans, and those far-off Saiyans might not return. You are absolutely correct. Dodoria nodded, inquiring, shall we find an isolated spot to dispose of them? Dodoria, you have become quite astute, Frieza remarked, rubbing his nose. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Dodoria bowed respectfully. With that, Dodoria prepared to dash off to execute the task. Wait a moment, Frieza suddenly recalled something, waving his hand urgently. Dodoria halted immediately. Vegeta 4, the so-called mightiest prince of the Saiyans. Frieza chuckled. This implies that he is the one most likely to ascend to Super Saiyan status, is it not? Dodoria scratched his head, perplexed by Frieza's intentions. Let us not concern ourselves with them, let them fend for themselves. Frieza huffed. Frieza, am a genius warrior. Wouldn't it be rather dull without any opponents? Belly Blue, Dodoria, Zabon. The three exchanged silent glances, pondering. If having no opponents is indeed dull, then why exert such effort to annihilate planet Vegeta? The thoughts of Lord Frieza elude our understanding. Whoosh! Vegeta's spacecraft sped through the vastness of space. Before long, the vessel departed the region inhabited by planet Vegeta. There are 5 spherical mini-spacecraft over there. Each of you take one and go wherever you desire, Vegeta suddenly declared. Nappa and Raditz exchanged confused looks. What does he mean by that? The other 3 Saiyan youths were equally bewildered. What do you mean, Prince Vegeta? Nappa asked. Are you not accompanying us? Raditz inquired. I have other matters to attend to, Vegeta replied. But what could be so important? Would it not be better for us to go together? Raditz suggested. Stop your incessant chatter. Vegeta's expression turned icy, his patience wearing thin. Raditz recoiled in shock, involuntarily shivering. Very well, we shall part ways. Raditz laughed nervously. Nappa, on the other hand, was too frightened to utter a word. The prince seemed to be in a foul mood, appearing even more formidable than before. Soon after, the 5 of them entered their respective spherical spacecraft. As the ships prepared for takeoff, Vegeta knocked on Nappa's vessel. Creak! The hatch of Nappa's spacecraft opened. Prince Vegeta, have you perhaps changed your mind? Nappa asked. You want us to accompany you, do you not? I have indeed changed my mind, but not regarding this matter, Vegeta stated. Nappa was taken aback. There are a total of 5 spherical mini-spacecraft here. Vegeta continued. Leave one for me, and you 4 may take the others. Nappa was once again surprised. He counted the number of individuals present. Aside from Prince Vegeta, there were indeed 5 of them. How do we divide 4 spacecraft among 5 individuals? We are short 1 vessel, Nappa said with a wry smile. Are you a fool? Cannot you pair up 2 to a spacecraft? Vegeta huffed. Regardless, once you arrive at that planet, there will surely be casualties. There is no need to waste a spacecraft. Nappa, that is quite unreasonable. Hey, did you hear that? You, come down, the 2 of you can squeeze in together. Nappa promptly approached, opening the hatch of one spacecraft and dragging out a companion, instructing him. That companion was instantly reduced to tears. This spacecraft is so small you want us to cram together? This is outrageous. I feel like I would hit him in the face just by going to the restroom. Reluctantly, that companion had no choice but to squeeze into a spacecraft with the weakest member of their group. Raditz felt immensely relieved within his vessel. Thank goodness I'm not the weakest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, the 4 spherical mini-spacecraft detached from the mothership, soaring into the starry expanse, racing in a different direction. Vegeta's spacecraft, however, veered off course and headed towards Earth. First, I shall make a wish upon Earth. What wish should I make? Vegeta had already contemplated his desire. Wishes akin to immortality are utterly futile. Only the enhancement of one's own strength holds true significance. Without strength, even immortality would be a curse. Thus, I shall wish for a body capable of regeneration and the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Those 2 wishes will suffice. Hold on a moment, that I need to find a way to merge these 2 wishes into one, thus avoiding complications. Whoosh! Vegeta's spacecraft streaked across the starry sky, leaving a trail of white light in its wake. Chapter 3. Another Saiyan heading to Earth? Frieza's spaceship. Report. A subordinate stepped forward immediately. Oh, is there something amiss? Frieza inquired, glancing at the subordinate. Lord Frieza, we have just detected 4 mini-spacecraft detaching from Vegeta's ship, heading towards the designated planet. While Vegeta's spacecraft has altered its course, the subordinate reported. Where does this little monkey intend to go? Frieza asked with a smile. According to our data monitoring, he is searching for a planet named Earth. The subordinate replied. Earth? Frieza paused slightly. Belibulu quickly tapped a few keys on the computer. Bang! A blue planet appeared on the screen. My lord. This is Earth, Belibulu reported. This planet is quite distant from us. It would take approximately 3 months to reach it. Earth is situated in a relatively underdeveloped civilization domain, where the humans possess hardly any combat strength. So, this little monkey, Vegeta, is running off there to enjoy a leisurely life. Frieza scoffed. He truly manages to disappoint me. Shall we order him a change course, Lord Frieza? Belibulu inquired. Let him be. I am curious to see what he intends to do. Frieza replied disdainfully, Humph, a worthless planet that requires 3 months to reach. I lack the energy to engage in such trivial pursuits. My lord, Qiu Yi has never gotten along with Vegeta. Perhaps we should let Doria handle it. Belibulu suggested with a smile. Oh, if it's a personal grudge. Then let Qiu Yi teach that little monkey, Vegeta, a lesson. Otherwise, if Vegeta goes to that planet devoid of combat strength, he may become complacent, and there would be no fun left. Frieza nodded. Understood, my lord. I shall contact Qiu Yi at once. Doria bowed respectfully. Qiu Yi's combat strength is 9,379,29266, while Vegeta's combat strength is only 9,379,29266. Belibulus smiled from the side, noting that they differ by over 1,000 points. Vegeta might very well be beaten to death. Should we instruct Qiu Yi to show some mercy? That is unnecessary. If Vegeta were to perish so easily, he would not be worthy to be my opponent. Frieza shook his head. Yes, Belibulu and Doria replied in unison. Report, Lord Frieza. Another mini-spacecraft has departed from Vegeta's planet. Another subordinate rushed forward to report. Oh, who is it this time? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. My lord. This time it is a 3-year-old Saiyan child with a combat strength of merely 2. The subordinate nearly burst into laughter. Even Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this news. Cough. A combat strength of only 2? Frieza coughed. With such a meager combat strength, even if he grows up, he is unlikely to become a warrior. Belibula chuckled. Let him be. Let him go. Frieza shook his head. Yes, the subordinate replied. By the way, where is this spacecraft headed? Frieza casually asked. The same destination as Vegeta. Earth. The subordinate responded. Oh, it seems this is intended to destroy Earth. Frieza smiled. This child with a combat strength of 2 should have no problem increasing to 100 or so as he grows. Since Earth has a moon, transforming into a great ape could yield a combat strength of 2,000, making it exceedingly easy to annihilate all the Earthlings. However, with Vegeta around, even as a great ape, he might not be of much use, Belibulu remarked. What? Belibulu, do you think Vegeta would be amicable with those Earthlings? Frieza chuckled softly. Logically, he would not. Belibula nodded. Frieza shrugged and glanced at Doria, who was still in a daze. Doria immediately snapped back to reality, bowing and retreating. Frieza's planet 56. What? Vegeta. He is heading to a planet called Earth. Qiu Yi felt a sudden rush of happiness. Lord Frieza has instructed me to deal with him. Killing him would be of no consequence. This is splendid. Qiu Yi, give it your all. I hope you do not disappoint Lord Frieza. Doria smiled. Indeed, it is time to settle the score from a year ago. Qiu Yi sneered coldly. 2 minutes later. Whoosh! A small spacecraft departed from Frieza's planet 56, speeding towards Earth. Along the way, Qiu Yi immediately attempted to contact Vegeta via the detector. However, Vegeta was not wearing a detector at the moment, thus unaware of the events unfolding. After calling for quite some time without any response for Vegeta, Qiu Yi was infuriated. This bastard. He must be doing this on purpose. Qiu Yi seethed with frustration. On board Vegeta's spacecraft, Vegeta suddenly sensed a flash of light behind his spacecraft. He moved to the rear of the ship and peered through a glass-like window. Indeed, a small spacecraft was following him from a distance. Who could it be? Vegeta mused, aware that his journey to Earth would likely be known to Frieza. But what of it? Once I reach Earth and fulfill my wish, I can use some Senza beans to exploit a few glitches. I trust my combat strength will see a rapid increase. Yet, who is that behind me? Vegeta knew that his current combat strength was too weak, standing at 9,379,29266. If it were Doria or Sabo pursuing him, it would pose a significant problem. It would take serious injuries on his part to eliminate them. Vegeta glanced at the detector he had placed on the table earlier. The detector was blinking faintly, indicating a call. Vegeta stepped forward, picked up the detector, and pressed the communication button. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta, you rascal. You finally picked up? Qiu Yi panted heavily. You seem quite out of breath. Are you unwell? Vegeta chuckled. Cut the nonsense. Vegeta, you should take a good look at your combat strength. Qiu Yi laughed. Lord Frieza, is already fully aware of your movements. You intend to go to Earth, do you not? We located your destination through your search keywords. Who are you? Vegeta inquired. Chapter 4. Xiangpa and Bardos. You fool. You do not even know who I am. Do not tell me you cannot even recognize my voice. Qiu Yi shouted in frustration at are we that familiar? Vegeta asked. Qiu Yi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. What do you think? We met at the training camp last year. Qiu Yi snapped. That was so long ago, I barely remember. Vegeta replied. Qiu Yi nearly cried. You bastard. That was only a year ago. How can you say it was so long ago? A year is just a year. Qiu Yi retorted. Are you a parrot? Vegeta replied nonchalantly. You just wait, Vegeta. I will not forgive you. Qiu Yi loathed Vegeta immensely. By the way, who exactly are you? Vegeta, filled with curiosity, inquired. I am Qiu Yi. I shall reveal my name. Yet he shrugged it off, dismissing it as inconsequential. Vegeta shook his head, muttering that he was merely a stinky fish and rotten shrimp. After uttering these words, he abruptly ended the call. Qiu Yi gazed up at the boundless stars, his thoughts in disarray aboard his spaceship. Am I truly a stinky fish and rotten shrimp? Have you lost your mind? My battle power surpasses yours by 1,000, he exclaimed, filled with indignation. Vegeta, who granted you such audacity? And how dare you hang up on me? I shall personally end your existence. You will learn the consequences of insulting me. Qiu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to chase down Vegeta's spaceship and consume it. However, the two spaceships were relatively evenly matched in speed, and the distance between them was considerable. Reaching him with a ki blast would prove exceedingly difficult. Frustration gnawed at Qiu Yi as he contemplated his next move, ultimately deciding to call Vegeta once more. Again, you, Vegeta scoffed. You should take a good look at your battle power. Qiu Yi retorted, is 1,000 points higher than yours. And what of it? Vegeta replied dismissively. Qiu Yi, feeling utterly flustered, continued, do you comprehend the magnitude of this 1,000-point difference? I will pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. Ha ha ha. Just wait. Are you a fool? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Oh, you not know that we Saiyans are a warrior race. Do not be naive. To boast of such meager battle power and still claim to be a warrior race. Qiu Yi huffed, challenging Vegeta. Dare you to find a place for a decisive battle? It would take too long to reach Earth. At least 3 months. What could we possibly do in 3 months? After careful consideration, Vegeta acknowledged that Qiu Yi had a point. He was irked by the notion of someone trailing behind him. What if that person's spaceship was faster, destroying his own? It would certainly complicate matters. He resolved to eliminate Qiu Yi first, for he was merely a stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Very well. 3 days hence we shall confront each other on the planet Fonfuda. Let us settle this there, Vegeta proposed. Fonfuda? Absolutely fine. Qiu Yi, taken aback by Vegeta's agreement, laughed. You won't try to flee the moment I land. Will you? How childish. Vegeta ended the call without a second thought. Now contemplating the significance of the 1,000-point disparity in battle power, Vegeta noted that his own was a mere 937, 929, 266, as per the readings on his scanner. That individual's power was indeed formidable. A direct confrontation might not yield a favorable outcome. Moreover, he lacked the time to waste on Qiu Yi. It appeared he would need to employ a clever tactic. What strategy would be most effective? With only 3 days to enhance his power, he began to experiment with existing techniques. Given his current physical condition, achieving a significant increase would pose some challenges. But surely elevating it by a few hundred points was feasible. 3 days swiftly passed. The planet Fonfuda, a large celestial body nestled in the heart of the universe, was predominantly populated by extraterrestrial visitors, with the original inhabitants having dwindled significantly. Many aliens had seized the opportunity to transform this world into a culinary paradise, drawing in tourists eager to savor the flavors of their homelands. Whoosh, whoosh, a brilliant streak of light, akin to a star, sliced through the cosmos, accompanied by a flickering purplish-red luminescence. The two lights swiftly descended upon the planet, revealing the god of destruction, Kampa, and Angel Vados from Universe 6. Oh my, the delicacies on this planet seem quite exquisite. Kampa, let us hurry and sample them, Vados suggested with a smile. How vexing. Kappa grumbled, casting a glance at a towering statue at the center of the planet. The sculpture depicted Beerus, his finger pointed toward the ground, exuding an aura of authority and grandeur. Isn't that Lord Beerus' statue? The likeness is rather impressive, Vados remarked with a grin. Why has no one in our universe presented me with a statue? Kampa grumbled. Lord Kampa, consider this. Only those who do not exist can be immortalized in statues for veneration or remembrance, Vados whispered. Kampa's eyes lit up with realization, and he enthusiastically gave Vados a thumbs up. Only you, Vados, possess such talent. They proceeded to indulge in some of the rare delicacies of Universe 6 of Vados. This planet seems quite prosperous. I can hardly resist the urge to destroy it. Kampa mused, munching on a chicken leg while suppressing his destructive impulses. Lord Kampa, is this jealousy I detect? Vados asked with a smile. Indeed, I am jealous. What of it? Kampa huffed, casually discarding the remainder of the chicken leg onto the ground, lamenting the absence of similarly thriving planets in Universe 6. Lord Kampa, you seem unconcerned with cleanliness, Vados sighed. Humph, I'm a god of destruction. Why should I care for cleanliness? Kampa retorted, grabbing another piece of chicken to devour. By the way, why isn't our planet developed? Wasn't it destroyed by you 1,000 years ago, Lord Kampa? Vados replied. Chapter 5 Vados, what a delightful little child. What? Was it me who destroyed it? Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, you deemed this planet unsightly, believing it marred the universe's aesthetics. Hence you obliterated it, Vados sighed. Truly a miscalculation. How could I have committed such an error? Kampa lamented, cradling his head in regret. Whoosh, whoosh. As they conversed, 2 streaks of light suddenly flickered across the sky. Spaceships. Kampa craned his neck to look up. Oh dear, they are likely landing nearby, Vados noted. Foolish beings, to choose to land beside me. Kampa's irritation peaked, and he flung the half-eaten chicken leg away in frustration. Whoosh! Kampa's chicken leg became a streak of light, zipping past Vegeta's spaceship and crashing directly into Qiu Yi's vessel. Vegeta, is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Qiu Yi laughed heartily. Oblivious to the impending disaster. This planet is quite commendable. It is one of the more renowned ones in the Central Universe, and you should be grateful to perish here. Suddenly, the chicken leg penetrated the spaceship, striking Qiu Yi squarely in the mouth. Crack! 6 of Qiu Yi's teeth shattered upon impact, blood gushing forth. Dazed, he wondered, what is this? What on earth is this? He opened his mouth, extracting the object lodged within. Is this a chicken leg? How did it end up in my spaceship? Before Qiu Yi could comprehend the situation, his spaceship began to deflate like a punctured balloon, careening chaotically through the air. Crash! The spaceship plummeted, colliding with the enormous statue of Beerus in the distance. Boom! The sculpture of Beerus suddenly lost its balance and came crashing down with a thunderous roar. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Surely, Lord Kampa did that on purpose, Bardos remarked with a smile. With a swift motion, Bardos raised her right hand to catch the descending spaceship of Vegeta. Humph, I've long been displeased with that sculpture. What gives it the right to point at me? Kampa scoffed. That said, you do seem quite gentle with that spaceship, he added. We angels are always gentle, Bardos chuckled. Why did Lord Kampa strike the spaceship behind us with a drumstick instead of the one in front? Bardos inquired with a smile. It's more thrilling to hit a smaller target, Kampa grinned. Vegeta, wide-eyed, displayed an expression of disbelief. Isn't that Kampa and Bardos? How did they end up in the 7th universe? Vegeta thought he had seen a flash of light just moments ago. Yes, they went to the back. Vegeta quickly turned to look behind. Then he witnessed the unfortunate fate of the spaceship behind him. Vegeta struggled to maintain his composure. I've only just crossed into the 5th day, and I'm already facing hellish difficulty. I cannot afford to provoke these two. In the next moment, Vegeta focused intently and noticed Bardos reaching out her hand, intending to catch the spaceship. Vegeta suddenly realized that their spaceship had indeed descended improperly, inadvertently landing near Kampa and Bardos. And no wonder that fellow spaceship was sent flying by Kampa. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta rushed forward and pulled the handbrake to its limit, simultaneously pressing down hard on the brake with his feet. With a loud thud, the The spaceship abruptly halted about 10 meters away from Bardoss. Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief, yet he knew it did not mean he had escaped danger. As a Saiyan with a mere power level of just over 10,000, I am utterly insignificant before Compat. Compa raised an eyebrow, glancing at Vegeta's spaceship. Bardoss looked over, surprised as well. She had thought she could catch that spaceship. However, she did not expect it to come to a stop. The commotion here should have attracted quite a crowd, but everyone had already been drawn to the incident of the Beerus sculpture's collapse. After all, that sculpture was the very soul of this planet. With the soul now fallen, this planet would likely face catastrophic consequences, wouldn't it? Many people gathered around the fallen sculpture, engaged in fervent discussion. With a loud thud, Vegeta flew out of the spaceship and gently landed in front of Bardoss. Oh dear, what a little child, Bardoss smiled. This mischievous child, is he driving his family's spaceship around recklessly? Compa remarked with a stern expression. Should I teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents? Little one, what you did just now was very dangerous. Bardoss knelt down and gently took Vegeta as a small hand. Vegeta thought to himself, damn it, I've been mistaken for a child. But then again, I'm only 5 years old. What else could I be in their eyes? Understood, he replied succinctly. This little one is quite adorable, Bardoss said with a smile, pinching Vegeta's chubby cheek playfully. Just you wait. I will repay you for this. If you dare to pinch my face again, I will not only pinch yours, but also your. Vegeta retorted. Bardoss, look, you've made that little rascal drool, Compa said with a grin. Oh dear, how rude of me, Bardoss giggled, wiping the drool on Vegeta's clothing. Little one, would you like some candy? Bardoss gently raised her right hand, revealing a piece of chocolate. Vegeta glanced at the chocolate in Bardoss's hand and immediately accepted it, tearing open the wrapper and popping it into his mouth. The taste was quite delightful, even better than he had anticipated. Let's go, Compa said to Bardoss. While Beerus is asleep, we should thoroughly explore their universe. Who knows what new discoveries await? All right, Bardoss nodded, giving Vegeta's cheek a gentle pat. Goodbye, little one sister. You are so beautiful. Can I marry you when I grow up? Vegeta asked earnestly. Bardoss halted in her tracks, while Compa was immediately taken aback, turning to look at Vegeta. Chapter 6 Bardoss. We'll talk when you've grown up. Huh. Compa burst into laughter as he regained his composure. Well then, little one, grow up quickly and let us revisit this. Bardoss, after a brief moment of surprise, winked at Vegeta. Really? It's a promise. Vegeta extended his pinky. Let us seal it with a pinky swear. All right, it's a promise. Bardoss nodded, extending her pinky in return. Their pinkies intertwined in a vow. Pinky swear, if you break it, your father will eat poop, Vegeta stated emphatically. That is quite a harsh oath, Bardoss remarked. Compa laughed heartily once more. This little boy's vow is enough to make even the Grand Minister proud. You dare to jest about the Grand Minister? Bardoss teased. Well, from this day forth, you are my wife, Vegeta declared. Oh dear, you are only 5 years old. Little one, Bardoss said, wiping her brow. I'm not a little one. My name is Vegeta, he retorted. All right, little Vegeta, Bardoss replied dismissively. Come find me again when you've grown up, if you manage to locate me. I might consider marrying you. With that, Bardoss playfully pecked Vegeta on the cheek. She then turned to Compa and nodded. In the next instant, Compa and Bardoss flickered out of sight, vanishing from the scene. Bardoss, you can't be serious, can you? Compa glanced at Bardoss with a sideways look, unable to contain his curiosity. What do you mean? Bardoss asked, slightly baffled. Of course, I mean the matter of marrying that little brat. Compa replied, oh dear, I was just teasing the child. Can one take such matters seriously? Bardoss smiled. That little one seems quite charming and appealing. I couldn't resist playing with him. But when he grows up, he may indeed struggle to find you. Compa nodded. You are quite cunning, Bardoss. That man, Vegeta, will grow up hoping to marry you, only to scour the universe in vain. What are you saying, Lord Compa? Such a young child will surely forget me by the time he grows up. Bardoss chuckled and shook her head. But what if he really does find you? Compa pondered aloud. But if he does find me, it would mean we are destined, Bardoss smiled. You can't possibly intend to marry him. Can you? Compa asked. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it. All this speculation is pointless. Let us go try some other snacks over there, Kampa suggested. Very well. Bardoss nodded. Vegeta rubbed his face, which had been kissed by Bardoss. Subsequently, he placed his fingers beneath his nose and inhaled. How fragrant! Is this the scent of an angel? Shall I seek you out when I grow up? Fear not. I shall undoubtedly find you. However, before that, I must become the strongest in the universe. Let me first test the compatibility of this body. Whoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the direction of Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi's spacecraft skidded several times in the air before crashing into the center of the city, obliterating the Beerus statue. Qiu Yi was left dazed and reeling, his head spinning. Most perplexing to Qiu Yi was the chicken leg in his mouth. Half-eaten, he wondered, whose chicken leg is this? Why has it ended up in my spaceship? Qiu Yi shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his clarity. Immediately afterward, he shot upwards, piercing through the spacecraft and emerging high above. Damn Vegeta! Qiu Yi directed all his resentment towards Vegeta. His eyes narrowed with fury as he trembled all over, activating the detector on his eyes to search for Vegeta's whereabouts. Oh, who could that be? A mere frog, it seems. Vegeta approached from a distance, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Qiu Yi. Vegeta recognized Qiu Yi at once. This was the insignificant little creature who had been effortlessly defeated by him in the future. Yet this fellow's combat power seemed rather formidable, as if it had reached the astonishing level of 9379-29266 from the world-weary novel. Vegeta, do you dare approach? Qiu Yi felt both delighted and slightly surprised, given Vegeta's current battle power, which was a disparity of 1,000 points from his own. He should have fled immediately, or perhaps he should have attempted a sneak attack, while Qiu Yi was unprepared. Yet, this fellow dared to appear brazenly before him. Saiyans truly are conceited. The two hovered in the sky, standing opposite each other. Below, a significant crowd gathered, gazing up at the two figures of Vegeta and Qiu Yi. Aren't those members of Frieza's army, judging by their attire? They certainly appear to be. Planet Vanfu is indeed under Frieza's dominion. What are those two doing? Are they about to battle here? The audience murmured among themselves. In the distance, Kampa and Bardoss suddenly noticed the commotion. Bardoss, it is your future husband, Vegeta. Kampa remarked with a smile. He seems poised to engage that individual in combat. Bardoss glanced over. My impression is that the frog-like fellow appears to be somewhat stronger than your husband. Kampa chuckled, teasing, you wouldn't be mourning your husband so soon, would you? Bardoss looked between Vegeta and Qiu Yi, swiftly deducing that Vegeta's strength was indeed somewhat inferior to Qiu Yi's if a battle were to ensue. This disparity could prove fatal. It appears this little one is in danger. Let's go take a look. I wish to appreciate your future husband's prowess. Kampa grinned broadly, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Bang! Bardoss swung her staff, striking Kampa on the forehead, leaving a bump in its wake. What was that for? Kampa glared. Oh dear, the staff just accidentally hit you, Bardoss giggled. Chapter 7. Vegeta's first battle. You certainly have a knack for this. Kampa huffed. You're joking. Yet you took it seriously. Didn't I mention? One must not jest with girls. Bardoss smiled. Are you even a girl? Kampa rolled his eyes. You've lived for over 1 billion years. What are you talking about, Lord Kampa? Bardoss's expression darkened as she glared. It's nothing. Let us hurry and watch your future husbands, battle with that frog. Kampa quickly amended his words. Whoosh, whoosh. The two swiftly repositioned themselves for a more advantageous view. High above, Vegeta and Qiu Yi faced one another. Vegeta, today you cannot escape. Qiu Yi huffed, his face etched with unrestrained rage. What did you say? Vegeta inquired. I said, you will not escape today. This place shall become your grave. Qiu Yi laughed maniacally. You should refrain from speaking. You've lost teeth. Hasn't speaking become rather breezy for you? Vegeta sighed. Qiu Yi felt a sudden surge of 10,000 points of critical damage. Who was the scoundrel that ambushed me with a chicken leg? I'd better not encounter him. Qiu Yi seethed with rage. The one capable of penetrating your spacecraft with a chicken leg and knocking out several of your teeth, without killing you on the spot. Must possess extraordinary power. Vegeta remarked. You ought to pray for yourself. You'd best hope you don't encounter him. Qiu Yi was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing the truth in Vegeta's words. The one who attacked him with a chicken leg surely had formidable battle power. Wait a minute, I just scanned the surroundings with my detector. The strongest individual on this planet is me, that I can walk unchallenged here. How could the one who ambushed me with a chicken leg possibly be my opponent? Qiu Yi shook his head, deeming those thoughts irrelevant for now. The priority was to thoroughly teach Vegeta a lesson first. Humph, enough of this nonsense. I'll make sure to give you a proper thrashing. Qiu Yi sneered at "Oh, you think you are my match?" Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta, I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. Qiu Yi pointed at the detector on his eyes. You should take a good look at the readings. I exceed you by 1,000. Oh, have you trained aboard the spacecraft? Your battle power has increased by 300, leaving a gap of only 700. Even with a 700-point disadvantage, you remain no match for me. Is that so? Vegeta's expression grew serious. This would be his first battle since arriving here. Consider it a practice run that I intend to settle the score from a year ago. Qiu Yi ground his teeth in resentment. A year ago, what transpired? Vegeta asked, taken aback. Damn it, what infuriates me most is that you've forgotten what happened a year ago. Qiu Yi trembled with anger. Speak up. If I was in the wrong, I might even apologize to you. Vegeta smiled. Oh. Qiu Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling that those words did not sound like something Vegeta would say. Would this guy actually apologize to me? A year ago, during training camp, you bullied me mercilessly when my battle power was inferior to yours. Qiu Yi huffed, clenching his fists tightly. Is that so? Vegeta suddenly understood. Humph, while I may not have surpassed you a year ago in training camp, after a year of rigorous training, I have finally surpassed you in battle power. Knowing that I can take my revenge now fills me with joy. Qiu Yi laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. Vegeta, today you shall meet your end. Enough of the chatter. Let us begin. Vegeta sneered. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. I shall grant you that. Qiu Yi chuckled lightly, his hand sweeping forward with great force. Whoosh! A beam of energy surged towards Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta swiftly countered with a backhand, deflecting the incoming energy. That moment, Qiu Yi moved with agility, rapidly closing the distance to Vegeta. Vegeta immediately accelerated, ducking low to evade Qiu Yi's punch. Bang! 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 The two combatants engaged in a fierce confrontation amidst the vast expanse of the sky. For a moment, it appeared as though neither was gaining the upper hand. After approximately 3 minutes of relentless battle, a resounding thud echoed as Vegeta unleashed an uppercut aimed squarely at Qiu Yi's chin. With remarkable speed, Qiu Yi countered, forcefully pressing down with his massive hand. A muffled impact resonated as Vegeta's fist collided with Qiu Yi's palm. Well done, Vegeta, Qiu Yi remarked with a scoff. Your power level of 300 has indeed allowed you to slightly close the gap between us. However, this is still far from sufficient. With a swift motion, Qiu Yi seized Vegeta's arm, propelling him downward at an alarming rate. The earth trembled as Vegeta's body crashed into the planet's surface, creating a sizable crater. Glancing at Qiu Yi, one could see a triumphant expression on his face. Hey, Vegeta, you haven't been knocked out, have you? Qiu Yi called out to the crater where Vegeta lay. The onlookers collectively gasped in awe. The intensity of the battle invoked a palpable sense of dread, as both warriors exhibited extraordinary prowess. Truly, they were formidable members of the Frieza force. What a rudimentary display of combat, Kampa remarked, shaking his head. Bardoss remained silent. And aren't you going to assist your future husband, Bardoss? Kampa chuckled mischievously. Oh dear, it seems my staff is becoming unmanageable again. Bardoss said, giving her staff a slight shake, prompting Kampa to back away cautiously. You deceitful creature. You claimed that all angels are gentle. Is this your idea of gentleness? Kampa chuckled, a slip of the tongue. I meant to ask if you would lend a hand to that little brat. No need. He is unscathed, Bardoss replied. Hey, Vegeta, if you're still alive, come out quickly, Qiu Yi shouted once more into the depths of the crater. In an instant, Vegeta sprang forth, delivering a powerful punch to Qiu Yi's abdomen. Gah! Qiu Yi spat out a mouthful of bile as Vegeta propelled him upward into the sky. With a swift movement, Vegeta appeared directly above Qiu Yi. Hey! Vegeta executed a stunning downward kick that connected with Qiu Yi's face, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Just as Qiu Yi was about to make contact with the earth, he extended his arms slightly, unleashing a surge of energy that halted his descent a mere meter above the ground. Humph! Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta? Qiu Yi sneered with a triumphant grin. Power cannon. Vegeta, from his elevated position, waved his hand downward, releasing a burst of energy. With a thunderous roar, the energy blast enveloped Qiu Yi, who unfortunately found himself grounded, embedded deep within the crater. This little brat is no ordinary opponent, Kampa remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. Bardoss observed, noting how Vegeta's initial hesitance had transformed into a fluid, confident attack, allowing him to compensate for the disparity in their strengths. Exchanging glances with Bardoss, Kampa noted, given their respective power levels, it may take at least 3 hours to determine a victor point. 3 hours? Kampa's interest waned. We came to gather intelligence from Beerus's universe, not to witness an ant fight. Let us depart and find a place to eat and explore. Very well, Lord Kampa. Bardoss nodded in agreement. They asked for the battle between Vegeta and Qiu Yi. Bardoss had no intention of intervening, believing that perhaps Vegeta would emerge victorious, for his fighting spirit surpassed that of the frog-like adversary. Let us be on our way, Kampa declared. Just as they prepared to leave, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the crater, soaring skyward toward Vegeta's position. Bardoss and Kampa exchanged startled glances before turning to witness the spectacle. Vegeta, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, swiftly dodged the incoming energy wave. Humph, you managed to evade that, Qiu Yi grunted, materializing directly opposite Vegeta. Vegeta offered a calm smile in response. Vegeta, the game ends here, that I shall now get serious, Qiu Yi said with a light chuckle. Vegeta leisurely raised his right hand, causing a golden energy sphere to materialize. What is that? Kampa pondered, momentarily perplexed by its apparent lack of offensive capability. It may be a form of auxiliary energy. Bardoss speculated. This peculiar child has significantly diminished his energy after forming that sphere, Kampa noted pensively. Indeed, perhaps it serves him in a more advantageous manner, Bardoss agreed. Qiu Yi stood momentarily dumbfounded. What is that? He soon realized. Through his scouter, that Vegeta's power level was plummeting rapidly in the blink of an eye, Vegeta's combat prowess had dropped to 7,000 of Vegeta. Are you planning to surrender? Qiu Yi scoffed. Humph, prepare yourself, Vegeta replied with a smile. I am ready to strike. Ha! You think that thing can touch me? Qiu Yi laughed derisively. With a forceful throw, Vegeta launched the golden sphere high into the air. Qiu Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to hit an aircraft? Qiu Yi stowed that repugnant grin. You won't be laughing for long, Vegeta retorted. What? I still can't comprehend your intentions. Take a good look at your power level. Qiu Yi chuckled. Your strength has dwindled to a mere 7,000, while mine remains at a staggering height of 9,379,29266. We have a gap of 5,000 between us. Oh, is that so? Vegeta's expression remained serene. Hey, Bardoss, that little brat seems quite confident, Kampa remarked. Momentarily halting his departure as curiosity piqued his interest, he was eager to discern Vegeta's intentions. Kampa observed that after Vegeta conjured the energy sphere, his energy had drastically decreased, rendering him a far cry from being a match for the frog-like opponent. Bardoss suggested that energy sphere serves as an auxiliary. What could it possibly assist with? As the energy sphere ascended, it exploded in a brilliant display of holy light. What is that? Is it the moon? Is that not the moon? How peculiar! Today is not the 15th. It is not a full moon. No, that is a creation of that tailed child. The spectators murmured among themselves, bewildered by the unfolding events. What? A full moon? Qiu Yi's pupils dilated as realization struck him, his expression shifting dramatically. Vegeta gazed upward, fixated on the artificial full moon. Almost immediately, he felt his heartbeat quickening, the rhythmic thumping resonating in his ears. Thump, 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 akin to a drumbeat. Let us see if I can transform into a great ape. Though it may be overkill for this adversary, I am curious to know if I will lose my sanity upon transformation. Should I transform into a great ape and revert to my original form as Vegeta, it would indeed spell disaster for me. Therefore, certain matters must be promptly attempted by Vegeta. It is not merely for the sake of dealing with such a trivial opponent that I would deliberately transform into a great ape. Regardless, it will be necessary to try it sooner or later. Seizing this moment for experimentation is quite convenient. In the next instant, Vegeta distinctly felt his body expanding. Every part of him was enlarging, while the surroundings seemed to shrink rapidly. Simultaneously, black fur sprouted from Vegeta's fore. In a flash, he transformed into a massive black great ape. Qiu Yi was left speechless. Vegeta, you sly trickster. You can even transform? After a brief moment of shock, Qiu Yi turned and fled. Vegeta, you can't play fair. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment, not expecting this little brat could transform to Mai. After transforming, Vegeta's power has increased at least tenfold. Bados remarked with a smile. Tenfold. That is quite impressive. Kampa chuckled. It seems the upcoming battle holds no suspense. Indeed, Bados nodded. TSK, we initially judged Vegeta based on the superficial appearances of those two. Kampa commented, haha. Who could argue with that? Bados replied with a smile. As everyone aspires to beautiful things, being somewhat adorable certainly provides an advantage. Chapter 9. Kampa, should we take him back for training? Upon transforming into a great ape, Vegeta immediately instigated panic among the spectators. Witnessing such a colossal creature, many trembled in fear. Several individuals quickly regained their senses. This kid is a Saiyan. No wonder he looked familiar with that tail. Saiyans are a menace. They destroyed our planet. I heard he is called Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, right? Their discussions reached Kampa and Bados' ears. Bados, your future little husband belongs to a rather unsavory race. Kampa remarked with a grin. Indeed, Bados nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After transforming, Vegeta assessed his body, and indeed his strength had augmented tenfold. He could feel the explosive power coursing through him. I feel as though I could shatter this planet with a single punch. What reassured Vegeta was that transforming into a great ape did not restore the original Vegeta's consciousness, that I am still myself. In the next moment, Vegeta focused on the rapidly fleeing Qiu Yi. Whoosh! Vegeta darted forward like a shadow, swiftly catching up to Qiu Yi, appearing directly in his path, akin to an insurmountable mountain blocking his escape. Qiu Yi's face turned pale, his body quaking in terror. Qiu Yi, are you not aware that our Saiyan transformation into a great ape amplifies our battle power tenfold? Vegeta's smile emerged. This is impossible. You actually created an artificial full moon, Qiu Yi stammered. Trembling. Before coming to this planet, I specifically checked the timing of its full moon. There are still at least 6 days until it reaches fullness. It is quite normal for a select few Saiyans to create artificial full moons. Are you not familiar with us Saiyans? Vegeta observed Qiu Yi with a grin. In Vegeta's eyes, Qiu Yi appeared as nothing more than a diminutive figure. Qiu Yi, why not use your scouter to check my battle power? Vegeta inquired playfully. Qiu Yi was momentarily stunned, instinctively pressing the button on the scouter. Immediately, he saw the numbers on the device skyrocketing. Battle power, 8,000, 9,000. Qiu Yi stuttered, his voice trembling, but before he could finish, the scouter exploded, unable to accommodate the maximum threshold of 20,000. Vegeta's battle power had already soared to a staggering 70,000. Panic enveloped Qiu Yi as beads of sweat streamed down his face. That Vegeta, I was merely joking. I hope you won't take offense, Qiu Yi said, forcing a smile in an attempt to appease him. I take great offense, Vegeta replied coldly. Qiu Yi was utterly flustered. Ahem, we're the best of friends. Aren't we? Qiu Yi said, tears streaming down his face. And what about the incidents that occurred during the training camp? Vegeta grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Ha ha ha, I relish being bullied by you. Qiu Yi exclaimed hastily. Yes, that's so. Then I shall bully you to your demise, Vegeta said with keen interest. Huh, Lord Frieza? Qiu Yi suddenly had a brainwave, pointing behind Vegeta and shouting loudly. Vegeta remained unfazed. Frieza? It would be a miracle for him to appear here. Besides, even if Frieza were to arrive, what could he possibly do? I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Kampa and Bados were still present. Enjoying the spectacle, if Frieza did show up, I wouldn't mind kneeling before Bados to go to hell. Vegeta showed no mercy, slapping down with force. Boom! Like swatting a fly, he sent Qiu Yi plummeting from the sky. Crash! Qiu Yi crashed into the ground. leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Boom! Vegeta descended, landing at the edge of the crater, causing the earth to tremble violently. Whoosh! Qiu Yi was forcibly ejected from the depths of the ground. Soaring into the air, Vegeta nonchalantly kicked Qiu Yi's body a couple of times with his foot. Boom! Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a powerful kick, sending Qiu Yi soaring into the sky. Roar! Vegeta opened his massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of energy that engulfed Qiu Yi. Boom! In an instant, Qiu Yi was reduced to nothingness, utterly defeated. After obliterating Qiu Yi, Vegeta pointed at the artificial full moon in the sky. The artificial full moon descended rapidly, coming to rest in Vegeta's grasp. Clap! Vegeta absorbed the energy of the artificial moon into his body. Whoosh! In the next moment, Vegeta's form rapidly diminished, returning to his normal state. He then placed his hands in his pockets and huffed. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. All but Kampa and Bados were left utterly astounded. Kampa and Bados quickly regained their composure. This little brat is so frugal that he refuses to waste even a modicum of energy. Opting to reclaim it instead, Kampa mused, shaking his head. After all, he expended a significant amount of energy. Bados pondered, remarking that absorbing this energy would help restore some of his stamina. Yet I must admit, this little brat's combat style is rather impressive. Kampa remarked, if properly trained, he might one day become a formidable god of destruction. Are you considering retirement, Lord Kampa? Bados inquired. While I do not wish to retire, finding a successor in advance is certainly a wise choice. Kampa reflected. Lord Kampa truly plans ahead, Bados chuckled. Nevertheless, he is ultimately a member of Universe 7. Bringing him back may not be entirely appropriate. Kampa then recalled Vegeta's identity and decisively shook his head. No, Lord Kampa cannot think this way. Bardoss chuckled, covering her mouth, and said, I suppose Kampa is thinking that while Lord Beerus is asleep, we could sneak someone back and train them into a formidable individual. Wouldn't it be amusing when Lord Beerus comes to his senses? Kampa gazed at Bardoss without blinking. You are absolutely right. How could I not have thought of that? It would be best to cultivate them to be stronger than all the beings in the 7th universe. When Lord Beerus awakens, we could have them compete against the humans of the 7th universe. Wouldn't that provide a greater sense of accomplishment? Bardoss smiled as she made her suggestion. Chapter 10 Kampa asked, Hey kid, can you cook? I see, Bardoss. You really have taken a liking to him. Kampa sighed. What are you saying, Lord Kampa? Bardoss rolled her eyes. If you truly wish to bring him back, I have no objections. Kampa shook his head but added a condition. He must be able to cook, and it has to be delicious. Otherwise, forget it. I was just joking. If Lord Kampa doesn't want to bring him back, just disregard what I said, Bardoss replied. All right, I'll give him a chance and see if he values it. Kampa pondered for a moment and then made up his mind that let's bring this lad back for Bardoss to train. Then we can have him defeat everyone in the 7th universe. I can only imagine the look on Beerus's face once he discovers the truth about him. I'm increasingly eager to witness Beerus's reaction. But first, let's observe this kid's attitude. Hey kid, Kampa called out to Vegeta. Vegeta, with his hands in his pockets, flew over. What does this guy want from me? Kid, I see potential in you. Kampa said with a smile before inquiring. By the way, how are your cooking skills? I can make canned fruit. My peach preserves are incredibly delicious, Vegeta replied. Kampa and Bardoss exchanged bewildered glances. What are peach preserves? I've never heard of such a thing. Can they really be as tasty as he claims? Kampa smacked his lips, while Bardoss licked her lips, seemingly tempted. You need to make some for me to taste right now. Kampa demanded. I'm afraid that's not possible. I have something of great importance to finish first. I'll let you know once I'm done, Vegeta said, feeling somewhat awkward. What is it that you need to complete? Kampa's expression darkened. This kid actually refused me. Just give me a way to contact you. Once I finish my tasks, I'll come over and make you the peach preserves, Vegeta proposed, or I can prepare them and you can come over after I'm done. He added, Bardoss, give him the contact. Kampa instructed that of course. Lord Kampa, Bardoss nodded and flew forward to hand Vegeta a communicator. Vegeta took the device and tucked it into his collar. Pretty sister, I will miss you. Vegeta said, What a sweet talker, Bardoss chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek. You pinch my face again. Just wait, Vegeta retorted. If you pinch my face, I'll pinch yours too, Bardoss teased. Well, we really must be going, she added with a smile. Goodbye, sister, Vegeta nodded. Kid, may I ask, what is your ambition? Kampa inquired. I aim to become the strongest warrior in the universe, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists with a serious expression. Oh, such ambition. Kampa laughed heartily, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. You are fortunate to have encountered us, that I hope your peach preserves are truly delicious. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Kampa and Bardos vanished from sight, swiftly appearing on the opposite side of the planet to continue their indulgent escapades. Vegeta, uninterested in whether they had truly left the planet, immediately boarded his spaceship without hesitation. Whoosh! The spaceship soared into the sky, racing toward the star system where Earth resided. Frieza's spaceship. Lord Frieza, Kaiatsu, is dead. Dodoria spoke solemnly. Oh, Frieza narrowed his eyes, his tail swaying behind him. I just received word for the planet Vanfu. That shameless Vegeta, seeing that he was no match for Kaiatsu, actually transformed into a great ape. Dodoria scoffed. What? Did they fight on Vanfu during a full moon? Frieza inquired. Not at all. That fool Vegeta can create an artificial full moon, Dodoria replied. Akati only goes to show how foolish Kaiatsu was to allow him the opportunity to transform. Frieza remarked with a slight smile that he could have killed him while he was creating the artificial moon. Couldn't he? The issue is that Vegeta merely released a very ordinary energy blast. And Kaiatsu didn't realize it was an artificial full moon, Dodoria explained. By the time Kaiatsu figured out, it was too late. Frieza remained silent, contemplating how to deal with the little rascal named Vegeta. Lord Frieza, should we continue to send people to track him? Blue Brew asked. Forget it. Let him be. Frieza shook his head that if he truly can transform into a Super Saiyan, then it would be worth my attention. By the way, Lord Frieza, it is said that someone spotted a fatter version of Lord Beerus on Vanfu. Blue Brew suddenly recalled. Oh, a fatter version of Lord Beerus. Frieza was taken aback. Is there any video footage? There was, but for some reason, the data was corrupted, and the only video disappeared. Blue Brew shook his head. It's worth mentioning that Kaiatsu's spaceship knocked over Lord Beerus' statue. Dodoria wiped his brow. What did you say? The statue of Lord Beerus fell. Is it damaged? Frieza's face changed color. He has already broken an arm, shattered, and a piece of its head has fallen off, with its tail also detached. Dodoria quickly replied. The craftsmen are working overnight to repair it. Fool, why bother repairing it? Just make a new one, Frieza shouted in frustration. This time we must use a better material, so it won't break so easily. If necessary, use the materials from our spaceship. Lord Frieza, the materials from our spaceship are quite expensive, Dodoria replied with an awkward smile. Dodoria, are you an idiot? I'm furious. No matter the cost, we must ensure Lord Beerus' statue is perfect. Yes, Lord Frieza, I will arrange it immediately. Dodoria bowed deeply. 3 months passed swiftly. Vegeta aboard the spaceship could finally see the familiar planet appearing in the distance. Earth, I have arrived, and my future bride, I'm coming for you. Since I have become Vegeta, Bulma is undoubtedly mine. Moreover, I must keep a close watch on Bulma from a young age. Otherwise, I might end up as Green Vegeta. Who would dare to betray me? There's Kakarot from my childhood, that old pervert Master Rashi, and Launch. Oh, and Oolong too. Kakarot is just naive, he can be guided properly. The other 3 need to be dealt with severely. Chapter 11 Earth. The Lookout. Upon witnessing such a colossal object appearing in the sky, the Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, his expression shifting dramatically. The Supreme Kai discerned that it was a spaceship. There was someone inside, exuding an unfathomable aura. Who is it? Who has come to Earth? The Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo, also grew vigilant, tightly clenching his fists. An extraterrestrial visitor. The celestial being spoke in a deep voice, expressing his bewilderment at the unexpected visitation of extraterrestrial beings to Earth. What could their purpose be? Mr. Bobo fell silent. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. The celestial being gripped his staff tightly. Creak! The hatch of the spacecraft opened, that he was about to emerge. The celestial being's expression turned grave, while beads of sweat formed on Mr. Bobo's forehead. Whoosh! Vegeta flew out of the spacecraft, hovering above the celestial being and Mr. Bobo, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. Upon witnessing Vegeta's arrival, Both the celestial being and Mr. Bobo were momentarily taken aback. I asked at a child. Mr. Bobo inquired. A child with a tail. The celestial being furrowed his brow. His frown was prompted by the overwhelming energy emanating from the child, evoking an irresistible sense of dread. Extraterrestrial visitor, reveal your intentions, the celestial being urged, striving to maintain his composure as he looked up at Vegeta. I have come in search of the Dragon Balls. That is my objective, Vegeta declared as he descended, hands in pockets, landing opposite the celestial being and Mr. Bobo. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? The celestial being's expression shifted dramatically. You need not concern yourself with that. Vegeta replied with a smile. Tell me the location of the Dragon Balls. I apologize, but although the Dragon Balls were crafted by me, they scattered across the world the moment they were created, awaiting those destined to discover them. The celestial being explained. Thus, even I do not know their precise locations. Enough with the excuses. As the god of this planet, you should have a clearer understanding of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts than I do. Vegeta scoffed. The celestial being fell silent. Oh, you refuse to speak? Vegeta pressed. Then let me gauge your combat power. With that, Vegeta retrieved a scouter, affixing it to his ear and pressing a button. Not bad. Your combat power is measured at 220, while that one behind you is 180, Vegeta smiled. After this, he removed the scouter. It is best to refrain from using such devices, as Frieza may be listening in. It would be quite troublesome if you were to learn about the Dragon Balls. What? Combat power. The celestial being was taken aback. Put it simply, combat power refers to your fighting capability. You can understand it as the energy value within you. Vegeta explained with a smile. You are at 220, and that black egg behind you is at 180. Mr. Bobo interjected. Black egg? Who are you referring to? Is that any way to speak? Now, allow me to reveal my combat power, Vegeta said, extending a finger. What? 1,000? The celestial being's expression shifted yet again. Such a disparity is staggering, but if what he claims is true, no matter how hard I try, I fear I may not stand a chance against him. Even employing Master Matato's sealing technique would likely prove difficult, and such an action would only serve to infuriate him further. It would be prudent to observe what he intends to do before taking any action. No, it is the station for the nihilistic novel, 9379-29266, Vegeta corrected. What did you say? The celestial being's eyes widened in terror. The station for the nihilistic novel, 9379-29266. Mr. Bobo was equally stunned if that is the case. We stand no chance whatsoever. Combat power of 10,000. Are you even human? Rest assured, I am not here to invade Earth. I can guarantee that, Vegeta stated. The celestial being gazed deeply at Vegeta. Indeed, while this child may appear quite sinister, his inner world seems remarkably tranquil, devoid of any significant malevolent intent. What wish do you intend to fulfill? The celestial being inquired. You will discover that in due time, Vegeta replied with a smile. Very well, I will agree to inform you of the Dragon Ball's locations, but you must promise me that you will not undertake any actions that may harm the Earth. The celestial being insisted. Should you break your promise, although I may not be your match, there will come a day when someone will punish you. Enough with the chatter, Vegeta said, growing somewhat impatient. The location of the first Dragon Ball is in that direction. Within a deep sea, where a pirate base lies beneath the ocean's depths, the Dragon Ball is located within the pirate's treasure vault, which should be relatively easy for you to locate. Understood, Vegeta nodded. The location of the Dragon Ball described by the celestial being must be within the pirate's treasure. I shall retrieve that Dragon Ball now. You continue to contemplate the location of the second Dragon Ball, Vegeta declared before taking off into the sky. Whoosh! Vegeta accelerated to his utmost speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. His velocity was so astonishing that both the celestial being and Mr. Bobo were left in awe. Such speed, even I as a god cannot perceive. The celestial being swiftly made his way to the edge of the temple, with Mr. Bobo trailing closely behind. They peered downwards. He has already entered the deep sea, the celestial being remarked. How much time has passed? Mr. Bobo silently wiped his sweat. This little fellow is truly terrifying. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta soared back to the temple, carrying the first Dragon Ball and a treasure chest. He tossed the Dragon Ball and the chest onto the ground. The celestial being was taken aback. This extraterrestrial being even spared the treasure chest. What use could those jewels be to you? The location of the second Dragon Ball, Vegeta stated. The second Dragon Ball is situated on that distant island, the celestial being indicated. Vegeta swiftly set off towards the island's direction. Before long, his eyes brightened as he recognized the island's shape. Is this not Master Rashi's island? With a thud, Vegeta descended, hands in pockets, landing upon Master Rashi's island. You are the sea turtle, basking in the sun on the beach. Your expression changing drastically upon seeing Vegeta. This fellow has flown in. Silence. I have no desire to converse with a turtle, Vegeta retorted. Sea turtle? Ahem. I am a sea turtle, not a turtle, the sea turtle corrected. Get lost. Vegeta lightly kicked, sending the sea turtle flying. The sea turtle's mind raced with 1,000 curses. Chapter 12. Even if one were to marry today, they must still attend kindergarten. Vegeta strode directly towards Master Rashi's abode. As he approached the door, he heard lively dance music emanating from within. Peering inside, Vegeta observed Master Rashi, the old lecher, pressing his eyes against the television, nearly drooling down on the screen. Several beautiful maidens in bikinis danced gracefully. Master Rashi's drool pooled on the floor. Vegeta shook his head and began searching for the Dragon Ball within the room. Fortunately, Master Rashi's Dragon Ball was not particularly difficult to find. It lay upon the table. Vegeta approached, seized the Dragon Ball, and departed. Master Rashi remained blissfully unaware that someone had entered his home. With the second Dragon Ball secured, Vegeta followed the celestial being's guidance and successfully located 6 Dragon Balls. The last Dragon Ball was at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, specifically within the warehouse of Dr. Brief's home. The celestial being informed. Vegeta nodded that he then picked up the pirate's treasure chest and swiftly flew towards the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. The celestial being was momentarily taken aback. What could this fellow possibly want with a treasure chest? Whoosh! Vegeta descended from the heavens, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, landing gracefully in the courtyard of Bulma's home. Upon his arrival, he spotted Bulma in the distance, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. A teen merely 4 years of age, Bulma appeared quite adorable. Huh. Did you fly here? Are you an alien? She inquired, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Here, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, he placed a treasure chest upon the ground. Curiosity piqued, Bulma approached, and with a swift kick, Vegeta sent the chest's lid flying open. Within lay a dazzling array of jewels, leaving Bulma utterly astonished. Are these truly for me? She exclaimed, overwhelmed by the unexpected surprise. Absolutely. Take whatever you like, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. I've struck it rich, Bulma shouted, throwing herself onto the jewels, dreaming of luxuriating in their splendor. It seems that wealthy individuals are indeed fond of riches, Vegeta remarked. Your family is already the wealthiest in the world. Do you still feel excitement upon seeing such wealth? For you, money is merely a number. Isn't it? This mundane woman, how much would this be worth in cash? Bulma rummaged through the gems, marveling. Perhaps tens of trillions, Vegeta suggested. You are truly a kind soul, Bulma said, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Well, I'm glad you understand, Vegeta replied, nodding. Did you bring all this wealth to propose to me? Bulma asked, her excitement palpable. All right, I agree to marry you, she declared earnestly. Vegeta was left speechless. Bulma. At that moment, Bulma's mother, Bikini, called out from a distance. Oh no, my mother is coming. I promised I'd marry you, Bulma exclaimed. What does your mother arriving have to do with marrying me? Vegeta asked, taken aback, and in the next instant he saw Bulma's mother striding towards them. Bulma, are you skipping school again? Why aren't you at kindergarten? Bikini questioned. Mom, look, my husband has come to marry me. I'm getting married today, so I'm not going to kindergarten, Bulma hurriedly explained, pointing at the treasure chest and Vegeta. Bulma, are you really planning to marry just to avoid kindergarten? Bikini asked, scrutinizing Vegeta. No, he is my husband. We are tying the knot today, Bulma insisted. Bulma, even if you're getting married, you still need to go to kindergarten. Bikini replied firmly, I won't go. I simply refuse. Bulma shook her head vigorously. Oh dear, are you playing treasure chest games? Bikini noticed the chest and approached, picking up a jewel. Initially, she thought it was merely child's play, but after weighing the gem, she realized its authenticity. "Are these all real?" Bikini exclaimed, immediately calling for Bulma's father. Dr. Bryphus pedaled over on his bicycle in a hurry. "What? Jewels? A whole chest of jewels?" Dr. Bryphus was equally astonished, examining them with a magnifying glass. "Indeed, these are genuine jewels. Although the styles are somewhat dated, I discovered them at a pirate's lair and brought them to present to you." Vegeta smiled. "Did you, young one, bring these for us?" Dr. Bryphus asked, surprised as he looked at Vegeta. "Yes, consider it a gift for our first meeting." Vegeta nodded. "So, you wish to leave the jewels with us for safekeeping?" Dr. Bryphus quickly deduced that no. "I specifically brought them for you." Vegeta replied with a grin. "You needn't be polite. They're a wedding gift for my bride." Bulma interjected eagerly. "Bulma, you won't be going to kindergarten today," Bikini sighed, addressing her daughter. "Really? That's wonderful." Bulma sighed in relief. Reflecting on her predicament, she felt quite tragic, having to concoct excuses daily to avoid kindergarten. What excuse should I come up with tomorrow? Perhaps I could convince this child to take me on a honeymoon. Isn't that what newlyweds do? That sounds like a brilliant idea. Young one, what is your name? Where do you live? Dr. Bryphus pondered, feeling the jewels were too precious not to contact the child's family. The MY family is already the wealthiest in the world. What would we need these jewels for? My name is Vegeta, and I hail from the distant planet Vegeta. He gestured towards the sky, but I fear our planet is on the brink of destruction. Dr. Bryphus. Bikini. The couple exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 13. The immortal body. Mom and Dad, you wouldn't believe it. Vegeta is an alien. Bulma quickly explained. An alien. Is that true? Dr. Bryphus adjusted his glasses to, oh dear, young one, are you truly an alien? Bikini scrutinized Vegeta, unable to discern any extraterrestrial traits. Indeed, I am from the planet Vegeta, a prince of that world, and my name is derived from my home. Vegeta replied, candidly to a tail. Vegeta, is that tail of yours genuine? Bulma exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Vegeta's tail. Are you even listening to me? And how rude of you to touch my tail. Vegeta retorted. Does your family have a glowing golden orb in their storage? One that contains several stars? Do you recall it? Vegeta inquired at, oh, that thing. I remember it well. Dr. Bryphus nodded. I found it while out on an adventure not long ago. Are you looking for it? Please give it to me. Vegeta requested. Certainly, Dr. Bryphus agreed readily that you've already gifted us a whole chest of jewels. Giving you a ball is no great matter. Robot, go retrieve that orb. Dr. Bryphus instructed a nearby robot. Yes, Doctor. The robot saluted and marched forward. Suddenly, it collapsed onto the ground. Ahem, the walking capability still requires improvement. Dr. Bryphus lamented. I in the heavenly palace. The god and Mr. Popo observe Vegeta's every move from above, wary of any mischief he might cause on Earth. If he stirs up trouble on Earth, we shall be unable to contain it. The god remarked to Mr. Popo that I never anticipated Vegeta would integrate so harmoniously with Bulma's family. Moreover, that treasure chest, was it specifically prepared for them? What are his true intentions? I am uncertain of his motives. Let's observe for now. The god replied, at least, it is reassuring that he has shown no malevolent behavior, thus FART, the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. The robot quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball and presented it to Vegeta with both hands. Thank you. I shall take my leave now, Vegeta said, grasping the Dragon Ball and expressing his gratitude to Bulma's family. With a swift motion, Vegeta took to the skies. Whoosh! In the next instant, Vegeta vanished without a trace. Dr. Brief stared in astonishment. Oh dear, do all aliens possess the ability to fly? Bulma was utterly flabbergasted. He truly is an extraterrestrial. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. I told you he was an alien, but my parents steadfastly refused to believe it. Bulma remarked with a hint of pride. Vegeta, clutching the Dragon Balls, swiftly returned to the temple. At present, the 7 Dragon Balls were entirely gathered, lying upon the temple's ground. Eternal Dragon, arise and grant my wish, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. The Supreme Kai observed, this lad even knows the incantation to summon the dragon. Crack! A golden light shimmered atop the 7 Dragon Balls. Whoosh! A bolt of golden lightning shot into the sky, shrouding the heavens in profound darkness. In a fleeting moment, The golden beam transformed into a colossal azure dragon. Coiling majestically in the night sky, gazing down upon Vegeta and the Supreme Kai. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it, intoned the Dragon Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai remained silent. Dragon, grant me immortality, Vegeta declared to the dragon. After much contemplation, Vegeta ultimately resolved to pursue the wish for immortality. However, he was acutely aware that the Earth's dragon might be incapable of fulfilling this desire. While it may not be achievable, there should be a compromise. Immortality means your lifespan is limitless, and your body shall never perish. Even in destruction, it shall restore instantaneously, the dragon replied. Indeed, that is the essence of my wish. Vegeta nodded. Regrettably, my powers are limited. I cannot grant you this wish. The dragon shook its head. I anticipated as much. Vegeta smiled, but it matters not. Let us see what you can accomplish. I can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. And your body will possess the ability to regenerate. The dragon mused. Regeneration? Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. Put it simply, as long as your head remains intact, your body can be restored through regeneration, the dragon elucidated. So, upon recovery, will my strength also be restored? Vegeta inquired further. I regret to inform you that it will not. The dragon shook its head. Additionally, after this wish is granted, will I be able to survive in the vacuum of space? Vegeta asked. Yes, the dragon nodded. Very well, then grant me this wish, Vegeta stated. Understood, the dragon replied, its eyes shimmering with an invisible divine power. The divine energy swiftly enveloped Vegeta. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing rapid transformation. As if brimming with boundless vitality, your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, the dragon proclaimed before transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls. Whoosh, the Dragon Balls instantly turned to stone and scattered across the globe. The sky regained its luminosity. Vegeta flexed his arm, and then, gritting his teeth, he yanked off his own arm. Both the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo were taken aback. Hey, Vegeta utilized his regeneration ability, in the blink of an eye. His severed arm regrew. Not bad, not bad. Vegeta examined his newly grown arm, which was smooth and devoid of any scars. The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo were left speechless, so you were merely testing your regeneration ability. Vegeta remarked, excellent. No need for bathing in the future. I can simply sever my head and regenerate the lower half of my body, he smiled. The Supreme Kai wiped his brow. Mr. Popo chuckled, bemused. You possess the ability to regenerate just to avoid bathing? Chapter 14. Treating Super Divine Water as Wine. Thank you. Earth's deity, Vegeta expressed his gratitude and no need for thanks. As long as you don't cause chaos on Earth, all is well, the Supreme Kai smiled. Then, farewell. Vegeta waved and leapt down from the temple. Observing Vegeta's departing figure, the Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief. Let us hope he does not cause any trouble. Whoosh, Vegeta soared downwards, soon appearing above Karin Tower. With hands in his pockets, he strode directly into the tower. Master Karin regarded Vegeta with caution, uncertain of his intentions. Master Karin was also aware that Vegeta had just summoned the dragon. You are Master Karin, correct? Vegeta inquired. Yes, I am Master Karin. How may I assist you? He responded that I've heard that you possess super divine water, which can unleash one's latent potential. I would like that, Vegeta stated plainly. Are you certain? Master Karin asked, momentarily stunned. Of course, Vegeta smiled. You wish to awaken your latent energy. You've already proclaimed yourself to be over 10,000 in combat power. The strongest deity on this planet barely exceeds 200. How much stronger do you desire to become? Indeed, I wish to awaken my latent potential, Vegeta affirmed. Very well, I can provide you with the super divine water, Master Karin replied, stepping forward to retrieve it with his staff. Explaining, however, this substance is highly toxic. Consuming it could result in uncertain fate. Many who have ingested super divine water have met unfortunate ends. You need not worry. I just had the dragon grant me immortality. Such trivial matters cannot claim my life, Vegeta smiled. Master Karin wiped his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly poured a cup of super divine water for Vegeta. It seems that old fellow in the sky granted this young man such a wish. Vegeta took the cup of super divine water, stealing himself, and downed it in one gulp. I am practically immortal. Tea would be absurd for super divine water to poison me. Yes, for certain fan theories suggesting that Goku contracted a viral heart disease after drinking super divine water. Vegeta was entirely unconcerned. I am immortal. What do I have to fear from heart disease? If it were to occur, I would simply sever my body below the neck and regenerate it without issue. Could a regenerated body also suffer from heart disease? Even if so, I ascend to their Bados. The angel is omnipotent. Having Bados cure my viral heart disease would be a trivial task. Thus, Vegeta felt little apprehension. Upon consuming the super divine water, he distinctly sensed as though countless blades were dancing within his throat. After slicing through his throat, the blades invaded his body. The sensation was akin to a hallucinatory intoxication. Vegeta silently endured the excruciating torment, refusing to utter a single cry of anguish. Does it hurt? Master Karin inquired with concern. Not at all, Vegeta replied, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. You call this not hurting? You look as if you are in agony, Master Karin exclaimed. Hey, Vegeta resolutely unleashed all the energy within him. Utilizing it to counteract the sensations of pain that assailed him, he soon discovered that this method indeed alleviated his discomfort significantly. An hour later, the pain had completely dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta silently attuned himself to the changes occurring within his body. My energy. I can feel it surging at an astonishing rate. How high is my battle power now? Immediately, he retrieved his scouter and affixed it to his ear, pressing the button atop it. Battle power. 937929266. Indeed, Vegeta's battle power had ascended to a staggering level, far surpassing the Vegeta of the original story 2 decades hence. It is noteworthy that in the original tale, Vegeta's battle power upon arriving on Earth after 20 years was merely 937929266. After consuming a vial of divine water, his battle power had astonishingly doubled to 937929266. One wonders if further consumption would yield even greater enhancements. You are truly remarkable, my little friend, exclaimed Karen. You are the first to survive after drinking the divine water. I could distinctly sense your energy escalating wildly. Let's have another cup. That last one barely satisfied me, Vegeta replied to Karen. Karen, at a loss for words, cautioned, you might not experience significant effect from further consumption. It could just be self-inflicted torture. Less chatter. And hurry up, Vegeta urged. Very well, if you insist, Karen sighed, reluctantly pouring another cup of divine water for Vegeta. As Vegeta held the cup, ready to drink, he inquired, should I drink it straight? Karen responded incredulously. Fetch me a plate of peanuts. I want to enjoy this drink, Vegeta commanded. Karen wiped the sweat from his brow to you treat divine water like alcohol. What are you standing around for? Go, Vegeta insisted. I won't feel satisfied otherwise. Karen quickly prepared a platter of fried peanuts. Vegeta happily alternated between sips of divine water and bites of peanuts. Karen was left bewildered. That truly divine water. How come you seem completely unbothered by pain now? Is it delightful? He curiously inquired. Would you care for a cup yourself? Vegeta smiled. No, I dare not. One sip might be my end. Karen fervently shook his head. In no time, Vegeta had emptied the cup of divine water. Paired with peanuts. It tastes quite pleasant, although it does leave a slight burn in my stomach, he remarked, taking a deep breath as he swiftly checked his battle power. Goodness, I have genuinely improved, Vegeta exclaimed, his battle power now soaring to 937929266. No need for training. Divine water alone can elevate battle power. He was elated and poured himself another cup. You're drinking more? Karen said, both amused and exasperated. You really treat divine water as if it were alcohol? Chapter 15. Bulma. We shall go on our honeymoon tomorrow. Bring me a few more cold dishes. A platter of peanuts simply isn't sufficient, Vegeta instructed. All right then, Karen acquiesced, soon presenting him with a plate of cucumbers and another of shredded potatoes. With these additions, Vegeta found the experience much more enjoyable. He quickly finished another cup and checked his battle power again. Battle power. 937929266. Is this increase entirely random? I shall continue drinking. 3 hours passed, and the divine water bottle was nearly empty. Is this all that remains? Vegeta queried. It will take some time to regenerate, primarily because you consumed it too swiftly, Karen replied, wiping his brow. This lad truly treats divine water as if it were liquor. How is it that you've consumed so much and yet remain alive? Are you even human? Vegeta reveled in his triumph, having downed an entire bottle of divine water. His battle power had now reached a staggering height of 120,000. He pondered if he could continue drinking indefinitely. Wait a moment, didn't you mention that this divine water could serve many? Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Karen. He recalled that in Dragon Ball GT, those under baby's control were obliterated by the divine water. That was an entire planet's worth of humanity. Yet, this divine water had seemingly run out after such a modest amount that you've consumed about 2 kilograms already. Karen remarked, wiping his brow. This bottle of divine water will take roughly 3 days to refill. Never mind, Vegeta thought, not wishing to dwell on it too much, though he did feel slightly lightheaded after unknowingly consuming 2 kilograms. Moreover, he speculated that the divine water from Dragon Ball GT might have been diluted for use, or perhaps Karen had upgraded the divine water's bottle, allowing for quicker regeneration in that era. I shall stop here for today. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, patting Karen on the shoulder. Karen was left speechless. I hope you don't mind if I take this divine water bottle with me, Vegeta asked. Would it matter if I did? Karen replied. No, Vegeta stated. Karen decided it was futile to argue. Just take it. Then, Vegeta carefully packed the divine water bottle, eager to discover how much he could consume before his battle power ceased to rise. As he prepared to depart, Vegeta turned back for one last look at Karen. Is there anything else? Karen inquired. I just remembered. Could you spare me some of your senza beans? Vegeta called out. You even know about senza beans? Karen sighed. Realizing there was no point in hiding them, he went downstairs to retrieve a jar of senza beans, saying, Take as many as you wish. All right, I won't hold back, Vegeta declared, showing no hesitation as he grabbed the jar and soared away from Karen Tower. Karen was left feeling helpless. I told you to take what you wanted, not to empty the jar. At least leave me a couple. Vegeta floated off, swaying slightly. A minute later, he returned to Bulma's home, cradling the jar of senza beans. Honey, you're back, Bulma exclaimed, rushing towards him. Wonderful, you've finally returned. Who would I go on my honeymoon with tomorrow if you weren't here? I was just thinking about how to skip class when you flew off. Bulma eagerly grasped Vegeta's hand. Yes, I'm back, Vegeta nodded, feeling a bit dizzy. Is this divine water really that potent? What's wrong? Bulma asked, concerned. Nothing, just had too much of this stuff, 2 kilograms to be precise, Vegeta explained. What is that? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. Divine water, Vegeta replied, honestly, it's some kind of delicious liquor. Bulma blinked, observing, you look unsteady on your feet. I've had too much to drink, Vegeta remarked. Honestly, I do not appreciate having a husband who spends his days inebriated. Bulma pouted, her expression one of displeasure. By the way, what is it that you are holding? Bulma inquired again. These are senza beans. Consuming one guarantees you will not feel hunger for 10 days, Vegeta explained. What? They merely appear to be ordinary beans. Bulma scoffed, taking a handful and inspecting them, finding them unappetizing before discarding them. Bulma, I'm going to take a nap over there, Vegeta called out, gesturing toward a distant lounge chair. So, does that mean you won't be leaving? Bulma asked, her excitement evident. Not for the time being, Vegeta nodded, striding towards the chair. Splendid. Let's go on our honeymoon tomorrow. Bulma clapped her hands in delight. Honeymoon, my foot. You, a mere 4-year-old, seem to know quite a bit. However, I have no interest in embarking on a honeymoon with someone so young that we shall discuss it when you have grown, Vegeta said, ignoring Bulma as he ambled towards the lounge chair. Good grief, I truly overindulged just now that I feel as if my body is ablaze. If I were to drink myself to death, it would be utterly absurd. Should I remove my head before the toxins reach my brain? No, that would be too wasteful. After all, having consumed this much, perhaps once the ultra-divine water is fully digested, my combat power will experience a significant enhancement. Currently, my power stands at 120,000, but that is merely the surface. I am eager to discover how much energy I truly possess. I aim to extract all the latent energy within this body. Who knows, perhaps it will yield results akin to those guided by the old Kaioshin? There's a possibility, after all, given that I have ingested 2 pounds of ultra-divine water. The fact that I have not perished is largely due to my immortal nature. Were it not for this boon, I believe I would have succumbed to the poison long ago. Even now, the toxicity of the ultra-divine water has wreaked havoc on my body. Nevertheless, my regenerative abilities are continuously mending me. With each restoration, my strength increases. Vegeta reclined on the lounge chair, allowing his body to heal itself before tilting his head and drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 16. Kampa. The days of sleep for Beerus are truly wonderful. The scene involving Vegeta gradually shrank, ultimately condensing into a crystal ball. Outside the crystal, a bright and mischievous eye observed intently. It was Vados, who was using her staff to watch Vegeta while Kampa stood beside her. Lord Kampa, what are you looking at? Vados inquired, her tone playful. Kampa felt a pang of discomfort at that moment. Cough, cough. What on earth is that little rascal up to? He asked. Oh dear, he just drank a type of poison, Vados replied, wiping her brow. Poison? Kampa was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought that it is a poison that can enhance a human's latent energy. He has consumed 2 pounds of it, Vados said, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Is that boy out of his mind? Kampa shook his head. His actions are quite reckless, indeed, but as a result, his strength has multiplied tenfold, Vados noted. Tenfold, you say? Still too weak, Kampa huffed. Does he not realize that training alongside us would yield far greater results? Perhaps once he awakens and the full effects of the poison take hold, his energy will increase exponentially, Vados speculated. Even if he were to gain 100-fold increase, it would still be insufficient for me to break a sweat. Kampa scoffed. Lord Kampa, such comparisons are rather uninteresting, Vados smiled, recognizing Kampa as the most powerful destroyer god in the universe. That compliment delights me, Kampa exclaimed, hands on his hips. Shall we continue our stay in the 7th universe? Lord Kampa, Vados inquired. It is time to return. We have been here for 3 months, Kampa replied. It is rather delightful that Beerus is asleep, allowing me to roam freely in his universe. Indeed, who could argue with that? Vados chuckled. Suddenly, Kampa paused mid-flight. Wait a moment, have we overlooked something? He asked. What issue could that be, Lord Kampa? Vados replied, curious. Did we not agree that if that little rascal Vegeta were to find you, you would consent to marry him? Kampa inquired. Once we retrieve him, he will discover our location. Will you truly wed him? Surely you jest. Lord Kampa, Vados rolled her eyes. It is not I who jest. It is that little rascal who takes it seriously. Kampa chuckled. We shall see. He has many years to grow yet. Vados smiled. Besides, hasn't he found true love on Earth? True love. On Earth. Kampa blinked in surprise. Indeed, he encountered a girl his age who affectionately calls him her husband. Vados said with a smile. Kampa burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Vados asked. Who would have thought you would be so easily overshadowed? Kampa exclaimed, dancing with glee. Though on another note, do not forget Vegeta's promise. Kampa continued with a smirk. Vados was rendered speechless at a pinky swear that lasts 1,000,000 years. Whoever breaks it must eat excrement. Are you truly considering sending the Grand Minister to partake in that? Kampa asked. Partake in what? Vados feigned ignorance. Excrement, Kampa replied. Oh dear, I have recorded this that I will present it to the Grand Minister. Vados chuckled. Kampa slumped, disheartened. Meanwhile, on Earth at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, is that not Vegeta? Has he returned? Bulma's mother, Bikini, asked curiously. Yes, mother, he has returned and stated he will not be leaving for the time being, Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Thus, I have decided that tomorrow, Vegeta and I shall go on our honeymoon. But you are merely a 4-year-old child. What on earth do you know about honeymoons? Bikini remarked. Honestly, I would suggest taking Vegeta to kindergarten for your honeymoon, Bikini proposed. Mother, absolutely not. I want him to take me flying in the sky. Bulma huffed indignantly. Very well, Bikini conceded, bemused. Why are you so resistant to attending kindergarten? At that moment, Vegeta's flask? No, the ultra-divine water bottle, tumbled from his embrace due to his awkward sleeping position. Is this a liquor flask? Bikini questioned, picking up the bottle of ultra-divine water. Humph, such a young age, and already indulging in drink. This alien clearly lacks decorum. Bulma pouted, visibly upset that if he continues to drink himself into such a state when he grows up. I shall divorce him. Bikini. You speak as if you were a little adult. Bikini shook the bottle. There is still quite a bit of wine inside. It should be quite delicious. Perhaps we could add it to your father's dinner tonight. As Bikini spoke, humming a little tune, she departed with a bottle of super divine water in hand. Mom, that belongs to someone else. Please don't touch other people's things, all right? Bulma remarked. What are you talking about? Bulma, Saiyan Vegeta, our son-in-law, Bikini replied with a smile. It's just a sip of his wine. Bulma was left speechless. Later that evening, an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, rushing Bulma's parents to the hospital. They had been poisoned by the super divine water. Bulma, in tears, was unable to wake Vegeta and could only call her sister. Following the ambulance to the hospital, Tai Si quickly visited the hospital, only to find that a critical condition notice had already been issued, leaving her utterly speechless. Subsequently, Tai Si took Bulma back home, instructing the robot to wait at the hospital, since their parents were in the intensive care unit. The doctor had said they would need to lie there for at least 3 days before they might wake up. Staying there served little purpose. Let us make sure Bulma is settled first. I sent it tough for me. I'm just a 4-year-old running around, Bulma sighed. Bulma, you've worked hard, Tai Si said, nearly in tears. Bulma glanced at her sister and then at a peculiar-looking individual accompanying her. Chapter 17. Galactic Patrolman Gag. Bulma stared intently at the odd figure, momentarily lost in thought. By the way, sister, I was just about to ask who this person is. Bulma inquired curiously. Tai Si, please introduce me quickly. Gak said, patting his chest. Tai Si, this is Galactic Patrolman Gak. I've never heard of him. Bulma shook her head, showing little interest in the peculiar individual. Little one, I am an elite galactic patrolman. This planet is under my jurisdiction, Gak asserted, leaning forward to pat Bulma on the head. Don't touch my head. I absolutely despise it when others do that. Bulma rolled her eyes. Gak quickly withdrew his hand. And I'm not a little kid. I'm already married, Bulma added. Married? Tai Si blinked in surprise at a loss for words. What are you talking about? A 4-year-old getting married. Tai Si chuckled. Are you playing house again? Bulma, I'm really married. My husband is sleeping over there. Bulma pointed to Vegeta, who was napping on a distant recliner. Tai Si glanced in the direction Bulma indicated. Indeed, it looks like you're just playing house. But on another note, Bulma, how did your parents get poisoned? The doctor said it was food poisoning. What did they eat that they shouldn't have? Tai Si quickly asked, and I'm puzzled too. Bulma shook her head. I ate the same food as Mom and Dad. I seem fine. That is strange. Tai Si was equally baffled. How could they be poisoned like that? I know. You must have wanted to poison your parents to inherit their estate. Gak suggested. Bulma, Tai Si, what are you saying? Bulma glared at Gak in anger. Gak, keep your comments to yourself, Tai Si said, equally irritated. Your imagination as a galactic patrolman is quite vivid. If you suggested that Bulma would poison her parents when she grows up to inherit their estate, I might have believed you, but she is only 4 years old, and the inheritance would go to me as the eldest daughter. Tai Si joked. Why are we all like this? Bulma felt exasperated. Speaking of which, did your parents drink alcohol? It wouldn't be alcohol poisoning, would it? Gak suddenly thought of something and asked, don't say that. It really might be alcohol poisoning. Bulma slapped her forehead. Vegeta brought back a delicate wine flask. Mom took a little and then fainted. Vegeta. Gak paused. Why does that name sound so familiar? What? You're only telling me now about such an important matter. Why didn't you mention it while we were at the hospital? Tai Si said, half laughing, half crying. Quick, bring me that wine flask to take a look. Bulma dashed to the dining room to retrieve the bottle of super divine water. Soon, she returned, holding the bottle aloft. This is it. Bulma handed the bottle to Tai Si. Let me see, Gak said. As an elite galactic patrolman, even if it is toxic, it won't affect me. Tai Si handed the bottle to Gak. Gak picked up the bottle and gently shook it. There is still quite a bit of wine left inside, he stated. Bulma and her sister nodded in agreement. This bottle is indeed quite peculiar. Aside from the opening, there seems to be no other way to access it. Gak examined the bottle closely. Bulma, where did you acquire such an odd bottle? Tai Si inquired. That belongs to Vegeta. He got drunk from it. Bulma pointed to the still-sleeping Vegeta in the distance. Never mind that. If we can find the culprit, Dad and Mom will wake up faster. Tai Si said, I'll first try to determine what poison it is. As Gak spoke, he was about to take a swig from the bottle's mouth. Be careful. Gak. Tai Si expressed her concern that, it's fine. I just mentioned I'm an elite galactic patrolman, and even if it's toxic, it won't affect me. Gak disregarded her warning and poured some into his mouth. As the super divine water entered Gak's mouth, he instantly felt an overwhelming pain. Puffed, Gak spat out the super divine water. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bulma, Tai Si. The sisters were left in shock. Tai Si quickly rushed over to Gak, patting his face and calling his name loudly. Gak, however, showed no signs of response. Bulma nearly burst into laughter. Bulma, stop laughing. His condition isn't good. Call for an ambulance quickly. Tai Si said, nearly in tears. Bulma wiped her brow. Before long, the ambulance returned, sirens wailing. What? Poisoned again? The doctor, amused, remarked, are the wealthy so bored they enjoy experimenting with poisons? What exactly is so delectable? The doctor inquired, intrigued. It's this. At least we found the culprit this time. Tai Si handed the super divine water bottle to the doctor. Is it tasty? The doctor replied. Bemused. Well, we'll take this back to the hospital for testing. All right, please take care of it. Tai Si nodded. By the way, that guy is an alien. I wonder if our treatments will work on him? Bulma said to the doctor, an alien? The doctor looked at Gak, a look of shock crossing his face as he hurriedly examined Gak's face and body. Gak was abruptly roused from his stupor. Hey, what are you doing to me? I'm an elite galactic patrolman, Gak shouted, pointing at the doctor. T.S. awake. The doctor was taken aback. Gak, are you all right? Tai Si asked with concern. T.S.H., what an elite galactic patrolman. You fainted from just a little wine. Bulma rolled her eyes. What do you know, little girl? Gak huffed. I didn't faint. I was analyzing the toxins through a deep sleep. So what is the conclusion? Bulma asked. It is an extremely dangerous poison, composed of a molecular formula I've never encountered before. Gak shook his head. Is there an antidote? Tai Si inquired, feeling utterly helpless. It's hopeless. Jayak shook his head, acknowledging that they could only endure with their own immune systems. Chapter 18. Mutation. Combat power of 3 million. What? Tai Si felt tears welling up. Tai Si, more not. The fate of your parents will be decided in these next 3 days, Jayak sighed. What a meaningless statement. Bulma shook her head, suddenly comprehending the deeper implications of Jayak's words, tears glistening in her eyes as she murmured, What? Did you just say something about my parents? Their friend is right. You must brace yourselves. Bulma, the doctor let out a resigned sigh that if we cannot find an antidote for this poison, it seems we can only rely on the immune system to withstand it. The outcome will depend on these 3 days. But why is Vegeta unharmed? Bulma asked, puzzled. What? That child drank it too, the doctor exclaimed in disbelief. The Capsule Corporation family has truly had enough. Are you treating poison as a mere game? Hurry and take them to the hospital. The doctor urged. How much did that child drink? Tai Si inquired. He claimed to have consumed 2 pounds. Look at him. He's already inebriated, Bulma replied. Perhaps he is not merely intoxicated. Perhaps he has already succumbed. Jayak lamented. Wah! Bulma began to wail uncontrollably. I don't want to be a widow. Bulma cried, her heart heavy with sorrow. I too do not wish to lose my parents, Tai Si added. Bulma quickly wiped her tears and rushed to Vegeta's side. Checking for his breath. Hey, it seems your sister is even more distraught about being a widow, Jayak whispered. Silence. Aren't you supposed to be an elite Galactic Patrol officer? Think of something. Tai Si scolded. If we could contact our Galactic Patrol headquarters. Perhaps they could send an exceptional healer. This poison could be neutralized, Jayak explained. But do not forget, my spaceship's communicator is broken, and I have no means to reach headquarters. This is dire. Tai Si sighed helplessly. Then suddenly turned to Bulma. Bulma, can you repair the communicator? What a joke. She's merely a 4-year-old child. Jayak shook his head. Do not underestimate my sister. She's a prodigy, Tai Si asserted, then called out to Bulma. Bulma, Jayak's communicator is broken. If you can help him fix it, perhaps the Galactic Patrol can save our parents. I can't. I haven't learned yet, but I can try, Bulma replied, raising her head towards Tai Si. This is absurd. Without me, this family would have fallen apart long ago. And now you want me to fix a communicator? I'm only 4. Tai Si fell silent. She claims to be young, yet earlier she said she was already married. Jayak whispered to Tai Si, "There isn't a single normal person in our family." Tai Si shook her head. By the way, Vegeta seems fine. He's still breathing, Bulma added. Doctor? The doctor was momentarily stunned and hurried to examine Vegeta's condition. Indeed, he was still alive. Did he really drink 2 pounds? The doctor asked. That's what he said. I'm not sure how much he actually consumed, Bulma replied, shaking her head. Your parents nearly perished after just a sip. The doctor sighed. If your friend truly drank 2 pounds, I'm afraid there may be no hope for him, I can assure you. I can contact headquarters to rescue your parents. But for your friend, if he truly drank that much, I cannot guarantee his survival. Jayak added, You've consumed 2 pounds of poison. Even with the Galactic Patrol's healer, there may be no way to save you. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered. The name of this boy seemed familiar. Where had she heard it before? Am I destined to become a widow? Bulma felt tears welling up again. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted for Vegeta. Looking closely, they saw him surrounded by a brilliant white light. The radiance was blinding, akin to a burning sun. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed in terror, hastily retreating to observe from a distance. Is this the result of drinking too much poison, causing him to explode? Jayak was also taken aback. Tai Si immediately hid behind Jayak. The doctor stood dumbfounded. Can one truly explode from consuming too much poison? Am I dreaming? With a clap, Vegeta slowly levitated into the air. Opening his eyes, boom, a surge of immense energy and blinding light erupted from Vegeta. Boundless energy radiated outward from him. Boom! Vegeta released the energy and took a deep breath, gently descending from the air. He exhaled the air he inhaled, feeling invigorated, as though his body had undergone a profound transformation. Vegeta quickly assessed the intensity of energy within him at this moment. His combat power was beyond the scope of the detector. After all, this model could only measure up to a little over 50,000. This detector was more advanced than that of Qiu Yi. Vegeta could only gauge his combat power through the intensity of energy he felt inside. This time, Vegeta sensed that his power had likely reached an astonishing height of 3 million. Incredible! I consumed 2 pounds of super divine water, dramatically elevating my combat power from 12,000 to 3 million. If this combat power could be transformed into Super Saiyan, wouldn't I easily overpower Frieza? The effects of the super divine water are truly remarkable. I must continue drinking. Perhaps I can elevate my base power to over 10 million. Vegeta had slept for over 8 hours. During this time, he had completely digested the super divine water. Moreover, the areas that had decayed due to the water were restored through his regenerative abilities. The Saiyan's near-death state, combined with the latent potential of the super divine water, allowed Vegeta's combat power to multiply rapidly in a short span. This was the reason for his astonishing rise to 3 million. Vegeta was ecstatic. It seemed that wishing for immortality from the dragon was indeed a wise choice. Although this immortality was not yet complete, it mattered not that in the future, he would have the opportunity to upgrade the dragon of Namek or, upon encountering the dragon of God, request genuine immortality. For now, the priority was to continue enhancing his combat power. Chapter 19. Rescuing Bulma's parents. Vegeta patted his chest. Where is the super divine water? He quickly turned his gaze towards Bulma, Tai Si, and Jayak. Isn't that the Galactic Patrol, Jayak? What is he doing here? Vegeta soon noticed the doctor nearby, who was still holding the bottle of super divine water. Vegeta extended his hand, exerting an invisible force upon the doctor's hand. Snap! The bottle of super divine water slipped from the doctor's grasp. Soaring towards Vegeta, he caught the bottle, shook it, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. It seemed that during his slumber, the super divine water had increased significantly. Should he drink it now, or wait until it fully matured in 3 days? Perhaps it would be better to wait and consume 2 pounds at once for enhanced effects. Vegeta secured the bottle of super divine water. The next moment, he strode towards Bulma and Tai Si. Both sisters were taken aback, and Jayak stood frozen as he suddenly realized that this child had a tail. Wasn't he the Saiyan? Is this fellow named Vegeta? Is he not the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? I thought his name sounded somewhat familiar. So, it is indeed him. What brings the Prince of the Saiyans to Earth? This is utterly disastrous. It appears Earth is beyond saving now that I should make a hasty retreat. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom, said Gak, before turning and sprinting away. That I refuse to be in the presence of a monster. Halt! Vegeta's voice rang out. Gak, nearly on the brink of a breakdown, thought to himself, you think just because you tell me to stop, I will? Absolutely not. He ran even faster. You think your speed can outpace my energy blast? Vegeta's voice echoed distantly. Gak immediately skidded to a halt, coming to an abrupt stop. Coughing, Gak trudged back, appearing rather disheveled. Why did you see me running? Did you recognize my identity? Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Gak. Your identity? Who are you? I don't know you. Gak vigorously shook his head. Bulma, what is happening? What is this man in the white coat doing here? Vegeta disregarded Gak and focused his inquiry on Bulma. Vegeta, I'm relieved you're all right. I thought you had perished. Bulma exhaled in relief. I certainly do not wish to become a widow. What kind of logic is that? Vegeta retorted, rendered speechless, and why parents consumed the liquor from your bottle and were taken away by an ambulance. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Bulma wept to Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback. Your parents drank this super divine water. They must be quite talented, and no wonder the hospital has issued a critical condition notice. How many robust individuals have succumbed after drinking that? Your parents are merely ordinary people. This has escalated tremendously. Do not panic. I will consult someone to see if they can be saved, Vegeta pondered. You have a way. Bulma was taken aback. It's still uncertain. Please wait for me a moment. I will return shortly. With that, Vegeta shot into the sky like a cannonball. He was propelled upwards at such speed that he left behind a series of sonic booms. Soon, Vegeta appeared atop Korin Tower. Korin, we meet again, Vegeta greeted the guardian of Korin. Korin stared at Vegeta in astonishment. You drank 2 pounds of super divine water and emerged unscathed. Moreover, I could distinctly sense your energy is on the verge of exploding. I'm aware of Bulma's parent situation. I am deeply sorry, but even I cannot neutralize the poison of the super divine water. Korin shook his head. If it were possible, those who perished after consuming it would still be alive. Is there truly no other way? Vegeta pressed further. Perhaps you should consult the Grand Kai. If he cannot help, then Bulma's parents are likely beyond saving. Korin replied solemnly. Whoosh, Vegeta swiftly appeared in the Grand Kai's temple. The Grand Kai looked at Vegeta and feared. In just a few hours, the energy within this boy had become overwhelmingly powerful. If his energy reading was over 10,000 before, I sense it has now increased by at least 300 times. The Grand Kai was genuinely terrified that his battle power, such that even a simple fart could obliterate someone. I understand. I can neutralize the toxins in their bodies. Let us proceed at once. The Grand Kai sighed in resignation. You are quite agreeable. Vegeta smiled slightly. In an instant, Vegeta and the Grand Kai appeared in the hospital where Bulma's parents were being treated. The Grand Kai personally undertook the task of detoxifying Bulma's parents. This is a unique healing technique of the Namekians, which Vegeta does not possess. In less than a minute, the poison from the super divine water within Bulma's parents had been completely neutralized. They will be able to return home once they awaken, the Grand Kai announced. Excellent, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, giving the Grand Kai a pat on the shoulder. Consider this a favor owed. Not at all. As the god of Earth, I too do not wish to see the planet's greatest scientist perish due to poisoning from the super divine water. The Grand Kai smiled. Very well, I shall take my leave, Vegeta said, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing swiftly. The Grand Kai was momentarily stunned. You say farewell, yet head towards the temple. Before long, the Grand Kai saw Vegeta maneuvering the spaceship stationed at the temple, descending towards West City. Soon, the spaceship piloted by Vegeta landed at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. The sudden appearance of such a colossal object startled both Bulma and Tais greatly. Gak trembled in fear. Indeed, a Saiyan, is this not Frieza's spaceship? With a thud, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Vegeta emerged. He stood before Bulma. It's you. Is that your spaceship? Bulma sighed in relief. Chapter 20. Preparing for canned peaches. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. I've already arranged for the toxins in your parents to be neutralized. They will awaken shortly and will be fine. Huh, huh, huh. Bulma was taken aback. Ties remained speechless for a while. You neutralized the poison already. You were gone for less than 10 minutes. Hey, what? They are awake? Vital signs completely normal. The doctor, having received a phone call, was left astonished by the news. Bulma and Ties turned to the doctor. My colleague just called. Dr. Briefs and his wife have fully recovered. This is indeed a medical miracle. The doctor exclaimed in admiration. This has nothing to do with medicine. Bulma shook her head. Bulma, that is quite rude, Ties softly admonished. Thank you, doctor, but on another note, Bulma, did your parents intend to consume this? Vegeta inquired. My mom thought your flask was quite unique. She assumed the liquor inside must be delightful, so she added a few dishes for my dad, Bulma explained. You all actually considered this to be drinkable? Vegeta responded incredulously. 3 days later, Dr. Briefs and his wife, Picky, had fully recovered. Vegeta resumed his routine of consuming the super divine water. Simultaneously, he provided a spaceship to Dr. Briefs for research. Vegeta no longer felt any fear of Frieza. Even if Frieza were to arrive on Earth now, I am confident in achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan in a short period at AS for the Galactic Patrolman Gak. Noticing that Vegeta did not intend to confront him, his previously anxious heart finally relaxed. Dr. Briefs repaired Gak's spaceship. Fearing that Vegeta might change his mind, Gak promptly piloted the spaceship back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Vegeta continued to drink the Super Divine Water as before. A bottle of Super Divine Water was consumed entirely by Vegeta. After finishing the Super Divine Water, Vegeta sought a place to rest. Over 8 hours later, boom, a surge of immense energy erupted for Vegeta once again. He assessed the strength of his energy. Not bad, not bad. My foundational combat power has soared to an impressive height of 5 million. The Super Divine Water truly is a remarkable substance. When I next encounter Bardos, I must insist on a thorough examination of my body that I hope my enhanced combat power does not lead to a degree of toxicity that becomes irreparable. Logically, that should not be the case. After all, my body is of the immortal variety. While I have yet to achieve true immortality, I certainly possess the potential for it. Vegeta shook the bottle of Super Divine Water. I must wait 3 more days. However, I cannot afford to be idle during this time, that I need to devise a method to learn how to control my combat power. Such an immense power, if not concealed, seems to deplete my energy far too rapidly. Yes, I shall pay a visit to Master Rashi. I will spend some time learning from that fellow. Bulma, I shall be stepping out for a while, Vegeta informed Bulma. Huh, where are you going? Bulma inquired. I'm going out to train. I cannot say for certain when I will return, Vegeta replied. Going out to train? You are quite something, putting in such effort at merely 5 years old, Bulma marveled. How else can I aspire to become the strongest warrior in the universe? Vegeta smiled. You aim to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Bulma was momentarily stunned. During this time, please prepare some yellow peaches, along with rock sugar and a glass bottle. Vegeta continued, and could you also craft a watch for me? It should be able to hold those magical beans. Why do you need so many yellow peaches? Bulma was taken aback. I am off now, Vegeta stated, offering no further explanation as he took to the skies. In an instant, Vegeta appeared above Master Rashi's island, descending gracefully. Thud! Vegeta landed on the ground with his hands in his pockets. You again! The turtle was startled by Vegeta's sudden appearance, shivering and sweating profusely. You have returned, Vegeta smiled. I have returned, the turtle stammered. You are an eyesore, Vegeta remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the turtle. How am I an eyesore? What have I done to you? The turtle protested. Never mind. I am in a good mood today, so I shall not hold it against you, Vegeta replied, ignoring the turtle as he strode into the room. I haven't done anything to provoke you, right? That little demon. The turtle thought. As Vegeta reached the doorway, he was greeted by the cheerful sound of dance music emanating from within. It was the same familiar tune and rhythm. Master Rashi, engrossed in the television, was practically glued to the screen, captivated by a performance by several beautiful dancers. Vegeta, not wanting to disturb Master Rashi, took a seat on the sofa, enjoying the spectacle on the screen to his surprise. The dancers were quite skilled. After 5 minutes, the program concluded with an announcement. That is all for today's show. We shall see you again at the same time in 2 days. The television then switched to advertisements. Much to Master Rashi's dismay. I asked that all? What a pity. What a pity, he sighed, stretching his old back and moving his arms. In the next moment, Master Rashi sensed some movement behind him. He quickly turned around and spotted Vegeta sitting on the sofa. Who is this child? How did you get here? Master Rashi inquired hastily. I have come to learn martial arts from you. Vegeta smiled. Learn martial arts with me? Master Rashi was taken aback. This child was quite spirited for his age. Worthy of commendation. When can we begin? Vegeta asked. However, I no longer take on apprentices, so you should leave. Master Rashi chuckled. I do not intend to become your disciple. I merely wish for you to teach me how to control my energy. Vegeta explained, for my internal energy is far too potent, and I worry I might inadvertently shatter the earth. Chapter 21. I'm the god of martial arts. Master Rashi was left in a daze for several seconds. Then he stared at Vegeta, unblinking. You are quite amusing, little one. I have never encountered anyone so boastful. You must know my identity, right? I'm the revered Master Rashi, known as the god of martial arts. Even I lack the power to obliterate the earth with a single punch. Vegeta merely smiled in response. How about this? Instead of discussing the destruction of the earth, let me first assess your strength and see if you are worthy of my instruction, Master Rashi suggested. Let us go outside. It would be rather impolite to destroy your home, Vegeta said. As if this were a fierce battle. Master Rashi laughed heartily. Very well, let us head outside. Moments later, Vegeta followed Master Rashi outside the house. Come, little one, give it your all and attack me. Master Rashi beckoned. In that case, I shall not hold back. Be prepared, Vegeta warned. Rest assured, nothing will happen, Master Rashi replied confidently, while the turtle looked on with eager anticipation. Did I see that correctly? This little brat is challenging the god of martial arts. This is a perfect opportunity for Master Rashi to teach this little demon a lesson. You may begin. Master Rashi signaled to Vegeta once more. Very well. Vegeta lightly waved his sleeve. Whoosh! An invisible energy materialized before Master Rashi in an instant. Bang! With a muffled thud, Master Rashi was caught off guard, his body flying backward at great speed. Crash! Master Rashi's form pierced through the house behind him and burst forth from the other side, followed by several tumbling rolls on the ground, eventually landing in the ocean. The waves surged to heights of several dozen meters. Master Rashi continued to tumble in the water. Once he finally came to a halt, his head tilted, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The turtle stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? What transpired a moment ago? Alas, I still failed to control my strength. Vegeta sighed, soaring into the sky and quickly appearing beside Master Rashi. With a swift motion, Vegeta grasped Master Rashi's shell, pulling him from the water and bringing him back to the island. Next, Vegeta retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and placed it in Master Rashi's mouth. After consuming the magical bean, Master Rashi opened his eyes, looking at Vegeta with a hint of terror. Coughing, he asked, "What was it you just told me, little one?" "I said I want to learn martial arts from you." Vegeta replied. "Master Rashi, cough cough, are you serious, little one? You are already so powerful, and yet you wish to learn from me. It is precisely because I am so powerful that I wish to learn from you." Vegeta responded. Master Rashi fell silent. What kind of logic is this? I scarcely know how to respond to you. Put it simply, I have inadvertently become far too strong. My power has increased by 500 times in merely 5 or 6 days, and I still struggle to control it. Thus, I seek your guidance on how to manage my own strength, Vegeta explained. Master Rashi. The turtle was utterly dumbfounded. You said your power increased by how much? Master Rashi asked. 500 times, Vegeta replied. Master Rashi fell silent once more. 500 times. Are you even human? The turtle rolled his eyes, nearly fainting. Cough, cough. How did you achieve that? The turtle sage forced a smile and remarked. It is quite simple. I drink the ultra-divine water as if it were wine. As he spoke, Vegeta produced a bottle of ultra-divine water from his pocket. Ultra-divine water? I believe I have heard of this substance before. The turtle sage paused, suddenly recalling, isn't this the creation of Master Karin? Indeed, Vegeta nodded affirmatively. That rascal, Mr. Karen, actually gifted you such a precious divine water. The turtle sage was at a loss for words. That detestable old cat had refused to share ultra-divine water with him when he had requested it, offering only ordinary water instead, all while boasting about it being the ultra-sacred water. How shameless! If you desire to drink it, once you teach me to control my ki, I shall give you as much as you wish. Vegeta stated. Really? Splendid. Then it's a promise. The turtle sage nodded excitedly. This young man had consumed the ultra-divine water and gained a power increase of 500 times. If I were to partake of it, perhaps I could regain my youth. How much stronger could I become? It is possible I might become 1,000 times more powerful. The turtle sage's face was etched with boundless anticipation. By the way, what is your name? He inquired. Vegeta, Vegeta replied. That tail of yours is quite unique. Is it real? The turtle sage had noticed Vegeta's tail long. It is indeed real, but that is not the point. Hurry and teach me, Vegeta urged. You mean to control your own ki, the energy within you, correct? The turtle sage pondered. Actually, this is not a difficult task. As long as you maintain a calm mind, you will gradually sense the ki within your body. And then you can. As he spoke, the turtle sage shared his insights and understanding regarding ki. Vegeta listened patiently. 3 minutes passed. The turtle sage continued to expound. Understood. Vegeta suddenly interjected. The turtle sage? He looked utterly perplexed. I have yet to finish my explanation. How could you possibly understand already? Please allow me to complete my thoughts. The turtle sage hastily added. Be silent. Let me conduct my own research, Vegeta retorted. The turtle sage thought to himself. This little brat is rather unlikable. Very well. If you wish to research on your own, then so be it. You had best not come to me for questions again. Wait a moment, my house. This young man had declared his intention to emerge and ended up leaving 2 holes in my home. Vegeta disregarded the turtle sage and quietly moved aside, silently processing the words the turtle sage had just shared. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta swiftly absorbed the immense energy within him. He exhaled a breath of energy. In the next moment, Vegeta quietly sensed the intensity of the energy he was emitting. Quite satisfactory. I have already concealed about 50 to 60% of it. Once more, approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta had successfully retracted all his aura. At last, he achieved the ability to freely control his ki and energy. The turtle sage's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man comprehended everything so swiftly. He truly is a martial arts prodigy. Chapter 22. Summoning Bardock. All right. Thank you for your guidance, Vegeta said with satisfaction. Splendid indeed. Your capacity for comprehension is truly remarkable. If you continue to train diligently, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional martial artist. The turtle sage praised him profusely. I have no desire to be merely an outstanding martial artist. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the entire universe, Vegeta replied with a smile. The strongest in the universe. The turtle sage wiped his brow and coughed. That is quite an ambitious goal. After saying this, the turtle sage's gaze fixated on the bottle of ultra-divine water hanging from Vegeta's side. Well, Vegeta, according to our agreement, that ultra-divine water. The turtle sage chuckled. Fetch a cup. I shall pour you a drink. Vegeta responded. A cup? You only intend to give me 1 cup. How miserly of you. You have been consuming it like wine, which is why you have become so powerful. And yet, when it comes to me, you offer only a single cup? Indeed. You never specified how large the cup should be. I will find a larger one. The turtle sage dashed into the room and returned with a cup the size of a basin. 1 cup is 1 cup, he declared. You brought me a regular cup, Vegeta exclaimed, his nostrils flaring in irritation. Filling this will take 3 days. I intend to save some for myself. Are you not concerned about poisoning yourself with such a quantity, you stingy fellow? The turtle sage sighed helplessly before grabbing a large wine glass. Vegeta shook his head and poured a small amount for the turtle sage. This all. Pour me a bit more, he urged. That is all there is. Serve yourself, Vegeta replied, handing the ultra-divine water bottle to the turtle sage. The turtle sage shook the bottle. Indeed, it is empty. This miserly little brat. I shall taste a bit first to check its flavor. Hey, turtle, Why are you standing there dazed? Prepare me a plate of peanuts. The turtle sage ordered the sea turtle. You want me, a sea turtle, to prepare peanuts for you? The sea turtle wiped his brow and promptly went to the kitchen to bring out a plate of peanuts. Now to enhance my strength. After drinking this cup, my power may increase 100-fold. The turtle sage's face was filled with boundless anticipation as he took a bite of the peanuts and then a sip of the ultra-divine water. Once the ultra-divine water entered the turtle sage's mouth, his expression transformed dramatically. Ah! He cried out in distress. Why is this so spicy? Oh, I forgot to mention, this substance is highly toxic. Only by overcoming the damage caused by its toxicity can one significantly enhance their strength. Vegeta nonchalantly interjected. The turtle sage's eyes widened, unsure whether to swallow the ultra-divine water in his mouth. However, he gritted his teeth and ultimately downed it. This young man consumes this as if it were wine without issue. I am the god of martial arts. How could I possibly suffer? So the turtle sage thought. Then he suddenly tilted his head and fainted. Hey, turtle, come here, Vegeta called to the sea turtle. I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle. The sea turtle corrected him. Quit your prattling. Do you believe I won't toss you to the other side of the ocean, never to find your way home? Vegeta warned. The sea turtle felt as though he might weep. What have I done to deserve this? He lamented, hastily crawling over. This old fellow may sleep for quite some time, or he might even perish. Keep an eye on him, Vegeta instructed. If he dies, I suppose there's nothing to keep an eye on. Right? The sea turtle chuckled helplessly. You make a fair point. Vegeta nodded, slowly ascending into the sky. Then I wish you good luck. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Before long, Vegeta returned to the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, back so soon? Bulma rushed to his side. Have you finished your training? Indeed, I am essentially done with my training, Vegeta affirmed. When shall we go on our honeymoon? Bulma asked eagerly. Why parents have been discharged from the hospital. Although they are no longer in danger, this brings a new concern for Bulma. She must return to kindergarten. Bulma could hardly wait to go on a honeymoon with Vegeta. We shall go on our honeymoon once you grow up, Vegeta declared. I am preparing to leave Earth. Wait, you're leaving Earth? Where are you headed? Didn't you mention that your home planet had already been destroyed? Bulma inquired with astonishment. Of course, I must continue my training, Vegeta replied candidly. You still wish to train? But haven't you already been training? Bulma questioned, perplexed. The training I am currently undertaking consists of merely the most rudimentary techniques. I seek to train under a true deity, Vegeta asserted. A true deity? Bulma was taken aback. Very well, there will be ample opportunities for us to meet again, Vegeta said, patting Bulma's head. When you turn 16, I shall return. 16. Bulma shook her head in disbelief. Without further ado, Vegeta retrieved the communicator that Beerus had given him from his chest. It is time to engage in earnest training with Beerus. What is that? Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. This is a communicator for contacting the gods, Vegeta smiled, pressing the button and calling out loudly. Beerus, are you there? Beerus? That sounds like a girl's name, Bulma remarked, momentarily stunned in the distant 6th universe. On the planet Zampa, Beerus immediately received Vegeta's call. A connection was established. Oh my, is that you, little Vegeta? Have you resolved your matters over there? Beerus asked with a smile. Yes, it has been taken care of. As per our agreement, I will come to train with you, Vegeta responded. Have you prepared the canned peaches? Beerus inquired with a keen interest. How long will it take for you to arrive? Vegeta asked. You are on Earth in the 7th universe, correct? Beerus pondered. If I were to fly from here, it would take at least 6 hours. That should be ample time. Come over now, and we can enjoy them together. Vegeta replied. All right, I shall see you in 6 hours, Beerus nodded. Concluding the call, Vegeta swiftly began preparing the canned peaches. What on earth are you preparing all these peaches for? Are you making them for that girl? Bulma asked, a hint of discontent in her voice. She is not merely a girl. She has lived for over 1 billion years, Vegeta explained while continuing his preparations. What? Then isn't she just an old crone? Bulma gasped, astonished. Is it even possible for someone to live that long? She possesses eternal life, Vegeta stated. Really? She must be quite the ancient relic, Bulma muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Beerus addressed Zampa. Lord Zampa, I am off to the Earth in the 7th universe. Has that young lad finished his tasks? Zampa inquired. Yes, he has completed them, Bados confirmed with a nod. Have the canned peaches been prepared? Zampa asked again. Oh dear, that is precisely what I'm going for. Bados chuckled. Very well. If they are not to your taste, do not bring them back, Zampa suggested. Understood, Bados nodded in agreement. With a gentle tap of her staff against the ground, Bados radiated a dazzling light akin to that of the stars. In an instant, she transformed into a vibrant stream of colors, swiftly soaring into the cosmos towards the seventh universe. Before long, 6 hours had passed. Vegeta was ready for departure. Before leaving, he generously gifted his spaceship to Bulma's father for research purposes. He had little to take with him, save for a vial of super divine water. This is a remarkable item. Whenever you find yourself with idle time, drink it to replenish your energy, he mused. She is here. Vegeta looked skyward, noticing the brilliant light appearing in the sky. Bulma quickly darted behind a tree. The old crone has arrived. I wonder how ugly she must be, even if her voice is quite pleasant. With a sudden thud, Bados descended gracefully beside Vegeta. Here, give this a try, Vegeta said, handing her a jar of canned peaches. Is this the canned peaches? Bados examined the jar closely, murmuring to herself. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, offering her a spoon. Bados took a small taste. Upon savoring the canned peaches, her eyes lit up with delight, relishing the exquisite flavor. Oh my, this is delightful, sweet and crisp, truly a culinary marvel, she exclaimed. Bulma stood in stunned silence. This woman isn't an old crone at all. She appears quite beautiful. Vegeta, you deceiver. Does she really look like someone who has lived for over 1 billion years? She looks like a vibrant young girl. What about the other canned peaches? Bados inquired. They're all in this ring, Vegeta replied, shaking the ring on his finger. Is it a storage ring? Bados exclaimed, surprised that such technology existed on this planet. Indeed, Vegeta confirmed. This ring was crafted by Bulma's father, and it contains a cubic meter of storage space. Currently, my Senza beans, canned peaches, and some miscellaneous items are stored within. Then let us be on our way. Bados urged, without hesitation. Vegeta stepped forward and embraced Bados. With a radiant burst of light, Bados soared into the sky with Vegeta in in an instant. They vanished into the cosmos, lost from sight. Hey Vegeta, when will you return? Bulma shouted into the sky, but Vegeta could no longer hear her. Yes, she watched his figure disappear. A wave of melancholy washed over Bulma, akin to a child whose toy had been snatched away. That blue-skinned woman is utterly intolerable. In the vastness of space, Bados and Vegeta sped onward. Approximately 2 hours later, Vegeta focused his gaze and realized that Bados had brought him to the edge of the universe. Is this truly the edge of the universe? Vegeta asked. Indeed, beyond this lies the void, an uncharted realm. Bados explained with a smile that we must traverse the void for over an hour before entering the sixth universe. Quite a lengthy journey, Vegeta acknowledged. Indeed, it is rather troublesome to come all this way to fetch you. Bados chuckled. With a gentle tap, Bados guided Vegeta into the void. The void was an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any substance. Bados and Vegeta swiftly navigated through this emptiness. After approximately 40 minutes, Vegeta suddenly spotted a radiant light in the distance. Bados, who is that over there? Vegeta inquired. Bados noticed the brilliant glow as well. Oh my, is that not my sister? She smiled, propelling herself toward the light. Soon, Bados came to a halt beside the figure. Sister Kess, it has been far too long. Bados bowed gracefully before Kusu, who appeared beside her. Also an angel. This enchanting angel bore the appearance of a petite, doll-like beauty. Her name was Kusu. Kusu was the angel of the 10th universe, whose corresponding god of destruction was the mighty Kampa. If you are unfamiliar with the 10th universe, you may recognize Zamasu, the supreme Kai of that realm. Indeed, Zamasu is the supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Vegeta, too, scrutinized the angel Kusu with a discerning gaze. Remarkably, this little angel possessed a certain charm. Despite her small stature, her doll-like visage was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Bados, it has been a while. Kusu returned the greeting. Where are you headed, dear sister Kusu? Inquired Bados. I have just returned from the 3rd universe, and am preparing to return to the 10th universe. Kusu replied. And you, Bados? I have just come back from the 7th universe, and am on my way to the 6th universe. Bados responded. Kusu had long been aware of Vegeta's presence behind Bados. This is Mr. Vegeta. Lord Kampa may wish to cultivate him as a potential successor to the role of God of Destruction. Bados explained succinctly he appears quite young. Kusu remarked with a smile. That is precisely why we must begin his training early. After all, Lord Kampa shows no signs of retirement just yet. Perhaps once Mr. Vegeta matures, Lord Kampa will consider stepping down. Bados chuckled. I see. Could amused, merely inquiring without intent to delve deeper. Sister Kusu, do visit our 6th universe sometime. Bados invited. I would love to. I shall make a point to visit when time permits. Kusu nodded in agreement. The two angelic beauties exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave, parting ways and swiftly ascending into the heavens. The conversation among angels always this dull. A bit of gossip would suffice. Vegeta scoffed, shaking his head in disappointment. Bados flew onward. Her staff vibrated suddenly. Startled, she turned to examine her staff. Oh dear, it is the Grand Minister! Bados exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, too, was taken aback. Could it be that the Grand Minister overheard my vow about him? That would indeed be troublesome. Just give me a few years to develop before confronting me, all right? At present, I am no match for you. Please, do not speak. Did you hear that? Bados instructed Vegeta earnestly. Rest assured. I am quite discreet, Vegeta replied. That I sense there is more to your words than meets the eye, Bados remarked, choosing to ignore Vegeta's musings and promptly activating communication through her staff. Grand Minister, it has been quite some time. Bados spoke politely. Bados, I need you to come to the King of All's palace. I have matters to discuss with you. The Grand Minister addressed her. Right now? Bados asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, immediately. Is there an issue? The Grand Minister smiled. No issue at all. Of course not, Bados replied. Very well, I shall await you at the entrance of the King of All's palace, the Grand Minister concluded. Understood, Bados nodded, changing her course mid-flight. You may come alone, the Grand Minister added before concluding the communication. Vegeta certainly heard that, Bados thought, as she had been on speakerphone. Vegeta listened intently to their exchange. He was on the verge of cursing. Grand Minister, what do you mean by that? You expect Bados to go alone. What about me? Am I to be left here? I could perish in this place. No, wait. I should be immortal, though this immortality feels rather experimental. I should be fine. Did you hear that? Bados displayed a resigned expression, explaining the Grand Minister is the most powerful deity in the universe. Vegeta was already aware of this, so he was not particularly surprised. What vexed Vegeta most was the thought of being abandoned. Are you seriously leaving me here? What do you intend to do? Just abandon me. I can survive in this environment, but I will starve to death. Damn it, Grand Minister, Vegeta grumbled inwardly. What precisely do you mean? Have you truly overheard my comment about you? He pondered, contemplating the unfortunate implications that I do not wish to become a tragic figure. Bados sighed. Perhaps on your way to meet the Grand Minister, you could find a suitable planet to drop me off, from here to the King of All's palace. All one needs to do is fly upwards, Bados replied. Thus, there are no suitable planets nearby. Please wait here. I will return swiftly after meeting the Grand Minister, Bados assured Do not jest. Who knows how long the Grand Minister will keep you? What if you're sent to a distant place and take ages? Am I to wait here indefinitely? Vegeta countered, raising a valid concern. Bados nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in Vegeta's words. Would it be too much trouble for you to take me with you? Vegeta inquired. Unfortunately not. The Grand Minister specifically instructed me to go alone. Bados shook her head. What? Just because he is too proud to let me accompany you? Vegeta retorted. How about this? Since we just saw my sister Kusu, why not have her take you to the 10th universe? After I return, I can come to get you, Bados suggested. That plan is quite agreeable. Vegeta nodded in acceptance. Go to the 10th universe works for me. My primary goal is to train with the God of Destruction and the angels. After all, IT matters not whom I accompany. Moreover, Kusu is quite adorable. Then I shall leave you here, and I will promptly visit the Grand Minister. I will contact Sister Kusu on my way to arrange for her to come and collect you. Do not wander off. This is the void, and it is easy to get lost, Bados instructed. All right, Vegeta nodded, showing no dissent. The Grand Minister must be envious of my handsome appearance, which is why he refuses to meet me, Vegeta thought, descending from Battles' side and floating in the expanse of the void. Farewell, Battles waved, transforming into a radiant streak of light as she soared upwards on her journey. Battles quickly established communication with Kusu through her staff. Battles, Kusu responded, slightly surprised, we just parted ways. Why are you calling me so soon? Sister Kusu, may I ask a favor of you? Battles inquired. Speak, Kusu replied. The Grand Minister has summoned me, though I do not know the reason he requested to see me alone, since I was accompanied by Mr. Vegeta. I must leave him in the void, Battles explained. Are you asking me to bring him back to the 10th universe? Kusu inquired. Yes, I will return to collect him after my meeting with the Grand Minister. Battles affirmed. Very well, Kusu agreed without objection that I will send you his location. I appreciate your assistance, sister. Battles concluded, sending Kusu a positioning signal. There is no need for such formality between us angels. Keisai smiled softly. After concluding the call, she turned and swiftly soared into the vastness behind her. Vegeta remained suspended silently in the void, feeling as though he had been forsaken by a girlfriend. This is absurd. Here I am, standing all alone in this desolate realm. Not even a ghost in sight. Even if there were a specter, it would still provide me some company to alleviate the boredom. I wonder if Keisai will come to fetch me. If not, I might truly become a tragic figure. What does it matter if I possess a combat power of 5 million? In this empty void, what can I possibly do? Fortunately, after a brief moment, Vegeta spotted a brilliant light in the distance, shimmering like a star. Whoosh! Keisai rapidly approached from afar. Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief. Battles, you are indeed quite reliable. Keisai, you deserve praise for coming to get me after all. Mr. Vegeta, Battles instructed me to first take you to Universe 10. She must have informed you, right? Keisai inquired. Yes, she did. Vegeta obediently nodded. Then let us be on our way, Keisai beckoned. All right, I appreciate it, Vegeta replied, stepping forward to wrap his arms around Keisai's slender waist. That tickles. Keisai burst into a fit of giggles. Did I touch a ticklish spot? Vegeta asked. Yes, indeed. Please hold me somewhere else. That spot is quite sensitive, Keisai responded. Vegeta adjusted his grip slightly. Keisai, you're not holding me in the right place. Keisai exclaimed, wiping her brow. If it weren't for your youth, I might have been upset. Surely it was unintentional, right? This area seems to provide a firmer hold, Vegeta suggested. Let go. Keisai's expression darkened. I it because I can't hold you here. Vegeta feigned ignorance. Yes, Keisai affirmed. I didn't know. Vegeta quickly changed his position. Only then did Keisai feel much more comfortable. By the way, Mr. Vegeta, how old are you this year? Keisai took a deep breath and asked. Me, I'm 5 years old, Vegeta replied. Only 5? You truly are just a little child, Keisai remarked, realizing he likely did not mean any harm earlier and was unaware of the restrictions on that spot. Very well. I forgive you. Let us depart. Keisai set aside the earlier issue and transformed into a radiant stream of light, soaring towards Universe 10, with Vegeta to the entrance of the Grand Priest's temple. The Grand Priest stood with arms crossed, patiently awaiting Battles' arrival. Beside him stood a young man, his skin also blue, adorned with a halo typical of angels. The young man held a scepter, gazing upwards at the sky. After a while, Battles appeared, flying swiftly from the distance. With a thud, Battles landed directly in front of the Grand Priest. Upon landing, she caught sight of the young man beside the Grand Priest, momentarily taken aback. Battles, you have arrived, the Grand Priest greeted with a smile. Greetings, Grand Priest, Battles bowed respectfully. Rise, the Grand Priest instructed. Battles stood. Mers, allow me to introduce you. This is your sister, Battles, currently the Angel of Universe 6, the Grand Priest announced. Yes, Grand Priest, Mers bowed. Hello, sister. Battles, this is your brother, Mers, who has recently come into being, the Grand Priest continued. Mers is the angel born from Universe 7. Oh my, we have gained another member among the angels, Battles exclaimed joyfully. Have you decided where you wish to train? I brought you here specifically to discuss Mers' training, the Grand Priest replied. Originally, I intended for Whis to mentor him, but Whis is currently preoccupied in the depths of the universe and will take some time to arrive. Since you are nearby, I thought it best to send you. Since Mers is the angel born from Universe 7, It would be most suitable for him to train there, Batos suggested. Indeed, as the Angel of Universe 6. And given that Universe 7 is your mirror universe, you possess considerable knowledge about it. Having you guide Mers as training is an excellent choice, the Grand Priest concurred. Leave this matter to me. Batos declared confidently. Thank you, the Grand Priest replied. Thank you, sister, Mers immediately bowed. Mers, there's no need to be so formal. Batos patted Mers' shoulder. Shall we set off now? Yes, Mers responded. Mers, the Grand Priest addressed him. Yes, Grand Priest, Mers bowed again. You are to venture into the mortal realm to understand good and evil, but do not go to extremes that I hope you refine your inner self and strive to become a formal angel soon. The Grand Priest advised. Yes, Grand Priest, Mers bowed once more. Go forth and do your best. The Grand Priest smiled. Understood. Mers nodded gravely. Then, Father, we shall take our leave. Batos also bowed. The Grand Priest nodded slightly. Mers, my brother, you can fly. Correct? Batos inquired. Yes, Sister Batos, Mers affirmed. Then let us depart, Batos called. Whoosh, whoosh, the two transformed into radiant streams of light, swiftly heading towards Universe 7. Mers, what kind of place do you wish to train in? Batos asked, just as the Grand Priest mentioned. I want to explore good and evil in the mortal realm. Mers replied, so, Sister, could you suggest a place where I can better understand good and evil? Let me think for a moment, Batos mused. I appreciate your help, Sister, Mers said. After contemplating for about half an hour, Batos exclaimed, I have it. In Universe 7, there's a notorious figure known as the Universe Emperor. Universe Emperor? Mers blinked in surprise. His name is Frieza. He established the Frieza Force and rules the cosmos with an iron fist. Batos explained with a smile that if you could join this organization, it might greatly aid you in understanding the nature of humanity's good and evil. Are you suggesting I join their ranks and become a villain? Mers wiped his brow. Not necessarily to be a villain. You are there to train, Batos clarified. Can I at least take a look first? Mers asked with a wry smile. Sure, we can go have a look first. If it doesn't suit you, we can find another place, Batos nodded. In the next moment, Batos took Mers and swiftly traversed Universe 7. After flying for over 3 hours, Batos and Mers arrived near Frieza's spaceship, which was located in the vicinity of planet Vegeta. Ha! Frieza emerged from his spaceship. Raising his right hand high, he let out a series of sinister laughs, conjuring a brown energy sphere in his palm. The energy sphere crackled with lightning, brimming with immeasurable power. Frieza! Bardock charged from planet Vegeta, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Frieza's minions. Frieza smirked disdainfully, pressing his hand downwards. Whoosh! The planet-destroying blast he held soared towards planet Vegeta. Boom! Bardock was struck directly by the planet-destroying missile. In an instant, his body shattered into fragments. Mers, unable to bear the sight any longer, contemplated using the staff in his hand to save Bardock. However, Batos restrained Mers' staff. Mers, what are you doing? Batos inquired. Nothing, Mers quickly replied. Surely you don't intend to save him? Batos sighed. Mers, you must understand that we angels are meant to remain neutral. Aside from guiding humanity in martial arts, we cannot engage in battles or interfere in conflicts. If we do so recklessly, we may cease to exist. This is no jest that I understand, Sister. Mers lowered his head. Moreover, this planet is one that Lord Beerus has decided to destroy. There is nothing we can save, Batos added. Understood, Mers responded. Boom! The next moment, planet Vegeta erupted in a tremendous explosion. The entire planet burst forth with brilliant colors, shattering in this cosmic expanse. Before long, it was reduced to cosmic dust. Every Saiyan on the planet was doomed. Mers closed his eyes, unable to bear the view. Mers, when I was newly born, I too could not bear to witness the destruction of a planet and the extinction of humanity. Batos comforted. However, once you grow a bit more, you will realize that the destruction of planets and the demise of civilizations are inevitable laws of the universe, and I hope you will not dwell on these matters. Understand, Sister, Mers replied, lifting his head and gently nodding. Sister, it is quite evident that the Frieza Force is not suited for me. Could you possibly find me another place for training? I too have come to realize that the Frieza Force is not suitable for you. Let me think for a moment. For now, let us depart from here, Batos suggested. All right, Mears agreed. In an instant, the two departed and soared through the starry skies of the seventh universe. Bados pondered carefully. I've got it. There is an organization called the Galactic Patrol in this part of the seventh universe. Would you consider becoming a Galactic Patrol officer? Bados proposed. Galactic Patrol? What do they do? Mears inquired curiously. The Galactic Patrol primarily serves to uphold justice in the universe. Bados replied that if you can join this organization, it will better aid your understanding of good and evil in the human realm, and it should suit you far better than the Frieza Force. That sounds promising, Mears nodded, but I would like to see it for myself first. Very well, let's first check out the environment there, Bados suggested. Whoosh, whoosh, the two transformed into two brilliant streaks of light, racing towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. After several hours of flight, Mears finally arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters situated within a space station. Bados accompanied Mears outside the headquarters, using her staff to observe the interior. Upon witnessing the work of the Galactic Patrol, Mears quickly grew fond of the place. Sister, I have made my decision that I wish to remain here and become a Galactic Patrol officer to learn about the good and evil in the human realm. Mears declared, Indeed, this place is more suitable for you. Bados nodded gently. Since you have made your choice, I should make a few simple alterations to your appearance. With a flick of her staff, Bados pointed at Mears. Instantly, Mears' skin transformed from blue to a soft purple hue, and the halo around his neck vanished. His angelic attire was replaced with a snug outfit. Thank you, Sister Bados, Mears said, bowing. Now I shall register to join the Galactic Patrol. I believe with your abilities, you will easily become an outstanding member of the Galactic Patrol, Bados smiled. Indeed, Mears nodded, but remember, during your training here, do not use your angelic powers. Bados advised. That I understand, Sister Bados, Mears waved. I shall be on my way. Wait, will you fly directly there? Bados asked as her staff pointed again in a thin air. With a pop, a small spacecraft appeared on the scene. Mears apologized once more and boarded the spacecraft. From a window, he waved at Bados. Whoosh! Mears piloted the spacecraft swiftly towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Newcomers camp. Hello, everyone. I am Iliku from the Southern Universe, the new recruit greeted. Hello, everyone. I am Mears from the Northern Universe. My aspiration is to become an exceptional Galactic Patrol officer. Mears bowed. Very well. I am your instructor, Jark said, hand behind his back, surveying the newcomers. Little did Jark know that this recruit, Mears, would become the top member of the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters in just 3 short years. Mears wrote the pride of the Galactic Patrol with his actions and accomplishments. Yet who could have known that this individual was, in fact, an angel, a true deity cloaked in human skin? Chapter 27. The taste of first love in the 10th universe on planet Ramsey, just as Mears had recently become a Galactic Patrol officer. Vegeta was returning to the realm of destruction in the 10th universe alongside Kess. Upon their return, the god of destruction Ramsey was momentarily taken aback, staring unblinkingly at Vegeta. Who is this fellow? Kess? Ramsey inquired, swaying his elephantine trunk. This is Mr. Vegeta from the 6th universe, Kess explained. Unbeknownst to Kess, Vegeta hailed from the 7th universe, as he had not conducted any investigation. After all, Kess was not particularly interested in Vegeta. Does it matter to me whether he is from the 6th universe or the 7th universe? What brings a 6th universe individual to our 10th universe? Ramsey asked curiously. We encountered Bados on the way. She's gone to meet the Grand Priest, Kess replied. What does Bados meeting the Grand Priest have to do with bringing a 6th universe person back? Ramsey questioned, puzzled. The Grand Priest requested Bados to meet him alone. So she entrusted Mr. Vegeta to me for safekeeping until she concludes her business. Kess sighed. Ramsey, you have so many questions, isn't it just idling away time? Ramsey chuckled, taking an interest in Vegeta, beckoning him over. Hey kid, come here. Vegeta stepped forward. Kid, let me ask you, what does Bados intend to do with you? Ramsey inquired. Is she planning to train you to become the next god of destruction? God of destruction? What is that? Vegeta feigned ignorance. You don't even know what a god of destruction is? You don't even know Bados' identity, do you? Ramsey was taken aback, looking at Vegeta. Don't know. I'm not one for gossip, Vegeta replied. Let me enlighten you. The god of destruction is the greatest deity in this universe. Ramsey huffed, smiling. And I am Ramsey, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. That fat cat you saw beside Batos earlier is Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Understood? Vegeta nodded. Understood? Is that it? Ramsey's expression darkened. What more do you want? Vegeta asked, hands in pockets. When you meet a god of destruction, you should kneel and pay your respects. Addressing me as Lord of Destruction or Lord Ramsey. Ramsey said to Vegeta with irritation, but I am not from the 10th universe. Do I still need to bow to you? Vegeta questioned. You really are an unlikable brat. If you were from our 10th universe, I would have dealt with you long ago. Long Yusi grimaced. By the way, Keisai, do you enjoy canned yellow peaches? Vegeta did not respond to Long Yusi, but instead retrieved a jar of canned peaches from his storage ring. What? Keisai had never heard of canned yellow peaches. This is it, Vegeta said as he handed the jar to Keisai. Hey kid, are you even listening to me? Long Yusi said with frustration. Keisai took the jar of canned peaches and examined it closely. It doesn't seem particularly special, Keisai mused. Give it a try, Vegeta smiled. To be honest, it was because of my canned yellow peaches that Bardoss decided to take me to her place for training. Really? Then I must savor this properly, Keisai said as she twisted open the lid. Vegeta produced a spoon and handed it to Keisai. Keisai took a bite of the canned peaches, sweet and slightly tangy. Doesn't it evoke a sense of first love? Vegeta chuckled. Keisai responded, this is what you call first love feeling. I'm astounded. Ahem, I've never been in love, so I truly don't know what first love feels like. Keisai smiled. Now you know. First love is akin to the sensation of canned yellow peaches, Vegeta replied with a grin. Keisai remarked, your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. However, I must admit, this is quite delicious. The sweet and sour combination is indeed a delicacy. No wonder that glutton Bardoss agreed to take you to the God of Destruction realm of Universe 6. Keisai suddenly understood that if you find it tasty, then indulge yourself, Vegeta said. Keisai nodded and began to enjoy the canned peaches. Long Yusi, watching from the side, was practically drooling. Hey kid, what about mine? Long Yusi asked darkly. This kid is quite inconsiderate. Can't you see there are 2 of us? You just brought 1 jar. How is that enough? I want to try it too, I thought you didn't like this kind of food. Vegeta chuckled and generously pulled out another jar of canned yellow peaches, tossing it to Long Yusi. Long Yusi swiftly twisted open the lid and, without using the spoon Vegeta offered, poured the contents directly into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Long Yusi quickly devoured the entire jar of canned peaches. Not bad, not bad. Long Yusi praised. Kid, you have some talent. Did you make this? Yes, it's all right, Vegeta nodded. Can you make other delicacies? Long Yusi inquired. Did I have many more skills? Vegeta smiled. Prepare something for me to taste. If it's delicious, I'll teach you a couple of tricks that will be immensely beneficial to you, Long Yusi said with a grin. I'll let you in on a secret. Mr. Vegeta, Keisai smiled. Long Yusi's strength surpasses that of Lord Kampa. If Long Yusi were to instruct you, it would undoubtedly be far superior to what Lord Kampa could offer, and your strength might even improve more rapidly. Very well, I shall showcase my culinary skills for you, Vegeta said as he retrieved a potato and an air fryer from his storage ring. Vegeta tossed the potato into the air, whack, with a wave of his hand. He peeled the potato effortlessly. Immediately afterward, he waved his hands again, cutting the potato into long strips. Vegeta opened the drawer of the air fryer. The potato strips fell evenly into the fryer-esque compartment with a satisfying thud. He sprinkled salt on the potato strips, added a bit of cooking oil, and mixed it all together. Whack! Vegeta pushed the drawer into the air fryer and activated the function to cook the fries. After approximately 15 minutes, a batch of golden fries emerged. Vegeta added ketchup as a condiment. It's ready to eat, he said, taking a fry for himself and tasting it. The flavor is quite delightful. Chapter 28. Vegeta was interrupted by Long Yusi and Keisai. Is it really that simple? Long Yusi was taken aback, stepping forward to grab a fry. Dipping it in ketchup for a taste, Keisai did the same, and upon savoring the fry's delectable flavor, they danced with joy. A plate of fries was quickly devoured by Keisai and Long Yusi. After finishing, they still felt a lingering desire for more. Who would have thought such a simple potato could be transformed into such a delicious dish? Truly remarkable. Oh, you know how to make anything else? Long Yusi asked again that I could prepare Hex Black Tech milk tea. Vegeta pondered. Hex Black Tech? What is that? Long Musi inquired, confused that don't worry about the details. I'll prepare a cup for you right now. Vegeta said, pulling out various ingredients from his storage ring. Long Musi could not comprehend what these ingredients were. With a spoonful of 3-flavor egg milk, Vegeta began concocting the milk tea. Soon, he had prepared the beverage. It's ready to drink. Give it a try, he said as he poured a cup for both Kaisai and Long Musi. These two are true gods. Such concoctions made with Hex Black Tech would have no adverse effects on them. Not only would it not affect them, but even Vegeta could drink it without worry, as he had already treated divine water as mere alcohol. This Black Tech concoction was merely for tasting, of course. Vegeta would not offer it to Bulma. She was an ordinary person, and excessive consumption could lead to bodily mutations, which would be troublesome. After sipping the milk tea, Kaisai and Long Musi experienced a delightful sensation on their palates. This is exceptionally delicious. This kid is quite talented. Kaisai and Long Musi exchanged knowing glances. Kaisai nodded slightly and walked with Long Musi to a spot farther from Vegeta. Kaisai, this kid is something else, not to mention. The milk tea he prepared would undoubtedly top the beverage rankings in our Universe 10. Long Musi remarked, taking another delightful sip and smacking his lips. Truly exquisite. Oh my, Long Musi is right. This milk tea is a unique flavor I've never encountered before. Kaisai agreed wholeheartedly. The fries were also quite delicious. Long Musi continued. Yes, the fries were delightful, especially when dipped in ketchup, Kaisai responded. Long Musi ceased speaking, silently gazing at Kaisai. What does Long Musi mean by that? Kaisai asked. I suddenly don't want to return this kid to Universe 6. Long Musi chuckled. That wouldn't be appropriate, Kaisai replied with a smile. What is inappropriate about it? Long Musi grinned. I could just say he perished. How about that? Kaisai, you are ruthless. You should contact Bardos and tell her that this kid, Vegeta, has been defying me, prompting me to destroy him. Long Musi laughed. If that is the case, Bardos probably won come back again. Kaisai realized this was a clever idea and considered it quite feasible. How about this? We nurture this kid, and in the process, let him prepare delicious food for us. This is a splendid plan, Long Musi beamed. Kaisai pondered quietly, contemplating the viability of this proposition. What are you hesitating for? Long Musi asked. I feel it would be a waste to hand this kid over to Kampa. Are you planning to train Mr. Vegeta into a god of destruction? Kaisai asked that if he has talent, it wouldn't be impossible to train him as my successor. Long Musi replied, in that case, I'll contact Bardos and test the waters with her. Kaisai mused. Hurry and reach out. Long Musi nodded thoughtfully, savoring another sip of milk tea, increasingly captivated by its unique flavor. How fortunate it is to have such delightful milk tea to enjoy. Why on earth should I hand over that little brat Vegeta to that fellow Xiangpa? I must intercept him. I wonder what expression Xiangpa will have upon discovering this matter. I can only imagine it would be quite a spectacle. Due to his excitement, Long Musi's trunk swayed back and forth. Kaisai took a deep breath and discreetly unleashed a surge of angelic power toward Vegeta with her staff, concealing his aura so that Bardos would be unable to detect his presence. Subsequently, Kaisai established a connection with Bardos through her staff. In the 7th universe, at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, Bardos had yet to depart, observing from a distance as Beerus joined the Galactic Patrol. She noted that Beerus was progressing smoothly and had successfully become a Galactic Patrol officer, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. Now that Beerus' affairs were resolved, it was time to retrieve Vegeta promptly. Whoosh! Bardos transformed into a radiant flash. Soaring into the starry sky. As she flew, her staff suddenly vibrated. Bardos paused, realizing it was a call from Kaisai. She promptly answered the video call. Sister Kaisai, Bardos greeted. Bardos, something terrible has happened. And I sincerely apologize, Kaisai replied, her face filled with guilt. What is it, Sister Kaisai? What has occurred? Bardos inquired. Bardos, you asked me to bring Mr. Vegeta back, Kaisai sighed, rubbing her forehead. Yes, indeed. What is it? He isn't gone missing. Has he? Bardos asked anxiously. Not exactly missing, but Mr. Vegeta confronted Lord Long Musi upon his arrival in the God of Destruction realm. Kaisai stated solemnly. Confronted? That certainly sounds like him. He is a prince of a certain planet and its future king. Although his home world has been destroyed, Mr. Vegeta does have a penchant for confrontation. Bardos acknowledged with a gentle nod. Lord Lang Musi must be quite furious. Furious is an understatement. In a fit of rage. Lord Lang Musi destroyed him. Keisai lamented. Battos's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of helplessness washing over her. She fell silent for 6 seconds. Destroyed? She echoed, at a loss for words. How utterly disrespectful. Keisai sighed. I happened to be away during that time, and by the time I returned, it would have been too late to reverse it. Perhaps I should ask Lord Lang Musi to find a suitable successor from our universe to send over. Chapter 29. I still have the communicator cough, cough. No need for that. Batos wiped her brow. What would I need your successor for? I had my sights set on Vegeta's peach preserves. Now there will be none to eat. I was looking forward to enjoying those peach preserves after bringing Vegeta back. That it seems my peach preserves have flown away. Since it was Lord Lang Musi who destroyed Vegeta, it's likely that Vegeta's storage ring was obliterated as well. Batos sighed resignedly. Perhaps this is simply his fate. It's a pity he was only 5 years old, I admonished Lord Lang Musi. After all, why argue with a child? Keisai nodded. Well, since it's come to this, there's no point in dwelling on it, Batos said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. That I truly apologize, Batos. Keisai reiterated. It's all right, Sister Keisai. I believe this isn't what you wish to see either, Batos replied. Do you really not need me to find a suitable successor for Lord Xiangpa? Keisai asked. No need. I will seek one for Lord Xiangpa myself in the 6th universe, Batos responded. Besides, Vegeta isn't even from our 6th universe. However, she refrained from voicing that sentiment. There's no use in discussing it further. He has already been destroyed by Lord Lang Musi. Does it even matter which universe he belonged to? Indeed, it no longer holds significance. That it's just a pity for that little fellow Vegeta. He promised that when he grew up, he would come to marry me. Your dream has thus been shattered, hasn't it? Well, it's time for me to return to the 6th universe. Batos declared. I am truly sorry, Batos. Keisai apologized again. I must also extend my apologies to you. Batos, Lang Musi chimed in, genuinely unaware of the significance Vegeta had for them. I had no idea that little brat meant so much to you all. It's fine, Sister Keisai. Perhaps this is simply his destiny. Batos replied, not questioning it further. Little did Batos realize that the person she had so painstakingly favored had been intercepted by the 10th universe due to a can of peach preserves. A plate of fries, and a cup of milk tea. I will take the opportunity to personally apologize, Lang Musi vowed. Your kindness is appreciated. Lord Lang Musi, Batos nodded slightly, choosing to say no more and bid farewell to Keisai. Thus ending the call, with a sigh, Batos expressed her boundless helplessness. Has that little fellow Vegeta truly been destroyed? Perhaps even his soul has vanished alongside him. Why provoke anyone at all? Why must it be the god of destruction? It is my fault. I seem to have neglected to mention the god of destruction to you, Batos lamented, feeling a touch of sadness, before transforming into a brilliant streak of light, swiftly heading toward the 6th universe. Now that he had been destroyed, there was little Batos could do that if he had merely died. She might have been able to find a way to revive Vegeta. However, with his soul gone, there was little hope left. In the 10th universe, after the call concluded, Keisai and Lang Musi exchanged knowing smiles. They suddenly found the deception amusing, particularly as it was directed towards Batos from the 6th universe. Lang Musi swayed his trunk with glee. Quite pleased. Oh, Batos will likely complain to me for quite some time once she discovers the truth, Keisai sighed. Our 2 universes have minimal interaction. She probably won't find out. Lang Musi chuckled. I recall the last time you met her was over a millennium ago. Indeed, Keisai nodded. Had it not been for our chance encounter in the realm of nothingness, it would have been difficult for you to meet. True, Keisai agreed. That fellow Vegeta, I suspect he might last only 300 to 500 years at best. Lang Musi chuckled. If he fails to become a god of destruction. You are correct, Lord Lang Musi, Keisai smiled. Well, that settles it, doesn't it? There's no need for you to be troubled. Just focus on your current responsibilities, Lang Musi said cheerfully. Indeed, Keisai nodded. Hey, what are you two discussing? Vegeta approached from a distance, oblivious to the conversation between Keisai and Lang Musi, being merely an ordinary human, not a deity. Oh, I was just in touch with Batos, inquiring when she might arrive. Keisai sighed. What's the matter? You look troubled. Doesn't Tishi want to come? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Not that she doesn't want to come, but she is currently tied up with many matters and won't be able to make it for now. Keisai explained. And what about you? Vegeta asked. You asked me? I should be asking you. What are your plans? Are you going to continue waiting here? Or shall I send you back to the 6th universe for the time being? Keisai inquired. What a shameless woman. So untrustworthy. Vegeta exclaimed angrily. We had made a pact that once I grew up, I would marry her. Keisai's eyes widened in disbelief. Her ears perked up. Bados is going to marry that little brat. It is utterly impossible. This is absolutely unfeasible. It seems that Babidi finds this little fellow quite adorable and is merely toying with him. Ramzi was equally taken aback. Babidi intends to marry this little brat? Surely, this child must be boasting. What a predicament! I shall personally reach out to her. I am eager to understand her thoughts. Even if I must wait, she ought to provide me with a precise time frame. As Vegeta spoke, he promptly retrieved a communicator from his pocket. Upon seeing the device, Keisai and Ramzi immediately panicked. If this contraption transmitted a signal, wouldn't it expose our ruse? The elaborate lie we concocted would be laid bare. Ramzi quickly turned to Keisai. Without a moment's hesitation, Keisai's staff suddenly radiated an invisible angelic power. This divine energy swiftly enveloped Vegeta's communicator. Just then, Vegeta pressed the button on the device. Subsequently, there was no further response. Keisai had effectively shielded the communicator using her formidable angelic power, rendering it incapable of transmitting any signal. Vegeta pressed the button, calling out to Babidi. However, he soon realized that the device was utterly ineffective. What is going on? Is this thing broken? Vegeta inquired of Keisai. Let me take a look, Keisai replied. Vegeta, not pondering further, handed the communicator to Keisai. She examined it with exaggerated scrutiny. Oh dear, it truly is broken. Keisai feigned concern, nodding. Repair it, Vegeta instructed. Well, even if it were fixed, it would only allow communication with me. Keisai fabricated a tale, explaining that the device was infused with angelic energy and Babidi's energy had accidentally leaked, thus preventing contact. If I repair it, I can only infuse it with my own angelic power, meaning you will only be able to reach me in the future. Vegeta wore a perplexed expression. Do you take me for a fool? Angelic power cannot simply leak. Is it that easy for angelic energy to escape? Behold, there's a tiny crack here. Perhaps it was caused by your energy explosion. Keisai gently traced a fissure with her finger, pointing it out to Vegeta. He leaned closer to inspect it. Indeed, there was a barely perceptible crack. Angels do not deceive, Keisai smiled. Is it truly so simple for angelic power to leak? Even if it were water, could such a minuscule crack drain it so swiftly? Vegeta remained skeptical. Oh dear, you can think of angelic power as a highly compressed energy that in such a sealed container. Once a crack appears, the excessive pressure inside will cause the angelic power to disperse rapidly and vanish, Keisai asserted with conviction. Vegeta grasped her explanation, likening the device to a gas canister. Upon the slightest fissure, the liquefied gas would immediately escape and evaporate within a short span. Very well, repair it. If it becomes your contact device, it may prove useful in the future, Vegeta replied. Mr. Vegeta, we are on the same planet, seeing each other daily. Is it truly necessary to use this communicator? Keisai smiled in response. It may be useful later, Vegeta insisted. Keisai, why are you stalling? Ramzi interjected, unable to contain himself. Just give him a communicator to avoid suspicion. All right, I shall repair it, Keisai acquiesced, gently nodding as she enveloped Babidi's angelic energy with her own, simultaneously mending the crack. She then returned the communicator to Vegeta. He pressed the button once more. Keisai, are you there? He inquired. Keisai's staff flickered in response. I am right beside you. Do you doubt my presence? Keisai exclaimed. Keisai, say something, Vegeta urged. Keisai silently wiped her brow. Received, she reluctantly replied. I hear you. This device appears quite functional. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction as he stowed the communicator. Keisai breathed a sigh of relief, relieved to have evaded suspicion. Surely, he would harbor no further doubts now. By the way, Keisai, this communicator works regardless of where it is placed. Yes? Vegeta asked. Indeed, Keisai affirmed with a nod. That is reassuring. Vegeta smiled faintly. So, what are your plans moving forward? Keisai inquired, noting that Babidi would likely not arrive anytime soon. Ask her when she plans to come. I require a specific timeline, Vegeta instructed. She mentioned she has no time for the next 2 years, Keisai replied. The Grand Priest has summoned her for significant matters that may take at least 2 years or longer. Vegeta internally scoffed, cursing Babidi's very essence. How shameless of her. You would abandon me here? But then again, training is training, and this little girl Keisai is quite pleasant to behold. Will you remain here waiting for her? Or do you have other intentions? Keisai asked. If you ask me, why would you want to go to the 6th universe? You could prepare us delicious meals while I teach you the skills of a god of destruction. Ramzi remarked. Are you serious? Vegeta questioned. What is there to be serious about? It's not difficult. Teaching you 1T require much effort. Ramzi huffed. Of course. This is assuming you have some aptitude. I would have the patience if I taught you for ages and you learn nothing. And you, Keisai? Can you teach me? Vegeta inquired once more. Certainly. Just provide us with delectable meals, and I will teach you. Keisai stated her conditions. Very well. That's a delightful arrangement, Vegeta agreed. Thus I shall train with Ramzi on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and with Keisai on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Does that sound agreeable? Keisai. Ramzi. Young man, you seem to misunderstand the situation, Ramzi retorted with annoyance. Keisai and I have different training paths. Keisai is an angel training in Ultra Instinct. Or rather, she is innately capable of it. Ultra Instinct is a unique skill for self-preservation. I am a god of destruction, training in destruction techniques, which are overwhelmingly destructive energy, focused primarily on obliteration. Does that matter? Vegeta inquired nonchalantly. Of course. It matters. You must have a focal point, Ramzi snorted, clasping his hands together. The end result is that you will excel at neither if you attempt both. Follow my lead for now. I need to ascertain which discipline suits you better, Vegeta pondered aloud. Young man, you haven't absorbed a word I've said. Have you? Ramzi's expression darkened. This lad certainly possessed a mind of his own. However, having a mind of your own is one thing. What on earth is your plan? Training in destruction techniques on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Ultra Instinct on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays? Fine, let us give it a try. Keisai winked at Ramzi. Ramzi fell silent, acknowledging that their motivation was indeed food, that if you wish to try, then so be it. This arrangement may actually work out better. Teaching you every other day is less burdensome than every day. What about Sundays? Keisai smiled, inquiring that on Sundays I shall rest. Vegeta replied. One must learn to balance work and rest. To train incessantly without respite would merely subject one's body to unnecessary hardship. When do you intend to commence? Keisai asked. What day is it tomorrow? Vegeta inquired. Chapter 31. Learning Ultra Instinct with Keisai. Tomorrow is Tuesday, Keisai replied. According to regulations, it should be I who teaches you the art of Zizai-ji. Very well. Let us commence tomorrow. For today, I shall practice in my own manner, Vegeta said as he promptly retrieved a bottle of ultra-divine water from his storage ring. Following that, he produced a plate of peanuts and a plate of cold shredded potatoes, the latter of which he had prepared earlier. This storage space was akin to a vacuum, thus ensuring the food remained unspoiled. Vegeta began to indulge in the peanuts and potatoes while drinking. What are you consuming? Longshi inquired. Oh, it is nothing of great significance. Merely a wondrous potion known as ultra-divine water. Once the toxins within my body are eradicated, my power will experience a substantial enhancement. Vegeta replied. So, this is how you augment your energy? Longshi asked, sniffing the drink from Vegeta's cup. With such a long nose, can your brain accurately interpret the scent? Vegeta questioned. Longshi shot Vegeta a fierce glare. How dare you speak to me like that? This potion is indeed quite unique. Longshi conceded with a nod. Keisai approached to have a look as well. Oh my, this potion is truly extraordinary, especially the bottle, which connects to an alternate dimension where this miraculous liquid flows forth to fill it. Keisai explained. By the way, Keisai, I have a question for you. Vegeta, uninterested in the origins of the ultra-divine water, stated. Go ahead, Keisai replied. Could you examine my body to see if there are any hidden ailments, such as viral heart disease? Vegeta asked. I could do that, Keisai nodded. Let me take a look. With that, Keisai used her staff to scan Vegeta's body thoroughly. As far as I can tell, aside from the poisoning, there are no other issues, Keisai reported. That is reassuring, Vegeta sighed in relief. However, your body is quite remarkable, possessing a formidable regenerative ability. Keisai remarked, "It's nothing." Vegeta dismissed, not elaborating further. Shortly thereafter, he drank the entire bottle of ultra-divine water. Then, finding a suitable spot, he fell into a deep slumber. This fellow's method of training, Longshi shook his head. Is he truly attempting to take shortcuts? While this approach may indeed be a shortcut, it exacts a heavy toll on his body, Keisai pondered. Given his mortal form, the price he pays is incredibly painful. Does this lad not comprehend pain? Longshi asked. It must be quite excruciating. Did you not see him sweating profusely while drinking that? Keisai chuckled. This fellow is indeed a curious character. Longshi laughed lightly. After approximately 6 hours, a tremendous surge of energy suddenly erupted from Vegeta's body. A vast aura radiated from him, cascading outward with wild intensity. Oh my, what immense energy! Keisai exclaimed. His energy level has at least doubled. Pathetically weak, Longshi shook his head, but it seems this little one possesses some potential. Indeed, Keisai nodded. Vegeta quickly sensed the intensity of his own energy. By my calculations, my battle power has reached 10 million at last. It has soared from 5 million to 10 million. I believe the ultra-divine water still has more to offer. Or perhaps I shall wait a while before consuming more. For now, I will learn Zizai Ji from Keisai. Is it already Tuesday? Vegeta queried. There are still 3 hours until Tuesday, Keisai replied. Let us begin now. The sooner we train, the sooner we conclude, Vegeta insisted. Very well, Keisai acquiesced, proceeding to explain, allow me to briefly outline the skill of Zizai Ji. Unlike previous combat methods reliant on sensing energy, this technique involves reflexive movements of the body, eliminating the need for conscious thought, thereby maximizing speed and reaction time. Confusing, is it not? In time, you'll come to understand it. I already understand, Vegeta interjected. Keisai continued. In simple terms, it involves separating the body from the mind, allowing each part to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers without the brain needing to deliberate before acting. Correct, Vegeta confirmed. Keisai was taken aback. This lad has grasped the essence of Zizai Ji so swiftly. Longshi was also momentarily stunned. One cannot deny this young man's remarkable comprehension ability. Has Bados ever mentioned anything about Zizai Ji to you? Keisai inquired. I am not even aware of Bados' identity. This is my first encounter with the term Zizai Ji, Vegeta responded. While your understanding is impressive, saving us much trouble, Keisai remarked with satisfaction. Now, unleash your full power against me, observe my movements, and from that, glean the essence of Zizai Ji. Understood, Vegeta nodded, his aura flaring. Come forth, Keisai beckoned. With a swift motion, Vegeta charged at Keisai, launching a barrage of fierce strikes. Keisai effortlessly evaded all of Vegeta's attacks. After approximately 5 minutes of combat, Keisai raised a hand to catch Vegeta's incoming punch. Let us pause for now, Keisai smiled. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Yes, that's sufficient. Vegeta, why not prepare something to eat? Longshi is eagerly awaiting a feast, and a cup of milk tea would suffice. What nonsense is this? We've only trained for a mere 5 minutes. Vegeta rolled his eyes in irritation. You insolent brat, do you not know who I am? I am a god of destruction. What is that attitude of yours? Longshi's expression darkened. That if you wish for a feast, silence yourself. Otherwise, even if you were to destroy me, I would not lift a finger to prepare it. Vegeta huffed. You little rascal, you have some nerve. Longshi snorted. Just wait, tomorrow, when I instruct you, you shall see how I deal with you. Again, Vegeta declared to Keisai. Chapter 32. Let me show you the art of destruction. Very well, Keisai nodded, asking, are you truly not in need of a break? No need, Vegeta replied, charging once more at Keisai, pushing his energy to its limits, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After another 10 minutes, Vegeta had yet to even brush against Keisai's clothing. Breathing heavily, Vegeta found himself nearly spent, gasping for air. Can we take a break now? Keisai smiled. Yes, Vegeta nodded. How dreadfully boring. You two continue. I shall take a nap, Longshi remarked, observing the battle with disinterest. Longshi, Vegeta's current combat prowess seemed woefully inadequate. Despite Vegeta's battle power reaching 10 million, it remained insignificant in the eyes of a god of destruction. Longshi stretched lazily and retreated to the castle to rest. Keisai, you two should enjoy a cup of milk tea and take a breather, Vegeta proclaimed as he retrieved the ingredients for milk tea from his storage ring, preparing a delightful cup for Kes. Kes remarked, Lord Ramsay is quite unfortunate. Just as you departed, I am now able to savor this milk tea. Kes relished the beverage, her taste buds rejoicing in its exquisite flavor. After a brief respite, Vegeta regained some energy and promptly engaged Kes in an intense battle once again. Once Vegeta had completely exhausted his energy, Kes took the opportunity to enlighten him about the essence of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta listened intently, gaining profound insights. That evening, Vegeta offered both Kes and Ramsay a jar of canned yellow peaches, a gesture to keep them content. Despite this, Kes and Ramsay relished their treat with great joy. In the 6th universe. Within the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus had just returned from the 7th universe. Where is Bados? Did you not bring back that little rascal Vegeta? Kappa inquired, perplexed. Is it possible that the canned peaches were not to your taste? Bados sighed. It's a long story. How so? Pray tell what transpired. Kappa pressed. This matter is rather lengthy, but allow me to summarize for you. Lord Kampa, Bados replied. Kampa retorted, you say it's lengthy, yet you wish to summarize. Bados then recounted the events surrounding Vegeta and also disclosed the situation with Meruz. What? That scoundrel Ramsay has destroyed Vegeta, Kampa exclaimed. His teeth clenched in anger. This was somewhat unavoidable. It appears that Mr. Vegeta provoked him first, Bados lamented. Curse it! My canned peaches! Kampa tightened his fists and asked, but tell me, Bados, were those peaches truly delicious? Indeed, they were delightful. But alas, I shall never taste them again. Bados shook his head. That scoundrel Ramsay! I will seek retribution, Kampa vowed, gritting his teeth. Lord Kampa, you may not be a match for Lord Ramsay, Bados chuckled. Kampa, realizing his own limitations, conceded, very well. I shall train for a time before confronting him. Bados reflected. As for Vegeta, it seems this is his fate. Humph. This brat is far too arrogant. It is merely my good temper that has spared him. If it were Ramsay, with his volatile temperament, he would have been obliterated without a word, Kampa scoffed. Indeed, this misfortune is partly my fault. I should have revealed our identities to Mr. Vegeta sooner. But Bados, why do I sense something amiss? Kampa mused, resting his chin on his hand. What do you mean, Lord Kampa? Bados inquired. Could it be that Ramsay deliberately deceived us? He may wish to keep Vegeta close, feeding him canned peaches, Kampa speculated, thus fabricating a reason to destroy him. Surely not, Bados shook his head. Even if Lord Ramsay were to deceive us, Sister Kes would never mislead me. Quickly, use your staff to check if that little rascal Vegeta is still alive, Kampa urged. Very well, I trust Sister Kes would not deceive me, Bados conceded, retrieving his staff to search for Vegeta in the 10th universe. 3 minutes swiftly passed to know it has indeed vanished, Bados confirmed, shaking his head. What of the communicator you gifted Vegeta? Attempt to establish contact through it. Kampa suggested IT was likely destroyed alongside Lord Ramsay, so we should not expect a response, Bados replied, testing the communicator with his staff, only to receive silence. Lord Kampa, do you now believe me? Bados smiled. Alas, what a pity, Kampa grumbled. I have yet to experience the taste of those canned peaches. Perhaps you should imagine it. Lord Kampa, Bados suggested, in the 10th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction. On the following morning, Ramsay grinned. Today, I shall teach you the art of destruction. Prepare to witness what it truly means. Finally, the opportunity to discipline this brat had arrived. Let me briefly introduce you to the concept of destruction. Ramsay explained, to put it simply, destruction entails erasing a target entirely, reducing it from 1 to 0. You comprehend? Yes, Vegeta nodded. Destruction, Ramsay declared, sweeping his hand over a stone that a purplish-red energy enveloped it instantly. Crack! The stone disintegrated into nothingness. Did you see that? This is destruction, Ramsay boasted. No matter how formidable the opponent, They shall be vanquished by this technique. Indeed, Vegeta acknowledged. Why do I sense you remain unfazed? Ramsey queried, feeling a lack of accomplishment. I know you are powerful. Thus there is little to astonish me, Vegeta replied. Well then, I have imparted the principles of destruction. Now, unleash your full power upon me. Ramsey beckoned. Very well, Vegeta acquiesced, unleashing a torrent of energy. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Ramsey. Chapter 33. Vegeta's Extraordinary Journey. Bang! 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 Ramsey greeted Vegeta with a flurry of blows. Before long, Vegeta found himself bruised and battered, severely wounded. How does it feel, brat? This illustrates the disparity between us, Ramsey gloated. Not bad, but your strikes lack sufficient force, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. What did you say? Ramsey gasped, his eyes widening. You seem rather arrogant. I suppose if I do not inflict pain upon you today, you shall never grasp the might of a god of destruction. Humph, it doesn't hurt, Vegeta snorted. This minor discomfort is nothing. After all, I have consumed copious amounts of ultra-divine water. The intensity it imparts to my body surpasses even your fists. Thus, despite his battered appearance and grievous injuries, Vegeta remained unfazed. If I were to cry out in pain, I would cease to be Vegeta. If I cannot withstand such trivial suffering, how can I ever aspire to become the universe's greatest warrior? It matters not. Once my strength increases, I shall return the favor. Now, let us continue, Ramsey said, shifting his stance and swiftly appearing directly before Vegeta. Wait a moment, Vegeta interrupted. Ramsey halted, observing as Vegeta pulled out a small notebook and a pen. What are you doing? Ramsey asked, taken aback. I am taking notes to prevent forgetting later, Vegeta explained, jotting down the number 178. Ramsey scratched his head, perplexed. What is this 178 supposed to signify? All right, we may proceed, Vegeta declared, returning the notebook to the storage ring. Then let us continue, Ramsey resumed, launching into another barrage of punches and kicks directed at Vegeta. Vegeta endured the onslaught, sustaining grievous wounds, yet this was inconsequential. His body functioned akin to an invincible prototype, possessing an automatic healing ability. Although his stamina could not be restored, he had procured a jar of senzu beans from Jiren. Without hesitation, Vegeta retrieved a bean from his storage ring and consumed it. Boom! Vegeta's body erupted once more with an incredibly potent energy. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death. Consequently, upon recovering, Vegeta's stamina surged, and his combat power escalated wildly. He assessed the intensity of his own energy and realized that it had reached an impressive height of at least 20 million. What? Ramsey exclaimed in astonishment. What is this kid's situation? How can he resurrect from the edge of death, as if he is transformed into a different person altogether? Ah, could it be that those miraculous beans restore 1's injuries and energy? Kex asked, somewhat incredulously. They're called senzu beans. Consuming one instantly heals injuries and replenishes energy, Vegeta confirmed with a nod, feeling no need to conceal such information from an angel. Your stamina has not only recovered, but has also significantly increased. Now double compared to before, Kex mused. Indeed, my physique is rather unique. Each time I awaken from the brink of death, my combat power doubles, Vegeta replied with a smile. So that is how it is. Kex understood. Oh, your physique is indeed quite extraordinary, but there must be a limit, right? Ramsey scoffed. Yes, I aim to reach the limits of my doubling ability today, Vegeta nodded. After making this declaration, Vegeta swiftly charged towards Ramsey. Bang! 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 Vegeta accelerated his attacks, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Ramsey. However, he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between their strengths. Even with a combat power of 20 million, he was no match for Ramsey, whose power could easily surpass that by a factor of 10. Vegeta sought to be severely injured, to be brought to the brink of death, only to restore himself with a senzu bean and witness how many times his combat power could potentially double. He was aware that this doubling from the brink of death had its limits, and today he was determined to test those limits. 3 minutes later, Vegeta was knocked down by Ramsey, sustaining severe injuries once more. Vegeta had grown accustomed to such wounds. Although they appeared quite grievous, after consuming the super divine water, He felt that these injuries were trivial, merely a scratch. Unfazed, he retrieved a senzu bean and consumed it. Instantly, the fatigue that had enveloped his body dissipated. He quickly checked the intensity of his energy. Once again, 0.40 million. Not bad, not bad, he noted as his combat power soared to this new height. Vegeta pulled out a small notebook and jotted down the number 386. With renewed vigor, he charged once more toward Ramsey. Ramsey, feeling a bit unhinged, thought to himself, I've been beating this kid for so long, and he hasn't even let out a grunt. The more I hit him, the more energized he seems to become. Not only that, but his strength has been on a constant rise. Today, his power has increased fourfold. I shall see just how much further he can push it. I don't believe he can surpass his limits. Even if he were to increase 100-fold, he would still be no match for me. Since you wish to be beaten, I shall oblige. Bang, bang, bang. Ramsey once again inflicted severe injuries upon Vegeta. He let out a grunt, retrieved another senzu bean, and restored his stamina. His combat power doubled yet again, this time achieving a remarkable 100 million. Vegeta inhaled deeply and declared, Let us go again, with a grin. What? This kid has more than doubled his power this time. Ramsey's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh! Vegeta surged toward Ramsey. Ramsey, unwilling to hold back, unleashed another violent assault on Vegeta. Once again, Vegeta was knocked to the ground and consumed another senzu bean. He quickly assessed his combat power. Combat power, 200 million. Vegeta felt a surge of delight within him. I don't believe you can increase any further, Ramsey exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Your energy has already grown tenfold. Can you continue to elevate it? In a flash, Ramsey appeared behind Vegeta. Chapter 34 Ramsey, my combat power will shock you. Bang! Ramsey struck Vegeta fiercely between the shoulder blades. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, severely injured. However, he swiftly retrieved another senzu bean from his storage ring and consumed it, instantly restoring his stamina. Hey! Vegeta's energy erupted once more. Can you still grow? Ramsey sensed Vegeta's energy intensity and exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it appeared to have plateaued. This must be its limit. Ramsey smirked slightly. Vegeta silently gauged his energy. Indeed, after reaching the height of 200 million, his combat power had ceased to rise. The method of resurrection from the brink of death had reached its limit for him. Nevertheless, Vegeta showed no signs of discouragement. Let us take a break. I'll grab a drink, he said, promptly preparing 2 cups of milk tea for Ramsey and Kex before tossing them over casually. Then, unhurriedly, Vegeta took out his small notebook once more and inscribed the number 1088. What does that number mean, kid? Ramsey inquired, leaning in. Nothing much. Don't concern yourself with the details that you'll understand in due time, Vegeta replied, tucking his notebook away. Kex observed Vegeta silently, realizing that number seems to signify something. This kid truly holds a grudge. After stowing his notebook and pen, Vegeta retrieved the bottle of super divine water. This time, he directly drank down about a pound of the freshly produced liquid. I'm going to take a nap, Vegeta announced before wandering off to sleep. After roughly 4 hours of slumber, Kex remarked, Master Ramsey, have you noticed? Noticed what? Ramsey queried. It seems Mr. Vegeta's energy has increased once more, Kex stated. What? Increased again? Are you joking? Ramsey's eyes widened as he turned to gaze at Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta's energy was skyrocketing. What in the world is happening? Wasn't he already at his limit? Ramsey was left dumbfounded. Boom! Vegeta suddenly unleashed an even more powerful energy. He soared into the air, opened his eyes, and radiated a brilliant white light. Vegeta quietly assessed his energy intensity. Combat power, 500 million. This method is quite effective. After reaching my limits, drinking a pound of super divine water has allowed me to surpass those limits. This is fantastic. Let us go again, Vegeta grinned. Turning to face Ramsey, Ramsey was at a loss for words. Whoosh! Vegeta charged toward Ramsey with remarkable speed. Ramsey felt a waning desire to fight. This kid's energy was escalating far too rapidly. Bang! As Ramsey momentarily lost focus, Vegeta delivered a swift kick to his face. The blow was not particularly harmful, yet it was profoundly humiliating that Ramsey's expression shifted dramatically. Fury etched across his features. You little brat. Are you still feeling feisty? Enraged, Ramsey retaliated with an open palm strike that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Once again, Vegeta found himself grievously injured. However, he remained unperturbed as he leisurely retrieved his Senzu bean and consumed it. Boom! Vegeta's energy surged once more. Silently, he assessed his own battle power. Battle power. 1 billion. Ramsey was utterly astounded. Haven't you already reached your limit? How can you recover and even increase your energy on the brink of death? What on earth is going on? Continue, Vegeta grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Today, I intend to elevate my battle power to 10 billion. Cough, cough. Do you really consider this energy your battle power? Ramsey inquired. It's roughly around 1 billion. Vegeta replied. So, you can still amplify it tenfold? Ramsey pondered that I'm not certain of the outcome, but I believe it's worth a try. I don't foresee any significant issues. Vegeta asserted. Let us take a moment to rest first. Ramsey's emotions were conflicted. Primarily, this young man's rapid ascent in power was alarming. In just a single day, if we use his method of calculating battle power, he must have started with a power level of 5 million when he first arrived here, and now it has skyrocketed to 1 billion. How many times has that increased? The troubling fact is, he has only been training for 2 days. If this trend continues, I fear there will come a day when he surpasses me. Are you perhaps feeling apprehensive, Lord Ramsey? Crix approached with a playful smile, whispering in his ear. Am I afraid? Ramsey scoffed. I am the most formidable god of destruction in this universe. By his method of calculating battle power, mine cannot even be expressed numerically. That is indeed true. Crix mused. However, given Vegeta's current growth rate, if it persists, I predict that within a decade, he should be able to match Lord Ramsey's level. What did you just say? 10 years. Ramsey felt a wave of dread wash over him. In 10 years, he could reach my level. Of course, this is merely my estimation, contingent upon Vegeta continuing to double his energy in this manner. Crix clarified that you think he can still double it again? Ramsey asked, concern creeping into his tone that if he can reach my level in just 10 years, I will absolutely cease to train him. This is utterly absurd. I am essentially nurturing a formidable rival. I estimate his battle power could peak at 100 billion, which would be nearly his limit. Crix analyzed 100 billion. That is still manageable. Ramsey sighed in relief. Were you two discussing? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Are you astonished by the rapidity of my battle power growth, surpassing your expectations? Cease your boasting, Ramsey retorted. Even if your battle power reaches 100 billion. What of it? 100 billion? Vegeta contemplated. Indeed, still far from sufficient. As long as you understand, Ramsey declared with a smug expression that my battle power, if revealed, would likely terrify you. Chapter 35. Battle power 8 billion. How much? Vegeta asked with keen interest. The battle power of a god of destruction cannot be quantified numerically. If it must be calculated, Ramsey began, turning to Crix. Crix, please calculate how my strength translates into his battle power. Oh dear, this is quite the undertaking, Crix replied cheerfully. Let me see, she murmured, fingers counting silently. After a minute, she continued. If we were to convert Lord Ramsey's strength into battle power, it would be approximately 10 to the power of 47. Crix pondered. That is an extraordinarily astronomical figure. Vegeta fell silent. 10 to the power of 47. That is, 47 zeros following a 1, is indeed a staggering number. However, it cannot simply be calculated this way, for gods possess their own methods of combat. While numbers serve as a quantifiable unit, the true essence of a god of destruction in battle lies in the destructive energy. Crix explained. Understood, Vegeta nodded. So, it means that whoever can concentrate their destruction more effectively is the stronger, correct? Vegeta queried. Young man, did you truly comprehend? Ramsey interjected, his expression darkening. What do you mean by whoever's destruction is greater is stronger? The magnitude of destruction does not correlate directly to the power of a god of destruction. For instance, if our destructive energy intensity is the same, does that not imply that the more concentrated the destruction, the greater the power? Vegeta countered vigorously that Mr. Vegeta has a point. Ramsey conceded. In cases where destructive energy intensity is equal, indeed, greater concentration results in greater potency. Crix nodded in agreement. Crix, you must not indulge this young man. He is spouting nonsense, Ramsey huffed. Whether it's nonsense or not has become irrelevant, Vegeta chuckled. Let us proceed. I aim to elevate my battle power to 10 billion today. Ramsey sighed in resignation. Why do I feel that accompanying you in training is exhausting? I have thoroughly beaten you, yet you remain unfazed. This leaves me devoid of any sense of accomplishment. For Ramsey, inflicting pain upon others was usually a source of joy, yet every strike he landed on Vegeta seemed to have no effect. Even during the ensuing battle, Vegeta casually tore off his own arm and wielded it as a weapon. Witnessing such an unconventional fighting style nearly drove Ramsey to the brink of despair. Is this how one fights? As the days swiftly passed, Vegeta assessed his energy levels. The results were quite fruitful. Although he had not reached the lofty peak of 10 billion, his base battle power had nonetheless risen to 8 billion. This super divine water is truly remarkable that I had already reached my limit. Yet after consuming the super divine water, my threshold has been elevated. With my battle power now at 8 billion, it appears I can continue to double it. Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction within. That evening, in a good mood, Vegeta treated Crix and Ramsey to an additional chicken leg each, Orleans flavored roasted chicken legs. After savoring the deliciousness, Ramsey felt a significant alleviation of his earlier discontent. Hey kid, what are your plans for tomorrow? Ramsey inquired. Are you going to continue training with me? Not at all, Vegeta shook his head. Tomorrow, I will train with Crix. That wasn't agreed that I would train with you on odd days and with Crix on even days? Vegeta explained. Training requires a balance of effort and rest. Vegeta was well aware of this principle. Continuously training with Ramsey, pushing himself to the brink of death, was not a sustainable strategy. He needed a period of adjustment, which would come from training with Crix. Coincidentally, the day spent with Crix would allow Vegeta to maximize the battle power he had gained. Upon hearing he would not need to accompany Vegeta for training the next day, Ramsey felt a slight sense of relief. After a day of training with you, I feel more exhausted than you. The following day, Vegeta and Crix prepared for battle. Whoosh, 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 Vegeta summoned all of his energy and launched a fierce attack towards Kess. Yet he still failed to graze her attire. After contemplating, Vegeta pondered how his current combat power would translate into Kess's calculations. It seemed to fall short of 10 to the power of 10, which equates to 10 billion. His combat power was merely 8 billion. The journey ahead was long, and he was determined to seek knowledge relentlessly. His ultimate goal was to make contact with Kess. Rather, to touch Kess. Admittedly, he acknowledged his wayward thoughts at the tea present. Mr. Vegeta was still relying on his intellect to respond through his body. Kess smiled and remarked that the essence of the ultimate instinct is the freedom of movement in every part of the body. Freedom of movement in every part of the body. Vegeta's thoughts strayed further. Hey, what is that expression on your face? Kess wiped her brow. Why do I feel like your thoughts are a bit inappropriate? Aren't you only 5 years old? Have children these days matured so early? It's nothing. Don't concern yourself with such trivialities, Vegeta grinned. The day's training swiftly drew to a close, despite appearing to have made no increase in combat power. Vegeta understood deeply that although his combat power had not risen today, it had undergone a qualitative transformation. If the previous state was one of quantitative change, then now it signified a qualitative shift in energy. Vegeta distinctly felt that his energy was gradually transitioning towards divine power. Although this transformation was a lengthy process, the signs were indeed promising. Kess gazed at Vegeta, increasingly unable to fathom him. This little fellow's talent was truly remarkable. Time flowed like water, and 9 years had passed in the blink of an as per their agreement. Vegeta trained with Ramsey every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. During his sessions with Ramsey, Vegeta's main task was to learn how to endure blows. Growing ever stronger through this process, in truth, for Vegeta, this was hardly significant. The pain he experienced was trivial compared to that inflicted by the super divine water. Nevertheless, after each training session with Ramsey, Vegeta would take out a small notebook and a pen, jotting down a number. Ramsey was quite puzzled by this. What does this number signify? Chapter 36. Combat power of 10 to the power of 40. Vegeta trained with Kess every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. While training with Kess, He would gradually transform and apply the energy he had gained from his sessions with Ramsey, allowing it to fuse with his body. In this manner, Vegeta's strength continuously grew. Unbeknownst to him, his foundational combat power had reached an astounding 10 to the power of 40, a tremendously vast figure. Vegeta discovered that after experiencing near death, he had reached his limits. If he consumed just 2 more pounds of super divine water, he would shatter those limits and could continue to boost his combat power through this method. It was through this means that Vegeta achieved a combat power of 10 to the power of 40. Ramsey's combat power stood at 10 to the power of 47. At this point, Ramsey found it increasingly strenuous to manage the situation, but he had to tread carefully, for a moment's inattention could lead to trouble. Previously, it had felt like mere play. Ramsey reflected on the past 9 years, incredulous at how rapidly this lad's strength had ascended like a rocket. If this continued, there would come a day when he would surpass me. I have nothing more to teach you. All that you needed to learn, you have learned over the years. The remaining time will depend on your own exploration. Ramsey sighed in resignation. All right. Regardless, I must thank you. My teacher, Vegeta smiled. However, I must mention that after 9 years, you haven't grown an inch, Ramsey lamented. You won't remain this short forever, will you? It's of little importance, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Over the past 9 years, Vegeta had hardly grown at all, and his appearance had not changed significantly. He was unconcerned by these matters, for he understood that this was a characteristic of Saiyans. Saiyans often maintain their youthful appearance for an extended period, only to experience sudden growth afterwards. Thereafter, Vegeta would retain the visage of a young adult, likely remaining unchanged for the foreseeable future. After all, Vegeta had made a wish through the dragon and could live for over 1,000 years. Ramsey, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. You truly not care about your height. You are quite easygoing. He chuckled, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Unperturbed, Vegeta took out his small notebook and pen, flipping it open to write down a number. The number in the novel of nihilism is 937929266. What does this number even mean? Ramsey could not help but inquire, shaking his head afterward. Forget it. You never tell me anything when I ask, so it doesn't matter. Once again, I thank you for your guidance over these 9 years. Vegeta bowed respectfully, a gesture befitting a disciple. After this bow, he declared that he would no longer be indebted to Ramsey, and no need for formality. Prepare me a cup of milk tea, Ramsey said, swaying his trunk-like arm. Understood, Vegeta readily agreed. Concocting a cup of milk tea for Ramsey. Mr. Vegeta, I believe I have taught you nearly all I could, and I think you are on the verge of mastering the ultimate instinct. Kess smiled. You aren't going to teach me anymore? Vegeta asked Kess. That one do. My strength is still far from yours, she replied. You are also quite distant from Lord Ramsey. Does that mean he shouldn't teach you? Kess inquired with a smile. Whatever you choose, I'll take the remaining time to ponder on my own. I can always ask you if I encounter difficulties, right? Vegeta proposed. That's acceptable, Kess nodded in agreement. Not opposing, provided of course that you continue to prepare delicious food for us. Ramsey grinned. Agreed, Vegeta concurred. In the ensuing 3 years, Vegeta entered a phase of self-training. During this time, he aimed to fully integrate all he had learned over the past 9 years into his own abilities. Techniques such as Ultimate Instinct or the God of Destruction skills belong to angels and gods of destruction. Saiyans possess their own unique methods of training. After a full 3 years, Vegeta succeeded in transforming all these techniques into the energy he required. He had finally accomplished it. Vegeta inhaled deeply. What have you accomplished? Ramsey asked, taken aback. Ramsey, another 3 years have passed. Shall we have a spar? Vegeta smiled. Perhaps it's best to refrain, Ramsey replied with a huff. You must understand that no matter how hard you try, you cannot rival a god of destruction. Yes, that's so, Vegeta said, a smile gracing his face. You don't genuinely believe you can defeat me, do you? Ramsey chuckled lightly. Let us leave it for another time. It's not yet the right moment. Vegeta mused with a smile. I have spent 12 years in the realm of destruction. It is time for a stroll. Do you have any good places to take me? You wish to go out? Ramsey was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I haven't destroyed a planet in quite some time. You may join us, he replied. That works, Vegeta nodded. Kes, let us set forth. Ramsey greeted them. Vegeta, feeling no need for formalities, stepped forward and embraced Kashi from behind. Kashi remarked, "You certainly are quite casual." However, Kashi chose not to elaborate further. After spending 12 years in the company of Vegeta, it would be unrealistic to claim that Kashi harbored no feelings for him. It's time to commence our work. Ramsey sighed, adding just in time, "Vegeta, you shall accompany me to familiarize yourself with the operational procedures of the destroyers. In the future, such tasks will be yours to undertake. Consider it done." Vegeta readily agreed. An agreement is merely a formality. The execution of the task rests with me. Whoosh, the trio transformed into streaks of light, swiftly merging into the starry expanse, ultimately emerging within the cosmic realm of Universe 10. After traversing for a while, Ramsey came to a halt above a massive crimson planet. You see that? Vegeta. Ramsey pointed towards the enormous red sphere beneath them, explaining, "The existence of this planet has significantly disrupted the balance of the universe, and thus it must be destroyed." "Understood," Vegeta replied, hands in pockets, nodding slightly before extending his right hand towards the planet. Crack! A purplish-red energy coalesced in Vegeta's palm. In an instant, an orb of destructive energy, resembling the size of a basketball, manifested in his grasp. "Destruction," Vegeta declared, sweeping his hand downward, sending the destructive energy hurtling towards the red planet below. Chapter 37. "Allow me to obliterate this planet," Ramsey exclaimed, instantly positioning himself beneath the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta. Bang! Ramsey smacked his palm, sending Vegeta's destructive energy flying. "What are you doing?" Vegeta inquired. "Listen to me finish my explanation. Will you?" Ramsey grimaced. "Go on," Vegeta replied. "I stated that this planet disrupts the balance of the universe," Ramsey continued. "Therefore, I intend to destroy it." Vegeta countered, "That seems reasonable, does it not? What I mean is that this planet can still be salvaged. Merely destroying half of it would suffice," Ramsey said with a scowl. "Could you not wait for me to finish speaking before unleashing your destructive energy? I was indeed aiming to destroy half of it. The intensity of the energy I just released was meant to achieve that, but you stopped me," Vegeta chuckled. "What did you say?" Ramsey was taken aback. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta's destructive energy would annihilate half of the planet, allowing the other half to develop, Kashi assessed. Cough, cough. "Quite impressive. Your ability to synthesize information deserves commendation." Ramsey laughed heartily, momentarily a loss for words. "Please step aside. I have yet to destroy a planet," Vegeta declared, once more gathering a sphere of destructive energy. Ramsey found himself at a loss for words. This lad was indeed invigorated. Whoosh! Vegeta's destructive energy surged towards the crimson planet below. This time, Ramsey refrained from intervening. Upon the red planet, two deities were visiting outside the royal palace. The planet's ruler attended to them with lavish hospitality. "Lord Kaioshin, please enjoy some tea," the ruler offered, presenting a cup with both hands. "You are too kind," Kaioshin Gervis replied with a smile, accepting the cup and taking a small sip. "Excellent tea, truly delightful. But if you enjoy it, please take some with you when you depart," the ruler urged. "Zamas, why don't you have a taste as well?" Gervis beckoned his disciple, Zamas, who promptly bowed. The ruler quickly poured a cup for Zamas, presenting it with both hands. Zamas accepted the cup and took a small sip, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. "This is my disciple, Zamas, that I have been contemplating retirement recently. When I do retire, my disciple Zamas will succeed me as the Kaioshin," Gervis informed the planet's ruler. The ruler's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Previously viewing Zamas merely as Gervis's subordinate, now realizing he was to become the future Kaioshin. The planet's development to its current scale is intricately linked to the guidance of Lord Kaioshin. "Lord Zamas, I look forward to your continued support," the ruler said respectfully. "Humph, the humans on this planet have been waging wars for years. Do not think I am unaware," Zamas scoffed. The planet's ruler was momentarily speechless, breaking into a cold sweat. "Master, the continuous wars among the humans on this planet should be eradicated," Zamas stated firmly. The ruler trembled, his expression shifting dramatically. "Zamas, as Kaioshin, our mission is to quietly safeguard humanity and guide the planet towards a favorable trajectory." Gervis advised, such statements should not be uttered again. Zama's fell silent. And you, as the planet's ruler, should strive to prevent such conflicts. Do not wait until the situation becomes irreparable, for when that time comes, the planet may face utter devastation. Gervis sighed helplessly. I understand, Lord Kaishin, the ruler quickly replied. However, the wars on this planet are not instigated by me. While I am the ruler, my authority is limited. Master, what is that? Zama suddenly pointed at the sky, where a purplish-red energy orb materialized. Gervis glanced in the same direction. That energy orb looks somewhat familiar, he murmured, looking skyward. What is that? The planet's ruler felt an ominous premonition. In the starry expanse above, Vegeta had just released a second energy orb, only to have it thwarted by Ramsey. Once more that Vegeta's mood soured. Damn it. Are you not finished yet? Vegeta emitted a cold snort, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and abruptly raised them skyward. Chapter 38. The destruction infused with angelic power. Bang. A larger destructive energy suddenly coalesced within Vegeta's hands. What are you doing? Ramsey was taken aback. Spare me the chatter and get out of the way. I have resolved to obliterate this planet, Vegeta declared with a huff. What did you say? You've made that decision. Ramsey's expression darkened. I haven't even retired yet. You intend to destroy this planet? That sounds rather peculiar, as if you've already become a god of destruction. Ramsey retorted, and no one shall stop me today, Vegeta proclaimed as the gathering purplish-red energy surged larger. In an instant, the destructive energy Vegeta had amassed expanded to a diameter of approximately 10 meters. Destruction! Vegeta pressed his hands downward. Whoosh! The destructive energy he had summoned cascaded downward toward the Crimson Planet. Kid, you need to understand the situation. Whether this planet is destroyed or not is up to me. Ramsey's countenance darkened as he waved his hand downward. Whoosh! A beam of destructive energy shot forth from Ramsey's hand, striking Vegeta's purplish-red energy sphere. And then there was silence. Ramsey was momentarily stunned. In his mind, his destructive energy should have shattered Vegeta's upon impact. However, why was there no effect? Vegeta's destructive energy remained unscathed, hurtling toward the red planet. What is happening? Ramsey's eyes widened in disbelief. Vegeta remained silent. Kid, don't get cocky, Ramsey bellowed, quickly pursuing the destructive energy. In an instant, Ramsey positioned himself directly beneath the destructive energy. He then delivered a powerful kick upward, confident that his strike would send Vegeta's destructive energy flying. Yet, the moment his foot made contact with the energy, he was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying aura of death. Strangely, this aura also bore an incredibly radiant aspect. It felt as though the destructive energy was speaking to him, conveying a message. Hurry and perish. In death, you shall find a better existence. Ramsey shook his head vigorously. What kind of nonsense is this? What on earth is going on? A cold sweat broke out on Ramsey's brow as he hastily withdrew from the energy's influence, reappearing on the opposite side. He turned to scrutinize the source of the destructive energy. What? Angelic power. Ramsey was momentarily stunned once more as he realized, to his astonishment, that this destructive energy contained angelic power. What was the meaning of this? However, there was no time for further contemplation. Hey, Gervis, you fool. Why are you still dawdling down there? Get up here at once. This planet is about to be annihilated. Ramsey shouted towards the ground. Upon finishing his call, Ramsey's expression transformed into one of sheer incredulity. Is this truly the words of a god of destruction? I can't even prevent my disciple from destroying a planet. A sense of defeat washed over Ramsey. Below, in the courtyard of the planetary lord's palace, Ramsey's voice echoed from above. Gervis also caught sight of the colossal destructive energy. After a brief moment of shock, Gervis quickly regained his composure. I knew that thing looked familiar. Gervis wiped the sweat from his brow. Ramsey, who is that? Zama's inquired. A god of destruction. Gervis responded. A god of destruction? Zama's had never heard of such a title. What kind of god of destruction? The planetary lord was equally taken aback. This is bad. That thing is about to crash down. Zama's exclaimed. Run. Gervis chanted incantations. Kai, whoosh, a radiant light enveloped Gervis, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Zama's felt a surge of panic as he watched. "Wait for me." Zama's reacted swiftly, soaring into the sky. "What should I do?" the planetary lord cried out. Zama's smirked disdainfully. "What should you do? You should think about that yourself. I fear you are beyond saving." Crack! In the next moment, the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta struck the surface of the planet. At that instant, time seemed to freeze. Then, the entire planet shattered like a soap bubble in an instant. The planet dissolved into nothingness, vanishing completely from the cosmos. Excellent, excellent. Now that essay sense of accomplishment. Vegeta grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Kid, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you've done?" Ramsey's face turned a deep shade of fury. "Did I destroy the planet? What else could I do?" Vegeta replied with a smile. "Wasn't he agreed that we would only destroy half?" Ramsey shouted angrily that I intended to destroy half. "But you interfered." Vegeta shot back that I intervened because the Kai's are down there. Ramsey barked. "Their presence is their own concern. Why should you stop me? Just tell them to move aside." Vegeta retorted defiantly. Ramsey was at a loss for words, his anger boiling as he prepared to teach Vegeta a lesson. "Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta seems unaware that the lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined." Kess interjected, acting as a mediator too. "Is that so?" Vegeta feigned surprise. "Well then, my mistake. I didn't know. You should have mentioned it sooner." Ramsey trembled with rage. "This insolent brat is losing respect for me by the moment. It seems I must teach you who the true God of Destruction is." Whoosh! Just then, Gervis executed an instant transmission, appearing near Ramsey in an instant. "Indeed, it is Lord Ramsey." Gervis immediately bowed, then turned to Kess with a respectful greeting. "Good to see you, Lord Kess." "Good to see you too." "Gervis," Kess smiled in return. "Humph. Gervis, what brings you to this side?" Ramsey grumbled irritably. "Has this planet truly been destroyed by Lord Ramsey?" Gervis glanced at the spot where the planet had vanished, lamenting, "I had hoped to see this planet continue to flourish. Its destruction was entirely unnecessary." Chapter 39. Zamas. "Are you an apprentice God of Destruction?" "Humph. Does a God of Destruction require a reason to destroy a planet?" Ramsey scoffed that of course. Ramsey would not reveal to Gervis that this planet was not his doing, but rather Vegeta's handiwork. Such a revelation would be too embarrassing that if he couldn't even control his own disciple, what would other gods of destruction think? "I just find it a bit regrettable," Gervis sighed. Whoosh! At that moment, Zamas ascended from below, drenched in cold sweat, nearly terrified out of his wits. What kind of terrifying energy is this? In an instant, the entire planet has been reduced to nothingness. This is utterly horrifying. Who could have done this? As Zamas soared upward, he also cast his gaze into the distance. Soon, he beheld the figures of Beerus, Whis, and Kess emerging above him. Three unfamiliar faces. Guas stood alongside them, judging by his expression. He seemed to be acquainted with them. Moreover, Guas, how ungracious of you! You were aware that the planet was on the brink of destruction, yet you vanished in an instant, leaving me behind. That I am quite exasperated. Zamas shook his head and ascended rapidly. "Master, who are these three?" Zamas inquired. "Zamas, it's a relief to see you're all right," Guas replied, slightly relieved. "That I know your skills are formidable. You should be able to evade the destructive energy's onslaught." Zamas retorted, "What if I cannot escape? Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, and this is Lord Kess, the Angel." Guas introduced Zamas to them. When he reached Beerus, Guas paused momentarily. Completely unfamiliar with him, "He is my disciple, Beerus," was stated succinctly. "So he's the apprentice God of Destruction," Guas chuckled, gesturing towards Zamas. "This is my disciple, Zamas, an apprentice Supreme Kai. You two must learn to cooperate well in the future." God of Destruction? Zamas was taken aback, for he had never heard of such a title before. In simple terms, where there is creation, there must also be destruction. Both are indispensable, Kess explained, primarily to enlighten Beerus. The Supreme Kai is responsible for creation, while the God of Destruction handles destruction. Only when creation and destruction achieve a state of balance can the universe progress towards a better future. "I understand," Beerus nodded. Zamas interjected, "Don't claim to understand just yet. I still have questions. How can we achieve this balance? Please elaborate further." Additionally, Kes explained, the lives of the god of destruction and the supreme Kai are intertwined. If one perishes, the other will cease to exist as well. Zama's felt a sense of dread wash over him, that, if that were the case, why should I not simply remain as the North Supreme Kai? Why should I bind my life to a god of destruction? Not quite. The shared life pertains to the current god of destruction and Supreme Kai. For instance, if I were to retire and pass on the title of Supreme Kai to you, then your life would become intertwined with Lord Beerus's, Guas clarified, until your lifespan concludes, awaiting the emergence of the next Supreme Kai. Then, what is the lifespan of a god of destruction? Zama's asked. Humph. A god of destruction is immortal. Beerus grunted. What? Immortal. Zama's eyes widened in astonishment. Guas, I didn't expect you to take on a disciple so soon. When do you plan to retire? Beerus inquired curiously. I anticipate retiring in about 50 or 60 years. Once Zama's has matured, Guas smiled slightly before asking, by the way, are you also planning to retire, Lord Beerus? That doesn't seem like your style. Humph. I merely took on a disciple in my spare time. Beerus scoffed. Having a disciple will indeed make it more convenient for me to destroy planets without needing to intervene personally. Won't it? Ha, indeed. Guas laughed heartily. This disciple of yours seems promising. Did you select him from among the Supreme Kais? Beerus glanced at Zama's and asked. Yes, Zama's is the North Supreme Kai that I found his potential and talent to be quite exceptional, so I decided to nurture him as a Supreme Kai, Guas replied. Meanwhile, Zama's occasionally looked towards Beerus. Hey, you are the apprentice god of destruction, Zama's called out. What business is it of yours? Beerus retorted. Zama's felt a surge of indignation. What did you just say? Anger flashed across Zama's face. I was merely greeting you, and you dared to insult me. We are both apprentice gods. Do you not think such behavior is appropriate? Get lost. If you don't want to be beaten, keep your mouth shut. Beerus replied, hands in pockets, with a dismissive huff. Beaten? This friend appears youthful yet speaks rather arrogantly. Zama's chuckled lightly. Oh, you believe you are my match. Beerus rolled his eyes. How about we spar? Zama's proposed, suggesting they, as apprentice gods, see who is stronger. You should probably avoid seeking humiliation. Beerus shook his head. Huh, you little rascal are quite amusing. Do you even know what you're saying? Zama's laughed heartily, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. Come on, let me see what this apprentice god of destruction is truly capable of. Beerus remained unfazed, hands still in pockets. Suddenly, Beerus's tail, coiled around his waist, flicked casually. An invisible energy wave struck Zama's directly. Bang! With a dull thud, Zama's was unfortunate enough to take the hit and was sent flying. Chapter 40. What is your gather destruction? Boom! Zama's crashed into a distant meteor, his body piercing through it. He then tumbled through space, rolling several hundred times. When Zama's finally came to a stop, he spat out a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Zama's! Guas exclaimed in alarm. Ha! Guas, your disciple is quite lacking. Beerus laughed heartily. Guas stared at Beerus in shock. This little fellow is so powerful. Zama's ranks among the strongest of the Supreme Kais. Yet this little brat merely flicked his tail, and Zama's was knocked out. That's astonishing. Guas, you must return and properly train your disciple. He still has a long way to go in martial skills, Beerus said, enthusiastically patting Guas on the shoulder. Let us go, Kes, Guas replied, not having much else to discuss. After witnessing Beerus's strength, Guas's mind sparked with a new idea. Why not take Beerus out to show off a bit? Very well, Lord Beerus, Kes nodded, bowing to Guas. Then, Guas, we shall take our leave. Zama's merely fainted without sustaining serious injuries. He would recover with a bit of rest. Indeed, Guas nodded, believing that a little hardship would be beneficial for him. Whoosh, Beerus swiftly flew over and embraced Kes from behind. Kes, Guas, we're off. Beerus smiled. All right, Kes nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, Kes, along with Beerus, transformed into two streaks of colorful light and swiftly sped away into the distance. The three soon departed the scene. After Beerus and his companions left, Guas quickly flew to Zama's side and roused him. Zama's, dazed, opened his eyes, his expression turning exceptionally grim. Zama's, do not be disheartened. Despite his youth, he is indeed an apprentice god of destruction, Guas consoled. Apprentice god of destruction. Is the apprentice god of destruction truly more powerful than I? The apprentice supreme, Kai? Zama's questioned, perplexed. The god of destruction is the mightiest deity in this universe. Thus it is only natural that the apprentice god of destruction surpasses us supreme Kais, Guas elucidated. After all, the god of destruction is tasked with obliterating planets, whereas we supreme Kais are responsible for creating planets and life. Our duties are inherently different. Can the god of destruction annihilate those warring humans? Zama's inquired, taken aback. Point one could interpret it that way. Guas nodded in agreement. Zama's fell silent. I ought to become a god of destruction, that I believe the role of supreme Kai does not suit me. Furthermore, that detestable apprentice god of destruction, named Vegeta, did I truly lose to you so easily? I refuse to concede. When I return, I shall train diligently. Point one day, I will defeat you in the vast expanse of space. Vegeta and his companions soared swiftly. Kid, what was that destructive energy you just amassed? Ramsey asked, intrigued. What do you mean? Vegeta feigned ignorance. Why do I feel that the energy within is exceptionally unique? Ramsey furrowed his brow. Chris, why don't you explain it to him? Vegeta gestured towards Chris. You could have said it yourself, Chris retorted. Ahem, Mr. Vegeta has infused the destructive energy with angelic power, Chris clarified. What did you say? Ramsey exclaimed, astonished. Angelic power. Are you joking? I am not jesting. This is the truth, Chris replied. I asked at your angelic power, Chris. Ramsey queried it. No, it is Mr. Vegeta's angelic power, Chris corrected. What? How is that possible? Has this kid already harnessed angelic power? Ramsey gasped. Indeed, I too am quite astonished, Chris nodded gently. This doesn't seem right, Ramsey mused, shaking his trunk. How could angelic power possibly merge with destructive energy? It has fused seamlessly. Isn't it astonishing and unexpected? Vegeta grinned. Ramsey fell silent, his trunk swaying back and forth. Ramsey, stop swinging that trunk of yours. It's making me dizzy, Vegeta remarked. Ramsey shot him a disdainful glare. Why should I care about your dizziness while I swing my trunk? I believe you'd find it more exhilarating to pinch your own nose, Vegeta smirked. What are you saying, kid? Ramsey retorted angrily. Enough of this. Where do we plan to go next? Vegeta inquired. Chris, I heard that fellow named Wyme collected an apprentice god of destruction a few years back. Correct? Ramsey turned to Chris. Yes, it should have been around 100 years ago. Chris responded, So, Vegeta, do you have the confidence to challenge the god of destruction from another universe? Ramsey grinned at Vegeta. What benefits are there in defeating him? Vegeta countered. Humph, you've come quite far for someone who's merely an apprentice god of destruction. What more could you possibly desire? Ramsey scoffed that I am merely assisting you in flaunting your prowess. Do you not owe me some advantage? Vegeta chuckled. What does this kid not understand? Ramsey pondered. What do you wish for? If I can grant it, I shall. Ramsey considered. I've heard tales of a mystical entity known as the Super Dragon Balls, located in the cosmic realms of the 6th and 7th universes, that if one were to collect all 7, any wish could be fulfilled, Vegeta replied. How about you assist me in gathering the Super Dragon Balls? Super Dragon Balls? Ramsey paused, then glanced at Chris, contemplating. I believe I've heard mention of them before. They can indeed grant any wish. Yes, that is correct, Chris affirmed. What wish do you desire to fulfill? Ramsey inquired curiously. Nothing particularly grand. I merely wish for immortality, Vegeta answered. I ask that truly not a significant wish? Ramsey expressed incredulity. Long before my arrival in the 10th universe, I had already realized a prototype of immortality. Vegeta continued, which is why my body can swiftly recover from injuries. Chapter 41. Ramsey, I'll take you to flaunt. Vegeta was unreserved about his immortality. Angels are omniscient. Chris must have known my secret long ago. Indeed, after uttering this, Vegeta noticed Chris remained utterly still. It seemed Chris had been aware all along that that is your form of immortality. Ramsey huffed, unfazed. Truth be told, to a god of destruction, immortality is rather trivial. You are now an apprentice god of destruction. You should understand that gods of destruction possess eternal life. Once you ascend to that status, your existence will attain eternity. Yes, I comprehend, Vegeta nodded, as for the concept of immortality. It is hardly necessary, as long as your power is formidable enough. Your form will never fade. What you must hone is your soul. You surely understand that battles among gods of destruction shake the very essence of your soul. If your soul is obliterated, even with immortality, you shall vanish instantly. I understand the reasoning. I simply desire immortality, Vegeta reiterated. Why won't this kid relent? Ramsey frowned. Just tell me whether you agree or not, Vegeta grinned. If you consent, I will accompany you to another universe to flaunt my prowess. I will definitely make your reputation shine. Ramsey suddenly felt something was amiss with Vegeta's words. What does it mean to make my reputation shine? Ahem, which universe did you mention the Super Dragon Balls were in? Ramsey inquired. I was informed they are scattered in the cosmic realms of the 6th and 7th universes, Vegeta replied. The 6th and 7th universes. Ramsey clenched his teeth, feeling a twinge of annoyance. That will be quite the challenge to locate. You want to venture into Kampa and Beerus's domain to search for the Dragon Balls? If we remain undetected. All is well, but if they discover us, it will be quite troublesome. Chris, what do you think? Ramsey asked. Yuan Fong, what is your opinion? Vegeta asked from behind Chris. Chris? Who is Yuan Fong? Ramsey was taken aback. It doesn't matter. Vegeta responded. Currently, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, is asleep, so finding the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe should be relatively straightforward. Chris remarked. That guy Beerus is still sleeping? Has it been over a decade? Ramsey mused. Indeed, Chris nodded. I believe this is feasible. Dealing with Kampa will be much easier. Ramsey contemplated. So, do you agree? Vegeta beamed. If you allow me to revel in this, I can indeed assist you in the search for the Super Dragon Balls. Ramsey affirmed. Deal, Vegeta exclaimed. Then, Chris, let us proceed to the 11th universe. Ramsey chuckled and turned to Vegeta. But do you have confidence in defeating the apprentice god of destruction from the 11th universe? Humph. You will find out soon enough. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. It's merely the apprentice god of destruction, Topo. If I cannot best him, my 12 years of training would have been in vain. Very well, let us set off immediately, Ramsey declared, his interest piqued. I have long found that fellow Wime unappealing. Who else do you find unappealing? I will assist you in dealing with them, Vegeta offered. Vegeta responded, I still can't stand Beerus from Universe 7. You should deal with him. Ramsey replied, I shall remember that. Vegeta nodded. I will eventually take care of him, as a token of gratitude for your guidance over the years. Ramsey felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Kid, it seems our efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. He chuckled heartily. Vegeta calmly took out the small notebook from earlier and glanced at the numbers inscribed within. Yinshur Novel Transfer Station 937929266, he read aloud. Indeed, my efforts have not been wasted, he affirmed with a nod. What do you need that notebook for again? Ramsey inquired, slightly taken aback. By the way, the numbers on it haven't changed in quite some time. It's of no importance, Vegeta replied, placing the notebook back into his storage ring. Keisai sighed softly beside them. Lord Ramsey, do you still not comprehend the significance of those numbers? She asked. This kid is clearly struggling. One day, you will weep, she added. Never mind, this is a matter between destroyers, and it doesn't concern me as an angel. Thankfully, the only destroyers Vegeta can surpass should be those of his own kind, as it would still be a long while before he could rival an angel. Nevertheless, his angelic powers have been growing at an astonishing rate. Let us set off, Ramsey called out, leading the way toward Universe 11 while humming a tune. Keisai followed closely behind Vegeta along the journey. Ramsey guided Vegeta in the destruction of several planets, tasks that were easily accomplished. This is merely part of the job, Ramsey mused, noticing Vegeta's enthusiasm for destruction. He suddenly felt that having such a disciple was indeed a blessing, sparing him from having to engage, personally, with a disciple to assist in the destruction of planets. It truly alleviated much of his burden. After approximately 4 hours, the trio reached the edge of Universe 10. Beyond lay the vast expanse of the Void Realm. Whoosh! They transformed into 2 streaks of light in different colors and in an instant entered the Void Realm. They flew within the void for about 3 hours. Pop! The trio emerged from the void, entering the domain of Universe 11. After an additional 2 hours, Vegeta could finally see the inverted triangle of the Destroyer Realm in the distance. We shall arrive shortly, Ramsey said with a grin. Vegeta, I hope you won't embarrass me. If you find me embarrassing, you should take the lead, Vegeta retorted. Ramsey felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could swat Vegeta away. This kid is increasingly giving me a headache. In Universe 11, the destroyer Vemid was gazing at the sky in a state of contemplation. The angel Margarita stood silently beside him. Has Lord Vemid truly decided to retire after some time? Margarita asked. Indeed, I have grown weary of my role as a destroyer, Vemid sighed. After several million years, it has become rather monotonous. My sole task is to destroy planets. Chapter 42. Entering Universe 11. Margarita remarked with a smile. The work is undeniably tedious. Each year, the same routine repeats, leaving one with a profound sense of ennui, Vemid lamented. Now, although my task of destroying planets may only take a fleeting moment, or could be accomplished with a mere flick of my finger, I find myself disinclined to engage in such labor. So, how much longer do you plan to delay your retirement? Margarita inquired. Perhaps just a few decades, Vemid pondered. Torpo has nearly matured. While Torpo's strength is indeed remarkable within our universe, on a universal scale, should he become a destroyer, he would likely rank among the weakest, Margarita replied. Without experiencing adversity, how can one witness a rainbow? Vemid chuckled. Let the other destroyers challenge him. I believe he will grow swiftly. Margarita nodded in agreement, finding Vemid's perspective sound. Just as Margarita finished speaking, she sensed something and looked up at the sky to, oh dear, it seems we have visitors, she smiled. Is it Torpo? Vemid asked, momentarily taken aback. No, it is another destroyer from a different universe. Margarita clarified, a destroyer from another universe. What business do they have here? Vemid muttered, it is Lord Ramsey and Sister Kasai. Margarita identified them. Ramsey, what does that scoundrel want? I have no common ground with him. I wish for him to leave at once. Vemid huffed. He added, if that fellow Hellas were to come, I might find some interest, as she is the only female destroyer. And I enjoy conversing with female destroyers. Indeed, there is little amusement in conversing with an elephant. Margarita laughed. Who could argue with that? Vemid nodded, his eyes lighting up, but it might be amusing to bully him a bit and then ride him around. Perhaps it would be best to avoid a confrontation, as our universe cannot sustain a clash between two destroyers. Margarita sighed. We'll see. Vemid replied, gazing skyward. Two streaks of light in different colors flickered in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Vegeta and the others descended from the heavens, landing before Vemid and Margarita. Oh, I wondered who it could be. Is that not Ramsey? Vemid said with a smile. What brings you here? He quickly noticed Vegeta, who was holding Kasai. Vemid's reaction was swift. Could this fellow be Ramsey's disciple? If so, he intends for his disciple to spar with mine. Kasai and Margarita exchanged polite greetings. Vegeta, however, stared unabashedly at Margarita, captivated by the beauty of the twin-tailed angel before him. Ramsey, have you also taken on a disciple? Vemid inquired with a smile. Are you considering retirement? Oh, not quite retirement, just passing the time by taking on a student for amusement. Ramsey replied with a light chuckle. What about you, Vemid? Your disciple seems to have been trained for over 100 years now, while mine has only been under my tutelage for 12 years. Perhaps we could have them spar? Of course, Vemid readily agreed. Where is your disciple? Ramsey asked. Noticing Torpo's absence, he's training on Proud Planet and seldom returns, Vemid explained, then directed Margarita. Margarita, please contact Torpo and have him return promptly. Understood, Lord Vemid. Margarita nodded. Taking up her staff to reach out to Torpo, she quickly established contact with him. What is the plan? When do you intend to return? Ramsey asked. It will take at least 2 days to travel from Proud Planet to here. Margarita replied. Does it really take that long? Go retrieve him, Ramsey urged, lacking the patience to wait. Margarita, you should go and bring him back. Vemid suggested. 2 days is indeed quite a stretch, and during that time, one must also attend to Vemid's needs. After all, one must not neglect to entertain guests. Thus, it would be best to expedite this competition. All right, Lord Vemid, Margarita agreed, and please bring back Torpo's senior brother as well. Vemid winked at Margarita. Senior brother? Margarita murmured softly. It's Julien, Margarita. Have you forgotten that I've taken on 2 apprentices? Wymide smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, Margarita's eyes lit up with understanding. Wymide was indeed playing a winning hand. Fearing that Tuapa might not be a match for that little rascal, Waimide had decided to bring Jiren along. If Jiren were to take action, our universe would surely triumph. Upon further reflection, Makarita acknowledged that Waimide's concerns were not without merit. With Lord Ramsay personally seeking them out alongside his apprentice, he must have been quite confident of victory. Thus, retrieving Jiren was an excellent choice. Senior brother, Ramsay was taken aback. What do you mean, senior brother? Have you taken on 2 apprentices? Of course. Did you think I would only take one? Waimide chuckled. The other apprentice was accepted long ago, but he has since graduated, and it has been quite a while since I last saw him. Ramsay felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This is a miscalculation, a grave oversight. I never expected this fellow to have another apprentice. He immediately turned to Vegeta, his eyes silently inquiring. Do you have confidence? Forget about how many apprentices. It matters not, Vegeta replied calmly. And that beautiful angel. How long will your round trip take? At least 40 minutes. I presume. Makarita giggled. I quite like that title, Beautiful Angel. There's no need for such complications. Simply take me there, and we can engage in battle directly on their planet. How do you feel about that? Waimide, Ramsay asked, feeling slightly relieved by Vegeta's confidence. Absolutely no problem, Waimide nodded. Though the little fellow appears youthful, his fighting spirit is quite commendable. Chapter 43. A kick at the headquarters of the Pride Squad, then let us depart. Ramsay urged eagerly. With a swift motion, Vegeta leaped into the air, landing directly onto Keisai's back, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Keisai had grown accustomed to this behavior and said nothing. Makarita, however, placed a hand on her forehead, revealing a hint of exasperation. Your technique is rather skilled. It seems you have embraced Keisai from behind on numerous occasions. Let's go, Ramsay called out. Whoosh, the 5 of them soared into the sky, hastening towards the direction of Pride Planet. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Vegeta finally spotted the distant form of Pride Planet. This planet was about 10 times larger than Earth, adorned with advanced technology. Very well, you can stay here and watch. I shall directly sweep through the entirety of Pride Planet, Vegeta declared, releasing Keisai. Kid, you certainly have a big mouth. Waimide scoffed. Whoosh, Vegeta wasted no time. Diving down from the sky, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the planet. Undoubtedly belonging to Tua, he decided to descend and give him a good thrashing first. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he plummeted downwards on Pride Planet, at the headquarters of the Pride Squad. The members were engaged in a meeting. The primary objective of the meeting was to expedite the eradication of the Evil Legion within the recent time frame, that we cannot allow the Evil Legion to act with impunity. Tua proclaimed. You must find their lair and eliminate them all. Yes, Captain, the team members replied in unison. However, Captain, their lair is not easy to locate, but we have failed to find their hideout for many years. Keket lamented. Regardless of the method, we must uncover their hiding place, Tua said sternly. Otherwise, they will continue to sprout like unending chives. I guess that what you mean by cutting chives? Tissipa mumbled from the side. You talk too much, Tua retorted. This meeting is adjourned. You must find the Evil Legion's lair. Is that understood? Yes, Captain, we understand. The team members saluted in unison. That moment, Kazarar suddenly sensed something, raising his gaze towards the sky. Yet, there was nothing above, as they were confined within a closed room. Only the ceiling in view. Kazarar, what's wrong? Tissipa inquired. I feel as if something is about to fall, Kazarar murmured softly. What is it? Tissipa asked, puzzled. It feels like danger is imminent. Kazarar contemplated. Just then, the sound of Vegeta breaking through the air reached their ears. What? What is it? Is it the Evil Legion? Tua exclaimed, almost without hesitation, launching himself skyward and piercing through the roof to ascend into the open emerged into the sky. He spotted a child descending from above with his hands in his pockets. His hair ablaze due to atmospheric friction. Are you with the Evil Legion? Tua shouted. Not at all, Vegeta grinned, swiftly altering his form mid-air as he prepared to land. Boom! In the next instant, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick towards Tua. Reacting quickly, Tua crossed his arms defensively over his chest. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's kick struck Tua's arms, sending an overwhelming force surging through him. Tuapo's complexion shifted dramatically as he felt an immense pressure enveloping him. He was propelled backward, crashing through a skyscraper behind him. "Who are you?" Tuapa demanded, his voice laced with urgency as he unleashed an energy blast from his hand. Vegeta remained unfazed, hands still in his pockets, effortlessly sidestepping the oncoming energy blast. "What?" "He dodged it," Tuapa exclaimed, astonished. Vegeta, unfazed, decided to take it easy. That initial strike was merely a greeting. Suddenly, Tissipa, Kakarot, Quincy, Kazarar, and the other members of the Pride Squad surged upwards, surrounding Vegeta. With hands still in his pockets and an expression of calm indifference, Vegeta regarded them. "Whose little brat dares to run rampant in the headquarters of the Pride Squad? Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" Quincy shouted sternly. Vegeta casually flicked his tail, which struck Quincy squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Unfortunately, Quincy was struck, and as he flew back, blood spewed from his mouth. He plummeted to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. "Quincy!" Kazarar gasped, rushing down in alarm. "Kakarot, go treat Quincy!" Tuapa commanded. Tuapa realized that this child was no ordinary foe. The other team members might not stand a chance against him. "Yes, Captain," Kakarot replied, hastily flying down to attend to Quincy. Now, only Tuapa and Tissipa remained. "State your origins," Tuapa demanded coldly, fixing his gaze on Vegeta. "I am the apprentice destroyer of the 10th universe." "Here to challenge you," Vegeta replied with a smile. "What? An apprentice destroyer?" Toru paused momentarily, taken aback. The god of destruction of Universe 11, Wymide, was indeed gazing down from above. "If you do not believe it, you may inquire directly." Vegeta smiled faintly. "Wymide has arrived?" Without a trace of hesitation, Toru soared into the sky with great speed. Only Vegeta and Tisber remained on the scene. Tisber scrutinized Vegeta with unblinking eyes. "Is this brat an apprentice god of destruction? He does not seem particularly remarkable." "What are you staring at?" Vegeta retorted. "Humph. Nowadays, even a stray cat or dog can become an apprentice god of destruction." Tisber chuckled heartily. "Enough. How dare you call someone else an animal?" "You rabbit," Vegeta scoffed. "What did you say?" Tisber's expression darkened with irritation. Chapter 44. Wymide, is your disciple incompetent? Bang! Vegeta, uninterested in continuing the exchange, delivered a swift kick to Tisber's face. Tisber, unfortunately, bore the brunt of it, and a shoe print marred his visage. Whoosh! In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly above Tisber. Bang! With a swift backflip, Vegeta struck Tisber's shoulder. Tisber let out a wail as he plummeted from the sky. Thunderous rumblings ensued. Tisber crashed into the headquarters of the Proud Warriors, leaving behind a massive crater. The conference room of the Proud Warriors' headquarters was utterly demolished. "Pah!" Vegeta spat disdainfully, his hands still tucked in his pockets. In the high skies, Toru swiftly approached Wymide's side. He paused for a moment. Astonished, "Indeed, it is Lord Wymide. The god of destruction has truly arrived. And that elephant-like god of destruction, is he from Universe 10? Toru bowed respectfully. Just as Toru stepped forward to pay his respects, Vegeta kicked Tisber down from the sky. Tisber's cries echoed from below. "That scoundrel!" Toru gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. "There's no need for formalities." Wymide's expression darkened. That little brat said. "He is the apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10. You are to deal with him severely." "I understand what to do, Lord Wymide," Toru replied, bowing once more. Whoosh! Following that, Toru dove downwards, heading toward Vegeta's location. "Lamsey, your apprentice is quite formidable," Wymide remarked with a smile. "He's decent enough." Lamsey laughed, his demeanor increasingly self-satisfied. "Shall we let them fight freely? Shouldn't we have some stakes?" Wymide inquired with a grin. "What do you have in mind?" Lamsey asked. "How about the losing side works for the victor for 100 years? Sounds like a fair wager, right?" Wymide proposed. 100 years of work. Lamsey muttered under his breath, flicking his elephantine trunk. "I happen to plan to retire within that 100 years, so if you lose, you'll work for me for 100 years. It will help your apprentice familiarize himself with the duties of a god of destruction." Wymide smiled. "Then what if I win?" Lamsey asked, puzzled. "If you win, I retire. I have nothing better to do than assist in your universe. Helping you destroy planets. Sounds rather amusing, doesn't it? Why-Might asserted confidently. Your reasoning seems quite sound. Let's settle on that. Lamsey readily agreed. If Vegeta loses, I will work for you for 100 years. All right, if Toru loses to Vegeta, I shall work for you for 100 years. Why-Might nodded. Keisai and Makalita remained silent. Such wagers were common among gods of destruction. Below, Toru dove down, appearing directly opposite Vegeta. The apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10. Toru scoffed. I am Vegeta. You may call me by my name, Vegeta said, hands in pockets, a smile gracing his lips. I am Toru. He introduced himself. There is no need to announce your name. You are merely an insignificant nobody. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Whether I am a nobody, you shall soon find out. Toru snorted coldly, ready to commence. This concerns the honor among gods of destruction. Come. Vegeta beckoned, still with hands in pockets, playfully wiggling his toes at Toru. How insulting! Toru's expression darkened. Put your hands out, Toru demanded, his demeanor serious. For a person like you, why bother using my hands? Vegeta grinned. Veins bulged on Toru's forehead, his anger palpable. Kid, I hope you do not regret this. With a cold snort, Toru charged toward Vegeta. Bang! Toru unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta remained unfazed, lifting his knee to effortlessly block Toru's fist. Bang! Vegeta followed up with a swift kick directly to Toru's chest. Toru, unfortunately, took the hit and slid backward. However, he quickly extended his arms, unleashing a surge of energy, halting his descent in mid-air. Damn brat, Toru gritted his teeth. This kid is far stronger than I anticipated. Toru focused his gaze on Vegeta, only to find him mysteriously vanished. What? Where did he go? Toru's expression grew increasingly serious. Receive my kick. Vegeta's voice rang out from directly above Toru. Whoosh, a leg descended rapidly from the sky. Toru was momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. What does this mean? Why do I feel as though a leg has dropped down? Did you accidentally kick off your leg when you kicked me? Bang! Toru coldly huffed, swatting the descending leg away. However, just as he did, Vegeta suddenly reappeared directly in front of Toru. Bang! Vegeta forcefully thrust his knee upward, striking Toru's chin. Ow! Toru cried out in agony, unfortunate enough to be hit. Bang! 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 Vegeta unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Toru. You bastard! You've only got one leg left, and you're still kicking so fiercely? Whoosh! Vegeta swiftly appeared above Toru once more. Bang! With a flick of his tail, Vegeta struck Toru's face, leaving a bright red mark. Take another kick! Vegeta swiftly flew to his severed leg and delivered a kick. Whoosh! Vegeta's severed leg soared toward Toru, landing a swift kick to his face. Toru rolled over several times. Meanwhile, Vegeta calmly regenerated his severed leg. Throughout the ordeal, Vegeta had kept his hands in his pockets. Hey! Toru extended his arms, his energy surging, stabilizing his body. He then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the high skies, Why-Might, your apprentice is lacking. He has a long way to go. Lamsey laughed heartily. Chapter 45, Toru's God of Destruction form. Toru has yet to get serious. Why-Might smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. Even if Toru were to lose to that little brat. What would it matter? I still have a trump card yet to be used. This trump card is Jiren. When the time comes, I will let Jiren strike back. Even though this little brat named Vegeta may be formidable, he pales in comparison to Jiren. Jiren's strength is second only to mine. You are merely putting on a brave front. You should prepare yourself to work for me for 100 years. Ramusi laughed heartily. Do not celebrate too early. Until the outcome is determined, everything else is mere chatter. Waimei chuckled softly. Below, when did you become a trainee destroyer? Torpo inquired, looking at Vegeta. 12 years ago. Vegeta replied with a smile. What? 12 years ago? So you've only trained for 12 years. Torpo's eyes widened. In a true sense, I have indeed only trained for 12 years. Vegeta nodded. Vegeta speaks the truth. He was already 5 years old when he crossed over. He began his training from that year onward. Thus, he has only trained for 12 years. How old are you now? You seem rather young. Torpo asked. 17. Vegeta replied. You look as if you were barely 8 years old. Torpo scoffed. I was simply born petite. That's all, Vegeta stated calmly. Torpo fell silent. This kid appears remarkably composed. Generally, those who are shorter tend to be sensitive about such remarks. Yet this lad speaks so matter-of-factly. Even now, Vegeta resembles his 5-year-old self. Sometimes he wonders if his appearance at 17 is a result of his crossing over. However, such thoughts are trivial. Even if he doesn't grow, he can always ask the dragon to make him larger. Furthermore, Vegeta believes in himself. One day, he will suddenly grow into an adult. After all, he is a Saiyan. Having a unique physique is quite normal. Very well. You are indeed impressive. You have gained the upper hand in our recent skirmish. Torpo smiled lightly, yet your hands remain in your pockets, indicating you are concealing your true power. Am I correct? Indeed, Vegeta nodded that I too have concealed my strength. Did you know? Torpo said with a smile that I am aware. Vegeta nodded again. Then let us settle this once and for all. That a smile adorned Torpo's face. That I in the ruins of the headquarters of the proud warriors below. Captain, can he defeat that little brat? Kaeslar pondered. Darn it, that arrogant little brat. Tispa ground his teeth in frustration. Deputy, are you all right? Kakarot asked with concern. It's nothing. Tispa shook his head, gritting his teeth. Captain, give it your all and thoroughly teach that little brat a lesson. Does he think he is special just because he is a trainee destroyer? Are the people of Universe 10 so shameless? Quincy huffed. Even if they wish to challenge us, there's no need to smash our conference room. The conference room was apparently destroyed when the captain charged in. Kakarot corrected. Kakarot, be silent. Tispa snapped irritably. Eye in the sky. Vegeta and Torpo stood facing each other. Boom. Torpo's body suddenly erupted in a crimson glow. The destroyer form. Looking at Vegeta, he remained with his hands in his pockets, his expression exceptionally calm, devoid of any aura. Kid, are you certain you want to use your hands? Torpo's face grew stern as he squinted his eyes. There's no need. Dealing with someone like you hardly requires my hands. Vegeta smiled. Not underestimate me. You will soon regret it. Torpo snorted coldly and swiftly charged towards Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. Torpo unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Vegeta. With his hands still in his pockets, Vegeta managed to fend off all of Torpo's blows using only his feet. After several exchanges in battle, a collision occurred. Vegeta's foot met Torpo's fist. Both were sent flying backward, quickly creating distance between them. Immediately, Vegeta kicked out from afar. Then his leg shot forth. Torpo, you've got to be kidding me. Not this again. Bang, Torpo retaliated with a kick, sending Vegeta's leg flying. Vegeta swiftly regenerated his leg. Whoosh! In the next moment, Vegeta charged forward once more. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce aerial clash. For a time, they appeared evenly matched. After battling for hundreds of rounds, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on Torpo's arm. Crack! Torpo's arm emitted a sharp sound, causing him to gasp in pain. Humph! Is it merely a broken arm that causes you such distress? Vegeta smirked derisively. I lost a leg. Did you hear me whimper? Torpo, shameless brat, do you not feel pain? Torpo gritted his teeth and asked, of course I do, but I have endured far too much pain, so this little bit is nothing. Vegeta chuckled, and moreover, the more it hurts, the more it ignites my fighting spirit. Whoosh! With that, Vegeta soared upward, crashing his head into Torpo's chest. Puffed. Blood gushed from Torpo's mouth, feeling as if his chest had caved in. Bang! 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 Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a series of fierce kicks upon Torpo. For a moment, Torpo was unable to retaliate. Bang! Vegeta landed another kick directly on Torpo's forehead. Torpo transformed into a shooting star, plummeting towards the earth below. However, just as Torpo was nearing the ground, a surge of crimson energy enveloped him. Halting his descent in mid-air, Torpo took a deep breath, his expression contorting into something more sinister. Torpo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all this time spent fighting, this kid has kept his hands in his pockets the entire time. I have unleashed my true strength, yet he still has substantial leeway. Destruction. Torpo gritted his teeth as a mass of destructive energy surged towards Vegeta. The violet-red destructive energy transformed into a streak of light. hurtling towards Vegeta at astonishing speed. Observing the rapidly approaching destructive energy, Vegeta calmly kicked out. Whoosh! The destructive energy immediately altered its course in mid-air, hurtling towards the Proud Warriors' headquarters. Chapter 46. Wei Mei, you cannot afford to play with this. Oh no! Torpo's expression shifted dramatically. If that energy were to strike the Proud Warriors' headquarters, it would instantly turn into nothingness. This is no joke. This brat doing this on purpose? Without a moment's hesitation, Torpo swiftly positioned himself beneath the descending destructive energy. Slap! Torpo raised his hands and caught the falling destructive energy. Phew! Torpo sighed in relief, quickly hurling the destructive energy far away. The destructive energy traced an arc through the air, soaring into the starry sky until it vanished without a trace. I'm done. Battling you is utterly uninteresting. Let your senior brother come out. Vegeta smiled gently. Senior brother? Who is that? Torpo was taken aback. When did I acquire a senior brother? High above, witnessing Vegeta effortlessly outmaneuver Torpo, Wei Mei's expression transformed repeatedly. How can this insufferable brat be so powerful? It appears that we can only summon Jiren for assistance. Wei Mei turned to glance at Makalita, signaling her to hastily contact Jiren, for only he possesses the capability to vanquish this brat. Haha. What do you think, Wei Mei? Your disciple seems to be lacking. Lang Musi guffawed heartily, his laughter growing increasingly self-satisfied as he approached Wei Mei to pat him on the shoulder. Enough of your arrogance. Wei Mei bared his teeth in response. Work for me for 100 years. What do you say? Lang Musi chuckled. Humph. Wei Mei grunted. Shall we continue this battle? Lang Musi inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Fine. I acknowledge your disciple's prowess. I shall work for you for 100 years instead. Wei Mei readily agreed. Lang Musi was momentarily taken aback. Has he truly consented so swiftly? This is not characteristic of him. However, I previously mentioned that I do not possess only this one disciple. Tuapa also has an elder brother. Wei Mei smiled. Humph. Let that fellow's elder brother come forth then. Lang Musi remarked nonchalantly. Have you not seen how effortlessly Vegeta is handling things? Throughout this prolonged engagement, that lad's hands have remained tucked in his pockets. What if he has an elder brother? How formidable could his elder brother possibly be? Lang Musi had no cause for concern. Since I have another disciple, let us continue our wager. Wei Mei proposed, suggesting they wager 1,000 years this time. Lang Musi fell silent. Vegeta seems quite confident in his ability to defeat his elder brother. Should we continue gambling? 1,000 years is at stake that if I truly win, I could enjoy 1,000 years of leisure. The mere thought thrilled Lang Musi like tea that moment. Vegeta and Tuapo's voices echoed from below. Let your elder brother show himself, Vegeta declared. You are no match for me. What elder brother? Tuapa seemed perplexed. Do you not have an elder brother? Vegeta smiled, stating that since you are not my opponent, it is only natural for your brother to assist you. How am I unaware of having an elder brother? Tuapa replied, bewildered. Wei Mei exclaimed, this foolish disciple. How could you not follow along with him? Must you insist that you have no elder brother? This is bound to expose the truth. Lang Musi looked at Wei Mei with a grin. What? Tuapa is completely oblivious to the existence of his elder brother. Lang Musi chuckled. Humph. It is not surprising that he is unaware, for Jiren departed early in his training. Wei Mei gritted his teeth and descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Wei Mei appeared beside To, who was now bruised and battered, bowing in respect. Although Wei Mei had initially been enraged, upon seeing Tuapo's dismal state, he was momentarily at a loss for anger. You fool! Is not Jiren your elder brother? I have mentioned this to you before. Wei Mei scolded. Jiren? Is he my elder brother? Tuapo was confused. How could I not remember? Was not Jiren's Master Lord Jiqing? Wei Mei was prepared to curse. Are you truly this dense? How did I end up with such a dim-witted disciple? No, Tuapo was not dim-witted before. Could it be that Vegeta's blows have rendered him foolish? Wei Mei scrutinized Tuapo, and indeed, his head appeared somewhat misshapen from the strikes. It is only natural for his mind to lag behind. This is rather tragic. With a swoosh, Lang Musi descended swiftly beside Vegeta. Oh, the elder brother you mentioned, Jiren, is a disciple of Jiqing, Lang Musi remarked with a smile. Wei Mei's heart sank, and his expression shifted slightly. This is troublesome. He has overheard us. How utterly imprudent. Wei Mei, do you still have any dignity left? Lang Yusi chuckled lightly. Lord Lang Yusi, did you not have a wager with him previously? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, for the next 100 years, he shall be responsible for obliterating planets in our universe, effectively working in my stead. Lang Yusi nodded. Quite splendid. This will save me the trouble of intervening, Vegeta replied, nodding in satisfaction. Enough with your arrogance. Jiren is truly my disciple. Believe it or not, Wei Mei exclaimed, growing anxious as he shouted at Vegeta, daring him to take on Jiren in another battle. I refuse, Vegeta decisively declined. Though I am confident in my ability to defeat Jiren, I simply will not fight. Lord Lang Yusi, shall we return now? This trip has not been in vain, Vegeta grinned. Indeed, I concur, Lang Yusi replied, swinging his trunk with a mischievous grin. Wei Mei was instantly exasperated. Do you not back out now? If you refuse to fight, I shall be forced to work for Lang Yusi for the next 100 years. It takes me several hours just to reach Universe 10. Boy, are you not brave enough? Wei Mei gritted his teeth, challenging Vegeta. Vegeta, let us depart. Lang Yusi laughed heartily, seizing Vegeta's arm and soaring into the sky. Wei Mei was left bewildered by the wind. You have gone too far to abandon the fight halfway through. I have witnessed shamelessness, but this is unprecedented. You shall not leave. Wei Mei would not allow Lang Yusi to depart so easily and swiftly transformed into a streak of light to pursue them. With a swoosh, Wei Mei extended his arms, obstructing Lang Yusi and Vegeta's path. Wei Mei, do you not know how to play fairly? Lang Yusi chuckled lightly. The one who cannot play is you, who halts a game after just one round. Wei Mei bellowed. Chapter 47, Jiren's Arrival. You never stated that the game must continue indefinitely. Lang Yusi laughed heartily. Wei Mei was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, you may choose not to participate. However, if that is the case, then let us engage in battle. Wei Mei huffed. Are you certain? Lang Yusi snorted coldly. Do you wish to fight here? Are you not concerned about shattering your universe? Wei Mei. Very well. How do you propose we proceed? Pray tell, Vegeta suddenly interjected. How about you face Jiren? Wei Mei's eyes lit up at Vegeta's words, instantly invigorated. And then, Vegeta inquired with a smile. Should Jiren lose, I shall work in Universe 10 for another 900 years. Totaling 1,000, Wei Mei asserted. And of course, if Lang Yusi loses, he must work in our universe for 1,000 years. You must be joking, Vegeta laughed heartily. Lord Lang Yusi has already won for 100 years. If he loses, he must work for you for 1,000 years. Is your math taught by the gym teacher? Wei Mei retorted, Boy, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? You, a mere apprentice destroyer, have the audacity to be insolent towards me, a legitimate destroyer. Wei Mei's temper flared, and he struck out at Vegeta. Slap. Lang Yusi raised a hand, blocking Wei Mei's attack. Wei Mei, do not overstep. Lang Yusi huffed. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. If you dare to bully my disciple, I shall make sure to beat him into submission. Tuapa silently wiped his sweat beside them. Am I also caught in the crossfire? The proper wager should be as follows, Vegeta replied. If I inadvertently lose, then the previous 100 years shall be nullified. This would be fair, would it not? What did you just say? Lang Yusi bellowed in anger. So, if I win, I only gain 100 years, but if I lose, I must forfeit 1,000. This brat is truly shameless. Otherwise, let's call it a day. Vegeta continued. Well then, let us call it a day. Rashi discreetly gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Fortunately, this lad is quick on the uptake. Otherwise, I might have been ensnared by that fellow Wymide. I have already triumphed for a century. If I were to compete with you again and lose, it would mean an additional millennium of defeat. That hardly seems prudent. That I am grateful that I did not acquiesce earlier. Wymide, you ought to contemplate this thoroughly. If it proves unfeasible, then so be it. Rashi chuckled, his ivory teeth gleaming with satisfaction. How about this? If I win, you shall forfeit a century to me. Wymide gritted his teeth and replied to Rashi, if I lose, I shall concede 1,000 years to you. That should be fair, don't you think? Vegeta, what is your take? Rashi decided to consult Vegeta first, as he was the one engaging in battle. If Vegeta lacked confidence in his victory, then what was the point of wagering at all? Better to secure that century first and avoid a drawn-out struggle with Weimite. Rongshi was well aware of the wisdom in knowing when to concede that no, I lack confidence in winning. Vegeta responded. Thus, we need not take the risk. Weimite felt a wave of despair wash over him. This lad possesses remarkable self-awareness. He actually realizes he may not be a match for Jiren. This complicates matters. You're absolutely right, Vegeta. Rongshi laughed heartily. This lad has potential. Recognizing one's limitations and refraining from competition is a mark of wisdom. Then let us depart swiftly from this place. Rongshi tugged at Vegeta, eager to make their exit, but not before tossing back a parting remark. Weimite. Remember that century. Weimite trembled with indignation. This rascal cannot simply walk away and scathe 1,000 years it is then. What do you say? Weimite clenched his teeth, asserting, if you lose, simply forego the century of labor I owe you. If I lose, I shall work for you for an additional 1,000 years. Is this condition acceptable? If you lose, you stand to lose nothing. Rongshi immediately turned to Vegeta. What do you think? Shall we give it a shot? He spoke with a smile, acknowledging the truth of Weimite's words. After all, if I lose, I won't be a loss. You're right. It's a small price to pay for that century. Rongshi contemplated. If I happen to win, someone will owe you a millennium of labor, Vegeta remarked. Fantastic. That 1,000 years would allow for a leisurely existence. Rongshi expressed his excitement, and then inquired, do you truly possess confidence? The odds are slim, but it is worth a try. Vegeta mused that if you lack confidence, then perhaps a century seems reasonable. Rongshi deliberated that no, I have no confidence in winning against him with my hands in my pockets. Vegeta clarified. Rongshi replied, so, you indeed have confidence. Then show your hands. Rongshi insisted. That is out of the question. If I am to put on a show, it must be a grand one, aiming to impress, Vegeta retorted with conviction. Rongshi shook his elephantine trunk. The sentiment was commendable, though it sounded rather peculiar. Well then, give it your all. Losing won't matter, and we can simply forego that century. Rongshi patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Your assurance suffices. I shall engage him in a spirited contest. Vegeta smiled. What is the matter, Rongshi? Weimite observed the two whispering, fearing that Rongshi might flee. If you run away, I would still owe you a century of labor. You must agree swiftly. This condition is quite favorable for you. Miss it, and there may not be another opportunity. Weimite urged once more. Very well. Since you insist on competing, I shall indulge you. Rongshi grinned, gently nodding. So, you agree? Weimite huffed and sighed in relief. Agreed. Let that fellow's master emerge. Rongshi smiled, though he was not truly a master. I am not deceiving you, Weimite asserted, his lips twitching in affirmation. Enough of this. Whether or not he is a master is inconsequential. Rongshi stated indifferently, he has arrived. Vegeta whispered to Rongshi. With a swish. As the words fell, Jiren swiftly approached from a distance, rapidly appearing beside Weimite. Weimite, my lord, Jiren said with a calm expression. Jiren, Torpo exclaimed, scratching his head. Now I understand that the master Weimite referred to is you. What master? Jiren was taken aback. Chapter 48. Now you may show your hands. This Torpo is squinting hard. Jiren remained oblivious. Jiren, the reason I summoned you is to hope you can spar with this esteemed trainee destroyer of Universe 10. Vegeta, Weimite quickly interjected, gesturing towards Vegeta. Jiren immediately turned his steady gaze towards Vegeta. After a brief silence, he shook his head, not interested. Weimite felt his spirits plummet. This fellow not going to grant me any consideration? Defeat him, and the terms are yours to dictate, Weimite whispered. You know, my greatest wish is to resurrect my master. Jieshing, Jiren replied. Agreed, provided you defeat him, I will find a way to bring your master back. Weimite pondered. What method do you have? Jiren inquired. Weimite replied. Please do not put me in a difficult position. I will devise a plan. You can count on me. So, if I defeat him, you will indeed find a way to revive my master? Jiren pressed once more. Indeed, Weimite nodded gravely. Very well. I trust you. Jiren took a deep breath and agreed. Since Weimite is willing to assist in reviving his master, the chances appear more promising. I shall engage him in a match. Whoosh! Just then, Keisai and Makalita also appeared on the scene. Earlier, it was Makalita who had contacted Jiren through her staff. That is how Jiren hurried over. Oh dear, it seems the match must continue, Keisai remarked with a smile. Master Waimide, how many more years do you intend to continue? Makalita also inquired with a grin. Another 1,000 years. If Jiren loses this time, I shall work for Rashi for 1,000 years, Waimide huffed. And if you win? Makalita asked. If I win, the previous century shall be nullified. Waimide gritted his teeth and managed to utter. Makalita sighed helplessly, so it appears that regardless of whether Master Waimide wins or loses, he gains nothing. Waimide felt his heart ache at that moment. Makalita, can we refrain from stating such harsh truths? It's rather disheartening. It seems I gain no advantage whatsoever. Actually, if Jiren should win, there might be other competitions to consider. Makalita whispered to Waimide. Oh, such as? Waimide's eyes brightened. For instance, I've heard that the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 has a disciple as well. Makalita smiled, suggesting that a competition between the disciples of the Supreme Kai would be entirely feasible. But our Supreme Kai of Universe 11 is still in his prime and has yet to take on any disciples, Waimide countered. It's not too late to take one on now. Makalita smiled. For example, the esteemed Mr. Dispo below would be an excellent candidate. The exquisite flavors ignited a gleam in his eyes. This approach is rather ingenious. Let the god of destruction, Kai, take Tispo as his disciple, and then allow Tispo to engage in a battle against the disciples of the 10th universe's god of destruction. This way, I might just reclaim victory. Nevertheless, let's not dwell on such matters for now. First, let Jiren secure victory in the match. You two may commence. Wei Mei smiled. With Jiren in the fray, that rascal named Vegeta poses no real threat. Jiren, give it your all. Toppo also cheered for Jiren. Jiren cast a deep glance at Toppo. This little fellow managed to defeat Toppo, which is quite impressive. However, he still pales in comparison to me. Let us begin. Come forth. Jiren beckoned to Vegeta. Vegeta, with his hands still tucked in his pockets, showed no intention of removing them. Battle commence. Wei Mei commanded. Ramses took a deep breath. A new round of combat was about to unfold. I wonder if Vegeta can secure 1,000 years for me. I shall test this technique, Vegeta declared, subtly moving his tail, which pointed towards Jiren from a distance. Jiren, with a blank expression, regarded Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, beams of light erupted from Vegeta's tail, hurtling towards Jiren. Noticing the rapidly approaching crimson light, Jiren snorted coldly, swatting each beam aside with ease. Jiren effortlessly neutralized the fiery onslaught emitted by Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta's form flickered and vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind Jiren. Bam! Vegeta launched a kick aimed at Jiren's back. Jiren, seemingly foreseeing the attack, gently raised his right hand and slightly tilted his body to block the incoming strike. Crack! Jiren swiftly grasped Vegeta's ankle. Subsequently, Jiren spun Vegeta around and placed 0.1 spin. 2 spins, 3 spins, crack. Just as Jiren completed 3 spins, he suddenly felt something slip from his grasp, as if something had flown away. Stunned, he focused his gaze and widened his eyes in disbelief. To his astonishment, he realized he was holding on only a leg, but Vegeta's body had vanished. What in the world? Bam! Vegeta descended rapidly from the sky, executing a single-legged kick towards Jiren's crown. Jiren reacted swiftly, sensing the situation above him, and lifted his arm to shield against Vegeta's assault. Bam! Jiren followed up with a powerful backhand, sending Vegeta flying backward. Crack! As Vegeta was propelled back, he quickly used regeneration to grow back his severed leg. Jiren frowned slightly. Oh dear, what peculiar techniques are these? Margarita exclaimed. Kes covered her forehead, displaying a look of exasperation. This technique appears innovative but is utterly ineffective. Wei Mei, however, merely snorted. Ramses remained silent. He too recognized that this fellow named Jiren was no ordinary opponent. After several minutes of combat, Vegeta had made no headway. And Vegeta, you rascal, do remove your hand from your pockets. Even in such circumstances, you still keep them tucked away. Indeed, you are stronger than I had anticipated. Jiren smiled at Vegeta. I share the same sentiment. Vegeta replied with a grin. Is it time for you to reveal your hands? Jiren asked with a gentle smile. Chapter 49, Transformation, Super Saiyan 2. There's no need for that. Vegeta shook his head. It seems I must get serious. As Jiren spoke, he abruptly accelerated to his utmost speed. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared behind Vegeta, who hadn't even registered the change. Bam! Jiren's fist struck heavily against Vegeta's back. A dull thud resonated as Vegeta fell victim to the blow. Spitting blood, Vegeta lunged forward. However, he reacted swiftly, executing a graceful turn mid-lunge. Whoosh! An energy surge erupted from Vegeta's foot, racing toward Jiren. Bam! Jiren scoffed coldly, swiftly slapping away the energy projectile. Whoosh! In the next moment, Jiren flickered again, appearing directly above Vegeta. Boom! Jiren swung his arm downward, unleashing a powerful energy that engulfed Vegeta. Vegeta found himself unfortunate enough to be caught, plummeting towards the ground. Just as he was about to crash, Vegeta summoned energy in his legs, stabilizing his descent. Whoosh! He shot upward, swiftly positioning himself directly opposite Jiren. Well done. You must be Jiren, correct? Vegeta smiled. Indeed, Jiren nodded. You're the first human to make me fight seriously. Vegeta grinned. So, are you finally ready to use your hands? Jiren chuckled, I in the distance. That fellow has kept his hands in his pockets all this time. Does he truly believe he can defeat Jiren by merely using his hands? How Navi? Wei Mei scoffed. Ramses remained silent. He too acknowledged that this Jiren was exceptionally formidable. The energy he had unleashed in an instant had already surpassed our God of Destruction's energy levels. This Wei Mei is quite something, allowing such a powerful being to battle Vegeta. It seems that 1,000 years of hope might be in vain, even if Vegeta were to use his hands. I feel he may not stand a chance against Jiren. Sister Kess, it appears that our Jiren is on the verge of victory. Margarita smiled. Not necessarily. Kess replied with a smile. Margarita cast a deep glance at Kess. Why is my sister so confident? This fellow named Vegeta is indeed strong. Yet, I sense there remains a vast chasm between him and Jiren. Although he has yet to reveal his hands, Jiren has not fought with full seriousness either. Below, at the headquarters of the Proud Team, Tispo and the others gazed upward, observing the battle between Vegeta and Jiren. How is it going? Vice Captain, do you think Jiren can defeat him? Kokodi inquired. Jiren will undoubtedly prevail. After all, he is Jiren. Tispo replied with a smile. Jiren will certainly win. Quincy added. Indeed, Jiren is an undefeated legend. Kaeslar echoed. The faces of the Proud Team members radiated with unwavering determination and pride. Jiren will surely triumph. In the high skies, Vegeta and Jiren stood opposite each other. You are indeed a worthy opponent deserving of my full attention. Vegeta smiled. Jiren did not respond. Very well. Allow me to show you my true strength. And I hope you will not be frightened, Vegeta declared, taking a deep breath. Boom! In the next moment, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Vegeta. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flame swiftly enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta's entire being shimmered with golden light. His hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Crackling bolts of lightning entwined around him. Super Saiyan, transform. Vegeta seamlessly ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his energy amplified 100-fold. What kind of transformation is this? Jiren's expression shifted dramatically. There's nothing to be astonished about. It's merely a straightforward transformation, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Ramses' eyes widened in disbelief. Ramses was utterly flabbergasted. Kess, on the other hand, maintained a calmer demeanor, though a hint of confusion lingered beneath her composure, mixed with a touch of astonishment. Previously, while Ramses was asleep, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan in front of Kess. But it was merely the ordinary Super Saiyan form. He had not yet achieved Super Saiyan 2. This discrepancy left Kess puzzled and astonished. Why did your transformation seem so different from what I witnessed before? Although the appearance is similar, I can distinctly sense that your energy intensity has increased at least 100-fold. The previous one was only 50 times. What is going on? You can upgrade your transformations. What? Transformations? This guy can transform too. Wei Mei's eyes widened as she turned to Ramses, only to find him equally astonished. Ramsey, you can't possibly be unaware that this fellow can transform, can you? Wei Mi inquired. Ahem, how could that be? Of course, I know he can transform, Ramsey insisted, determined not to concede. If I admit it, I would be utterly embarrassed. I clearly saw your surprise. Wei Mi huffed. You obviously had no idea he could transform, but I was feigning surprise for your sake. Ramsey retorted with fervor. Wei Mi chose to ignore him. Who are you trying to fool? Meanwhile, Jiren's expression grew increasingly grave. What a joke. I can feel that this kid's transformation has enhanced his power at least 100-fold. This is no ordinary golden glow. That moment, Vegeta radiated golden light, coloring the very sky around him in a brilliant yellow. Indeed, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 after concluding their training with Ramsey and Kess over the past 3 years. Aside from mastering the techniques of the God of Destruction and the power of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta dedicated his remaining time to studying transformations. His research focused on what kind of transformation would allow him to unleash the greatest extent of energy. At this stage, transformation was merely an auxiliary means for Vegeta that he grasped the concept effortlessly. For him, forms like Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 were exceedingly simple, as long as he maintained a tranquil state of mind while experiencing significant emotional fluctuations. The transformation would come naturally. Vegeta's emotional trigger was easily identifiable. Anger, particularly when it came to Kess. Wait a moment, I shall transform again. Vegeta transitioned into Super Saiyan and subsequently into Super Saiyan 2 through this method. Currently, Vegeta's base combat power had reached 10 to the power of 41. He had enhanced his strength by an entire order of magnitude compared to 3 years ago, which equated to a 10-fold increase. Although this was merely a 10-fold enhancement, Vegeta's true strength could not be solely defined by combat power. It was akin to Jiren, while Jiren's energy intensity surpassed even that of the God of Destruction. Wei Mi, if Jiren were to engage in an actual battle with her, he would inevitably falter. After all, gods possess their unique ways of fighting, particularly the God of Destruction. Come on, Jiren, let us continue. Vegeta casually placed his hands in his pockets. After all, he is merely a human. If I were to use my hands, it would mean I've lost. You aren't worthy of my full capabilities, even if you are claimed to be the strongest human in this universe. Jiren's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting at this juncture. He dared not underestimate his opponent. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful energy erupted from Jiren as a layer of fiery red flames rapidly enveloped him. He could no longer afford to conceal his strength. Unleashing all of his power, it seems your energy has increased significantly. Vegeta remarked with a slight smile that I will not be defeated by you. Jiren replied coolly. With that, Jiren transformed into a streak of fiery red light, charging directly towards Vegeta. Wait, Vegeta called out suddenly. Jiren halted abruptly, looking at Vegeta in surprise. What are you waiting for? Jiren had no urgency. He was curious to see what other surprises Vegeta had in store. Isn't it just 100-fold increase in power? Do you think I've shown my true strength already? I might not be defeated by you. Jiren contemplated silently. Although this lad named Vegeta had indeed increased his power 100-fold, Jiren had yet to reveal his true strength. Wei Mi scoffed. Jiren's might is beyond your imagination. Ramsey's complexion shifted repeatedly. Indeed, based on their respective energy intensities, it was evident that Jiren's energy surpassed that of Vegeta. If Vegeta's combat power was calculated at 10 to the power of 41, then after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his strength had risen to 10 to the power of 43 to AS for Jiren's energy intensity. Ramsey sensed it and felt a chill run down his spine, but he could clearly discern that, when converted to combat power, Jiren's energy intensity was equivalent to 10 to the power of 44. Despite the difference being merely one order of magnitude, the gap was substantial. Ramsey could only silently pray that Vegeta's destructive capabilities would be of some use. Moreover, wasn't this lad also in possession of the most basic angelic powers? With these two layers of strength combined, he hoped that the difference of one order of magnitude would not pose too much of a problem. 1 order of magnitude signifies a 10-fold difference. Surely he could defeat him, right? 10-fold. You can see it too. Ramsey, Wei Mi huffed. When it comes to sheer energy, it holds no real significance. Ramsey shook his head dismissively. Yes, that's so. You'll soon find out. Wei laughed heartily. Oh dear. It seems our universe's Jiren is poised for victory. After all, there's a tenfold disparity. Margarita smiled. If the difference were merely one order, perhaps one could compensate through combat techniques and the application of divine power. Kess remained silent, utterly unprepared for just how powerful Jiren had become. However, she was left pondering why Vegeta had instructed Jiren to halt. Was Vegeta intending to utilize his hands in battle? Yet, even if Vegeta did employ his hands, the most he could hope for was to enhance his strength by 1 or 2 times, which would be quite remarkable. Given the absolute disparity in energy, achieving victory still seemed exceedingly difficult for Vegeta. You can still concede now. It's not too late to avoid a beating, Jiren sneered, a relaxed smile adorning his face. Is this truly all your strength? Vegeta queried, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Indeed, Jiren nodded. Are you serious? Vegeta pressed once more. Yes. What exactly are you trying to convey? Jiren frowned, urging Vegeta to surrender promptly. I wish to express that I have yet to utilize my final transformation. A grin spread across Vegeta's face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What did you say? Jiren's countenance shifted dramatically. What? Wei Mi's eyes widened in disbelief, her ears perking up immediately. Did I hear correctly? This brat still has a transformation left unused? Another transformation? Lamsey paused momentarily. Boom! Vegeta's entire being suddenly radiated an even more intense golden glow. Crackling arcs of electricity swiftly entwined around him. The density of the lightning had doubled compared to before. Simultaneously, Vegeta's hair extended backward, soon cascading past his knees. Due to Vegeta's slightly shorter stature, his hair had lengthened considerably. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta's brows were deeply embedded into his eye sockets, and his gaze had turned more ferocious than ever. Super Saiyan 3. This is, thus far, the pinnacle of Vegeta's transformations. As for Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, Vegeta had yet to explore those forms. Vegeta believed that the transformations from Super Saiyan 1 to 3 were merely preludes. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God were merely embellishments that I aimed to develop a transformation unique to myself that, of course, indulging in the display of Super Saiyan 3 before, that is also a feasible option. This is my ultimate transformation. Super Saiyan 3. A smile graced Vegeta's lips. Jiren's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting repeatedly. What? This guy actually transformed into this state. Wei Mi's lips twitched, her expression growing increasingly grim. Lamsey could only shake his head in disbelief. This kid truly conceals his prowess well. Even I was unaware of this transformation. Wait, what did this brat just say? Super Saiyan 3, how did he jump directly to 3? Shouldn't it be 2? Chapter 51, Jiren concedes. Is your math taught by the PE teacher? Wei Mi burst into laughter, attempting to mask her inner trepidation. Vegeta glanced at Wei Mi, and no need to look at me. You claim your transformation is Super Saiyan 3? Does that mean your previous transformation was Super Saiyan 2? Wei Mi asked with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. What about 1? You skipped right over it to 2? Wei Mi chuckled softly. Well, the power boost from 1 is minimal. Only 50 times, so I couldn't be bothered to transform, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Wei Mi remarked, it seems your math wasn't taught by the PE teacher. Notably, this Super Saiyan 3 transformation will enhance my base power by 400 times. A smile returned to Vegeta's face, and then a question arose. My base battle power is 10 to the power of 41. Answer me loudly. What is my current battle power? 10 to the power of 45. Wei Mi stammered, her expression fluctuating. Congratulations, you've mastered the art of quick answering, Vegeta remarked. It appears your math is indeed taught by the PE teacher. I said 400 times, and you were frightened into this state? Even a 400-fold increase couldn't elevate my battle power from 41 to 40-5. In truth, my base battle power is 10 to the power of 43. I was deliberately deceiving you. Wei Mi fumed, her teeth grinding. Yet she felt increasingly astonished. According to this fellow's energy calculation, my battle power seems to hover around 10 to the power of 47. His transformation has already reached 10 to the power of 45. So his strength is merely 100 times less than mine. This little brat has truly only trained for 12 years. Humph, it's merely an enhancement of energy. Nothing remarkable. Jiren clenched his teeth. If it was merely about increasing energy, I could even elevate my own energy to 10 to the power of 47. Oh, is that so? Then show me your increase, Vegeta smiled. There's no need, because once that energy is raised, it would adversely affect my speed. Jiren huffed. Are you referring to a transformation like this? As Vegeta spoke, energy surged once more from his body. Boom! Vegeta's muscles suddenly swelled. In the next moment, he maximized his energy output. In the state of Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta transformed into a muscular figure. The intensity of his energy surged another 100-fold. Vegeta's energy level had now reached 10 to the power of 47. Jiren's expression shifted dramatically. You can perform such a transformation too? It's merely a simple energy enhancement. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Although the swollen muscles can amplify energy, they also impede speed. Jiren, being astute, should clearly understand that such a transformation is not advisable. With a swift motion, Vegeta relaxed his body, and the bulging muscles vanished in an instant. He reverted to his normal Super Saiyan 3 form. Jiren fell silent. Now, let us determine the victor, Vegeta said with a gentle smile, still with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, without further ado, Vegeta darted toward Jiren's position. The speed was astonishing, as Vegeta's battle power had now soared to 10 to the power of 45 that Jiren's was only 10 to the power of 44. There was a tenfold disparity between Jiren and Vegeta. In a mere instant, Vegeta stood directly opposite Jiren. The swiftness was so overwhelming that Jiren's eyes bulged, his complexion shifting once more. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that struck Jiren squarely on the chin. A cry of anguish escaped Jiren as he tumbled through the air, flipping several times. Take this! Vegeta appeared above Jiren in an instant, delivering another kick. Bang! This blow struck Jiren's chest, sending him plummeting from the sky. Boom! Jiren crashed to the ground like a cannonball, causing the earth to tremble violently. The majority of the Proud Warriors' headquarters was left in ruins. Whoosh! Vegeta's tail aimed at the fallen Jiren, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Jiren landed in the crater, dazed and disoriented. That moment, he looked up to see the descending energy blasts. Pale with fear, Jiren quickly crossed his arms to shield himself from the onslaught. Boom! The scene erupted in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the area in thick smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Jiren emerged, disheveled, and ascended into the sky. Bang! Just as Jiren soared upward, Vegeta kicked him again, landing a direct hit on his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiren was sent flying backward. Yet, almost immediately, Jiren came rushing back from a distance. Vegeta pursued him once more. Wait! Jiren panicked, waving his hands frantically. Vegeta halted instantly, recalling how Jiren had respectfully stopped when he called for a timeout earlier. I concede, Jiren gritted his teeth, reluctant but resigned. Did I ask that it? I haven't even taken my hands out of my pockets. Vegeta shook his head. After speaking, he withdrew his hands from his pockets. Jiren felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. As if struck by a critical hit of 100,000 points, the gap between him and this individual was insurmountable. That a brief silence ensued. That I will not be defeated by you. Jiren gritted his teeth and declared, in 30 years, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Once Jiren uttered these words, he hesitated no longer and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the structures below. You're banking on 30 years. Vegeta's voice echoed from behind. In 30 years, not just me, but even our universe's perennial second place could easily wipe the floor with you. Jiren clearly heard Vegeta's remark, causing his body to tremble violently. Yet, he dared not retort. A loss was a loss. Jiren accepted his defeat with grace this time. He wasted no time and promptly returned to his dwelling to begin rigorous training. In 30 years, I will surely defeat you. What does your universe's perennial second place amount to? Wymide. Wymide is as despondent as one mourning a lost loved one. Ramsey laughed heartily, wearing a rather smug expression. Wymide fell silent, his countenance darkening considerably. Chapter 52. A millennium. Oh, a millennium. 1,000 years. Wymide, Ramsey exclaimed joyously, patting Wymide on the shoulder. Get off! Remove your filthy hands. Wymide clenched his teeth and spat angrily. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Ramsey jubilantly swung his trunk-like nose back and forth. Wymide trembled with rage, unable to fathom that even Jiren had succumbed to this brat. I was far too careless. Keisai, we can return now. Ramsey called to Keisai, then turned to Wymide, admonishing Wymide, remember to report for work tomorrow. If you delay our universe's progress, I will not forgive you. Wymide's face turned a shade of green. What a nuisance. Farewell, Vegeta. Ramsey increasingly found Vegeta to be quite agreeable. Vegeta nodded and flew to Ramsey's side. With a swish, Keisai also returned to Vegeta's vicinity. Without any pleasantries, Vegeta wrapped his arms around Keisai from behind. We are leaving, Wymide. Remember to come to work. Ramsey cackled uncontrollably. Makarita, my lord Wymide, I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. Keisai waved. Whoosh. In the next moment, Keisai, along with Vegeta and Ramsey, transformed into two streaks of light of different colors, swiftly disappearing into the starry expanse, soon vanishing from the gaze of Makarita and Wymide. As Wymide watched the location where Vegeta and the others had vanished, his expression soured to an extreme that I'm practically at retirement age, yet I still have to work for Universe 10 for another 1,000 years. Wymide felt like crying. This situation is unbearable. Why, Lord Wymide, please accept my condolences, Makarita said with a smile. It's just 1,000 years. It will pass swiftly. You say that lightly, Makarita. It's not you who has to work. Wymide replied with a scowl. Oh dear, we just need to find a way to win back what was lost, Makarita chuckled. What other method could there be? Even Jiren lost to that little brat. Wymide gritted his teeth. Are you suggesting I, a fully fledged god of destruction, challenge an apprentice god of destruction? That would be utterly humiliating. Didn't I mention before? We could consider a competition between apprentice Supreme Kais. Makarita proposed. While that may be true, the issue is whether Ramsey would even be interested in gambling, Wymide pondered. What if he loses another 10,000 years? I believe Lord Ramsey would be tempted. Makarita suggested 10,000 years. Don't joke with me. 1,000 years is already more than I can bear. If I lose again, I won't have to do anything during my retirement. No. Wait. What is the point of retiring then? I'd just be working for Universe 10. My Lord Wymide, please consider it carefully. The one who loses isn't me, Makarita said with a smile. Wymide felt a pang in his heart that a competition among apprentice gods of destruction? That idea seemed plausible, yet also felt somewhat unreliable. I thought Jiren was a sure win. Yet what happened? He still lost to that kid named Vegeta. Even that little brat Vegeta was infuriating. Actually, there's another method, Makarita suggested. Let us hear it, Wymide replied. But why Lord Wymide could compete with other universes for an apprentice god of destruction, winning another god of destruction to take over your duties. Once victorious, have them work in Universe 10. Makarita articulated her idea. Wymide's eyes lit up at that moment. This plan has merit. Since I cannot overcome Universe 10, it would be a good alternative to bully another universe instead. But which universe should I choose? He pondered this question and quickly felt disheartened. Let us think about it some more. Makarita chuckled in response. Wymide, other universes don't have apprentice gods of destruction. This complicates matters. This requires careful consideration. We must devise a foolproof strategy. Wymide mused. Let us return for now. Yes, my lord Wymide. Makarita nodded. Why, Lord Wymide, I sincerely apologize. From now on, I will devote myself to rigorous training. Toppo stepped forward to apologize. You disgraceful fool, Wymide scoffed, followed by a resigned sigh. Forget it. Even Jiren lost to him. Indeed, if Jiren is no match for that little brat, what chance do I have against Toppo? Wymide said no more and transformed into a purplish-red streak of light, swiftly disappearing from sight. Makarita offered a word of comfort to Toppo, her radiant form dissolving into the cosmos. Toppo remained behind, trembling violently. Wait for me, Vegeta. I will surely defeat you in the vastness of space, Ramsey suddenly inquired. Vegeta, who did you refer to as our universe's perennial second place? You wouldn't know him, Vegeta replied. What nonsense. Is there anyone I don't recognize? Ramsey huffed. "It's not important," Vegeta stated. Not important? How can that be? Ramsey insisted that as per our agreement, you must assist me in searching for the Super Dragon Balls. I wish to grant my desire for immortality, Vegeta proposed. Very well. I'm in a good mood today. I shall grant your wish. Ramsey chuckled heartily, readily agreeing. Lord Ramsey, should we first visit Universe 6 or Universe 7? Kasai inquired. Let us head to Universe 7 first, Ramsey suggested. After all, Beerus from Universe 7 is still asleep. We should gather the Dragon Balls there before sneaking into Universe 6 for theirs. Understood, Lord Ramsey. Kasai nodded. The trio took a turn in the starry expanse and rapidly advanced toward Universe 7. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement within. So, in just a few days, I could become truly immortal. Vegeta, while I agreed to assist you in collecting the Dragon Balls to fulfill your wish, the notion of immortality is something to contemplate further, Ramsey advised. As a god of destruction, even immortality holds little significance. Then I shall request an immortal soul, Vegeta replied. An immortal soul? That's useless. Ramsey shook his head. Even if you possessed an immortal soul, it merely means you would not die if you were to provoke the Grand Zeno. He could still erase you from existence. Vegeta, the road ahead is long. I shall seek knowledge and enlightenment. An immortal soul may not be enough to escape the Grand Zeno's erasure. Erasure is a process from existence to non-existence. Even if the soul does not perish, it can be lost. Is that not tragic? Ramsey sighed, pondering the notion of immortality. Although one may possess an immortal body, should one encounter an insurmountable adversary who manages to seal them away, the experience would be akin to a fate worse than death. Chapter 53. Seek the Super Dragon Balls. Enough with the alarmist rhetoric, Vegeta scoffed. When faced with an unmanageable foe, one simply devises a strategy to defeat them. Your point holds merit, Ramsey acknowledged. With your current prowess, as long as you steer clear of the god of destruction, I dare say there are few across the cosmos who could rival you. Let us not indulge in excessive flattery. Lest I become conceited, Vegeta replied with a smile. Ramsey continued. As for immortality, you ought to contemplate it further, as gathering the Dragon Balls will require some time. Very well. I have made my decision. I shall choose immortality, Vegeta declared resolutely. This has been a long-held aspiration of mine, and I intend to realize it. A long-held aspiration, you say? Ramsey was taken aback. In any case, let us first gather the Dragon Balls, Vegeta stated. Without them, all else is mere talk. You make a valid point. Ramsey nodded in agreement. The trio swiftly entered the Void Realm Point 2 hours later. Vegeta and his companions traversed into the 7th universe. Behold, the 7th universe. Ramsey smiled. Am I not familiar with our own universe? Vegeta inquired. How long do you estimate it will take to locate the Dragon Balls? Ramsey immediately turned to Kasai. Based on my calculations, it will take approximately 7 days to gather all the Dragon Balls. Kasai mused, noting the time-consuming nature of searching for a single Dragon Ball within a universe. Then I shall seek out a planet and prepare some delicacies for you, Vegeta proposed. Once you have collected the Dragon Balls, contact me, or simply if Shenron grant my wish for immortality. Kasai and Ramsey exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Vegeta. So, you expect us to do all the work for you? Will you not lift a finger? Vegeta retorted. That may be true, but I still feel somewhat disgruntled, Ramsey remarked, shaking his head. Consider this. There are those who have labored for you for a millennium, and you are asking me to search for the Dragon Balls for merely 7 days. Is that truly a burden? Vegeta countered. Now that you mention it, my spirits have lifted considerably, Ramsey reflected, nodding thoughtfully. And what of me? Kasai rolled her eyes. That I shall cherish you dearly from now on. Kasai, Vegeta grinned. By the way, would you care for some milk? Have you ever tasted it? Milk? Kasai blinked in surprise. She had never partaken of milk, as dietary customs varied greatly across universes. Instead, her people consumed milk from other animals, which bore no resemblance to cow's milk. Never tasted it, have you? Vegeta chuckled. Indeed, I have not, Kasai admitted. My milk is truly delightful. Vegeta boasted. That's so. I shall have to sample it, Kasai declared, intrigued. Agreed, Vegeta said eagerly, grasping Keisai's hand in excitement. Keisai wore a puzzled expression. Are you truly this animated over merely tasting my milk? Never mind. Let us focus on gathering the Dragon Balls. Let us ensure the communicator is functioning properly. I would not want to be unreachable once you locate the Dragon Balls. Vegeta stated, producing the communicator Keisai had gifted him. Rest assured, it is reliable. It won't break easily, Keisai assured him, confident in its durability. Then why did the communicator Bardos gave me malfunction? Vegeta inquired. That I cannot explain. Keisai admitted, a hint of guilt in her tone. The last communicator was inadvertently damaged by me. But I will keep that to myself. Keisai mused, her expression shifting. Can you hear me, Keisai? Vegeta pressed the button on the device. Beep beep. To his delight, he noticed Keisai's staff flickering and vibrating slightly, causing her body to tremble in response. The spectacle was somewhat impressive. You must admit, it appears rather intriguing, Vegeta observed, gazing intently at Keisai. Indeed, you received the signal, Keisai smiled, displaying her staff to him. Is it true that when I press this button, your staff vibrates? Vegeta inquired. What do you mean by that? I don't understand your intent, but your phrasing feels somewhat ambiguous. Keisai replied, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Indeed, Keisai replied candidly. Next time, do allow me to borrow that staff. It seems quite entertaining. What would you do with my staff? Keisai questioned, taken aback. Why? I would play with it for my girlfriend. Vegeta chuckled. Your girlfriend? How old are you? Do you truly have a girlfriend? Keisai was incredulous. Age is irrelevant, Vegeta countered with a grin. How can I possibly deal with you? Let us hasten to find the Dragon Balls. Keisai urged. Which planet do you intend to search next? I'll explore the area. Let's part ways here, Vegeta replied to Keisai and Ramza. Be cautious. Young one, the universe is vast, and you must not lose your way. Ramsey warned. And for heaven's sake, do not wander into Beerus's territory. That fellow has quite the volatile temperament, and you may find yourself destroyed, I understand. Vegeta nodded. I am not so foolish as to venture to Beerus's domain. I merely wish to ensure you were aware, Ramsey replied, turning to Keisai. Keisai, have you located the first Dragon Ball? Indeed, we have. Let us proceed, Keisai affirmed. Onward, Ramsey nodded. The two transformed into streaks of colored light, racing toward the location of the first Dragon Ball. Once Keisai and Ramsey departed, Vegeta remained suspended in the cosmic expanse. Gradually closing his eyes, he then extended his senses, attempting to perceive the entirety of the universe. Vegeta's sensing ability radiated outward from his being. Swiftly enveloping his surroundings, he distinctly sensed the presence of Frieza from a great distance, along with Frieza's brother, Cooler, and their father, King Cold. Even the presences of Dodoria and Zarbon were palpably within Vegeta's perception. However, Vegeta held no interest in Frieza and continued to expand his sensing ability. Chapter 54. Sensing the angelic power of Merus, approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta suddenly detected a concealed angelic power. Who could it be? He wondered, soon recognizing another familiar presence nearby. Could it be the Galactic Patrolman, Jocko? Then this hidden angelic power must belong to Merus. And no wonder I sensed it. Merus is a trainee angel. Vegeta chose not to pursue further sensing, but instead spread his awareness anew. Before long, he discerned a very familiar aura. It was Bulma at last. I have found you, Bulma, Vegeta murmured, a slight smile gracing his lips. You must have matured by now, right? Ready to bear fruit? Excellent. Time to make my way to Earth. First, I must deal with those unsavory characters surrounding Bulma. Smack. Vegeta radiates a brilliance akin to that of the stars themselves. Enveloped in a layer of purplish-red flames, during his battle against Jiren, Vegeta did not unleash this dazzling display, for the situation did not warrant it. He merely transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to defeat Jiren. Whoosh! Vegeta became a streak of light, hurtling towards Earth. Had Ramsey been present, he would undoubtedly have been astounded by Vegeta's velocity, which now surpassed even his OWNT, the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Mir suddenly paused. He quickly approached the window. Gazing out at the stars, the frown creased his brow. What had just occurred? For a fleeting moment, it felt as though someone was sensing him. This individual possessed angelic power. What could this mean? Could a new angel have been born within this universe? Logically, That should not be the case. Angels are the essence distilled from this universe, and only one can be formed at a time. Since I have become the angel of this universe, it is improbable that another could emerge in the near future. Could it be that he hails from another universe? Mears initially contemplated tapping into his angelic power to investigate further. But after careful consideration, he decided against meddling that I shall focus on my own training. Disregarding Vegeta's affairs, Mears returned to his work in the vastness of space. A large spaceship spiraled through the cosmos. Frieza occupied this vessel. Seated comfortably in his flying apparatus, his tail swayed back and forth, a smirk of endless delight gracing his lips. "It has been quite some time. I wonder how those Saiyans are faring," Frieza suddenly inquired. "Lord Frieza, only Raditz and Nappa remain. The others have perished," Dodoria replied with a bow. "Oh, what a pity," Frieza remarked, his smile resurfacing. By the way, what of Vegeta? Do we have any information on that little monkey?" Since Vegeta departed from planet Earth, he immediately headed to Earth, and thereafter we lost contact with him. It is likely that he damaged the spaceship's communication devices. Dodoria speculated that I presume Vegeta has been living on Earth these past years. Is he planning to marry and bear children on Earth? Frieza chuckled. Indeed, Lord Frieza. According to our investigations, the genes of Saiyans and Earthlings can indeed combine, allowing for offspring to be born, Biliblu replied. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Perhaps Vegeta has become a mere shadow of his former self. Frieza appeared indifferent as they conversed. Vegeta streaked past the front of Frieza's spaceship, a resplendent blend of colors and purplish red light. His speed was so astonishing that to Frieza, it seemed but a fleeting glimpse. What was that? Dodoria exclaimed, having also witnessed the unusual light. It appears as though someone was flying, Biliblu murmured, his eyes sharper. Is it clear who it was? Frieza inquired, turning to Biliblu. It is unclear, my lord, Biliblu replied, rubbing his eyes. The color of that light suggests it could be Lord Beerus or his attendant. Can the surveillance capture such speed? Frieza asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Biliblu promptly adjusted the monitors, but the cameras were unable to record such rapid movement. Vegeta had passed in an instant. Has Lord Beerus awakened? Frieza pondered aloud. This is peculiar. If Lord Beerus were awake, he would have acknowledged my presence as he passed by my spaceship. I believe I have performed admirably in my duties to him. Over the years, I have obliterated numerous planets and even constructed a culinary planet for him, complete with a statue of Lord Beerus that I meticulously crafted from far superior materials than before. This statue is far less prone to destruction. Why does Lord Beerus not acknowledge me? The likelihood seems slim. It cannot be Lord Beerus. Could it be the portly version of Lord Beerus? There were reports from planet Earth regarding a plump version of him. Very well. I shall inquire once Lord Beerus awakens. I suspect he is still in slumber. Frieza could not fathom that the figure who had just sped past him was none other than Vegeta, who had little interest in confronting Frieza after his recent clash with Jiren. Vegeta, infused with the powers of both Angel and Destroyer, propelled himself towards Earth at unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, Kess and Ramsey were also searching for the first Dragon Ball within the 7th universe on Earth. Near Mount Bowsy, a green sedan traversed the winding mountain roads. With a creak, the vehicle came to a halt, and Bulma alighted, clutching a Dragon Ball radar. IT should be around here, she muttered to herself. Just a bit further west. It must be in this vicinity. Chapter 55. Bulma begins her quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma inhaled deeply, re-entered her vehicle, and drove up the mountain. Vegeta, you scoundrel, you promised to return when I turned 16. Bulma huffed, her mood slightly soured. In her irritation, she pressed the accelerator, increasing her speed. Suddenly, she spotted a large fish in the road. Bulma paused in disbelief. How could there be a big fish in the middle of the road? Startled, she slammed on the brakes, skidding perilously close to the fish. Little Goku, carrying the fish home, was equally startled, his hair standing on end from the fright. You scared me. How could you be carrying a fish in the middle of the road? Bulma shouted, rolling down her window. Little Goku gazed at her in bewilderment. What are you, a monster? Are you trying to steal my fish? He exclaimed, lifting Bulma's car with ease and tossing it aside. Bulma and her car tumbled in disarray. What is going on? Who is this wild child? Bulma shook her head and retrieved a gun from the vehicle. A fairy has emerged from the monster. Little Goku exclaimed in astonishment. This is no time for games, Bulma declared, taking aim without hesitation. The bullet struck little Goku squarely on the forehead. Ouch! That hurts, little Goku cried, clutching his head in agony. I asked this a joke? Why isn't he dead? Bulma was taken aback. Fool! How could such a little thing possibly harm me? My body is as resilient as steel. Little Goku retorted fiercely. Monster! Let me teach you a lesson. With that, he brandished his power pole. Wait, I'm not a monster. I'm a human. Bulma quickly raised her hands in surrender. A human? Little Goku paused, his skepticism evident. Really? Indeed, just like you. Take a look. Bulma gestured toward her own figure. Do not move. Do not move. Little Goku circled around Bulma. You certainly possess a considerable amount of suspicion, Bulma remarked. Little Goku scrutinized Bulma closely. You seem somewhat different, rather fragile in appearance, he pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Of course I am different, for I am a girl, and you are a boy. Bulma replied, You are a girl. Little Goku was taken aback. You uncultured bumpkin, have you never encountered a girl before? Bulma questioned. This is my first encounter with a girl. Little Goku responded, My grandfather once told me that when meeting a girl, one should treat her kindly. Your grandfather spoke wisely. However, you must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me, for I am already in a relationship. Bulma chuckled mischievously. What is a boyfriend? Can one eat him? Little Goku inquired with curiosity. Indeed, sometimes he can be quite delectable. Bulma nodded. Little Goku scratched his head, lost in thought. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. Are you serious with that expression? A girl without a tail. How amusing! Little Goku suddenly noticed Bulma's lack of a tail. Do you also have a tail? Bulma was momentarily stunned, only then noticing the tail behind little Goku. All men have tails, little Goku nodded. What nonsense are you spouting? Bulma scolded. Let me ask you, do you know someone named Vegeta? Vegeta? What does he do? Little Goku scratched his head. Perhaps he is one of your kin. Bulma pondered at my kin. What do you mean? Little Goku was confused. Never mind. It seems you do not know him. Bulma shook her head, sighing with disappointment. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, little Goku said, increasingly perplexed, before pointing to the vehicle and asking. But speaking of which, what is this strange creature? Is it called Vegeta? Ahem, that is not a creature. It is a car manufactured by humans, and it is certainly not Vegeta, Bulma sighed. This little fellow's intelligence is quite concerning. This is a car, I have heard of it. It looks nice, but it is not very sturdy, little Goku exclaimed, jumping onto the car and stomping on it vigorously. Bulma wiped her brow. Fortunately, my family is the wealthiest in the world. Moreover, Vegeta left us a substantial amount of jewelry before departing. You may trample on this car as you wish. You came from the city, didn't you? Little Goku asked. I hail from West City, Bulma replied. Come with me. As you are a girl, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. Little Goku invited. I must declare in advance that I am in a relationship, and my boyfriend is quite formidable. Should you attempt anything untoward, he would not forgive you, Bulma stated. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all, little Goku replied. Follow me. I will treat you to grilled fish, he said, leading the way. Bulma contemplated carefully. This little fellow also possesses a tail. Logically, he should belong to Vegeta's race. Perhaps through him, I can locate Vegeta. Well, I came in search of the Dragon Balls, hoping to find Vegeta with Shenron's assistance. Having this little fellow help me search for the Dragon Balls could be advantageous. Bulma followed closely behind little Goku, ascending toward the summit of Mount Bowsy. Little Goku's home lay at the end of the mountain path. Little Goku brought Bulma into his dwelling. Grandpa, look, a girl has come to our home. Little Goku bowed to the 4-star Dragon Ball resting on the table. To Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. T.S. a Dragon Ball. I found it here. How unexpected. Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to seize the Dragon Ball. Oh, not touch it. That belongs to my grandpa. Little Goku protested urgently. This is a Dragon Ball. How can it be your grandpa's? Bulma smiled. You truly are a handful. Let me show you this. Saying this, Bulma produced 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket. You also have a grandpa. You have 2 grandpas? Little Goku was momentarily dazed. Well, this is called a Dragon Ball. Bulma explained with a smile. T first, I was unaware of its nature. After Vegeta visited our home, he explained to me about the Dragon Balls. There are a total of 7, and these 2 I found just a few days ago. Once all 7 are gathered, Shinron will appear and grant you any wish you desire. Sounds quite intriguing. Little Goku exclaimed with excitement. I've already decided on my wish. I want Shinron to help me find Vegeta. Bulma smiled. Vegeta, is he the boyfriend you can eat? Little Goku asked. Ahem, you could say that, Bulma nodded. Where has he gone? Why don't you just find him? Little Goku inquired. What do you know? He may have already left Earth. Bulma replied. Left Earth? What is Earth? Little Goku asked. Puzzled, I will explain it to you later, Bulma said, not wishing to elaborate. How can you be so ignorant? Just give me that 4-star ball, Bulma requested. No way. That is my grandpa's heirloom. Little Goku firmly refused. Then let us search for the Dragon Balls together, Bulma proposed. After all, you have nothing to do. A man should explore and hone his skills. Vegeta had already traveled to many places by the time he was your age. But this ball must be kept on me, Little Goku insisted. All right, fine. Let it be with you, Bulma conceded. After leaving the room, Bulma casually took out a universal capsule and tossed it. Bang! The capsule transformed into a sports car. Wow, you truly can perform magic! Little Goku exclaimed in surprise. Fool, this is not magic. It is a universal capsule. Now, hurry and get in the car, Bulma urged. Little Goku climbed in, half convinced. The car roared to life, speeding ahead. This is amazing, far faster than I can run. Little Goku exclaimed. By the way, what is your name? Bulma inquired out my name. I am called Little Goku. He replied, then asked, what about you? I am Bulma. She answered, Bulma, ha ha ha. Bulma, son Wukong. Little Goku laughed heartily. Bulma's expression soured. Yes, my name's so amusing. My mother's name is even funnier. 20 minutes later, the car gradually came to a halt. Wait here for a moment. I will be right back. Bulma said, What's wrong? Where are you going? Little Goku was startled. You fool, when a girl says that, it means she is going to the restroom, Bulma replied irritably. How did I end up with such a simpleton to search for the Dragon Balls? After saying this, Bulma dashed away swiftly oh. So she's going to the restroom. Little Goku realized, scratching his head in confusion, is it really necessary to run so far just to go to the restroom? Whoosh! Just as Little Goku was speaking, a figure flashed nearby, and Vegeta descended from the sky. Vegeta has finally arrived. Vegeta landed slowly beside Little Goku. Huh. Little Goku was momentarily stunned, turned to look at Vegeta. You are, I am Vegeta, he stated. Vegeta, are you Bulma's boyfriend? Little Goku rubbed his eyes, staring at Vegeta, Bulma's boyfriend. Vegeta was taken aback. That is what Bulma said. She also mentioned you can be eaten, Little Goku mused. But you don't seem very edible. Kakarot, when a girl goes to the restroom, you must learn to avert your gaze, Vegeta declared avoidance. Little Goku was momentarily taken aback. That it simply means not to look. Such behavior is impolite, Vegeta elaborated. That I understand, but my name is not Kakarot. I am Little Goku, the boy responded. Your true name is Kakarot, Vegeta replied with a smile. For you are Saiyan, just like me. Possessing a tail, as he spoke, Vegeta's tail, which was coiled around his waist, unwound. A tail. Having a tail is quite normal. Little Goku scratched his head. Only my grandfather lacks one. He is quite a peculiar fellow. Suddenly, Bulma's voice rang out from a distance. Help! Someone save me! She cried. What's wrong? Have you encountered a snake? Little Goku inquired. Whoosh! Vegeta immediately soared into the air, leaving Little Goku astonished. Incredible! Bulma's boyfriend can fly. Little Goku marveled. In an instant, Vegeta appeared beside Bulma, who was being captured by Pterodactyl. Excellent! It has been ages since I feasted upon the flesh of a girl. What a delightful meal this shall be! The Pterodactyl exclaimed excitedly. Bulma trembled in terror. That moment, she caught sight of Vegeta hovering in the air, smiling at the Pterodactyl. Am I about to die? Is that not Vegeta? Am I hallucinating? Bulma sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Soon, her weeping intensified. Indeed, it is a hallucination. 12 years have passed. Vegeta should have grown up by now, yet he appears unchanged. What else could this be but an illusion? Please do not eat me. I am not tasty, Bulma pleaded hastily. Little brat, do not interfere, the pterodactyl said coldly. Do you even know who that woman is? Vegeta spoke icily. She is my girlfriend. I relish consuming other people's girlfriends. The pterodactyl scoffed. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Release my girlfriend, and I will provide you with a swift death. Otherwise, I will roast you alive, Vegeta warned. Little brat, do you know who you are speaking to? Do you think that merely being able to fly makes you impressive? The pterodactyl cackled, swiping a claw at Vegeta, confident that it would knock him from sky. Slap! Vegeta released a tiny fraction of his energy. Then, the pterodactyl's claw was halted, as though an invisible barrier shielded Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta appeared next to Bulma, effortlessly severing the pterodactyl's leg. The pterodactyl shrieked in agony. Vegeta then embraced Bulma, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he severed one of the pterodactyl's wings. The creature fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Moments later, Vegeta descended slowly with Bulma in his arms. Bulma stood there, dazed, unable to comprehend the situation, rubbing her eyes. She gazed at Vegeta, feeling as if she were in a dream. I must not have seen correctly, right? Bulma questioned. Chapter 57. Bulma, I have returned. Kakarot, are you hungry? Vegeta inquired, looking at little Goku. Little Goku nodded vigorously. How did you know I was hungry? Let's eat him. Vegeta beckoned to little Goku. I've tasted it before. It seemed quite delicious, little Goku said. Smacking his lips, he looked around and added, I'll go fetch some firewood to roast it. Go ahead, Vegeta smiled lightly. Little Goku dashed off. The pterodactyl bore an expression of utter despair. I offered you a chance. You failed to seize it. Now, I shall not grant you a swift demise. You dare to eat my girlfriend. I will devour you, Vegeta proclaimed. Are you all right, Bulma? He asked gently, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The once little girl had blossomed into a young woman. Indeed, 16-year-old Bulma was even more beautiful. Moreover, she emanated a uniquely feminine fragrance that made Vegeta's heart flutter. Are you truly Vegeta? I can't be seeing this correctly, Bulma said, feeling as though she were in a dream, rubbing her eyes once more. Please spare me. I promise never to do so again, the pterodactyl begged. It is I. I have returned, Bulma. Vegeta nodded, a beam of light flashing from his hand. Puffed, the beam pierced the pterodactyl's mouth, rendering it speechless. Now, it is much quieter, Vegeta chuckled. How could it not be Vegeta? After 12 years, you have not grown at all, Bulma exclaimed, somewhat astonished as she looked at him. Our Saiyan physiology is rather unique. We maintain our youthful appearance for an extended duration. Once that phase concludes, we grow in an instant, Vegeta explained. That's so. Bulma regarded Vegeta with skepticism. Indeed, some things also grow in an instant, Vegeta added. What could be so miraculous? Bulma asked, taken aback. I'll show you later. Vegeta smiled. By the way, is that little Goku one of your kin? I heard you call him Kakarot, Bulma inquired. Yes, he is my relative. His true name is Kakarot, Vegeta confirmed with a nod. Just then little Goku returned, carrying a large bundle of firewood. Time to feast on roasted dragon, he exclaimed with excitement, skillfully stacking the firewood. Bulma, did you bring fire? Little Goku asked. I did, Bulma nodded, moving to retrieve a lighter. And no need for such trouble, Vegeta said, waving his hand casually. A flame ignited, setting the firewood ablaze. Vegeta, is this magic? Can you teach me? Little Goku's eyes widened with anticipation. I'll teach you gradually. It's not difficult, Vegeta replied with a smile. Please teach me how to fly as well. Little Goku requested. Agreed, Vegeta nodded, but first, let us eat this pterodactyl. Yes, I can finally enjoy dragon meat. Little Goku joyfully affirmed. He then produced a long stick and thrust it into the pterodactyl's rear. Ow. The pterodactyl screamed in pain. Sorry, bear with it, little Goku chuckled. This moment, little Goku could hardly be described as kind-hearted. He simply lacked guidance. During this period, his primary focus was on eating. After all, little Goku lived on a mountain where he enjoyed numerous delicacies. And he had consumed talking creatures as well. It was only later, under Master Rashi's tutelage, that he began to understand the value of life. Thus, at this moment, little Goku was merely a glutton, a pure and simple glutton. Little Goku's stick emerged from the pterodactyl's mouth. He then placed the stick over the flames, commencing the roasting process. Before long, the savory aroma of the pterodactyl's flesh wafted through the air. The creature had been roasted alive. Vegeta and little Goku indulged in a delightful feast, while Bulma hesitated to partake. After finishing the pterodactyl, night gradually enveloped the sky. "Let us camp out under the stars tonight," little Goku suggested. "I think that sounds good." Bulma agreed. Vegeta nodded slightly. "What are you joking about? Given my frail condition, how could I possibly sleep outdoors?" Bulma let out a huff and produced a universal capsule from her small bag. "What I mean is, let little Goku sleep outside by himself while you and I take shelter indoors," Vegeta remarked with a smile. Bulma then quietly approached Vegeta's side. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? Those unaware might think we're bullying a child." She whispered. "He is no longer a child. He is 12 years old this year," Vegeta stated. "Really? 12? Bulma exclaimed, glancing at little Goku. "Goku, are you 12 this year?" "Aye." Little Goku counted on his fingers meticulously, shaking his head. "I am 14. 14. Bulma wiped her brow. "Indeed, you Saiyan seem to grow slowly." "Vegeta, you must be 17 this year, correct?" "Indeed," Vegeta nodded, then turned to little Goku. 11 comes before 12, not 14. "Oh, then I'm 12, little Goku said, realizing. Note from the author, regarding little Goku's age, there's a bug here. When he first appeared, he claimed to be 14, but during the World Martial Arts Tournament, he stated he learned arithmetic from Master Rashi and realized 11 comes before 12. Thus, little Goku should have been 12 upon his initial appearance. However, according to official records, little Goku was sent to Earth at the age of 3, while Vegeta was 5 at that time, leading to some confusion regarding their ages. Therefore, the exact ages are not critical. We will consider him 14 for simplicity. It's no longer important. Vegeta shook his head and patted little Goku's shoulder. "Kakarot, remember one thing. There's a distinction between genders. You should not have any intimate contact with a girl as grown up as Bulma. That would be quite rude. I see. I understand," little Goku nodded. "However, I am different, for I am her boyfriend, and boyfriends may engage in intimate contact with their girlfriends." Vegeta added, Chapter 58, "I can't defeat her father." Little Goku seemed to grasp this concept half-heartedly. "In the future, you two will have a girlfriend, and intimacy between you will be entirely normal," Vegeta explained, imparting some wisdom about gender relations. With this newfound understanding, little Goku became considerably more respectful towards Bulma, refraining from any inappropriate behavior. "Boyfriends can eat," Bulma remarked, to which little Goku responded. Bulma silently wiped her brow. "How could you remember that? The notion of boyfriends being able to eat is rather profound for you. I'll explain it to you later," Vegeta elucidated. "Oh, what should you do tonight?" "I sleep outside, while you and Bulma sleep together inside. Is that the idea?" little Goku inquired. "Precisely. What a good child," Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I know what to do." Little Goku cheerfully found a patch of grass and lay down. Bulma tossed the capsule into the distance, conjuring a house. Vegeta naturally entered the house. Bulma quickly followed, her heart racing. Could it be that tonight I will engage in something with Vegeta? She pondered. Is it really appropriate to leave little Goku outside? Bulma asked. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. He will gradually get used to it." Vegeta smiled, taking a seat on the sofa. "Should we take a bath first?" Bulma inquired, her face flushed. "What are you thinking?" Vegeta was taken aback. "I mean nothing." Bulma vigorously shook her head. "How terrible. How could I be so forward? Shouldn't boys be more proactive in such matters?" "Not tonight. Perhaps we can sleep together another time," Vegeta said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Can't you see I'm still a child? My body has yet to mature. If I were to be with you now, I feel you would be disappointed. Let us wait until I grow a bit more." "Don't speak so directly," Bulma quickly interjected. "It's nothing, just a matter of time." Vegeta smiled. "Let's not dwell on that. Tell me, what have you been doing all these years?" "Of course, I've been diligently training," Vegeta replied. "Training with that blue sprite named Bardoss?" Bulma's expression soured. "No, not her. I eventually parted ways with her due to certain circumstances." Vegeta explained. "That's so." Bulma sighed with relief. "Indeed," Vegeta nodded. "Initially, she was supposed to take me to the 6th universe for training. But due to some issues, she left me in a void. What? You've been training in that void all these years. How did you not starve to death? Bulma asked, her face etched with concern. Bardos is quite loyal. She had her sister come to pick me up, Vegeta added. Sister? Bulma was taken aback. Yes, another blue sprite, Vegeta confirmed. Bulma suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Then I followed her sister to the 10th universe, where I trained until today. Vegeta recounted candidly. Her sister beautiful. Bulma was particularly interested in this detail. She is quite decent. Vegeta nodded vigorously. Hey, you're drooling. Bulma felt overwhelmed. Vegeta wiped his mouth, brushing against Bulma in the process. How could I have such a shameless boyfriend? Bulma nearly cried. You must have done something inappropriate with that blue sprite sister, right? Not at all. I can assure you of that. Vegeta raised his hand in promise. Really? Bulma was skeptical. Absolutely. Vegeta nodded again. This is in tier style. Bulma eyed Vegeta suspiciously. There's no reason to doubt. It's simply because I cannot defeat her, Vegeta replied. Bulma fell silent. You didn't do anything inappropriate to her, because you can't defeat her? What if you could? Bulma pressed. Then it would still be out of the question. Vegeta shook his head. Bulma was stunned again. Why would it be out of the question if you could defeat her? Because I cannot defeat her father, Vegeta added. Bulma held her head in her hands. Choosing not to speak further, a moment of silence ensued. Is her father very strong? Bulma inquired. Very strong. He is said to be the most powerful deity in the universe. Vegeta's expression grew serious. Really? The most powerful deity in the universe? Bulma was taken aback. Thus, the road ahead is long, and I must continue to train diligently, Vegeta lamented. When will you be able to defeat her father? Bulma asked. Then there would be no hesitation. I would certainly woo his 3 daughters. If you catch my drift, Vegeta stated candidly. Bulma huffed. I'm ignoring you. She stormed into the bedroom and locked the door behind her. Vegeta was not in a rush to be with Bulma, primarily because his body had yet to mature. If it were to be labeled a young pup, it would indeed be a tragedy. Why has my body not matured yet? At 17, I should have grown by now. Never mind, there is no need to rush. There will be plenty of time ahead, but if I don't grow soon, I'll just ask the dragon to expedite my growth. After all, aren't we collecting Dragon Balls here? Once they are gathered, I can wish for an adult body the night devoid of conversation past. Early the next morning, little Goku knocked on the door. Vegeta opened it. Good morning, little Goku chuckled with delight. Kakarot, did you sleep well last night? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Quite well. Indeed. Sleeping outdoors is so comfortable, little Goku nodded. What about Bulma? When shall we set out to find the Dragon Balls? Bulma has just risen. Let us wait a moment, Vegeta replied. All right, I'll go exercise, little Goku responded before asking, and you, Vegeta, would you care to join me in training? No, this form of training is not suited for me. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Very well then. I shall train alone, little Goku exclaimed, dashing off. With a resounding thud, little Goku lifted a large boulder and embraced it with all his might. Chapter 59. Is Master Rashi still alive? Bang! The stone shattered into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, little Goku approached another boulder, preparing to exert force, when a large sea turtle unexpectedly stood up. Little Goku was startled. The sea turtle was equally taken aback. You nearly frightened me to death, it exclaimed, wiping the sweat from its brow. Hello, great turtle, little Goku waved. Ahem, young one, I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle, the creature replied. After uttering these words, the sea turtle suddenly noticed the tail behind little Goku. A sense of foreboding washed over it. Why does this little fellow have a tail? Just like that fellow, named Vegeta from years ago, is it now fashionable for children to have tails? As the sea turtle pondered this, it suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Rubbing its eyes, it exclaimed, Isn't that Vegeta? Could it really be him? It shouldn't be. It's been 12 years. Has that little rascal not grown at all? Old turtle, we meet again, Vegeta greeted with a smile. That it truly is you, Vegeta. The sea turtle trembled in astonishment. By the way, is Master Rashi still alive? Vegeta inquired with a grin. Fortunately, after drinking the super divine water, he miraculously survived, the sea turtle replied, wiping its brow. He certainly has a strong constitution. Vegeta nodded. The sea turtle fell silent, reflecting on how this rascal had dared to give Master Rashi such a toxic substance, resulting in the old master sleeping for 7 days and nights before finally waking up. Thankfully, Master Rashi had pulled through. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end. What brings you to this place? Vegeta continued to question the sea turtle. In search of pine mushrooms. I left my companions and lost my way. For a year, I have been seeking the ocean, the sea turtle lamented, tears streaming down its face. Oh, little Goku nodded sympathetically. You've lost your sense of direction. The ocean is that way. Allow me to return you, Vegeta proposed. Please, can I not walk back myself? The sea turtle pleaded, fear evident in its voice. I still have psychological scars from that kick you gave me before. You truly are shameless. It should take about 130 kilometers south to return to the sea, Vegeta remarked, soaring into the sky to survey the direction before descending. What? 130 kilometers? The sea turtle gasped. How long must I crawl to return to the ocean? Then I shall simply toss you back, Vegeta chuckled. It would be so convenient to kick you back to the sea. No, I can crawl. I can crawl. The sea turtle hurriedly turned and scurried away at an astonishing speed. Kakarot, who said turtles are slow, Vegeta laughed at little Goku. I didn't say that, little Goku replied to that moment. Bulma emerged, having finished her preparations, transforming their home back into a capsule and appearing impeccably dressed. What just happened? I heard you conversing with someone, Bulma inquired. Nothing much, just a turtle, little Goku replied. That a turtle. Have animals become enlightened? Even turtles can talk now, Bulma marveled. Enough of that. Let us search for the Dragon Balls. We should head in that direction, she said, pointing south. That turtle was crawling that way, little Goku noted. Bulma remained silent. By the way, Bulma, isn't your wish to find Vegeta now that he has returned? What more do you wish for? Little Goku curiously asked. I want an endless supply of strawberries. Is that not sufficient? Bulma huffed in annoyance. Little Goku appeared bewildered. Hey, Vegeta, Bulma seems rather upset today. He whispered to Vegeta. Girls have their moods. Just be cautious these days and do not anger her, Vegeta advised quietly. Why do they always have their moods? Little Goku inquired, perplexed. You wouldn't understand. It's too complicated to explain. It involves the study of human anatomy that I'll tell you later, Vegeta replied. It does seem rather complex. Little Goku scratched his head. Humph, Bulma huffed at Vegeta, tossing out a capsule that instantly transformed into a card. I haven't driven in ages. My driving skills are excellent, Vegeta declared, taking the driver's seat. Humph, Bulma pouted, clearly displeased. Last night, I was so angry, and you didn't even try to soothe me. You're insufferable, Vegeta. Everyone ready? I'm about to drive, Vegeta announced, flooring the gas pedal. Slow down. My father modified this car for speed. Bulma cautioned, I love driving, especially all kinds of vehicles. Vegeta grinned. Oh, spare me. Bulma scoffed. I'm starting now. With a swift stomp on the accelerator, the engine exploded. The car belched out plumes of thick smoke. Bulma. Little Goku. Vegeta. Cough, cough. Your car isn't sturdy enough, Vegeta remarked. Exasperated, I despise you. Vegeta. Bulma shouted in fury. Kakarot, do you now understand why girls are so easily angered? Vegeta turned to little Goku. Cough, cough. Little Goku choked on the smoke. Fortunately, Bulma still had capsules on her. She tossed out another car capsule that I'll drive. Bulma declared, hopping into the driver's seat. Vegeta took the passenger's seat, while little Goku settled in the back. The car sped southward. Yes, they drove. Little Goku suddenly exclaimed, Hey, I see that the big turtle. It's moving quite fast. He pointed towards the sea turtle in the distance. Let us greet it, Vegeta suggested. All right, little Goku nodded, rolling down the window to wave at the turtle. Goodbye, great turtle, he called out. The sea turtle felt a wave of frustration wash over it. Why don't you give me a lift? It's not like you're going out of your way. Before long, they arrived at the seaside. According to the radar, the Dragon Balls seemed to be located in the deep sea. Bulma examined the Dragon Ball radar closely, enlarging the map. There's a small island here, she noted. Got it. I'll go retrieve the Dragon Balls now, she declared, as Vegeta took to the skies. Chapter 60. I do not want to take disciples. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, landing instantaneously on Master Rashi's small island. Master Rashi was basking in the sun, appearing quite disenchanted. Upon seeing Vegeta descend from the sky, he adjusted his sunglasses. "Is that really you, Vegeta?" Master Rashi exclaimed in disbelief. "Old man, you're still alive?" Vegeta greeted. "Master Rashi, do you still wish to drink the ultra-divine water? I have managed to collect a bottled as he spoke." Vegeta produced the bottle of ultra-divine water, waving it enticingly before Master Rashi's eyes. Startled, Master Rashi quickly shook his head vigorously. By the way, what day of the week is it today? Why aren't you inside watching television?" Vegeta inquired curiously. "Is there no program to watch today?" "How dare you ask?" Master Rashi huffed. "Ever since I consumed your ultra-divine water, I have felt rather lacking in that department. It has been quite some time since I experienced any peculiar thoughts." "Are you implying that you are feeling weak?" Vegeta chuckled. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Master Rashi retorted grumpily. "I've consumed so much ultra-divine water without issue. How can you be feeling weak?" Vegeta shook his head. "Old man, your physique is simply not up to par." Master Rashi fell silent, feeling an endless ache in his heart. "And regarding your weakness, you ought to consult Karen," Vegeta suggested with a smile, considering that the ultra-divine water originated from him. Master Rashi remained silent. Am I supposed to blame Karen? I certainly cannot defeat that cat." "Very well. Enough of this banter. I am searching for Dragon Balls." "Yes, the very ones hanging around your neck," Vegeta said, pointing at the Dragon Ball dangling from Master Rashi's neck. "What is this?" Master Rashi asked, taken aback. "That is a Dragon Ball," Vegeta replied, "that I lost this a few years ago, but recently found it again while playing by the seaside." "What do you need it for?" Master Rashi scoffed. "Certainly it has its uses. Hand it over," Vegeta commanded, without any pretense of politeness, beckoning with a finger towards the Dragon Ball around Master Rashi's neck. With a snap, the Dragon Ball detached from Master Rashi's neck and flew directly into Vegeta's hand. Quite satisfactory." Vegeta nodded approvingly. "I never said I would give it to you." "You are stealing." Master Rashi exclaimed. By the way, I have found a disciple for you. Once I finish collecting the Dragon Balls, you will train him." Vegeta suddenly remembered as he turned to Master Rashi. "I have no desire to take on a disciple." Master Rashi insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "Don't be so quick to dismiss. Let me take you to meet him," Vegeta said, stepping forward to grab Master Rashi's shell and took to the sky. "Damn it, I do not wish to take on a disciple. Ever since I drank the ultra-divine water, I have suffered from its after-effect. I find myself devoid of interest in women. And now you want me to take on a disciple? The only joy in my life has been stripped away." With a whoosh, Vegeta brought Master Rashi swiftly to the side of Goku, and Bulma. "An odd old man has arrived," Bulma said, taken aback. "Hi there." Goku waved at Master Rashi. Master Rashi's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Goku, realizing the boy also had a tail. This brat meant to be my disciple?" With a thud, Vegeta landed with Master Rashi. "I trust you have seen and deduced that this is the disciple you are to take." Vegeta smiled, gesturing towards Goku. Master Rashi, hand behind his back, tearfully acquiesced. "Disciple? Master?" Goku asked, still in a state of confusion. "Kakarot, once we have collected the Dragon Balls, you shall come and learn martial arts from this old man," Vegeta proposed. "You must put in your utmost effort." "Will learning from him enable me to defeat you?" Goku asked excitedly. "Do not set me as your target. Otherwise, you shall find despair," Vegeta chuckled. Goku exclaimed, "Boom!" as Vegeta lightly kicked Master Rashi. "Why did you kick me?" "I've already tacitly accepted him as my disciple. What more do you want from me?" Master Rashi protested. "Oh, that girl is quite beautiful, yet I can't muster any interest. What a disaster. Kakarot, you must perform the disciple-esque greeting." Vegeta instructed Goku. "Kneel and bow your head." Cough, cough. "No need for such trouble." Master Rashi quickly waved his hands. "Then let it be." Vegeta nodded. Goku prepared to kneel. He hesitated, uncertain of what to do upon hearing Vegeta's words. "Vegeta, should I bow?" Goku asked. "No need. Your master says no such formality is required." Vegeta smiled. "All right, I want to be formal." Goku grinned widely. Master Rashi was left speechless. "Old man, you have accepted a disciple, and he has bowed to you. Surely you ought to present him with some form of greeting?" Vegeta jested. "Did he bow? And this lad named Kakarot is not at all charming." Master Rashi replied. Vegeta said you need not bow, so you shall not bow. Who, pray tell, is your master? Come now. I am rather busy. You should feel honored to engage in this frivolous pastime with me, the universe's greatest deity. Master Rashi looked utterly bewildered. You are the universe's greatest deity. What are you saying? I am the god of martial arts, the one who nearly perished after consuming the ultra-divine water, and now I find myself weakened. Very well, I cannot defeat Vegeta. I might as well fulfill his wish, Master Rashi sighed. Come forth, immortal bird, he called out loudly. However, nothing appeared. Goku looked puzzled. Nothing is coming, Bulma noted. I remember that immortal bird seems to have perished from food poisoning. Master Rashi muttered. Can immortal bird actually die? Bulma wiped her brow. The name immortal bird signifies the hope for its eternal life. Master Rashi pondered. Never mind. Let us summon another. With that, he waved his hand once more. Come forth, Nimbus. Whoosh! A golden cloud came swiftly from afar, hovering right beside Master Rashi. Tis a golden cloud. The golden cloud has arrived, Bulma exclaimed. That is Nimbus. Master Rashi explained. I trust Vegeta has encountered such a phenomenon before. There are many at Karen's place, and I merely asked Karen for this one. Chapter 61. Vegeta's angelic power, how does one consume it? Goku asked, smacking his lips. This precious cloud is certainly not for consumption. Master Rashi replied sternly. You can ride on Nimbus and go wherever you wish. Can it soar into the sky? Goku asked, filled with anticipation. That of course, Master Rashi smiled. But only those with pure hearts can ride Nimbus. Only good children may ascend. Now allow me to demonstrate, he said, lightly leaping on a Nimbus. See, it's just like this, Master Rashi stated. Vegeta observed Master Rashi. This old fellow can indeed ride Nimbus. Now, I understand that in the original story, Master Rashi was unable to ride Nimbus because he entertained improper thoughts upon seeing Bulma. Moreover, he has always been rather lecherous. However, now that he has consumed the ultra-divine water, he has essentially lost his masculine abilities. Master Rashi seems much more subdued now, so it is only natural he can ride Nimbus. With a thud, Master Rashi leapt from Nimbus. Little fellow, if you can ride it, Nimbus shall belong to you, he declared proudly. That wicked little Vegeta will certainly be unable to ride Nimbus. Thus, this long-tailed little brat surely cannot either. Besides, this little brat cannot fly. And cheating aloud, that I shall give it a try. Little Wukong leaped gracefully into the air, landing atop the Qin town. Master Rashi widened his eyes in astonishment. This child is quite remarkable, at least superior to Vegeta. Wouldn't you agree? Alas, my Qin town. Let us go. Wukong called out to the Qin town. Whoosh! The Qin town swiftly flipped through the air. Wukong danced with joy, his excitement palpable. Master Rashi felt a pang of regret. How infuriating! Vegeta, have you found the Dragon Balls? Bulma turned to inquire. Yes, Vegeta replied, handing the Dragon Ball he held to Bulma. Wonderful. This is the 4th Dragon Ball. We only need 3 more to complete the set, Bulma exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wukong spun joyfully in the sky. Suddenly, he spotted a large turtle scuttling swiftly below. He descended rapidly, appearing above the turtle. Hello, big turtle. Wukong waved. The turtle's eyes widened. I assent that Master Rashi's Qin town. Big turtle, you're moving quite fast, Wukong remarked. Is that Qin town Master Rashi? Yes. The turtle asked. Mine, Wukong corrected. Oh, I meant to say it was given to you by Master Rashi. The turtle quickly clarified. No, it was given to me by Master Rashi. Wukong shook his head. I want to explain further. I have things to attend to. Qin town. Whoosh! The Qin town zipped away. The turtle was left bewildered in the wind. Don't you know that Master Rashi is the same as your master? This little brat is truly annoying. Just like Vegeta. Wukong swiftly returned. Can I leave now? Master Rashi asked Vegeta. Go ahead. Vegeta nodded. Master Rashi turned away, his expression one of utter disinterest. Life is indeed tragic. Allow me to escort you back. Vegeta pondered. Very well. Master Rashi nodded gently at the vast ocean before him. If no one were to take me back, I would have to swim myself. Vegeta, not one to be overly polite, grasped Master Rashi's shell and lifted him into the air. In no time, Vegeta had transported Master Rashi back to his small island. Vegeta, what is the purpose of collecting those magical Dragon Balls? Master Rashi asked curiously. It is said that gathering all 7 can grant any wish. Vegeta replied with a smile. What? Any wish? Can it restore my former glory? Master Rashi's eyes lit up with excitement. Let me heal you, Vegeta offered you. Heal me. Master Rashi looked skeptical at Vegeta. It shouldn't be too difficult. Vegeta chuckled. Give it a try. With a swift motion, Vegeta raised his right hand. Instantly, a brilliant point of light, resembling a star, coalesced in his palm. However, this luminescence appeared somewhat cloudy, lacking the purity of the celestial powers emitted by beings like Kes or Bardoss. This point of divine energy seemed shrouded in mist. What is that? Master Rashi gaped. Here, give it a try. I feel confident it will work, Vegeta grinned. What do you mean by should work? Are you treating me like a guinea pig? Master Rashi wiped his brow. With a flick of his finger, Vegeta directed the star-like point of light, which swiftly entered Master Rashi's body. Master Rashi shuddered. A minute passed. Vegeta dragged Master Rashi into the living room and turned on the television. Where a delightful dance performance was playing, Master Rashi rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly drooling. Huh, huh, huh. Master Rashi exclaimed in excitement. Does this mean I'm cured? It worked. This thing really has healing properties, Vegeta chuckled. You didn't know this was a healing technique? Master Rashi wiped his forehead. No. Vegeta shook his head. Master Rashi fell silent. After a brief pause, aren't you worried about incapacitating me? He asked with a wry smile. What do I have to fear? You should be the one worried, Vegeta laughed. How outrageous. Master Rashi was at a loss for words. That if you think I'm being excessive, I can always revert you back to your previous state. Vegeta said, shaking a bottle of super divine water. Master Rashi quickly covered his mouth, afraid to utter another word. I'm off. Take care of yourself, Vegeta declared before soaring into the air, bursting through the roof. Master Rashi exclaimed, Are you here just to wreak havoc? Vegeta soon returned to Bulma's side. Bulma, let us set off, Vegeta called out. Vegeta, that old man mentioned a Master Karen you know, who has many such golden clouds. Can you ask him to send me one? Bulma inquired. You wouldn't be able to ride it, Vegeta replied. What nonsense! How can I not ride it? I'm so cute, so beautiful, so gentle and virtuous. Bulma huffed. Chapter 62, the first Super Dragon Ball. Cute and beautiful is one thing, but gentle and virtuous is a stretch. Vegeta shook his head. What do you mean by that? Bulma glared. Then she beckoned to little Wukong. Wukong, come down. I want Vegeta to see if I can ride it. Bulma huffed. Wukong leaped down from the Kintown. Bulma lunged toward the Kintown. Whoosh! Bulma's body immediately passed through the Kintown, and she plummeted to the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. Why can't I ride the Kintown? Is being beautiful a crime? Bulma sobbed. In the vastness of space, Kes and Ramses finally found the first Super Dragon Ball. This thing is so large. Ramses gazed at the Super Dragon Ball, which was the size of a planet, slightly astonished. It is indeed quite large, Kes nodded. There are 2 stars inside, Ramses observed. This is the 2-star Dragon Ball. Kes replied. Let us transport this Super Dragon Ball to the center of the 7th universe, Ramses suggested. Very well, Lord Ramses, Kes agreed without objection. With a flick of her staff, Kes directed her power toward the Super Dragon Ball, enveloping it in an invisible angelic force. Let us go, Lord Ramses, Kes said. Onward, Ramses nodded. Kes sped off, pulling the Super Dragon Ball, while Ramses walked alongside her. Along the way, Ramses asked, by the way, that guy Beerus hasn't awakened yet. Has he? Not yet, Kes replied. That's good. If he wakes up, it would be quite troublesome. Ramses huffed, then muttered, but speaking of which, how did that brat Vegeta learn about the Super Dragon Balls? Perhaps from Bardoss or Lord Kampa. Kes speculated. Yes, that's a possibility. Ramses nodded. The situation in the 7th universe is manageable since Beerus is asleep, but we must be cautious when we head to the 6th universe, lest Kampa discovers us. Moreover, as of now, neither Bardoss nor Lord Kampa is aware of our interception of Vegeta from Universe 6th. Kasai lowered her voice, speculating that the 2 of them likely believe Vegeta has been eliminated by you. I nearly forgot about this matter until you mentioned it. Ramusi remarked, tapping his forehead. In any case, let's proceed with caution and discreetly transport the Dragon Balls from Universe 6 to Universe 7. Keisai suggested with a smile, confident that even Bardos could not possibly keep a constant watch over the Super Dragon Balls. Let us first gather a few Dragon Balls from Universe 7. Ramusi proposed. Very well, Lord Ramusi, Keisai replied. The two swiftly soared towards the center of the universe with the Super Dragon Balls in tow. According to Keisai's calculations, consolidating these Super Dragon Balls at the center of Universe 7 would be relatively straightforward. On Frieza's spaceship, Frieza remained seated within the vessel's cockpit, gazing out at the distant starry expanse. Suddenly, he noticed a golden light streaking towards him from afar. Frieza observed the luminous phenomenon, as did his companions, Dodoria and Beerus, who were equally astonished. The three exchanged bewildered glances. That I asked at a star? A golden star. Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment. It's my first time witnessing a golden star in motion, Beerus added, his eyes wide with disbelief. Frieza remained silent, the shock in his eyes beyond description. We should head in that direction, Dodoria suggested. Lord Frieza, shall we go investigate? Beerus inquired. There are countless peculiar occurrences in the universe. Is a flying golden star truly strange? Frieza scoffed that IT must have drifted from its original star system into this region. Beerus speculated, IT doesn't feel like a star. It lacks warmth, Frieza countered, shaking his head. Lord Frieza, it appears that at the center of that celestial body, there are two red pentagrams, Dodoria exclaimed. What on earth could it be? Beerus mused, equally perplexed. Frieza displayed a look of confusion. Lord Frieza, should we not investigate further? Beerus asked again. Perhaps curiosity is a dangerous trait. Frieza hesitated, ultimately deciding against approaching. The Super Dragon Balls are far too immense. Frieza and his companions remained oblivious to Keisai and Ramusi, who were flying with the Super Dragon Balls, swiftly disappearing from their view. After approximately 10 more minutes of travel, we shall arrive at the center of the universe, Keisai informed Ramusi. That rascal Vegeta tasked us with finding Dragon Balls, yet he is off indulging in delicacies on some planet. Ramusi expressed his displeasure. Lord Ramusi, remember the events 1,000 years ago? Keisai smiled. It is precisely because I recall such events that I agreed to assist him in locating the Super Dragon Balls. Ramusi scoffed. The two left a trail of golden light in their wake as they traversed the starry sky on Earth. During their subsequent journey, Vegeta accompanied Bulma and Goku, encountering Oolong once more. Vegeta, showing no courtesy, swiftly thrashed Oolong, leaving him bruised and battered. Oolong protested. What did I do to deserve this? Did I provoke you? The reason for my attack is to convey that Bulma is my girlfriend. Should you dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her, I shall turn you into a roasted pig, Vegeta threatened. Stepping on Oolong's face, I want to eat roasted pig, Goku exclaimed, brandishing a knife and fork, smacking his lips at Oolong. Oolong trembled in fear. From Oolong, Vegeta's group acquired another Dragon Ball. Subsequently, they ventured into a barren desert. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta and his companions entered the desert, Lepin arrived on a motorcycle alongside Pure, speeding towards them. Who are you? Goku asked. Momentarily stunned, sensing an ominous premonition that Oolong's expression shifted slightly. Vegeta casually placed his hands in his pockets and glanced at Lepin, while Bulma, feeling frightened, hid behind Vegeta. This bandit seems rather intimidating. Chapter 63. Standard Lepin lying down. I am a hyena that calls the wilderness home. My name is Lepin. Lepin introduced himself. I am Pure. Pure beamed proudly beside Lepin. You little brats are no match for me. If you wish to leave this desert alive, quickly hand over your money and capsules. Lepin chuckled menacingly at Vegeta and the others. Pure, are you that whiny little Pure? Oolong recognized Pure Oolong. You are Oolong. Pure's face paled slightly. You know that pig? Lepin turned to ask. Yes, he's the one who used to bully me at kindergarten in the South. Pure nodded, recalling how he was expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear. Oolong, you are so annoying. You only know how to expose others' shortcomings, Oolong retorted angrily. Enough of that. Hand over your money and capsules now. Lepin insisted. Hey, Vegeta, aren't you all supposed to be powerful? Hurry up and handle him. Oolong urged Vegeta. Vegeta, let me take care of it, Goku suggested. Why bother? Vegeta said, casually waving his tail. Instantly, an invisible energy enveloped Lepin. Lepin screamed. Hurtling through the air, when he landed, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted. After losing consciousness, Lepin fell into the standard Lepin lying down position. Lepin, pure, gasped, rushing forward in a panic. Allow me to administer some super divine water, Vegeta said, dropping a drop of the super divine water onto his hand and gently pointing it at Lepin. Puffed. The super divine water shot into Lepin's body. Lepin immediately turned a deep shade of purple. Heavily poisoned. Whether he survives now depends on his luck. Vegeta grinned. At last, I have dealt with all those who coveted Bulma. Now, I can relax for a while. Oolong stood by, utterly astounded. This fellow named Vegeta is incredibly formidable. I never anticipated he could easily defeat Lepin. Pure, weeping, transformed into a blanket to carry Lepin home to recover AS for whether Lepin survives. That is no longer Vegeta's concern. Surviving would be a stroke of luck for him. Perhaps even if he does survive, he will end up like Master Rashi, becoming a mere shadow of his former self. That would certainly save some trouble. Continuing onward, Vegeta and his group searched for the next Dragon Ball. Throughout their journey, they traversed various locations, including Fire Mountain. Notably, the flames of Fire Mountain posed no challenge for Vegeta. He leaped into the flames and retrieved the Dragon Ball effortlessly, of course. Goku also had his first encounter with Chi-Chi. Thus, 6 days passed. Vegeta and his companions easily defeated the Pilaf gang and ultimately located the final Dragon Ball. All 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered. We finally have them all. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, shall we wish to enlarge ourselves? No. Let us consult the Eternal Dragon first. In the vastness of space. At the center of Universe 7, Keisai and Ramusi had successfully gathered the Super Dragon Balls after 7 days of searching. Now, all 7 Super Dragon Balls were converging at the center of the universe, glowing with a golden radiance that bathed the cosmos in a golden at last. We have gathered them all. Thankfully, that rascal Kampa has not discovered our actions. Ramsey let out a slight sigh of relief. Just a few days ago, he and Keisai had stealthily returned from the 6th universe with 3 Super Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to Kampa, this made Ramsey feel a sense of achievement. What an idiot Kampa is. I have pilfered the Super Dragon Balls from your universe, and you remain completely oblivious. Indeed, Keisai nodded. That fellow Beerus hasn't awakened yet. Has he? Ramsey chuckled that no, he's still asleep, Keisai replied. Wonderful. Our luck has always been splendid. Ramsey laughed heartily. Yes, Keisai smiled. Quickly call Vegeta, Ramsey urged Keisai, eager to grant his wish and return to the 10th universe. All right, Keisai nodded, immediately summoning Vegeta with her staff. On Earth, the 7 Dragon Balls lay scattered on the ground. Eternal Dragon, arise and grant our wish, Vegeta shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the Dragon Balls, intertwining to form a shimmering golden pillar that shot skyward, particularly striking against the night sky. Golden lightning cascaded from above, spreading around the golden column. Witnessing such a breathtaking scene, Goku, Bulma, Oolong, and others were left awestruck. In the next moment, the golden beam transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiling majestically across the night sky and letting out a resonant roar. Goku and Bulma stood frozen in shock. This is the Eternal Dragon, it proclaimed. State your wish, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. However, upon uttering these words, the Eternal Dragon's gaze fell upon Vegeta below. That you? The dragon's expression shifted slightly. Why is it this brat again? Didn't I grant you the wish for immortality already? We meet again, Vegeta smiled faintly. Ahem, are you here to upgrade your previous wish? The dragon inquired. Can you even upgrade it? You speak as if it were within your power, Vegeta retorted. The dragon felt a pang of discomfort. State your wish, it urged. Eternal Dragon, I desire an everlasting supply of food for Bulma, Vegeta began, but before Bulma could finish her sentence, he swiftly embraced her from behind and covered her mouth with his hand. What are you doing, Vegeta? Bulma protested. Don't rush into making a wish. I have a question for the Eternal Dragon. He insisted. Go ahead, the dragon replied. Eternal Dragon, I wish to ask you, Vegeta started, but suddenly felt a vibration emanating from his body. Hold on a moment, he interrupted himself, addressing the dragon. You can ask your question, the dragon said. Why do you make me wait? Is that polite? Vegeta retrieved the communicator case I had given him and pressed a button. Mr. Vegeta, we have gathered the Super Dragon Balls. Would you like to come over, or shall we make the wish directly? Keisai inquired. Oh, soon. That's splendid. Vegeta felt overwhelmed with happiness. Let us make the wish directly. It would take too long for me to come over. All right. Is it the wish we discussed earlier? Keisai asked again. Yes, Vegeta confirmed. Very well. Please wait a moment. The wish should be realized shortly, Keisai assured him before preparing to summon the dragon. Wait a moment. Could you also ask the dragon why my body isn't growing? Vegeta requested. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta is concerned about his growth. Keisai laughed. I thought you were indifferent to such matters. Who said I don't care? My body is so small. How can I enjoy myself with my girlfriend in the future? Vegeta huffed. What does your size have to do with playing with your girlfriend? Keisai was perplexed. That you'll understand in due time. Vegeta replied. However, if I ask a question, it might be considered a wish, Keisai added. If it is considered a wish, then so be it. That is not the point, Vegeta stated. I understand, Keisai replied. I will begin preparing now. Thank you, Keisai. Vegeta expressed politely, realizing the importance of courtesy in this situation. After all, one must tread carefully, as rudeness could result in Keisai refusing to grant his wish. The Eternal Dragon looked on, bewildered. Wishes? Are there others making wishes elsewhere? What is the situation with Vegeta? The dragon was indeed curious. Not only was the dragon intrigued, but Bulma, Goku, and Oolong also exchanged puzzled glances at Vegeta. Why is someone else granting Vegeta a wish? Are there multiple Eternal Dragons? Bulma asked, her tone tinged with jealousy. Who was that person earlier? Their voice was rather pleasant, she remarked. That is Keisai, the sister of Bardoss, Vegeta answered candidly. The sister of that blue-skinned creature? Bulma huffed. Indeed, she has blue skin as well, Vegeta nodded. Humph, I can't fathom your taste in blue-skinned women, Bulma pouted, clearly displeased. Sometimes a change of color brings a refreshing novelty. Vegeta grinned. Wait, I still don't understand, Goku interjected. Oolong, do you comprehend what Bulma and Vegeta are discussing? Goku asked. Perhaps it's better you don't, Oolong sighed, unable to bear the audacity of Vegeta, who seemed to have a girlfriend of another color outside. While she was helping him gather Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, that I'm still waiting for your wishes. What exactly do you desire? The dragon interjected, its patience wearing thin. Eternal Dragon, does asking a question count as a wish? Vegeta queried. How fortuitous! I too have a question for you. Shall we exchange? The dragon replied. Agreed. Vegeta did not object. Bulma was astonished. Is this a new way to interact? You may ask first. I ask you. What is wrong with my height? When will I grow? Vegeta inquired. The Saiyan body is quite unique. It remains in a prolonged juvenile stage, especially for royal Saiyans, allowing for better concealment. The dragon elucidated an own need for intricate details. I understand all that. Get to the point, Vegeta urged. You will enter your adult phase between the ages of 18 and 20, the dragon replied. What? No specific time frame? Vegeta scoffed. I regret to inform you that due to individual physiological differences, it is challenging to predict an exact timeline. This also relates to your personal growth. Upon reaching a certain stage, your cells will reach a threshold, prompting immediate maturation, the dragon explained. Never mind, it's no longer significant. Vegeta shook his head. It's unimportant. Yet you inquired in such detail, the dragon remarked. Perhaps you should consider engaging in meaningful activities while still in your juvenile stage, the dragon suggested thoughtfully. Vegeta pondered. What if on the day I reach adulthood, I am with Bulma or Keisai or Bardoss, and suddenly my body grows larger? That might be quite amusing. Juvenile stage. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. This is a characteristic of our Saiyan race. As I previously mentioned, Vegeta elucidated that we Saiyans maintain a prolonged childhood phase. After all, we are a warrior race, which allows us to better disguise ourselves. Once we reach a certain age, we undergo an instantaneous growth spurt into adulthood. From that point onward, we remain in our adult form for an extended duration, even without aging. How unfair! Bulma shook her head. So, When I grow old, you'll still be a youthful lad, Vegeta retorted. Youthful lad? Who are you referring to as youthful? It is your youthfulness that stands out. Having answered your inquiries, may I pose a question? The Eternal Dragon interjected to go ahead. Vegeta nodded. Is your friend on Namek? The Eternal Dragon inquired. Is she also assisting you in your search for the Dragon Balls? My friend is not on Namek, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. As far as I know, Dragon Balls also exist on Cyril. Could it be that your friend is on Cyril helping you find the Dragon Balls? The Eternal Dragon asked again. Not at all. Vegeta shook his head once more. Have you finished your questions? Vegeta responded. The Eternal Dragon seemed disinclined to continue the conversation. That I have completed my inquiries, but did you provide me with answers? Is this how you engage? Vegeta pressed. Why not share the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Can't you sense them? Aren't you the Eternal Dragon, supposed to know everything? The Eternal Dragon felt a pang of frustration. The reason I cannot sense them is that the dragon has yet to appear. If it were to appear, I should be able to sense its presence, the Eternal Dragon replied, his expression darkening. I did not take kindly to this little rascal. The last time I was summoned, I was met with rudeness. It seems it is the same this time. Were it not for the fact that I cannot contend with you, I would not fulfill your wish. Well, it was merely a passing thought. Even if I cannot defeat you, I must still grant your wish. Chapter 65. The Eternal Dragon and the Divine Dragon. You will soon find out. That dragon is likely to be summoned shortly, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Now, please commence your performance. The Eternal Dragon. What performance shall I commence? Is it merely the appearance of the Eternal Dragon from Namek or Cyril that is expected to astound me? At the center of the universe, 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of planets, converged. Kess and Ramses hovered near the Super Dragon Balls. Will this facilitate the granting of a wish? Ramses inquired. To summon the Divine Dragon. One must call upon it to realize any wish, Kess replied. Divine Dragon? How does one summon it? Let us proceed quickly. We must not attract the attention of that fellow Beerus, Ramses urged. Lord Ramses appears quite fearful of Lord Beerus. Kess chuckled. Humph, do you think I fear him? Ramses scoffed. This is his universe. After all, we are covertly conducting our affairs here, which is rather unscrupulous. I do not wish to give him leverage against us. Very well, I shall now begin the summoning of the Divine Dragon. Kess responded, as an angel, particularly the eldest among the angels. Kess knew how to summon the Divine Dragon. Arise, Divine Dragon, grant our wish. I seek riches. Kess called out to the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Instantly, a more intense golden light radiated from the Dragon Balls. In a mere moment, the entire center of the universe was bathed in gold. A massive golden beam of light swiftly spread throughout the universe. Why do you seek riches? Ramses asked curiously. I do not know. It is the incantation necessary for summoning the Divine Dragon, Kess replied. What a spectacular sight! Ramses marveled. In the next instant, a gigantic golden dragon manifested before Kess and Ramses. The Divine Dragon was immense, its colossal form seemingly boundless, filling the center of the universe. Golden rays of light spread rapidly in all directions. As if, at that moment, the entire 7th universe was enveloped in gold. Countless stars appeared diminutive and overshadowed before the magnificent golden dragon. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire. The Divine Dragon's voice resonated with authority. On Earth, the Eternal Dragon declared confidently, regardless of whether it is the Eternal Dragon of Namek or that of Cyril, I shall sense their appearance immediately. Just as the Eternal Dragon finished speaking, its expression shifted dramatically. Wah! What? The primordial dragon! The Eternal Dragon exclaimed, its entire form trembling violently. Now do you comprehend which dragon has appeared? Vegeta chuckled. You summoned the primordial dragon? Be astonished as you will. The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, its astonishment beyond words. Truly remarkable. The primordial dragon has emerged. In that instant, the Eternal Dragon forgot its intent to grant Vegeta and the others their wishes. Of course, it was primarily because Vegeta and the others had yet to voice their desires. What is this primordial dragon? Bulma inquired, turning to Vegeta with a puzzled expression. To put it simply, The Dragon Balls of Earth are fragments of the Super Dragon Balls scavenged by the Namekians. Vegeta succinctly explained, as such, the wishes that can be granted are limited. Limited wishes? Bulma gasped that I thought they could fulfill any wish. The Eternal Dragon cast a glance at Bulma, feeling as though it had been belittled. However, upon realizing that Vegeta's friend had summoned the primordial dragon, it regarded Vegeta with newfound respect. This fellow was not to be underestimated. Even the primordial dragon was summoned by his friend, in the center of the universe. The divine dragon's voice rang out, "Speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire." Kes, tell me, if I were to make a different wish now, would Vegeta be infuriated? Ramses chuckled mischievously. I believe there is a possibility. However, Lord Ramses would also face Vegeta's wrath. Kes replied, "Humph, do you think I would fear that fellow?" Ramses scoffed. Does Lord Ramses truly wish to change the wish? Kes inquired. Just a casual thought. Perhaps I shall refrain. After all, that lad helped me secure 1,000 years. This wish is a reward for him. Ramses laughed heartily. Now, I shall make my wish. Proceed. Kes did not object. Divine Dragon, please grant Mr. Vegeta true immortality, Kes declared. Are you referring to Prince Vegeta IV, the scion of the 7th universe? The Divine Dragon's voice inquired. The scion prince of the 7th universe? Kes was momentarily taken aback. Ramses was equally stunned. Currently, he is on Earth and has summoned the Earth's eternal dragon. The Divine Dragon added, Hey Kes, what is going on? Ramses asked, puzzled, Isn't that lad from the 6th universe? Oh dear, I also thought he belonged to the 6th universe. Kes nodded, realizing he was from the 7th universe. I see. This means that Kampa attempted to steal from the 7th universe, wanting to pilfer from their 6th universe, but we intercepted him. Is that the case? Ramses pondered thoughtfully. That does seem to be the case. Kes lightly tapped her forehead. How intriguing. I never anticipated that Vegeta hails from the 7th universe. Ramses laughed heartily. Neither did I foresee this, Keisai sighed. Primarily, Keisai had not delved into the true identity of Vegeta. It was only when the Dragon God mentioned it that Keisai and Ramses suddenly came to their senses that it turned out that Vegeta belonged to the 7th universe. This was intriguing. Lord Dragon, it is he, the esteemed Mr. Vegeta. Please grant him the gift of immortality, Keisai replied. Keisai, are you certain? It would be quite troublesome if we were to mistakenly grant the wish to the wrong person. Ramses inquired. There is no mistake. It is indeed him, Keisai asserted confidently. Buzz, a golden light surged in the dragon's eyes. Chapter 66. The true immortality, your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon declared before instantly transforming into a sphere of golden flames. The golden flames rapidly dispersed throughout the universe. In an instant, the central region of the 7th universe regained its tranquility. Keisai and Ramses gazed at the vanishing Super Dragon Balls, momentarily falling silent. On Earth, the dragon widened its eyes in astonishment, its expression shifting dramatically. Vegeta, the dragon seemed taken aback, Bulma remarked. How could he not be surprised? His ancestors have come forth to grant my wish, Vegeta chuckled. What wish do you intend to make? Bulma asked curiously. Nothing much. Merely a wish for immortality, Vegeta replied with a slight smile, suddenly turning to glance at a spot diagonally behind him. Immortality? Little Goku was momentarily taken aback. It's here, Vegeta's smile broadened. What is that? Is that the power of the ancestor? The dragon was also stunned. What? What is coming? Bulma asked, puzzled. There's nothing here, little Goku scratched his head. Looking around, I see nothing either. Oolong swayed his pig head. Can you see it? The dragon gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. I cannot see it, but I can sense it. Vegeta smiled. Bang! At that moment, an invisible divine power swiftly enveloped Vegeta. The divine power immediately began to transform and upgrade his body. In an instant, Vegeta's body completed its upgrade, becoming truly immortal. Vegeta could distinctly feel the remarkable changes within himself, as though boundless vitality had surged forth. I must test my body's unique changes, Vegeta thought, swiftly soaring into the sky. Boom! Vegeta's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. The dragon exclaimed. Vegeta, what has happened to you? Bulma gasped in horror. Did he just explode? Little Goku was dumbfounded. How could he explode like that? Oolong was utterly stunned. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. The cloud of blood mist that had once been Vegeta rapidly coalesced. Bang! In the next moment, Vegeta's body returned to its original form. Is this the true essence of immortality? Vegeta grinned broadly, clearly satisfied. The dragon remarked, "Are you attempting immortality? You are quite the daring one, experimenting with self-detonation. Are you not afraid of pain?" Bang! Vegeta descended from the sky, landing beside Bulma. His heart brimming with joy. "I have finally attained true immortality. Just now I transformed into blood mist, yet I was able to recover. It feels absolutely exhilarating. The wish I longed for before my journey has finally been realized." "Bulma, you wished for an everlasting supply of strawberries, did you not?" Vegeta inquired. Bulma was still in a daze. "I clearly saw you explode, and yet you appear unscathed," she said. "Bulma, wake up," Vegeta urged, patting her arm. Bulma immediately regained her senses and asked Vegeta, "What? Hurry and make your wish. The dragon has been waiting for so long." Vegeta replied, "Indeed, I have been waiting quite a while, primarily because my esteemed ancestor appeared, which was quite shocking that I wish for an everlasting supply of strawberries. Can that wish be granted?" Bulma quickly asked. "Yes, no problem at all. The principle is quite simple. We merely need to endow the strawberries with regenerative abilities." The dragon nodded. Buzz! As he spoke, red light flickered in the dragon's eyes. Bang! A strawberry, encased in an exquisite box, descended from the sky. Vegeta beckoned with a finger, and the strawberry box floated into his hands. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," the dragon proclaimed, before instantly transforming into 7 beams of light, swiftly dispersing across the world. The world returned to tranquility. Vegeta opened the box and took a bite of the strawberry. Bang! The strawberry he had just consumed suddenly regrew. How marvelous! Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, offering the strawberry to Bulma. "Why are you giving me the good stuff?" "You should let your girlfriend have a taste first," Bulma pouted. "I merely wanted a sample at first to see if it was delicious," Vegeta corrected her. Bulma, undeterred by the saliva Vegeta left behind, took a bite of the strawberry. "Let me try. I want to eat too," Oolong shouted from the side. Bang! Vegeta kicked Oolong down with a swift motion. "What business do you have here, pig? Is this something for you to eat?" After a moment of silence, Bulma suddenly felt that her wish paled in comparison to Vegeta's. After such a long endeavor to gather the Dragon Balls, she ended up wishing for merely a strawberry. "I should have asked the dragon for an everlasting youthful body." Bulma felt a twinge of regret. "Don't worry. A year from now the Dragon Balls will revive, and I will grant you a body that remains forever young." Vegeta promised. "Really?" Bulma glanced at Vegeta with anticipation. "Of course. How can my girlfriend grow old?" Vegeta took Bulma's hand. Although the phrase growing old together held a certain charm, he preferred the notion of everlasting fertility. "Bulma, Oolong, little Goku." "Bulma, you understood that instantly?" Vegeta exclaimed in wonder. "Humph. Even a pig understands. How could I not?" Bulma retorted. Oolong interjected. "You all continue your conversation. I am leaving." That evening, as they summoned the dragon, it was indeed nighttime. Now was the time for rest. In the wild, Oolong wept bitterly. Why? Why do those two get to stay in a house while we are left sleeping outdoors? Oolong gritted his teeth. Vegeta declared that Bulma was his girlfriend and that no other man could get too close to her. Little Goku, however, appeared unconcerned and earnestly said to Oolong, "Are you a pig?" Oolong rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I'm not a pig. You are," little Goku retorted. Oolong, weary of engaging with little Goku, thought to himself, "With such a pig teammate, I'm utterly exasperated. I might as well gaze at the moon. The moon is so round tonight. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a beautiful sight. If only a girl were here with me." Unfortunately, the only company he had was little Goku, his pig teammate. Chapter 67. Transformation. Golden Great Ape. "What are you looking at, Oolong?" little Goku asked curiously. "Humph. None of your business," Oolong huffed. "I want to see too." Little Wukong gazed upward towards the heavens. As he lifted his head, he beheld the resplendent full moon adorning the night sky. "Tonight is the night of the full moon," remarked little Wukong. Do you have any objections? Yulong inquired. Irked that on the night of the full moon, terrifying monsters are said to appear. Little Wukong replied earnestly. Stop babbling nonsense. Yulong scoffed. I am not deceiving you. My grandfather was trampled to death by that very monster, asserted little Wukong. Isn't your grandfather's son Wukong? Such a formidable figure was crushed. Yulong exclaimed, astonished, unable to restrain his curiosity. Is that monster truly so fearsome? Indeed, not only did that monster crush my grandfather, but it also flattened our home and the trees we had planted outside. Little Wukong continued. What manner of creature is it? Yulong asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Take the time. I was asleep and did not witness it. Little Wukong shook his head. But just a moment ago, you claimed the monster flattened your house. You must be a fool, Yulong retorted, suspecting little Wukong's intellect was questionable. My grandfather often told me that one should not gaze upon the full moon. I believe there is no harm in looking. Little Wukong said, glancing upward once more at the moon. See, I see it again. Yulong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. That monster, this little fellow. Thud, thud, thud. Abruptly, Yulong heard a sound akin to drums beating. What is making that noise? Yulong asked, puzzled. It feels as though my heart is racing. As Vegeta would say, it has a rhythm. Little Wukong pointed to his heart. Have you developed a heart condition? Yulong questioned. Wah. Little Wukong suddenly let out a fierce cry. His body expanding several times in size, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive black gorilla that Yulong's composure shattered, fright coursing through him. Vegeta! Vegeta! Yulong shouted desperately for Vegeta. Roar! Little Wukong bellowed, delivering a punch that obliterated a distant hill. Yulong's body quivered in fear. Smash! Little Wukong seized the mountain and lifted it high, preparing to hurl it at Yulong. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Yulong was pinned beneath the colossal mountain, howling in pain. Roar! Little Wukong relentlessly pounded his chest. His roars growing increasingly wild. I in the room. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? It felt as if the earth trembled just now. Bulma emerged from her bedroom and approached Vegeta. Is it a full moon tonight? Vegeta inquired. Yes, it is. What of it? Bulma asked, perplexed that we Saiyans transform into giant apes under the full moon. I suspect little Wukong has already become one. Vegeta explained. Giant ape? Bulma paused. Let me see. Driven by curiosity, she stepped forward and opened the door. Then, she locked eyes with the gigantic little Wukong. That Bulma's complexion turned pale instantly, and she executed a dramatic turn, retreating to her room and pressing her back against the door. Do you think bracing yourself against the door will help? If little Wukong steps down, the house will surely collapse, Vegeta said, ascending through the window. Smash! Vegeta effortlessly raised a hand to block little Wukong's descending foot. Whoosh! With a swift flick of his finger, Vegeta severed little Wukong's tail. In an instant, little Wukong's form rapidly shrank back to his original state. Destruction! Vegeta lightly pressed a finger against the mountain that had pinned Yulong. Smash! The mountain disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing entirely. Thank you for saving me, Vegeta, Yulong exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. You are a good person. I previously misunderstood you. Take off your clothes, Vegeta commanded. Yulong stammered. Aren't you fond of Bulma? Are you now after me? A mere pig? Enough of your nonsense. Do as I say, or I will roast you like a suckling pig, Vegeta warned, flames igniting at his fingertips that Yulong's composure crumbled. I might as well comply. I never expected Vegeta to have an interest in pigs. Swiftly, Yulong removed his trousers. Let us go. Yulong gritted his teeth. Bang! Vegeta kicked Yulong to the ground. What nonsense occupies that pig's mind? Yulong protested. If you wanted to lie down, just say so. Must you resort to violence? Vegeta beckoned with his finger, magically draping Yulong's trousers over little Wukong. This pig is exceedingly bothersome, Vegeta scoffed, delivering another kick that sent Yulong flying. You should have said so earlier. You should have told me to dress little Wukong. Bulma quietly opened the door and stepped out. Vegeta, where's the giant ape? Bulma asked, glancing around inquisitively. Do you wish to see it? Vegeta replied that it would be nice to take a look. Bulma muttered, "Very well, I shall show you." Vegeta immediately turned his gaze towards the full moon above. Smash! In the next moment, Vegeta transformed into a colossal black ape. Yulong was once again paralyzed with terror, and Bulma's face drained of color. "Look, Bulma, I senti it amusing," Vegeta chuckled. "Not at all amusing. Change back immediately," Bulma shouted angrily. "Let me see if I can transform into something else," Vegeta pondered. Smash! As he spoke, a golden radiance enveloped Vegeta, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. When one looked again, every hair on Vegeta's body had turned golden. Vegeta lifted his waistband to inspect. Even this has turned golden. What a spectacular sight. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Bulma wiped her brow. "Are you watching or not?" "It's golden," Vegeta replied. "I'm not watching." "Not watching," Bulma exclaimed frantically. Chapter 68. Transform again. Super Saiyan 4. If you say you're not watching, then that suffices. Saying more might lead me to believe you desire to see. Vegeta remarked that Bulma's face flushed crimson, resembling a blooming rose that a silence ensued. "Why did you turn golden?" Bulma inhaled deeply, perplexed. Vegeta ceased to engage with Bulma, his expression turning grave, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the distant starry sky. In the next moment, Vegeta's form rapidly diminished and morphed. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegeta transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4, his body now adorned with crimson fur, his pupils gleaming a similar red. And even his tail had turned the same hue. Furthermore, Vegeta now towered over Bulma by more than 10 centimeters. "What transformation is this?" Bulma gasped, murmuring, "So incredibly handsome. This change is quite remarkable. I suddenly feel as though Bulma has become shorter." Vegeta smiled. "That you've grown taller?" Bulma huffed. That's so." Vegeta nodded. "Your voice seems to have matured," Bulma noted. "Let me check if this area has matured as well." Vegeta spoke as he nonchalantly tugged at his pants, glancing down to inspect them. Bulma inquired, "What color are they?" Yulong, drawn by curiosity, leaned in closer. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Vegeta sent Yulong tumbling to the ground. "What business do you have, you pig, in this commotion?" Vegeta retorted, his tone laced with annoyance. Yulong quipped, "You are quite the fortunate pig. After receiving several kicks from me, you have yet to perish. You have achieved the pinnacle of porcine existence." Vegeta chuckled softly. "Such cruelty. Always picking on piggies," Yulong lamented, on the verge of tears. "Bulma, come here. I have something to whisper to you." Vegeta beckoned. "What is it? What do you wish to tell me?" Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback but obediently approaching. "Red," Vegeta murmured in her ear. "Did I ask about the color?" Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. "I suppose I look acceptable like this." Vegeta smiled. "Humph. I have no desire to converse any longer," Bulma huffed. "If it doesn't work out, just try to maintain this form." Vegeta chuckled that moment. He also sensed the intensity of his own energy. Super Saiyan 4, the energy intensity had surged by 300 times. Vegeta's base combat power was 10 to the 43rd power. Thus, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his strength would elevate to 10 to the 46th power. Previously, the notion of 10 to the 45th power for the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 had been alarmingly exaggerated. The reason Vegeta could defeat Jiren was that his base combat power had already reached 10 to the 43rd power. Therefore, after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his combat prowess surpassed that of Jiren. Now, having ascended to Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's strength soared even higher. Of course, these calculations pertain solely to combat power. Would achieving 10 to the 47th or 48th power truly suffice to defeat a god of destruction? Vegeta was acutely aware of the slim chances. Gods possess their unique methods of combat. Although an increase in energy might augment one's power, merely relying on energy is far from adequate to vanquish a god of destruction. Nevertheless, Vegeta had not solely depended on energy. He had trained in Ultra Instinct and God of Destruction techniques, the latter also known as Self-Instinct, dual instincts at his disposal. Despite this, Vegeta remained cautious. He had perused the manga of Dragon Ball Super. In it, Frieza had found a dimension with a slower flow of time, where he trained for a decade. Upon his emergence, he had transformed into a black-gold hue. Subsequently, Frieza effortlessly obliterated Goku, and Vegeta, who had attained Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct. Just how formidable was that fiend? Yet, even at that time, Frieza was not a match for Beerus. This illustrates the formidable strength of the gods of destruction, with their distinct advantages. Over the years, Vegeta had trained diligently alongside Ramzi, occasionally managing to land blows on him. Yet Vegeta was fully aware that such victories were due to Ramzi's complacency, in a genuine battle against a god of destruction. Vegeta felt uncertain if he would emerge victorious. The road ahead is long. I must continue my exploration. What transformation is this? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. That I will tell you in secret. It's red, Vegeta whispered in her ear. No need to emphasize it again, Bulma retorted, her face reddening. Would you like to see? Vegeta asked. No. Bulma huffed. You refuse to look at the golden form, and now the red one as well. What do you wish to see? Vegeta inquired. Curiosity piqued. Bulma fell silent. Is this merely a matter of color? Will you maintain this form moving forward? Bulma questioned. For now, that is the plan. Cherish the red elephant, Vegeta smiled. Why should I cherish it? Bulma asked, exasperated. Because soon it may very well turn white, Vegeta replied. Turn white? That is simply due to prolonged exposure, Bulma asserted confidently. Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words, countered, well, putting that aside, what are your plans moving forward? Bulma inquired. First, I need to handle a few matters at hand, then I will return to accompany you, and I do enjoy dunking a basketball, Vegeta stated earnestly. Basketball? Bulma said, scratching her head in confusion. What do you mean by basketball? Why do I feel there is a deeper meaning in your words? Yet, I cannot fathom the connection between basketball and those matters. Vegeta chuckled. I will explain it to you gradually. Basketball and hoops. I still don't understand, Bulma replied, perplexed. You will come to understand, Vegeta assured with a smile. Enough for now. Let us rest, Bulma yawned. After a long night, it's time for sleep. I won't be joining you tonight, Vegeta said. Having just transformed, I might not control my strength well. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm you. How rude, Bulma exclaimed, her expression darkening. It sounds as though we've shared a bed before. We've slept in the same room. Does that not count? Vegeta retorted. That doesn't count. It doesn't. Bulma insisted loudly. Yulong approached from a distance, feeling quite disheartened. You two are flaunting your affection while I, this poor pig, am left out of the conversation. What kind of world is this? Suddenly, Bulma tossed a universal capsule, which transformed into a small house. She opened the door, and then Vegeta and Bulma entered the room, closing the door behind them. Yulong lamented, tears streaming down his face. This is too much. Once again, I am left outside with little Goku. You two get a whole house to yourselves, in the expanse of space. Ramzi called out, let us go. Kasai, we're off to find Vegeta. Hopefully, that rascal has prepared a feast for us. Indeed, Kasai nodded, smacking her lips in anticipation. How long will it take to reach the planet where Vegeta resides? Ramzi inquired. It's a bit far. Perhaps a little over an hour, Kasai assessed. We've gathered all the Super Dragon Balls. Is an hour really a long time? Ramzi replied. By the way, let us contact Vegeta and ask him to prepare a feast for us. We should arrive in an hour. Understood, Lord Ramzi. Kasai nodded gently, promptly establishing contact with Vegeta through her staff. Vegeta soon connected with Kasai. Kasai, what is the matter? He asked. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta, Lord Ramzi and I will arrive on Earth in an hour. He requests that you have food ready for us. Kasai explained. An hour. I can hardly manage anything in that time that I had hoped to practice controlling my strength and enjoy a basketball game with Bulma. Vegeta expressed his frustration. Why are you arriving in just an hour? And expecting food from me? I can offer you milk. Will you drink it? Just milk, and it's for you alone, Vegeta stated. Lord Ramzi has heard that. And he looks quite displeased, Kasai chuckled. He said he wants some too. Ramzi, enough already. Why are you butting in? Vegeta exclaimed. Fine, let us leave it at that. We'll discuss the milk later. See you in an hour. After Vegeta finished speaking, he promptly ended the call. Once the conversation was over, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Bulma inquired, why did you revert to your original appearance after speaking with the sister of the Smurfs? After a moment, Vegeta replied, The sister of the Smurfs is coming to see me soon. So please refrain from speaking out of turn. I want to see if I can deceive them with my Super Saiyan 4 appearance. Bulma, puzzled, asked, what do you intend to deceive them about? They wish for me to become a god in their universe, but I have no desire to go. They insist, yet I still refuse, Vegeta stated. Well, to be honest, I am merely toying with them. Bulma silently wiped her brow. You speak as if the universe would cease to exist without you. Little Goku has never seen me like this, Vegeta mused, but that pig has. And I need to transport that pig elsewhere, D.O. as you wish. I shall merely cooperate with you, Bulma huffed. Then please prepare some delicacies for me. Are there any treats in this house? Vegeta inquired. It seems we only have instant noodles left, Bulma replied. Instant noodles will suffice. What more could one want? Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Bulma responded with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by what more could one want? Vegeta smiled. These instant noodles will surely astonish Ramsey and Krix. Moreover, they are quite easy to prepare. Now, I shall transport that pig away. If that pig leaks any information, it would be most unfortunate. With that, Vegeta pushed the door open and stepped outside. The pig was sleeping beside little Goku. Hey, pig, you should head over to Master Rashi for a while, Vegeta said, waving his hand towards Oolong. With a powerful surge of energy, Oolong was uncontrollably lifted into the air. What are you doing, Vegeta? I haven't provoked you this time. I'm merely trying to take a nap, Oolong exclaimed, but he quickly disappeared from sight. Initially terrified, Oolong gradually calmed down after 10 seconds. Why should I be afraid? I can transform into a bird or a bat and fly in the sky. Can I? After transporting Oolong, Vegeta remained in place, patiently awaiting Krix and Ramsey's arrival. An hour swiftly passed. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed two distinct beams of light appearing in the night sky. It was Krix and Ramsey approaching at great speed. Krix had already pinpointed their location with her communicator, making it easy to find. As Krix and Ramsey descended gracefully beside Vegeta, he greeted them politely, hands in pockets. Greetings, you must be Lord Krix and Lord Ramsey. Krix was momentarily taken aback, while Ramsey scrutinized Vegeta closely. Vegeta had undergone a significant transformation into Super Saiyan 4, making it nearly impossible to recognize him. Furthermore, Vegeta's voice had matured. Who are you? Where is Vegeta? Ramsey asked. I am Vegeta's brother, Dar. Vegeta responded. Vegeta has already departed from Earth. What? He has left Earth? Ramsey was stunned, incredulous at the audacity of this boy. He leaves without even informing us. Krix remained silent, casting a deep glance at Vegeta. Krix, quickly contact Vegeta to see what he is up to. Ramsey grunted. Very well, Lord Ramsey, Krix replied, grasping her staff to establish contact with Vegeta. By the way, my brother told me to return this to you when I met you. Vegeta said, handing Krix the communicator. What does that fellow mean by this? Ramsey frowned at him. My brother said there's no need to look for him. Vegeta replied. What does this boy mean by that? Just acquired immortality and then abandons us. Ramsey's expression darkened. Chapter 70. Ramsey failed to recognize. Krix continued to scrutinize Vegeta without speaking. Vegeta thought, this identity should suffice to fool the god of destruction, but deceiving an angel is exceedingly difficult. What exactly does this boy intend to achieve? Am I not good enough for him? Ramsey huffed. He leaves without a word. After speaking, Ramsey appeared somewhat dejected. How infuriating. I worked hard to cultivate a god of destruction. He sighed. Krix remained silent. Krix, do say something. What are your thoughts on this matter? Ramsey pressed. What can I say? Vegeta is right beside you. If you cannot discern it, who else can you blame? Besides, when did Vegeta learn this transformation? I must admit, this form is rather striking. His time on Earth has truly brought him significant gains. Krix remarked. Krix, what are you pondering? Ramsey asked darkly that I am contemplating whether or not to reveal my brother's true identity to Lord Ramsey. Krix smiled. What? His true identity? Ramsey was taken aback, scrutinizing Vegeta once more. What is his true identity? Is there something special about it? Lord Ramsey, can you not see it at all? Krix inquired. See what? Ramsey scratched his head, examining Vegeta again and muttering. Yet, I must admit, this fellow's energy intensity is quite impressive. perhaps even surpassing that little brat Vegeta's talent. So, you're Vegeta's brother? Crick stated, Vegeta, have we reached this point, and he still hasn't realized? No, I'm not Vegeta's brother. I am your second uncle, Vegeta replied with a smile. What did you say? Do you know what the consequences of disrespecting a god of destruction are? Ramsey exploded with rage. Now even a mere cat or dog dares to provoke me. Do you think being Vegeta's brother will spare you from my wrath? Ramsey lunged forward, attempting to seize Vegeta. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack effortlessly. Oh, you dodged? Quite nimble, aren't you? Ramsey huffed, pursuing him once more. Bang, bang, bang. Ramsey unleashed a rapid flurry of punches at Vegeta. Vegeta calmly raised his hand, effortlessly catching all of Ramsey's blows. Ramsey was taken aback. This so-called brother of Vegeta is even stronger than I imagined. Bring it on, Ramsey exclaimed, eager to unleash more of his destructive power for an engaging spar with Vegeta's brother. Enough, this ends here, Vegeta declared, transforming back to his normal state in an instant that Ramsey's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Vegeta! You are Vegeta. Ramsey was utterly astonished. Vegeta smiled gently. What a joke. How did you transform into that form just now? You've changed so much that even I could hardly recognize you. Ramsey stared in shock. So what do you think? Was it entertaining? Vegeta chuckled. What is entertaining about it? Do you find it amusing? Ramsey's expression darkened. Are you amusing an elephant? Sadly, Crix recognized him. Vegeta sighed. I thought Crix wouldn't see through it. Oh dear, the reason I recognize you is not due to probing your body, Crix replied, but rather because of some subtle details in your movements. Subtle details? Vegeta was taken aback. For instance, your hands were in your pockets. Crix noted, and despite your transformation, your clothes remained unchanged. Vegeta. A miscalculation, indeed. What on earth are you up to, Vegeta? Is it amusing to make me unrecognizable? Ramsey remarked with a frown. Let us retire indoors. I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Vegeta replied with a smile. Now that's more like it. Upon hearing of the lavish meal, Ramsey's spirits lifted considerably. I came here solely for the food that I couldn't care less about your status. Vegeta ushered Kess and Ramsey into the room. Suddenly, with a snap, Vegeta transformed, reverting to his Super Saiyan 4 form. Why have you changed back to this? Ramsey blinked in surprise. The previous form was far too diminutive. I had to look up to you, which was rather unpleasant. Vegeta retorted. Suit yourself, Ramsey huffed, but do hurry and prepare the food that I have prepared a plethora of delectable dishes for you, Vegeta declared. What do we have? Kess inquired with anticipation. Braised beef, slow-cooked pork bones, sauerkraut beef, chicken stew with mushrooms, golden broth with fatty beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy chicken, and more, Vegeta enumerated. Sounds delightful, doesn't it, Kess? Ramsey said, his anticipation growing that, oh my, the names alone are tantalizing. Kess nodded in agreement. Bulma mused. Are these two truly so easily deceived? I assent to everything Vegeta mentioned, just instant noodles. Moreover, that blue-skinned lady does appear rather lovely. What is her connection with Vegeta? Bulma, has the water boiled yet? Vegeta inquired. Yes, it has, Bulma nodded. Let us serve the dishes. With a grand gesture, Vegeta presented an array of instant noodles on the table. Ramsey was momentarily taken aback. Kess also seemed slightly stunned. Is this what you call food? What are all these packets? Ramsey picked up a packet of instant noodles for inspection. This one is called braised beef flavor, Vegeta explained, tearing open the packaging and pouring the noodles into a bowl. Adding the seasoning packet, don't we have the bulk containers of instant noodles? No need to transfer them to a bowl, Bulma quietly remarked to Vegeta. Those bulk containers are far too expensive. One must learn to save, Vegeta replied. You brought back billions worth of jewels last time. Are you really going to scrimp on a few yuan here? Bulma retorted. Fine, since they are your friends, entertain them as you wish. Vegeta poured boiling water into the bowl. Bulma, did you bring the tablet? Vegeta asked. The tablet? What do you need that for? Bulma hesitated but obediently retrieved the tablet and handed it to Vegeta. He placed the tablet over the bowl. Be careful, that tablet is costly. Bulma protested in disbelief. Your family is the world's richest. Can you not afford a tablet? Vegeta asserted confidently. You could easily opt for bulk noodles instead. Bulma was at a loss for words. Switching to bulk noodles is far cheaper than a tablet. What do you know? Instant noodles prepared over a tablet possess a deeper flavor, Vegeta declared. Bulma chose to remain silent, that if you wish to fuss. Then by all means, fuss away, let's get another tablet. Vegeta prepared another bowl of noodles for Kes. That's all we have. Bulma huffed. What about a monitor? Let us use a monitor then. Vegeta went to Bulma's bedroom and fetched a monitor. Placing it atop Kes's bowl of noodles, Bulma, Kes, and Ramsey looked on in astonishment. 3 minutes later. All right, it's ready to eat, Vegeta announced. Let me have a taste. Ramsey took a bite of the noodles, immediately feeling a rush of flavor on his palate. Kes also sampled a small bite. Oh my, I never expected something so delicious. Today has truly broadened my horizons, Kes exclaimed, deeply impressed. Bulma remarked. Are these two truly divine? Have they never encountered instant noodles before to find this so delectable? The 2 packets of noodles were soon consumed entirely by Kes and Ramsey. Even the broth was drained. Delicious, delicious, Vegeta. I never imagined your instant noodles could be so delightful. Ramsey smacked his lips, still craving more. Could I have another packet? Kes asked. 1 packet is just enough, as too much would diminish the initial flavor, Vegeta pondered. Humph, stop trying to fool me. Ramsey scoffed. You can always take some home to savor at your leisure. I want to be competing with you, Vegeta smiled. Can I take it all? I want to take everything with me. Ramsey exclaimed. Sure, take it all. It's yours, Vegeta readily agreed. Now that is more like it. Ramsey beamed with delight. Without hesitation, Ramsey swiftly packed up the remaining 10 packets of instant noodles. Bulma conveniently provided him with a universal capsule. It was astonishing that such a peculiar invention existed in the 7th universe. Ramsey glanced at the universal capsule in his hand, briefly reflecting, before packing all the noodles inside. Vegeta chuckled to himself. 2 packets of instant noodles had successfully appeased Kes and Ramsey, and they had worked diligently to make him truly immortal. Regardless, I genuinely appreciate your assistance over these 7 days. Vegeta expressed heartfelt gratitude and no need for such formality. It was nothing but a trifling task. Ramsey jovially waved his trunk. Next, we can go scheme against someone. Vegeta grinned. Shall we find another god of destruction to outsmart and devise a way for you to win a millennium? Outsmart a god of destruction. Ramsey blinked, momentarily at a loss. Kes smiled. Mr. Vegeta means that in his current form. It is challenging for anyone who has seen him to recognize him. Even Lord Ramsey did not recognize him. Ramsey's eyes lit up. Indeed, I didn't even recognize him, but I've spent 12 years in close proximity to this fellow. And I still failed to recognize him. Who else could? Who shall we trick? Should we continue to target that fellow, the Flavor Master? Ramsey asked excitedly. Vegeta, you should seize a sheep and pull its wool vigorously. Kes covered her face, unsure of what to say. The problem is only that Flavor Master has an in-turn god of destruction, Ramsey added. What Lord Ramsey suggests seems quite reasonable. Kes nodded in agreement. Indeed, other gods of destruction do not possess an in-turn god of destruction. Thus, it may be challenging to outsmart them, that we cannot continue to pursue the in-turn god of destruction. Perhaps we might consider the in-turn Supreme Kai, Vegeta proposed. In-turn Supreme Kai. How we go about that? Ramsey inquired. You merely need to do this, and then this, and then this, and this, Vegeta instructed. Do you understand now? Ramsey shook his head in confusion. How can you still not comprehend? Vegeta sighed. You do this, and then this. Do you grasp it now? I think I roughly understand. Ramsey nodded, enlightened. Then let us prepare our plan, Vegeta declared with a sweeping gesture. Excellent. It's a delightful decision. Ramsey nodded vigorously. Bulma, I must depart Earth for a while. It may be some time before I return, Vegeta informed Bulma. How long will you be gone this time? Bulma's expression soured. They had only just met 7 days ago, and he was already leaving again. It won't be for long, Vegeta assured. Once I finish my tasks, I will come back to keep you company. Very well. Bulma obediently nodded her head. Ramsey was taken aback. This lad really planning to return Earth? To the 7th universe, no less? I must inquire further later. Well then, let us set off. Vegeta instantly teleported behind Kex, wrapping his arms around her from behind. However, in this instance, Vegeta appeared as a Super Saiyan 4. And the embrace felt rather different. Kex remarked, I suddenly feel a bit unaccustomed. That little one hugging me felt far more engaging. Oh, is it truly a matter of discomfort? Vegeta inquired that I too feel a bit strange. It seems you've grown shorter, he added. Never mind. Let it be as it is. Kex sighed in resignation and continued. Just step outside before you hold me like that. It's all right, you can carry me out. Vegeta replied. Kex had no choice but to carry Vegeta as they made their way outside. Bulma was at a loss for words. You two are rather too affectionate, aren't you? Soon, Kex brought Vegeta outside the house, with Lamzi following closely behind. Bulma, we shall be taking our leave. Vegeta waved at Bulma. Humph, Bulma responded, still somewhat displeased. Whoosh, Kex, with Vegeta in tow, transformed into a brilliant streak of light akin to the stars, swiftly vanishing into the cosmos, disappearing from Bulma's sight in no time. Lamzi, too, shimmered with a purplish-red aura before vanishing in an instant. The three of them swiftly entered the starry expanse. Bulma gazed up at the trio that had disappeared, feeling a momentary sense of loss. Nevertheless, she understood that Vegeta was off to undertake significant endeavors and did not wish to hinder him. Chapter 72. Destination. 10th Universe Kaishin Realm. As the sun rose the following day, little Goku yawned and awoke. Good morning, he waved at Bulma. Good morning, Bulma replied. How much do you recall from last night? What transpired? Little Goku was momentarily taken aback. Evidently, he remembered nothing at all. It seems only Vegeta, in that state, could recall such events. Bulma mused. What did Vegeta transform into? Little Goku scratched his head. Suddenly, he plopped down on the ground. What is wrong with you? Bulma inquired. I suddenly feel a bit unsteady. Little Goku replied, perplexed. Perhaps it's due to the loss of your tail, affecting your balance, Bulma suggested. But I believe you'll adapt soon enough. Tail? Little Goku was taken aback, reaching behind him. Huh, it's gone? Where's my tail? Bulma replied, well, that's that. Little Goku appeared indifferent. That you're remarkably casual about this. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. And why not? Oh, Little Goku exclaimed, spotting his staff on the ground and quickly darting over to retrieve it. What are your plans moving forward? Bulma asked. Where's Vegeta? Little Goku queried. Why hasn't he come out? Is he still asleep? He has left Earth, Bulma responded. Left Earth? Little Goku did not quite comprehend that in any case. He has gone to a faraway place to continue his training, Bulma clarified. Then I shall train diligently as well. Little Goku declared, I intend to follow Vegeta's advice and seek out Master Rashi for training. Very well, then we shall part ways here, Bulma nodded. I also need to return to West City. Kintown, Little Goku shouted. The Kintown swiftly appeared. Little Goku climbed aboard. Huh, why are my clothes different? He scratched his head in confusion. You just noticed? Bulma wiped her brow. Never mind, it's not important. Little Goku chuckled. You've been led astray by Vegeta. Bulma sighed. Goodbye, Bulma. Little Goku waved. Take care, Bulma waved back. Whoosh, Little Goku rode the Kintown into the sky. Bulma also retrieved a capsule for her plane and swiftly headed towards the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation on the Kintown. Little Goku felt that this quest for the Dragon Balls had truly broadened his horizons. There really is a plethora of people in this world. Wait a moment. What about that pig? Never mind, he should be fine. I'll head home first and stay at Master Rashi's place, bringing along all my belongings. Little Goku first returned to his home in Bowsy Mountain to pack up his bedding and such. Shortly thereafter, he appeared on Master Rashi's small island aboard the Kintown. Oh, Big Turtle, you're back? Upon landing, Little Goku spotted the large sea turtle. Let me clarify once more, I am a sea turtle, not a tortoise. The sea turtle corrected. That is not important. Little Goku chuckled. By the way. Where's Vegeta? The turtle nervously shook his head. I heard he's left Earth. Little Goku replied. Left Earth? Is he facing retribution? The sea turtle exclaimed joyfully. Is Master home? Little Goku inquired. Are you referring to Master Rashi? He is at home. The turtle nodded, along with a little pig. Little pig? Little Goku scratched his head as he entered the room. Inside, he found Master Rashi and Oolong glued to the television, their eyes glazed over. Both man and pig were drooling. On the screen, a lovely lady was performing a beautiful dance. How can there be someone in this strange box? Little Goku wondered, leaning in for a closer look. Master Rashi and Oolong paid him no mind. Hey, Oolong, how did you end up here? Little Goku asked, perplexed. Shh, don't speak. Oolong replied without turning around, fearing he would miss an exciting moment. What is so captivating about this? Little Goku felt utterly confused. Be quiet. Oolong snapped. Grandpa, I'm here. Little Goku shouted once more at Master Rashi. Point 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Turn around. Master Rashi continued to stare intently at the beautiful lady on the screen. Grandpa, Little Goku yelled loudly in Master Rashi's ear. Both Master Rashi and Oolong jumped, snapping back to reality, turning to face Little Goku. That you, Little Goku? Oolong blinked in surprise. What brings you here? Where's that Vegeta fellow? Yes, where is Vegeta? Master Rashi asked, somewhat worried. I heard from Bulma that he has already left Earth, Little Goku replied. Left Earth? That is splendid news. Master Rashi sighed in relief. Is he truly gone? Oolong exclaimed in delight. What are you here for? Master Rashi inquired. Grandpa, as per our agreement, I've come to train with you, Little Goku stated. Just a moment. Master Rashi waved his hand. I haven't finished my show yet. Yes, the show isn't over yet. Oolong nodded. Grandpa, I'm hungry, Little Goku said. There's a refrigerator over there. Help yourself? Master Rashi pointed. Little Goku approached the fridge, glancing at it curiously. Why is food kept in such a strange box? He murmured, opening the fridge and exclaiming, It's so cold in here, feels like winter. Without hesitation, Little Goku began to feast. Soon, the fridge was completely emptied of food. All right, we'll meet again next time. The lady on the television waved at the audience. Is that it? That was quite a performance. Master Rashi wiped the drool from his mouth. Indeed, it was quite splendid. Oolong also joined in the act of wiping his mouth. Thus little Wukong temporarily resided at the Turtle Sage's home. Embarking on a journey of martial arts training under his guidance, in the 10th universe. Amidst the vast cosmos, after several hours of travel, Vegeta and his companions had returned to the 10th universe. Nearing the realm of the Kaioshin, Keisai smiled. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, tightening his embrace. Loosen up a bit. Keisai sighed. I prefer it tight. Vegeta asserted resolutely. Keisai remarked, I sense a hidden meaning in your words. Vegeta, are you certain this plan is feasible? Lamsi pondered. Let us give it a try. As for its feasibility, that will depend on our execution, and no matter how brilliant my plan, if you falter, it will be in vain, Vegeta replied. Chapter 73. The fusion of angelic and destructive powers. You make a valid point. Lamsi conceded, then inquired, by the way, you mentioned wanting to return to the 7th universe. Of course, Vegeta replied. What do you intend to do there? Wouldn't it be better to serve as the Kaioshin of the 10th universe? Lamsi suggested that if you become the Kaioshin, our lives will be intertwined. I would feel much safer. Best not to think that way. Vegeta shook his head. If I become the Kaioshin, I will challenge all the gods of destruction. If I were to perish, you would vanish alongside me. Lamsi, perplexed, remarked, It seems this fellow might actually be capable of such a feat, so your role as Kaioshin is merely temporary. Keisai asked. Just for fun, Vegeta grinned. Never mind. Just help me secure a few thousand more years, and I can comfortably rest in our universe. Lamsi chuckled. I will do my best. I'll seize every opportunity as a way to repay you for the guidance you've provided over the years. As Vegeta spoke, he suddenly recalled something and produced a small notebook he always carried. Lamsi was taken aback. What do you need that notebook for now? Vegeta opened it and examined the figures written within. Transfer Station in the Nihilistic Novel 9, 379-29266. The number remains unchanged. Lamsi leaned in to take a look. Indeed, it hasn't changed. I was afraid I might forget, Vegeta replied, placing the notebook back, that I can't comprehend what you're planning. Lamsi remarked, puzzled. Once my power increases, you will understand, Vegeta smiled. Increase in power? Your strength is already remarkable, especially with your current transformation, which has reached 10 to the 46 power, hasn't it? In terms of combat prowess. You can rival me, Lamsi noted. I know I'm still far from enough, Vegeta lamented. You possess quite a sense of self-awareness, Lamsi chuckled. Gods have their own methods of combat. I advise against provoking other gods of destruction, or I might not be able to protect you. Although you are immortal, the gods of destruction have their ways to deal with you that I understand, Vegeta nodded. Until I fully integrate the powers of destruction and angelic strength, I will choose to remain low-key. Integration, Lamsi was startled. What do you mean? What are you attempting to merge? The fusion of destruction and angelic power, Vegeta declared. Are you joking? I've warned you numerous times. These are two distinct forms of energy. And merging them carries immense risk. Lamsi exclaimed. If you keep this up, you might very well obliterate yourself. That I am immortal. I cannot die. Vegeta retorted. Oh, I almost forgot. Your immortality is something I granted you, Lamsi said, exasperated. This conversation is futile. I shall attempt it now. As Vegeta spoke, he summoned a sphere of angelic power in his left hand and a sphere of destructive power in his right. Stop this at once. Do you wish to annihilate our universe? Lamsi shouted. Are you suggesting that merging these two energies could potentially destroy the universe? Vegeta was taken aback. There's a possibility, Keisai sighed resignedly from the front. What calamity have I wrought? If you destroy our universe, I will not let you off the hook, Lamsi said sternly. Previously, Mr. Vegeta had merely mixed a pinch of angelic power into destruction. That posed no threat. However, if equal proportions of angelic and destructive power were fused, it could indeed give rise to a cataclysmic force. Such endeavors should not be undertaken lightly, Keisai reiterated. Very well, I shall reserve these for other universes and not use them here, Vegeta said, promptly retracting both powers into his body. You have a conscience, after all, Lamsi sighed in relief. What if I try to condense just a little, Vegeta said, conjuring a radiant point of light in his left hand and a crimson point in his right. Just a smidgen of destructive power and a smidgen of angelic power. Not even a smidgen. Don't attempt it, Lamsi shouted angrily. It's merely a tiny bit. What is the big deal? Vegeta shrugged, scrutinizing the angelic power further. I've noticed that since transforming, my angelic power appears clearer than before. Indeed, it is significantly clearer, indicating that your angelic power concentration has reached an impressive level, Keisai noted. If the concentration of true angelic power is 100, yours is around 70. What was my previous angelic power concentration? Vegeta inquired curiously. About 40, Keisai responded. And what about the concentration of a trainee angel? Vegeta continued. That a trainee angel. Keisai was taken aback. Previously, I sensed a hidden angel in the 7th universe. It might be a trainee angel undergoing training among the Galactic Patrol. Vegeta explained. You possess quite the knowledge. You can even sense trainee angels. Keisai expressed mild astonishment. There's nothing particularly strange about it. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. The concentration of a trainee angel's power can exceed 85. Keisai stated. So, my angelic power concentration is nearing that of a trainee angel, Vegeta remarked with a smile. You are still 15 short, Keisai replied. Thus, refrain from attempting to merge these two energies. Previously, your angelic power was rather murky and insufficient in concentration, Lamsi advised. Now that your angelic power concentration has increased, should you attempt to merge them? Hey, kid, are you ignoring me? Oh dear, this is troublesome. Keisai noticed Vegeta's little antics. That Vegeta's left and right index fingers, each bearing different energies, began to collide. He attempted to fuse the 2 points of light. Run, Keisai! Lamsi shouted. In an instant, Keisai effortlessly broke free from Vegeta's embrace and vanished. Wait for me, Lamsi exclaimed, preparing to flee. Previously, Vegeta's angelic power concentration had been insufficient, allowing Lamsi to overlook it. Now, however, Vegeta's concentration had risen above 70, which was rather alarming. Chapter 74. The potent force of annihilation. Vegeta forcibly compressed the spheres of angelic and destructive power together, kneading them in his hands. You do not wish to merge, do you? You resist being together. I shall act as your matchmaker. I will compel you to unite. I've stripped you bare and placed you together. Surely, you will ignite like dry tinder. Vegeta stubbornly fused the two opposing energies into a single sphere. As he kneaded and rubbed, the two reluctant light points embraced. Suddenly, Vegeta paused, sensing an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from the newly formed light point. This is bad. A tremendous rumble echoed through the cosmos as an immense surge of energy erupted forth, instantly illuminating the entirety of the 10th universe. Accompanied by a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the void, a black hole was violently birthed within this celestial expanse. Not far away, the unfortunate Ramsey bore the brunt of the explosion, his visage marred and his demeanor utterly disheveled. Only Kex managed to escape, darting away with remarkable swiftness, narrowly evading the chaos. Indeed, after distancing herself, Kex even conjured a protective shield around herself. The fabric of this cosmic space was rent asunder, giving rise to a black hole that rapidly devoured the nearby light and warmth. This black hole, measuring approximately 100 meters in diameter, was relatively modest in the grand scheme of the universe. Turning to Vegeta, one would find him absent, obliterated by the overwhelming force of energy unleashed, as he had been perilously close to the epicenter of the explosion, reduced to mere blood mist, in a swift motion. Kex appeared by Ramsey's side. "He is dead," Ramsey murmured, rubbing his pain-ridden face, his teeth clenched in frustration. Indeed, Kex acknowledged with a nod. This fool never listened, and now he has met his demise. Ramsey seethed, feeling a pang of resentment. "Were it not for my immortality, I would be dead as well," Kex replied. "Hurry and heal me. I do not wish for him to witness my disheveled state before I recover." Ramsey instructed Kex. "Very well, Lord Ramsey." Kex responded with a slight smile, directing her staff towards him, as the power of angels swiftly enveloped him, mending his injuries in an instant. The blood mist that was once Vegeta coalesced, restoring him to his original form as Super Saiyan 4. Simultaneously, Ramsey's wounds were entirely healed. Kex retracted her staff, and Vegeta swiftly turned to face Ramsey and Kex. Such immense power, Vegeta marveled, continued to act recklessly. "And had you not been immortal, you would have perished," Ramsey remarked with a scowl. "It is precisely because I am immortal that I have nothing to fear," Vegeta retorted. "You make a valid point. Now you comprehend the advantages of immortality," Ramsey replied. "Do not take pride in that. Had that last attack harmed your soul, you would consider yourself fortunate." Ramsey scoffed. "My soul is not so easily affected," Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. "What do you mean?" Ramsey asked, taken aback. "Why do you say that? Mr. Vegeta's soul appears to be significantly more potent than that of an ordinary individual, at least 50 times stronger." Kex elucidated to Ramsey. "What? 50 times? Does this mean his soul's strength defies reason? The strength of a god of destruction is merely 40 times that of an ordinary person. How can he surpass that?" Ramsey pondered. "Perhaps you should inquire with the protagonist of that tale titled Dragon Ball, the beginning with the erasure technique of the Omni King, named Yi Tian." Vegeta smirked. Ramsey fell silent, a twinge of discomfort surfacing within him. Kex chose not to elaborate, uncertain of how to explain further. Each individual's soul strength varies. If an ordinary person's soul strength is rated at 1, then Vegeta's is 50, while Ramsey's measures at 40. Kex refrained from disclosing her own soul strength, which Vegeta was unaware of. "Kex, what is your soul strength?" Vegeta inquired. "My soul strength is approximately 100 times that of an ordinary person," Kex replied. Vegeta felt a pang of dismay. Not underestimate the angels," Ramsey reflected. "They're the true deities of this universe, while we gods of destruction are simply mortals who have ascended through training. If you were to contend with true gods, you would surely lose." Vegeta remained silent, acknowledging the formidable nature of the angelic lineage. However, he soon pondered aloud. Yet, with such a tremendous explosion, how did Lord Ramsey emerge unscathed? "Of course, I am a god of destruction. Such a trivial amount of energy could not possibly harm me." Ramsey laughed heartily. Vegeta was convinced. "Indeed, the gods of destruction wield immense power. If I were not immortal, I would have surely perished. Yet, this fellow emerged without a scratch despite being relatively close to the epicenter. It seems my training has much room for improvement. I was reduced to mere fragments while Ramsey remained unfazed. Surely Beerus is even more powerful. How many more years until Beerus awakens? 20 more years. There is still time. I must diligently train." Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the colossal black hole that had formed. What a magnificent sight! He marveled. "How dare you speak when you should reflect on your actions?" Ramsey scolded. "I never anticipated that such a trivial fusion of two small points of light could yield such cataclysmic power." Vegeta mused once more. The amalgamation of these two energies presents a promising avenue for exploration. Even my Super Saiyan 4 body was reduced to mere remnants. And this was merely the fusion of 2 points of light. Were the scale to increase, it could very well shatter the universe. Kex explained, it is crucial to research the fusion of 2 distinct types of divine energy, as such combinations can easily lead to anomalies. Particularly when merging angelic power with destructive force, a forced fusion can result in the very scenario we just witnessed. Fortunately, you only fused a single point of light. Had it been any larger, your soul might have been annihilated. Understood, Vegeta nodded. In the realm of the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, Supreme Kai Gas was instructing the apprentice Supreme, Kai Zamasu. Zamasu, as a Supreme Kai, you must maintain a positive mindset. I've noticed your disposition has been somewhat poor of late. Gas lamented, it due to my defeat at the hands of that apprentice god of destruction. Mr. Vegeta, Zamasu inquired. Chapter 75. Zamasu. Truly, heaven jealous of talents. How could that be? Zamasu denied any such notion. That individual named Vegeta. Just wait. One day, I shall defeat you and place you beneath my heel, demonstrating what true power entails. Adjust your mindset, Gas advised. Gods of destruction primarily focus on destruction, which renders them inherently stronger than us Supreme Kais, and they continue to grow stronger. It's too late for me to apply to become an apprentice god of destruction, Lord Supreme Kai. Zamasu hesitated. I was merely jesting, Gas replied, sensing Zamasu's alarm. Zamasu, it seems you aspire to become a god of destruction. Gas sighed. I cannot make that decision. Perhaps you should inquire with Lord Ramsey when he has a moment. Really? Zamasu's face brightened, astonished that the Supreme Kai would entertain his request. If Lord Ramsey does not oppose your desire to become a god of destruction, I shall not stand in your way. Gas smiled. Every individual is born suited for a particular role. Perhaps you are indeed meant to be a god of destruction, as your mindset has shifted away from that of a Supreme Kai. I apologize. It is my fault. Zamasu bowed his head in contrition. As they conversed, the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm was suddenly illuminated in a blinding white. What? What is happening? Is the universe on the brink of annihilation? Gas gasped in shock. Why has the entire Supreme Kai realm turned white? Zamasu stammered, his face pale with fear. There a crisis afflicting our universe. Gavas found himself utterly perplexed. The scene unfolded before him resembled the ominous sights that one might envision before the annihilation of the universe. Despite Gavas never having witnessed such a cataclysm, the master and disciple exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions filled with trepidation as they gazed at the extraordinary changes in the distant horizon. A minute passed. And then, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of the Kaishin realm. Indeed, the sheer force of the blast caused Zamasu and Gavas, due to their relative weakness, to collapse onto the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Zamasu reacted with remarkable swiftness, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Simultaneously, he conjured a shield for Gavas, allowing their expressions to regain some semblance of calm. Both were left trembling in fear, with Zamasu nearly rushing to embrace Gavas in his distress. This is absurd. We are gods. One of us is the Kaishin, and the other is a Kaishin deity. Surely we hold a position of superiority in this universe? How could we be so frightened by such a spectacle? What on earth is transpiring? Thankfully, the sound was fleeting. The sky gradually returned to tranquility, aside from the emergence of a black hole in the cosmic expanse. The universe appeared to have suffered no substantial damage. Moreover, the black hole created by Vegeta, after absorbing light and heat, continued to shrink until it vanished entirely. What on earth is happening? Zamasu was in utter disbelief. Kaishin-sama, should we not investigate? It would be prudent. I am concerned that a significant event may be unfolding in the universe. Gavas solemnly nodded in agreement, just as they prepared to set forth to assess the situation. Two distinct flames of color suddenly manifested in the distant sky. One shimmered like the stars, radiant and resplendent, while the other was a deep crimson hue. That must be Lord Ramsu and Lord Kasu. Zamasu noted, looking skyward. That truly the god of destruction. Zamasu's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that the god of destruction has suddenly changed his mind and wishes to take me as his disciple? I must seize this opportunity. With a flourish, Kusu, accompanied by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, descended gracefully onto the ground of the Kaishin realm. Lord Kusu, Lord Ramsu, Gavus immediately approached to pay his respects, and Zamasu dutifully followed suit. Vegeta, unfazed, stepped down from Kusu's side. What transpired in the cosmic realm? Lord Kusu, Lord Ramsu, Gavus inquired hastily. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. My disciple, Vegeta, met his own demise due to his reckless use of energy. Ramsu replied, nonchalantly swaying his elongated nose. Gavus and Zamasu were left speechless. Zamasu felt an overwhelming sense of joy wash over him. That fool, Vegeta, is dead, blown away by his own unleashed energy. Ha! However, Zamasu's gaze shifted to the now Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Who is this individual? Zamasu could not recognize him, as even Kusu had only identified Vegeta through subtle details observed over years of interaction. It took Kusu 12 years of close companionship with Vegeta to recognize him. Ramsu, too, failed to make the connection. Although Vegeta still stood with his hands in his pockets, there was no mistaking the stark differences in their appearances. The only commonality was that both possessed tails. Yet in this universe, many beings had tails. Gavus was at a loss for words, truly perplexed. This is truly a case of heaven's jealousy towards talent, Zamasu lamented, weeping openly, his display of sorrow most theatrical. Internally, Zamasu scoffed. This is ridiculous. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. I almost let the cat out of the bag. I cannot let my joy show on my face. Wailing, Zamasu cried heart-wrenchingly. Why are you crying? Ramsu inquired. Though I've only met the esteemed Mr. Vegeta once, we forged a profound friendship through a friendly sparring match. Zamasu sighed, wiping away a tear. Is there no hope for Mr. Vegeta's salvation? Gavus asked, filled with regret. Zamasu, seething with anger, thought, why should we save him? Why bother saving that fool? He brought this upon himself. Ramsa huffed. Gavus was at a loss for how to persuade them, and quickly changed the subject. Might I inquire what brings you, Lord Ramsu? Allow me to introduce you. This is Vegeta's brother, Dar. Ramsu indicated the super son for Vegeta to Gavus. Gavus was taken aback, contemplating Dar's presence. That Vegeta's countenance remained serene, devoid of sorrow, standing in stark contrast to the distraught Zamasu. Chapter 76, Cushion Assessment. Gavus glanced between Vegeta and Zamasu, suddenly realizing that Zamasu was the true brother of Vegeta, while this Dar was merely a pretender to Da. So you are Mr. Dar, Gavus said, somewhat bewildered by Ramsu's intent in bringing Vegeta's brother into the fold. The situation with Vegeta has made me realize that disciples taken on a whim often prove to be lacking. Ramsu reflected. Indeed, I hope you find solace in this, Lord Ramsu, Gavus replied, unsure of how to respond. Zamasu, meanwhile, secretly reveled in the moment. The god of destruction's words rang true. Those taken on impulse rarely amount to much. Did you not see that the Vegeta you hastily took on has now met his end through his own folly? I believe it would be best if we monitored each other when selecting disciples in the future, Ramsu suggested to Gavus. Yes, indeed, Gavus nodded in agreement. Therefore, I have brought you a new disciple. Ramsu gestured toward Vegeta. Gavus and Zamasu were left momentarily speechless. Are you suggesting that I be replaced? Zamasu exclaimed, taken aback. Are you attempting to exchange me for a god of destruction? If so, that would be splendid, as I have long dreamed of becoming one. Gavus struggled to respond. And on what grounds do you believe you can exchange my disciple? Your disciple has failed. Do you think it appropriate to simply swap? Let us do this. I shall not make it difficult for you. Propose a challenge for them, Ramsu suggested. If this Dar loses to your disciple, then we shall consider this matter closed. But if he wins, I hope you will allow Dar to become your apprentice Kaishin. Gavus hesitated, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with Dar. I am much more familiar with Zamasu. Furthermore, this Dar was sent here by Ramsu. Although Gavus, as a Kaishin, maintained a relatively calm disposition, he felt a twinge of discontent at being compelled to take on a disciple. Let the competition commence. Teacher, feel free to present your questions, Zamasu interjected. Very well, Gavus pondered thoughtfully. With Zamasu's agreement, they would pose several questions to gauge their abilities. If Zamasu were to indeed lose to this Dar, it would surely indicate that Dar was more suitable as the apprentice Kaishin. At that point, I could easily introduce Zamasu to Ramsu, allowing him to become the apprentice god of destruction. After all, his apprentice has perished, so introducing my disciple to him would pose no issue. Right? You introduce your disciple's brother to me, and I in turn introduce my disciple to you. It would be a beneficial exchange for all involved. Gavus readily consented. The Kaishin assessment would consist of 3 parts: combat, mindset, and insight. Gawasi elucidated that the term combat here is to be taken literally, for indeed, the Kaishin serves as the deity responsible for preserving the peace of the universe. Although not as formidable as the god of destruction, it is imperative that he possesses a certain level of combat prowess, at the very least, not to be outmatched by an ordinary individual. Vegeta refrained from interjecting. However, Zamasu was eagerly rubbing his hands together, declaring, "I have never feared anyone in battle, save for that fellow named Vegeta. But he is dead now, so I have nothing to fear. Next, you two shall engage in a simple sparring session, but do not endanger each other's lives. The victor will earn a point," Gawasi instructed. Zamasu waved at Vegeta in invitation. Yet before Zamasu could finish a sentence, Vegeta launched a kick from afar. His leg soared through the air, striking Zamasu squarely in the chest. With a grunt, Zamasu was sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, he crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally regaining his composure. Albeit with a dazed expression, he fainted on the spot. Vegeta pointed at the leg that had been sent flying. Bang! It instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood. Vegeta had not employed destruction, but rather obliterated the leg with pure energy. Resorting to destruction might reveal too much. With a swift motion, Vegeta kicked lightly, and a new leg, complete with trousers, sprouted forth. It is noteworthy that Vegeta had opted for a new outfit for this occasion, lest he be easily recognized as the former Vegeta. Indeed, upon his arrival, both Gawasi and Zamasu failed to recognize him. Gawasi was left utterly astonished. The disparity in power was staggering. This individual named Dal seemed even more powerful than Vegeta. When did our universe give birth to such a formidable character? Where did Lord Ramses find him? The previous Vegeta was already impressive, yet this one was even more ferocious, capable of sending a leg flying and knocking Zamasu unconscious. The leg could regenerate. Did it not hurt? The astonishment in Gawasi's eyes was beyond words. Such strength! Zamasu, who was considered quite powerful among the Kaishin, had been knocked out in an instant by this individual. Kaisai, attend to that fellow, Ramses commanded. Understood, Lord Ramses. Kaisai nodded gently, swiftly appearing beside Zamasu, using her staff to heal him. In an instant, Zamasu awakened, fully restored from his injuries, though his mind was still somewhat disoriented. What just happened? Did I see a leg coming at me before I lost consciousness? Let us proceed to the second phase of the assessment. Ramses instructed Gawasi. Ahem, very well, Gawasi replied with a bittersweet smile, offering Zamasu a word of comfort. The Kaishin is not primarily meant for combat. It is more about the cultivation of mindset and understanding. Zamasu fell silent, casting a fearful glance at Vegeta. This guy Vegeta's brother. I will remember you. Your name is Dal, isn't it? The one who throws legs to fight? How shameless. This is the first time I've seen such a disgraceful fighting style. Follow me. Gawasi invited Vegeta and the others into a room. Kaisai and Ramses followed closely behind. Inside the room floated several crystal orbs, each displaying images of various planets. Gawasi selected one orb and approached it. This is Babari Star, he said to Vegeta and Zamasu. You two take a look first, and then I will assess you. Vegeta replied. I am familiar with this scene. He gazed into the orb, witnessing 2 Babari beings engaged in combat, each wielding a wooden club, fighting in a turn-based manner reminiscent of a game. They struck at each other alternately, until one Babari fell, howling in agony, blood spilling from his mouth, seemingly on the brink of death. What do you make of this? Gawasi inquired of Vegeta and Zamasu. It is utterly barbaric. Zamasu wiped his brow. Vegeta remained silent. This planet has only recently birthed humanity, and they do appear excessively brutal, Gawasi observed. What do you think should be done? Zamasu pondered. What should be done? as a disciple of the god of destruction. The best course of action is to annihilate them. Am I not aspiring to become a god of destruction? Which of you will speak first? Gawasi asked. I will go first. Zamasu replied. Mr. Doll, do you concur? Gawasi asked. Yes, let him speak first. Vegeta nodded. I believe they should be eradicated, Zamasu stated. Eradicated? Gawasi was taken aback. I mean, we should eliminate them all, Zamasu clarified. Gawasi, Zamasu, is this how I usually teach you? Quite right. Ramses nodded in approval from the side. Zamasu felt a surge of satisfaction. The god of destruction's gaze bore approval, suggesting he had made the right choice. And you, Mr. Doll, what is your perspective? Gawasi inquired again. To protect them, to quietly safeguard them, Vegeta replied. If a millennium of protection is insufficient, then let it be 10,000 years. Gawasi's eyes sparkled, as if he had uncovered a treasure, looking at Vegeta with newfound respect. This individual named Doll is rather impressive. His thoughts align perfectly with mine. Please elaborate further, Mr. Doll, Gawasi urged, visibly excited. Zamasu, however, wore a look of disdain. What an idiot. I have no interest in becoming a Kaioshin. The god of destruction is right here. I must seize this opportunity to align myself with him and earn his admiration to secure my place as his new disciple. If you wish to be a Kaioshin, then so be it. Humanity will eventually establish its own order. They have just emerged, so their barbarism is quite natural, as long as we diligently protect them. I am confident that one day they will cultivate their own civilization and advance this planet towards a brighter future. Gawasi was overjoyed, leading the applause. Mr. Doll speaks so aptly. It aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Where did Lord Ramses find this person? In terms of battle, insight, or understanding, he surpasses Zamasu by several magnitudes. When I taught Zamasu, I never experienced such an enlightening moment. Mr. Doll has indeed articulated well. This is precisely what a Kaioshin ought to do. Keisai nodded in approval, somewhat surprised and delighted. This little fellow Vegeta is truly remarkable. I never expected him to possess such profound insight. It is hard to imagine he was once that reckless little brat. Suddenly, it feels as though he has matured overnight. Well, you have indeed grown. This transformation has turned you into an adult. Gawasi, are you satisfied with Doll's performance? Ramses discreetly gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Young man, you have done well. Though I have not taught you much about being a Kaioshin, you have attained such understanding through your own insights. Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied. Gawasi nodded with glee. Did I in that case? Let Doll become your apprentice Kaioshin. Do you have any objections? Rashi inquired. The absence of an opinion is merely an absence of opinion. However, Goaz felt a twinge of compassion for Zamasu. After all, Zamasu had been in close proximity to Goaz for quite some time. How about this? I believe Zamazu's temperament is more suited to becoming a god of destruction. Goaz suggested with a smile. Let Zamasu become Lord Rangshi's disciple. I pity that moment. Zamasu perked up, his face alight with anticipation, his eyes sparkling as he gazed tenderly at Rashi. Hurry and accept me. I am eager to become a god of destruction. Humph, does he even qualify? Rashi scoffed, delivering an air slap from a distance. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zamasu soared to a remarkable height, tracing an arc through the air before plummeting downwards. As Zamasu found himself airborne, his heart sank. After all this, I wasn't chosen as the Supreme Kai, and the god of destruction doesn't want me either. Huffed. Zamasu plunged headfirst into the earth of the Supreme Kai realm, leaving only his feet flailing helplessly outside. Lord Rangshi, Goaz was left in shock. How could such a worthless individual be deemed worthy of being my disciple? Rangshi grunted. It was already quite generous of me not to obliterate him on the spot. Goaz fell silent. Very well. Let Zamasu wallow in his own misfortune, Rangshi declared. Goaz coughed. So, does Lord Rangshi have any suitable candidates for the position of apprentice god of destruction? Goaz asked with a wry smile. After much contemplation, I believe it is not yet time for retirement. Thus, if Vegeta has perished, then so be it. Why should I take on another disciple? Rangshi chuckled. Goaz silently wiped his brow. This god of destruction beginning to play tricks? Hey, Mr. Dao, what are you doing? Goaz suddenly noticed Vegeta dragging the unconscious Zamasu towards the restroom. Lord Rangshi instructed him to eat excrement. Vegeta replied. Goaz, Whoosh, Vegeta casually tossed Zama's into the latrine. Goaz remained silent, fervently wiping his brow. Rashi exchanged a knowing glance with Vegeta. Excellent teamwork. Now that Dao has become your apprentice Supreme Kai, any treasures of the Supreme Kai, such as the Patera earrings, time rings, or crystal balls, should be imparted to Vegeta, Rashi said to Goaz. Vegeta, who was taken aback. I simply have a bit of nostalgia for him. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Rashi hastily added. This is rather alarming. I nearly let the cat out of the bag. Vegeta, you bumbling ally. Vegeta muttered into Rangshi's ear. Rangshi glared furiously. Who are you calling a bum? Vegeta, you're in for a dire fate. Rangshi wiped away a tear. Goaz refrained from responding. Chapter 78, Patera earrings, time ring, crystal ball. Just tell me if this disciple I found is suitable. Rangshi continued. Lord Rangshi, I find it difficult to comprehend how you can swiftly transition from sorrow to reality. Goaz remarked, and God of destruction, what significance does the death of a disciple hold? Rangshi huffed. Now quickly tell me, is it suitable? Suitable, of course it is, Goaz nodded, though I assent it a tad premature to give him the Patera earrings and such. Hand them over. Why are you dawdling? Rangshi could no longer contain himself, seizing Goaz by the collar and hoisting him up, swiftly removing the Patera earrings from his ears. Goaz, why are you forcefully snatching them? Don't bully my master, Vegeta feigned indignation. Get lost. Rangshi slapped Vegeta down to the ground. Goaz remained silent. Dao is quite loyal. Rangshi mused, you're robbing him of his earrings, and he still comes to assist me. I truly did not misjudge him. Understood, I shall provide it for him, Goaz hastily replied. As he spoke, Goaz produced a crystal ball and handed it to Vegeta. As for the time ring, Goaz pondered, it can only be possessed by a fully fledged Supreme Kai. Let us set aside the time ring for now. Rangshi nodded, no longer pressing Goaz. Thus, Vegeta effortlessly acquired the Patera earrings and a crystal ball. Vegeta retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring, cleansing the Patera earrings. Goaz, what do you mean by this? After cleaning, Vegeta then took out some alcohol to disinfect, finally donning the Patera earrings on his ears. Keisai, do I look handsome? Vegeta grinned. Keisai, also, where do you typically store such a large egg? Vegeta shook the crystal ball in his hand, inquiring. Surely, I can't place this crystal ball in my storage ring? Although it is feasible, Vegeta felt it lacked divine essence. This is an item of the gods. Could you truly store it in a mere storage space? Keisai silently wiped her brow. You refer to this crystal ball as an egg? The crystal ball can be retracted using a mantra. It can be summoned when needed. Goaz explained to Vegeta. I will now teach you the mantra, but to fully comprehend it may take some time. Thank you, Master, Vegeta nodded. Subsequently, Vegeta began to learn the mantra from Goaz. That brat has never called me Master. Rangshi grumbled quietly to Keisai. It seems he has never addressed me as such either, Keisai reflected. Let us both disdain him together, Rangshi proposed. Very well, let us disdain him together. Keisai agreed. 10 minutes later, I have imparted the mantra to you. Now, take your time to comprehend it. I believe you will soon be able to retract the crystal ball. Goaz smiled. I will give it a try. Vegeta gently nodded. There is no rush. I spent several years mastering the retraction of the crystal ball back in the day. Goaz chuckled. Slap. The crystal ball in Vegeta's hand vanished without a trace. Goaz's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How did you do that? Goaz was astounded. It's nothing extraordinary. All divine powers are interconnected, Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta had now mastered angelic powers, although his concentration was only at 70. Acquiring some unique abilities of the Supreme Kai was remarkably easy for him. Vegeta grasped them almost instantaneously. Goaz was left in a daze for over 10 seconds before finally regaining his composure. This fellow is truly a prodigy. He comprehended it so swiftly. Vegeta ignored Goaz, quietly approaching Keisai. Keisai was slightly taken aback. What do you want in front of me? Vegeta reached into his pants pocket and pulled out the crystal ball. Keisai, look. I assent it amusing. Vegeta smiled. Keisai. Keisai covered her face, no longer wishing to speak. You only have one. Rangshi laughed mischievously. Vegeta rolled his eyes, unfazed, and pulled out a small notebook, scribbling a plus sign behind the title of the novel in the world-weary genre. 9379-29266. Rashi craned his neck to take a look. What are you plotting now? Never mind him. This brat is always so mysteriously unpredictable. What about instant transmission? Guaz, teach Dao how to learn instant transmission. Rashi instructed Guaz. Guaz, if you weren't a god of destruction, I would suspect you were here to steal knowledge. Very well, but learning instant transmission will likely take quite some time. Guaz replied, no problem. Ramsey was in no particular hurry. Very well. I shall now commence teaching Darl the art of instantaneous movement. Guaz nodded, but suddenly recalled something and inquired, let Zama's continue wallowing in his own folly, shall we? Ramsey swayed his elongated nose dismissively. That fellow had become inconsequential, as indulging in such disgrace would not lead to his demise. Guaz retorted, what kind of twisted logic is that? He displayed a visage of exasperation, yet he did not remain idle, promptly imparting the technique of instantaneous movement to Vegeta. This was the Kaioshin's method of teleportation. This time, however, Vegeta found the learning process to be rather arduous. Guaz exhaled slightly in relief, thinking, I had presumed you to be a genius. Capable of mastering anything with ease, he observed that Vegeta struggled significantly with the instantaneous movement, even less adept than Zama's in this regard. Now, this is more like a normal individual. Surely, you must have your shortcomings? Guaz felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. What was the matter with this lad? Why was he taking so long to grasp the concept of instantaneous movement? Ramsey pondered with a hint of confusion. Kes rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the situation. A brief silence ensued, and it seemed to her that Mr. Vegeta exhibited a reluctance to learn instantaneous movement. Reluctance to learn instantaneous movement? Why is that? Ramsey remarked, perplexed. I have no idea, Kes replied, shaking her head. Just then, Vegeta managed a brief teleportation, appearing near Kes and Ramsey, overhearing Kes's remarks. There is nothing odd about it. Once I master instantaneous movement, Kes will no longer have to fly around behind my back, Vegeta declared. Kes and Ramsey exchanged glances. This lad is becoming quite addicted to it. Ramsey remarked, I am indeed beginning to feel the rhythm, Vegeta stated, followed by another instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight and reappearing beside Guaz. Kes, momentarily taken aback, could only remain speechless. Kes, that is no longer the focal point, Ramsey replied, his impatience palpable. Let us execute the plan proposed by Vegeta forthwith. Very well, Lord Ramsey, Kes nodded. As she spoke, the crystal orb atop her staff began to shimmer. Chapter 79 Ramsey, delicious, come here quickly, Universe 11. Kaioshin Realm. Just 7 days prior, Miwei and Makalita had arrived at the Kaioshin Realm. Furthermore, Miwei had brought Tispo along. Currently, Kaioshin Kai was training Tispo. Hey Kai, how is it progressing? Miwei inquired. He is practically ready for deployment. Kai responded. The rest is up to his own comprehension. Looking at Tispo, he wore a patera earring on one ear and nothing else. As for instantaneous movement, Tispo had also been learning it, though his understanding was still superficial. Tispo could only teleport within a limited range of the Kaioshin realm. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Tispo was executing instantaneous movement with remarkable speed within the Kaioshin realm. His velocity was so impressive that even Kai couldn't help but applaud. Well done, well done. If Tispo continues to refine his skills, I am confident he will soon master instantaneous movement and extend his reach even further. Kai smiled. That's splendid. Miwei nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Makalita, suggesting, Makalita, we can commence. Let us consider which universe is suitable. As it stands, only the Kaioshin of Universe 10 has recently taken on a disciple. Makalita smiled. Might it be too obvious? Miwei muttered. Having just conducted a tournament for the God of Destruction's disciples, would Ramsey suspect anything if we now held a competition for the Kaioshin as disciples? That is indeed a concern, Makalita acknowledged. Should we make contact and tentatively inquire? Miwei proposed. That sounds reasonable, Makalita agreed, promptly establishing a connection with Kes through her staff in Universe 10, Kaioshin Realm. Kes was about to communicate with Makalita when she suddenly received a message from her. Oh dear, it's Makalita. Kes smiled. Quickly answer it and see what she desires, Ramsey urged, caught off guard. Also inquire why Miwei hasn't he been in our universe to assist me these past few days. Certainly, Kess replied, swiftly initiating a video call. Sister Kess, Makalita greeted. Greetings, Makalita. Kess responded, oh. It seems Sister Kess is not in the God of Destruction-S domain. Makalita observed through the video, noting that Kess was not situated on Ramsey's planet. Indeed, we are currently in the presence of the Kaioshin. Kess replied, I heard that the Kaioshin has recently taken on a disciple, so we wish for Mr. Vegeta to come and engage in some sparring. Engage in sparring? Oh dear, that seems rather unfair. Makalita chuckled. Yet the heavens are unpredictable. Kess sighed with resignation. Why do you say that, Sister Kess? Makalita asked, perplexed that on our journey here, Mr. Vegeta inadvertently condensed a destructive energy and accidentally destroyed himself. Kess lamented, cough, cough. Mr. Vegeta is truly a remarkable talent. Makalita chuckled bitterly, to condense a destructive energy and obliterate oneself, truly a prodigy. Indeed, Kess nodded. Did Sister Kess utilize the time wheel to rescue Mr. Vegeta? Makalita inquired. Lord Ramsey stated it was unnecessary. He is of no further use, Kess replied. Makalita wiped her brow. Lord Ramsey is indeed ruthless. He just let that lad Vegeta win for a millennium, and now he wanted to even save him. Since we've already arrived near the Kaioshin realm, we might as well pay a visit, Kess continued. Makalita, through Kess's staff, noticed Vegeta meditating nearby. Is that red-haired gentleman the apprentice Kaioshin of Universe 10? Makalita inquired. Indeed, you are correct, Kess replied. His name is Darl. How fortuitous. Our Kaioshin in Universe 11 has also taken on a disciple. Makalita smiled. Oh. Is that so? Kess was momentarily taken aback. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 has also taken on a disciple. What a remarkable coincidence. Makalita, let us get to the point, Miwei urged. Since each universe has taken on a Kaioshin-S disciple, shall we arrange a contest similar to that of the God of Destruction-S apprentices? Let me consult Lord Ramsey. Kess hesitated. This is not the usual approach. Traditionally, it would be Vegeta challenging the new apprentice God of Destruction of Universe 11 that a chance to gain another millennium. Now it seems to be a contest among apprentice Kaioshins. Is your apprentice Kaioshin even a match for Vegeta? His current transformation boasts a 3,000-fold increase in power compared to before. In terms of energy, he is merely 10 times weaker than Lord Ramsey. Of course, gods have their own fighting styles, which Vegeta is well aware of. It appears that the apprentice Kaioshin of Universe 11 is in for a rough time. Lord Ramsey. Kess playfully waved at him. Ramsey approached, feigning ignorance. What is it? He had been eavesdropping with keen interest, and now pretended to be as oblivious as an elephant. Lord Miwei wishes for the apprentice Kaioshins to engage in a contest. What is your opinion, Lord Ramsey? Kess inquired. Allow me to converse with him. Ramsado, very well, you have my consent. I shall activate the speaker. Keisai nodded and said to Makalita, Makalita, allow them to converse freely. Of course, Makalita replied. Hey, Wymide, what on earth is going on with you? Ramsado inquired with a frown. Was it not agreed that you would come and work for me? You have not shown up during my absence. There is no need to be so impatient. It is merely the destruction of a few planets. One does not need to attend to it daily. An occasional visit to obliterate a few planets will suffice. Wouldn't you agree? It hardly impedes the progress of your universe. Wymide chuckled. Besides, even you do not work every day, do you? When exactly do you plan to come to work? Ramsado huffed that I assure you, it will not hinder the advancement of your universe. You need not concern yourself with when I arrive. Wymide swore to the heavens. Chapter 80 Wymide. Good riddance. That's splendid. Ramsado nodded in agreement, and then asked, You mentioned earlier that you wish to challenge me? Indeed, we must compete. Allow me to toil for you for a millennium. The mere thought fills me with immense pressure. Wymide declared through gritted teeth, I must reclaim my victory. How do you intend to proceed? Ramsado asked, reveling inwardly. As before, let them engage in combat. Wymide smiled. A single match to determine the victor. How shall we play? Ramsado inquired. You have already lost to me. For a millennium, it will be much like before. If I emerge victorious, the millennium you owe me will be nullified. Should I lose, I shall owe you another millennium. Thus, I would end up working for you for 2,000 years. Am I truly in need of that additional millennium? Ramsado shook his head. That seems rather pointless. It would be best if you came to work for our universe sooner rather than later. Upon saying this, Ramsado gestured for Keisai to terminate the call. Keisai, with no hesitation, promptly ended the conversation. Why-might? You scoundrel Ramsado, you win and then refuse to play. Is there no end to your underhandedness? Call him back. Why-might clenched his fists tightly, his entire being trembling with indignation. Lord Ramsado may not acquiesce, Makalita pondered. Why not propose 10,000 years instead? 10,000 years is excessive. Let's add 2,000 or even 5,000. It cannot exceed that, lest I lose once more. Why-might feared the prospect of defeat. In theory, that should not occur, Makalita replied. Among all the gods of destruction, Mr. Tispo possesses exceptional strength. Yet, why do I feel an ominous premonition? Why-might hesitated. Let us begin with 2,000 years. If he does not agree, we can then negotiate for 5,000, Makalita suggested. That seems reasonable. Proposing 10,000 would certainly raise suspicions, Why-might nodded. Very well, I shall contact Sister Keisai once more, Makalita declared. With that, Makalita re-established the video call with Keisai. Sister Keisai, could you kindly ask Lord Ramsado to speak with Lord Why-might once again? Makalita requested. Certainly, Keisai replied. A new round of communication commenced between the two gods of destruction. Why-might? I've stated I do not wish to play. I've already won, so why should I continue? Ramsado proclaimed with a hint of pride. What about 2,000 more years? Why-might retorted through gritted teeth. If I lose, I shall work for you for 3,000 years. Am I truly that desperate for 2,000 years? Ramsado scoffed. 5,000 years. 5,000 will suffice, yes? If I lose, I shall work for you for 5,000 years, Why-might insisted, clenching his fists. Should it not be 6,000? Ramsado was taken aback. Your mathematics clearly reflects a physical education teacher's influence. What I mean to say is 5,000 directly, counting the previous millennium within it. Why-might replied with irritation. 5,000. Ramsado hesitated. Look, if you win, you gain 5,000 years, while losing incurs no loss. It merely cancels out the previous wager, Why-might cautiously reminded him. Ramsado appeared troubled. Ramsado, consider it a favor owed to you. Surely that is agreeable? Why-might pressed once more. Very well. Since you were so insistent on competing, let us proceed. Ramsado relented with reluctance, adding, however, I must warn you, my apprentice god of destruction is quite formidable. Perhaps we ought to reconsider. How fortuitous, my apprentice god of destruction is equally powerful, Why-might chuckled. Shall you come to us, or shall we visit you? Ramsado inquired. Let us come to you. We will be there shortly, Why-might sighed with relief. A smile gracing his face, the two parties concluded their conversation. Why-might, with a serious demeanor, patted Tispo on the shoulder. Tispo, I hope you shall not disappoint me, Why-might said earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Why-might, Tispo replied with a smile. You are well aware of my prowess. Indeed, your strength is indeed remarkable among the gods of destruction. Why-might nodded. By the way, I heard that fellow named Vegeta has perished. Tispo inquired with curiosity. Indeed, he met his end at the hands of his own destructive energy. Why-might chuckled. Ha! That fool. Good riddance. Tispo laughed heartily, perplexed as he asked, how could he have been destroyed by his own energy? Perhaps he amassed too much destructive energy and inadvertently ensnared himself within it. Why-might speculated, but let us not dwell on him. I would rather he had met his demise sooner. So, Lord Why-might, when shall we embark? Tispo inquired, his eagerness palpable. Makalita restored Tispo's strength. We must ensure absolute success this time. Why-might commanded. Certainly, Lord Why-might. Makalita nodded, stepping forward to rejuvenate Tispo with her staff. Lord Why-might, there is no need for such formality. My energy levels are hardly depleted, Tispo remarked nonchalantly. This time, I cannot afford even the slightest misstep. You must be fully prepared for battle, Why-might admonished sternly. Rest assured, I shall effortlessly defeat the apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10. Tispo proclaimed, his eyes brimming with confidence. Good. That is all I require to hear. Why-might nodded, turning to Kai. Kai, transport us to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 10. Chapter 81. Why-might takes the bait very well. Lord Wymide. Kai did not object. Everyone, please hold on tight. We shall depart immediately. Tispo stepped forward, grasping Kai's hand. Wymide placed a hand on Kai's shoulder, while Makalita rested her hand on the other shoulder. Kai, Kai. Kai chanted, invoking the technique of instantaneous movement in an instant. Kai transported Wymide, Makalita, and Tispo to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 10. Welcome, Lord Wymide, Lord Kai, and Makalita. Kaisai greeted with utmost courtesy. Oh dear, forgive the intrusion. Makarita smiled gently. Lord Kai, it has been a long time since we last met. Gawasu nodded in acknowledgement towards Kai. Greetings, Lord Gawasu, Kai replied in kind. And to you, Lord Wymide and Lady Makarita, Gawasu added once more. My apologies for the disturbance, Lord Ramsey, Kai expressed in return. Enough of these pleasantries. We shall waste no more time, Ramsey declared with a dismissive wave of his hand. You speak the truth. Let us engage in something more substantive, Wymide concurred, nodding in agreement with Ramsey on the opposite side. Tispo stared intently at Vegeta, who was now adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai, sporting two Patara earrings that unmistakably marked him as a disciple of the Supreme Kai. You must be the apprentice Supreme Kai, Tispo inquired as he approached. Indeed, I am. It is a pleasure to meet you, Vegeta responded politely. Humph, this lad displays far more courtesy than that fellow Vegeta, Tispo chuckled heartily. Wymide regarded Vegeta with a discerning gaze. Indeed, one can discern from his demeanor that he surpasses that Vegeta in manners. However, why does this apprentice supreme, Kai, keep his hands tucked in his pockets? Do individuals from Universe 10 have a penchant for such a posture? Wymide scrutinized Vegeta once more, unable to glean any further insight. Makarita cast a glance at Vegeta, but chose to remain silent. Despite the angel's omniscience, they could not scan an individual's entirety upon first sight, especially when the individual was male. Makarita, being a lady, felt a slight reservation about it. Moreover, she found this man quite dashing. No, dashing might not suffice. It would be more accurate to describe him as possessing a distinctly masculine allure. His muscular physique, complemented by his crimson hair, was simply captivating. What shall I call you? Tispo asked with a smile. My name is Dao. Vegeta replied, I am Tispo, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 11. Tispo introduced himself with a smile. Wait a moment. Why does this rabbit seem familiar? Ramsey murmured, That's so. I feel a bit uneasy. Did you perhaps mistake him for someone else? This species is quite common throughout the universe, and do you not think he bears a resemblance to that fellow Beerus? Ramsey scrutinized Tispo once more, forcibly dismissing any lingering doubts about Vegeta. Ramsey had long recognized Tispo. However, it mattered little. This rabbit was hardly formidable. Even a mere fart for Vegeta could send him flying. Now that you mention it, he does bear a striking resemblance to Beerus, Ramsey mused. Could he be Beerus's long-lost uncle? Wymide speculated. Perhaps. Wymide nodded in agreement. Kusu and Makarita exchanged silent glances. Lord Beerus is certainly taking the brunt of this. They thought. The two destroyers were remarkably united in their disparagement of Beerus, but this was understandable. After all, Lord Beerus had a tendency to be quite troublesome, and he was the most powerful destroyer, which made him a target for the envy of others. Shall we commence the match? Wymide, still somewhat anxious, feared that Ramsey might recognize Tispo. What was it you said? Ramsey inquired, that if you lose, you will work for me for 5,000 years. Is that correct? Indeed, Wymide confirmed. If I win, the 1,000 years of service will be nullified. Very well, we may proceed. I have no objections. Ramsey nodded, his trunk swaying back and forth. Wymide exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, the match could begin. Vegeta and Wymide stood facing each other at a distance of approximately 10 meters. In the distance. Ramsey stood alongside Wymide, while Kusu and Makarita stood side by side, each wielding a staff. Supreme Kai and Gawasu observed from the opposite side, watching the combatants prepare for battle. Not bad, Gawasu. Your disciple appears quite impressive, Kai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Gawasu nodded. Dao possesses remarkable talent. Yes, that's so. Has he mastered instant transmission yet? Kai inquired. He struggles somewhat with instant transmission, Gawasu replied, but he has already learned to manipulate the crystal ball with ease. That tool is hardly suited for combat. Kai scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Indeed, I have not focused much on his combat training. Gawasu admitted, why disciple excels in battle. Kai laughed heartily. The match begins, Why Might announced with a flourish, directing his attention towards Vegeta and Tispo. Dal, let us see if you can keep pace with my speed. Tispo grinned widely, vanishing from sight in an instant. Huh? Where did he go? Vegeta scratched his head in confusion. Whoosh! Tispo's speed was astonishing, leaving behind multiple afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Tispo had appeared behind Vegeta. The next moment, Tispo aimed a punch at Vegeta's back. What on earth is that? Vegeta bent down to inspect the ground. Tispo's punch had completely missed its target. In that moment of distraction, Vegeta kicked backward, landing a direct hit on Tispo's groin. Ow! Tispo cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling about in pain. Did I just kick something? Vegeta turned back. Bewildered, are you alright? My apologies. I did not realize you were behind me. Curse it! That was my oversight! Tispo groaned as he painfully rose from the ground. Chapter 82. The posture of hands in pockets. Strikingly similar to Vegeta, Why Might. I see that your apprentice Supreme Kai is not all that impressive. Ramsey sighed. Humph, spare me your arrogance. It was his own carelessness, Why Might retorted, and it was mere luck on that fellow Dal's part. Ramsey dismissed the notion with a laugh. Was it truly just luck? Vegeta simply did not wish to win too quickly. Otherwise, how would he have the opportunity to toy with you? Just watch, in a moment. That Dal fellow will learn of Tispo's prowess. Why Might smirked. In the ensuing moments, Vegeta engaged Tispo in a fierce exchange. Vegeta was in no rush to secure victory. Defeating Tispo outright would leave little room for further amusement. After approximately 20 minutes, Vegeta finally managed to bring Tispo to the ground. Panting heavily, Vegeta stood, visibly exhausted. You concede? Vegeta asked, hands still tucked in his pockets, placing his foot upon Tispo's face. Tispo gritted his teeth. Attempting to rise, Vegeta pressed down harder with his foot. Bang! Tispo found himself once again pinned to the ground. Tispo trembled in frustration. Why does your posture with hands and pockets remind me so much of that fellow Vegeta? Ramsey wiped sweat from his brow. Brother, could we not refrain from keeping our hands in our pockets? Are you so eager for others to recognize your identity as Vegeta? Ramsey discreetly glanced at Why Might. Fortunately, from Why Might's expression, it seemed he remained unaware of Vegeta's true identity. What an imbecile, he thought. Such an obvious posture, and you still failed to recognize it? Wait, I too had not realized it before that I spent 12 years in close proximity to him. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Tispo, propelling him high into the sky. Swish! In an instant, Vegeta appeared directly above Tispo. Bam! Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed another kick, sending Tispo plummeting from the heavens. Rumble! Tispo crashed heavily onto the surface of the King Kai's realm, creating a substantial crater and becoming deeply embedded within it. Such a pity. I never anticipated that it would be your universe's trainee realm.